of millions of fans. Although he didn't want to use it, he had no choice but to use it under the current circumstances. At worst, he can wait until he becomes stronger in the future and then give back to his fans. Four-way formation, obey my command. 4 flags were directly summoned by Zhang Chuchen, and were held in the hands of him, Zhao Haifeng, Lin Feng, and Jun Moshao respectively. The 4 people stand in the orthodox positions, with 4 god positions in the east, south, west and north. The great battle begins. Zhang Chuchen once again raised the flag in his hand, and saw the flag spinning in the sky, releasing the power of sealing and connecting with the flags of the other 3 people. Like the shackles of heaven and earth, the wind and clouds change, and the world becomes dark. In the space inside the seal formation, the spiritual energy was directly sucked out, as if the end of the law had arrived. Yang Fan, who rushed out, saw this scene and his face changed, but he found that the formation was extremely solid. What's your move? Jun Moshao didn't remember having this formation in his abandoned heaven record, so he couldn't help but look at Zhang Chuchen. This move of mine was created by my master. It's a sealing formation. The enemy can't get out from inside. There's no yin energy, no spiritual energy, and the immortal cultivators can only wait for death. Now I'm in the golden core stage. The formation was very weak at that time. Now it has been slightly modified by me, and it can already drain the spiritual energy. Zhang Chuchen couldn't help but exclaimed complacently. My master is truly a genius, but it's a pity that he was born at the wrong time and did not live to see the era of spiritual energy revival. The master combined the incomplete ancient formations and repaired it on his own. Even though he only used a weak Taoist force at that time, it was still powerful enough to seal ghosts, even evil ones. Now that he has reached the Jindan stage of immortal cultivation, the power he uses when casting this formation will naturally be terrifying. Chapter 243, Open-minded Zhao Haifeng. Zhao Haifeng saw that Yang Fan in the formation was still tirelessly attacking the formation, and couldn't help but ask, how long can your formation last? Zhang Chuchen smiled indifferently. Absorb spiritual energy and replenish it by yourself. The spiritual energy is endless and the formation is eternal. As long as Zhang Fan's strength does not exceed mine, the opponent will not be able to get out. Unless someone outside activates the formation. Zhang Chuchen closed his eyes slightly and flicked the whisk in his hand, releasing his unique marking power, marking it on the 4 flags. In this way, even if someone moves the formation, he will be able to know who the other person is. Your master is truly a genius. Jun Moshao affirmed that he could even come up with this kind of formation. If the other party's master was still alive, he would definitely be a master of formations. By the way, what did your master do when he was alive? When asked by Jun Moshao, Zhang Chuchen's eyes were lost in reminiscence. He was just an ordinary old Taoist priest. Although he said so, Jun Moshao and the other 2 could still tell from Zhang Chuchen's face that Zhang Chuchen missed his master. Just like you Taoists said, the past is gone, Tao follows nature, birth, aging, sickness and death are also the laws of nature, and they conform to the Taoist principle of inaction. Zhao Haifeng couldn't help but come to Zhang Chuchen's side, stood with his hands behind his back, and comforted him. I didn't expect you to be so good at comforting people. Zhang Chuchen opened his eyes, looked at Zhao Haifeng, and smiled. Zhao Haifeng chuckled. Of course. Except for my half-sister and her biological mother who escaped, all the others in my family died, but I didn't cry. You can say that I'm cold-hearted or heartless, but we have to look forward. Besides, the enemy was sent by the man named Xiao Chen in the boss's 10,000 Ghosts banner, and I didn't think about revenge. Why didn't you mention it to the boss? If you had mentioned it, the boss would have given you a chance for revenge. Zhang Chuchen asked puzzledly. Let me answer this question. Lin Feng flew over, looked at Zhang Chuchen and the puzzled Jun Moshao, and said, the boss asked Zhao Haifeng the first thing at the beginning. But Zhao Haifeng's answer at the time was that since he was an enemy, he would feel happy when he saw the enemy working for the boss. He would feel happy if he worked for one day, and he would feel happy forever if he worked for eternity. I thought it made sense when I heard it. Only Zhang Chuchen was not present at the time, otherwise he would be as surprised as he was. That sounds like something this guy would say. Jun Moshao looked at Zhao Haifeng with a deeply hurt look on his face. This guy is really a strange person. I see. Brother Zhao is open-minded and I am the one who can't wait. Zhang Chuchen looked at Zhao Haifeng with awe. If it were him, he would probably choose revenge. Inside the formation, Yang Fan watched the four people talking slowly outside, not taking him seriously at all, and he was very angry. I was also very worried about Yan Minyao's situation and hoped that she was safe now. He couldn't get out for the time being. Yang Fan sat cross-legged in midair, and immediately began to practice the immortal cultivation technique of entertainment until death. If he wants to get out, he still has a way, but he needs the power of fans. This is a spell that forcibly increases one's strength, and the only ones affected are the fans, those who support him. The belief-based cultivation method is also the reason why Yang Fan has always been confident. Although he knew that this would make him even more sorry for the fans' support, he was forced to do so. The real culprits are the four Jindan stage cultivators outside. Yang Fan's fanatical fans, who were unaware of the situation, showed signs of weakness, colds, illness, and even pale complexion in various parts of the Huameng. They are using their lives to support Yang Fan, but they just don't know it. It is impossible to detect it with current scientific and technological means, and their future lifespan will be greatly shortened. There are changes, everyone pay attention. Jun Moshao, who was the first to notice that something was wrong, immediately reminded the three. The three of them hurriedly looked towards Yang Fan in the formation, and saw that Yang Fan's blood was swelling and his face was red, as if he had taken too much. The power in Yang Fan's body seemed to be expanding rapidly and unstably, and his strength was becoming stronger and stronger. What's going on? Zhao Haifeng quickly took out the compass and started to tell fortunes. Fortune telling at the Jindan stage was more accurate. This guy's strength seems to have been forcibly increased. There must be side effects, but I don't know where these side effects will manifest themselves. Lin Feng held the Thunder Cloud sword in his hand, alert to this guy breaking through the magic circle. Ah! Yang Fan roared, and the violent power in his body burst out instantly. It was the first time he used this spell. He was a little unskilled and almost burst himself. Thanks to his many fans, otherwise he would not be able to increase his power so much. This is the power of the immortal cultivation method of entertainment to death. The magic circle was unable to withstand such terrifying force for a moment and collapsed instantly. Yang Fan's current strength has reached that of a pseudo-nascent soul cultivator. He looked at the four people with eyes full of mockery. It's my turn now. You guys had a lot of fun fighting before, right? Humph. Zhang Chuchen didn't expect that the formation would be shattered by the opponent's attack, and he groaned on the spot. The formation backfired, but luckily it wasn't a big problem. A talisman for nourishing the spirit. A talisman instantly entered his mind, and Zhang Chuchen felt much more comfortable instantly. Lin Feng attacked first, using the Thunder Cloud sword to draw lightning into his body, and he attacked Yang Fan like a thunder python. Come on. Yang Fan exuded the aura of a pseudo-nascent soul. Seeing the thunder python attacking him, he gathered spiritual energy from all directions in his fist and blasted it directly forward. Boom! The two forces exploded instantly. It's just a fake nascent soul. I'm not afraid of you. Lin Feng never backs down when it comes to fighting. Zhao Haifeng did not put away the compass. He threw it out directly and it hovered above Jun Moshao's head. What are you going to do? Jun Moshao looked at the compass hovering above his head warily, and subconsciously looked at the color of the compass. Fortunately, it was not green. Zhao Haifeng began to explain. This guy is using the power of his fans to forcibly improve himself and break the opponent's power, or destroy his reputation. This guy is fighting with the lives of his fans. Even if all these fans die, it's none of our business, hee. Get rid of this harm for the boss. Go and help Lin Feng. This compass can allow you to see through the opponent's attack and predict the opponent's attack. Okay. Jun Moshao looked at him deeply, agreed directly, and attacked Yang Fan directly like a cannonball. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chuchen couldn't help but say, so, today I have to fulfill the oath I made when I left the mountain to eliminate evil in the world. I won't go. I'll control the compass on the side and assist you. Zhao Haifeng didn't want to go over. Only the reckless Lin Feng liked fighting. How could a gentleman like him, Mr. Zhao, leave with so many people? The whisk in Zhang Chuchen's hand turned into a stream of light and was stepped on by him, like a banished celestial being from heaven. So handsome. Zhao Haifeng looked envious. While Chu Ge was doing something, he waved his hand and a glass of red wine fell directly to the ground. The wine instantly floated up and formed a mirror surface. The mirror shows the battle between Zhang Chuchen and others and Yang Fan. You lied to me. Yan Minyao's mind buzzed and went blank for a moment after seeing Yang Fan appear. Chapter 244. Watching the show, Jun Moshao pulls out his trump card. Chu Ge held Yan Minyao in a grasp and said with a sly smile, "If Yang Fan had not hidden his strength, you would not have surrendered so obediently. So you serve me for Yang Fan, not because I lied to you. Although it's a bit confusing, I think what I said is the truth." Yan Minyao looked at the picture in the water mirror with complicated eyes and was horrified. She was just an ordinary person, but she didn't expect Yang Fan to hide so deeply. Moreover, the method used by the chairman of Tamed Group is simply that of an immortal. The dark and pitch-black battle was exactly the same as the scenes described in novels and fantasy dramas. This is not something an ordinary person like her can participate in. She missed the days when she first met Yang Fan. If it wasn't for Yang Fan's life safety, she wouldn't have done such a thing. But Yang Fan is alive and well now, which is a kind of irony to her. She paid for nothing. Let's watch and learn at the same time. Come, I'll teach you. Chu Ge supported Yan Minyao and gave a playful smile. Even if Yan Minyao resisted, how could she resist Chu Ge's strength? The boss is doing things and the subordinates are handling matters. Although they are all doing things, the subordinates are always the ones who suffer and work hard. Lin Feng threw a punch, and the power spread so much that the entire earth seemed to be shaking and wailing. Fiery Sun Talisman, 3 Sun Bombing. 3 fiery sun talismans were directly thrown out by Zhang Chuchen, which were drawn with the power of his Jindan period. Boom boom boom. The pain from the burning sun made Yang Fan, who had no time to dodge, gasp for air. These guys were really troublesome. 3 Yangs bring good luck. Fiery Sun Talisman. Fellow Taoists' method of refining talismans has become more and more proficient. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the damage Zhang Chuchen had caused to Yang Fan. Shaking the heaven and earth, shocking the ghosts and gods, your boxing skills are really getting better and better. Zhang Chuchen's face became serious and he complimented Lin Feng. Jun Moshao withstood Yang Fan's sonic attack with all his might. Listening to the two of them flattering each other, he suddenly felt unhappy. What are you two doing? In the past, if you were watching the show like this, you would be betraying your teammates, do you know that? Zhang Chuchen and Lin Feng looked at Jun Moshao at the same time and said in unison, "My boss said that this is a test for you." Bullshit. Jun Moshao was so angry that he laughed, but when he saw Yang Fan attacking him again, he didn't have time to say a word, and he used all his magic power in both hands to form a defense. The sonic attack was instantly blocked outside the magic power shield. Boom boom boom. Different notes exploded outside the protective shield, making Jun Moshao's defense shaky. Damn it, is your compass of any use at all? Jun Moshao was a little annoyed. Are you all watching a show? Is there any team spirit? Although he didn't need teammates before, he needs them now. After being scolded by Jun Moshao, the compass on his head finally came into play, and Jun Moshao's mind instantly became extremely clear. Zhao Haifeng came to Zhang Chuchen and Lin Feng, and then controlled the compass to work. The three of them obviously wanted to watch the show. It wasn't the boss's order, it was mainly a matter of their tacit understanding. The three of them wanted to see where Jun Moshao's limits were. After all, Jun Moshao will be their colleague in the future, so they should at least get to know this guy better. While Chu Ge was working, he watched the battle on the water curtain. Seeing the three people watching the show, he chuckled without any extra blame. He also wanted to see the limit of Jun Moshao. If my life-saving magic weapon hadn't been damaged or lost, I would have killed you long ago. Jun Moshao cursed. Now he felt like he was just an employee, and that guy Chu Ge was definitely watching this battle secretly. Absolute. He promised. Jun Moshao, who had a clear mind, seemed to have anticipated the opponent's next attack. He immediately withdrew his defense and launched an attack from the opponent's right side. He immediately threw the sword in his hand out, shattering several musical notes. The sword was broken into pieces and it seemed that it could no longer be used. Jun Moshao felt a little pain in his heart, and then he turned into a stream of light and rushed forward. When Yang Fan saw the other party rushing towards him, he played a song called Kang Hai Shao. The endless stream of musical notes turned into a rain of swords that attacked Jun Moshao. I've seen through your attack. With the help of the compass, Jun Moshao already knew the opponent's attack method. He used his foresight and strange body skills to dodge the rain of swords and appeared in front of Yang Fan at the first moment. Yang Fan's face changed drastically, and he was about to blow out a note to resist. Boy, I have tolerated you for a long time. Jun Moshao punched Yang Fan's handsome face hard. Boom. Like a meteorite falling to the ground, Yang Fan's figure hit the ground heavily. The ground instantly cracked and collapsed, and a deep pit of more than 10 meters appeared on the ground. Asshole, you hit me in the face. Yang Fan touched the redness and swelling on his face, rubbed it and the redness and swelling disappeared instantly, then he raised his head angrily. He actually hit him in the face. His face is his weapon to attract fans. If it is damaged, the other party will become his mortal enemy who will block his path to success. But he didn't expect that Jun Moshao was already standing in front of him, stepping hard on his face. Boy, I'm not happy with your face. How about I help you destroy it? He looked at Yang Fan's handsome face carefully from such a close distance. At this moment, Jun Moshao suddenly remembered the subordinate who betrayed him, who was also a pretty boy. TMD. This time, Jun Moshao was even more ruthless. Old hatreds and new grudges instantly overwhelmed Jun Moshao's reason. Just grab the other person's hair, press the other person's face to the ground and rub it hard. Blood was flowing out, and Yang Fan's face had been disfigured by him. Simply put, it is disfigured and messed up. How could someone who is at the great perfection of the foundation establishment stage be a match for me at the golden core stage? I can't even resist him. Yang Fan's eyes widened, he could already feel his face covered in blood. He wanted to resist and stand up, but found that he could not move at all. His strength was suppressed. Didn't expect that, did you? Jun Moshao snorted coldly. The abandoned heaven record that appeared out of nowhere was suppressing Yang Fan's power next to him. The abandoned heaven record cannot be used lightly. When he was dealing with Chu Ge, he didn't dare to use it at all. The power disparity is too great. Even though Yang Fan and Chu Ge are equally strong now, he feels that Yang Fan is much easier to deal with than Chu Ge. Chu Ge is such a sinister person, he has many tricks and is very scheming. If I had taken it out like this at that time, it would most likely have been snatched away by Chu Ge. Especially Zhao Haifeng, Chu Ge's subordinate, is simply a scheming boy. Everything should be fine now. As the boss, Chu Ge knows from what he has learned over the past few days that he would never steal things from his subordinates. The abandoned heaven record has the effect of suppressing the opponent's cultivation, which is one of the reasons why he was able to kill all the emperors on the spot when he was attacked by a group of emperors. His appearance was ruined, Yang Fan was filled with murderous intent and his eyes were unyielding. It's okay, there is still a way to recover later. Yang Fan kept comforting himself. This guy is really good at hiding himself. Chu Ge looked at the abandoned heaven record next to Jun Moshao on the water curtain and curled his lips. This guy didn't take it out at that time because he was afraid that he would be snatched away. Chapter 245. It's hidden quite deeply. Zhao Haifeng saw the function of the abandoned heaven record, and it turned out to be a magic weapon to suppress strength. If Jun Moshao had used it at that time, then this treasure might have belonged to the boss. Maybe I can borrow it and use it myself when the time comes. What a pity, this guy is so cautious. Zhao Haifeng retracted his envious gaze and snorted twice. It seems that if we are at the same level, we may not be able to defeat him. Lin Feng said thoughtfully. A treasure that suppresses the enemy's power. No wonder Jun Moshao was the abandoned emperor back then. Zhang Chuchen flicked his whisk lightly and smiled indifferently. I'd really like to spar with Jun Moshao when I have time. Jun Moshao knew what the three were thinking without even having to look at their reactions. He, what are you laughing at? Yang Fan, who was being rubbed and abused on the ground by Jun Moshao, suddenly laughed coldly, which made Jun Moshao frown. I laugh at you, you are brave but not wise. Yang Fan kept roaring, and suddenly, a force of pure faith instantly sent Jun Moshao flying. Without Jun Moshao's control, the record of abandoned heaven instantly lost its effect. At the same time, Yang Fan's injuries recovered instantly, except for the disfigurement. Seize the opportunity, without the suppression of abandoned heaven record. Yang Fan ran away at an extremely fast speed. When everyone wanted to chase him, he had disappeared. The power of faith. It's indeed powerful. Jun Moshao got up from the ground and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He really underestimated the other party just now. Are you okay? Zhao Haifeng and others landed and looked at Jun Moshao, who got up from the ground, and asked with concern. I'm fine, I just let him escape. Jun Moshao felt a little embarrassed. Zhao Haifeng took the abandoned heaven record in his hand, waited for a moment, and then threw it to Jun Moshao. Wow, it's hidden so well. This abandoned heaven record is indeed a treasure. Jun Moshao took the abandoned heaven record, put it away, and said with a smile, "It was with this that I became the abandoned heaven emperor. Do we need to chase it?" Jun Moshao looked at the three people and asked. "If we can't catch him, will Chu Ge punish us?" Lin Feng shook his head, crossed his arms and said nothing. Zhao Haifeng smiled and said, "You have to call me boss in the future. I don't like us to call me boss or big brother. When you stay with me for a long time, you will know that I don't care about these little things. Unless you make a serious mistake, I won't say anything." Jun Moshao nodded thoughtfully. "I see. So it's not bad to work under Chu Ge for a while. It's easy to track down Yang Fan. What we should do now is to cut off his path." Zhang Chuchen's eyes exuded coldness. He couldn't turn a blind eye to this kind of harmful martial arts. Belief. This must be a vampire. Ban. Zhao Haifeng looked at Zhang Chuchen and said. "If we ban him, we can't just make Yang Fan lose fans immediately. We don't know what Yang Fan's specific skills are. But we can ruin his reputation. The easiest way for a star to be ruined is the collapse of his image, cheating, and domestic violence. The reaction is quite simple. Zhao Haifeng's method is to speak out. With the voice of our Tengde group on the internet, it is too easy for us to have no known competitors. If Yang Fan hadn't directly broken into the group branch, I would have wanted to do the same next step. The boss has never liked the entertainment industry, so this person has no way out." Everyone looked at him, and for a moment they didn't know what words to use to praise him. "What's wrong?" Zhao Haifeng looked puzzled by everyone's expressions. Did he say something wrong? Awesome. Jun Moshao patted Zhao Haifeng on the shoulder and praised him. "You are so insidious. You don't even need to think about it. In my world, people like you are just lackeys who give advice to the big shots. Every time I kill someone, I kill people like you first." Hearing the threat behind Jun Moshao's words, Zhao Haifeng said loudly. "Before he became famous, a certain abandoned emperor once stole my senior sister's bellyband. And because of a secret crush on her, woo." Zhao Haifeng's mouth was immediately covered by Jun Moshao, who begged in a low voice, "Please stop talking." This made Lin Feng and Zhang Chuchen, who wanted to hear gossip, unhappy. He was planning to secretly find Zhao Haifeng to listen to Jun Moshao's gossip. Pooh, pooh, pooh. Zhao Haifeng wiped his mouth with disgust. Jun Moshao is a guy who has no morals at all. Doesn't he know how dirty his hands are? Jun Moshao stood aside awkwardly, wiping the saliva from his palms onto his pants. Yang Fan's escape was indeed beyond Chu Ge's expectations. "Your lover has escaped, so there is no way he would dare to come and save you," Chu Ge said gloatingly as he looked at Yan Minyao, who was sweating profusely. Yan Minyao pursed her lips and looked at him stubbornly. "Although my innocence is gone, I believe Yang Fan will not give up on saving me. I believe in him. He is different from a scumbag like you. He is not interested in my appearance." Yan Minyao's face was filled with longing for the scene of Yang Fan coming to save him. Chu Ge glanced at her indifferently, put on his clothes, stood up, and locked her in the room. Chu Ge stood outside and fastened the manual lock directly. This room can only be opened from the outside. After Zhao Haifeng and others came back, Chu Ge asked them to continue. After all, those women were still waiting. The only two seriously injured patients this time were Du Li and the head of Yadu Film and Television Security. These two people turned a disaster into a blessing, and Jun Moshao temporarily refined 2 healing pills. After all, they were also seriously injured because of the group's efforts. The group is very humane, and the legs of the Shadow Guard leader have been reattached. The positions of manager and person in charge of the Yadu Group branch and the Yadu Shadow Guard branch have always been reserved for the two of them. Until the injury recovers and I can return to work. Before Zhao Haifeng had the chance to tell Li Heru his idea, Li Heru took action first. Yang Fan has offended the boss in the group. As the boss's most capable general, Li Heru will not let him go. Tengde Group took action very quickly, first directly banning Yang Fan. There are 3 reasons. First, Yang Fan was involved in inciting fans and disrupting the network and social order. Second, Yang Fan broke into the Tengde branch in Yadu, injuring countless people. Relying on his own strength, he beat Du Li, the branch manager of Tengde Group, into a serious coma. Third, Yang Fan had some unusual relationships with several female artists, all of whom forced them to have relationships with Yang Fan. Their behavior was extremely bad and had a huge impact. This ban was not a joint ban by the entertainment industry itself, but a ban by the official media itself. Many official media outlets gave thumbs up. Just because of these 3 points, Yang Fan was ruined. No one can wash away the officially certified guilt. Yang Fan's studio was directly sealed, and was involved in tax evasion. Many fans have stopped following and turned into haters. Chapter 246, A rat crossing the street, everyone shouts and beats it. Not only that, the entertainment industry cooperated very well with the authorities and knew how to attract the attention of netizens by directly releasing negative information about Yang Fan. At the beginning, Yang Fan wrote a song in public in front of the judges and was suspected of bribing the judges to plagiarize other people's songs. Later, Yang Fan's original company treated Yang Fan very well, but Yang Fan became ungrateful and beat up his original agent and boss. Then, he participated in the movie, Bad Wolf, which he directed and starred in, and was suspected of tax evasion, being a big shot, and being involved in some kind of gambling. In a certain month, Yang Fan used his fame to help a member of a girl group and was suspected of taking advantage of the female member. Those who usually dislike Yang Fan, those who take advantage of his misfortune, those who want to take advantage of him, and those who want to use Yang Fan as a stepping stone. Whether it is a host, a star or an internet celebrity, they are all involved in this matter. Yang Fan has many fans and a large amount of traffic, so this is a good opportunity to increase and attract fans. Black fans started to discredit Yang Fan everywhere, and there were trolls secretly hired by Tamed group to lead the trend. As the rhythm got stronger, Yang Fan's reputation plummeted and he hit rock bottom, becoming a rat crossing the street that everyone wanted to kill. I've known for a long time that Yang Fan is not a good person. There is no genius who can write a song in 7 steps in this world. I didn't expect that Yang Fan, whom I've been a fan of for half a year, would actually be such a person. It's really disgusting. You don't know yet, there is a big boss behind Yang Fan. He has now been reported and is under investigation. Tax evasion, damn it. With so many billions, the only people who don't evade taxes are the poor. You don't know, the authorities have just officially issued a wanted order, which means that Yang Fan has fled for fear of crime. It seems that Yang Fan is dead this time. Since he dared to run away, it would be fine if he didn't run away, but now that he has run away, the nature of the matter has completely changed. Damn it, the female celebrity I like actually admitted to this. Those female celebrities who were suspected of being under the unspoken rule of Yang Fan spoke out one after another, saying that they were forced to do so by Yang Fan. Although these female stars did not want to admit it, they had no choice but to admit the scandal due to pressure from the company. However, they did not quit the circle. Instead, they attracted a wave of fans by pretending to be pitiful. This made them even more eager to condemn the inhumane things Yang Fan had done to them. In a bar, the hot beauties danced passionately, and the DJ songs made the whole audience excited. Ha 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 ha. Having offended us, that guy Yang Fan will definitely not dare to come out. Zhao Haifeng smiled arrogantly, looking very domineering. He raised the wine glass and once again acted like the original young Master Zhao. They drink among themselves and never use magic. Zhang Chuchen ordered a cup of love water and smiled gently. What a pity. I don't know which old friend the boss went to meet. It would be more fun if the boss was here. Haha, scumbag. Jun Moshao snorted coldly while holding the wine glass. Lin Feng sneered, he's not just a scumbag, haha. Hey, don't say bad things about the boss, Red Queen is everywhere. Zhao Haifeng quickly stopped everyone from condemning the boss. You don't know how to turn off the phone. The 3 of them looked at him speechlessly. Oh, yes. Zhao Haifeng turned off his phone directly. Then, the 3 of them heard Zhao Haifeng's voice transmission, speaking mysteriously. Let me tell you, the young woman who is dating the boss this time is truly unique. The 3 men's eyes lit up and they looked at him silently. Jun Moshao instantly thought of the woman who betrayed him and the woman who made him sick. In an instant, he got goosebumps all over his body, and his interest in the woman, which had just been aroused, disappeared again. Ah. Jun Moshao leaned helplessly on the sofa and drank a lot of wine. I was there at the time. The young woman knew the boss, and it was the woman's father who introduced them. Zhao Haifeng was an excellent storyteller, and anticipation instantly surged in Lin Feng and Zhang Chuchen's hearts. Zhun Moshao listened silently, and his mind was filled with thoughts of those female monks from famous and upright sects that he had known in the past. There are witches, empresses, and women of many identities like him. He once had so many confidants, but he actually abandoned the entire fish pond for the woman who betrayed him. In the end, the boss and the young woman forgot about each other, but unexpectedly they got in touch again in the end. It seems that they still have feelings for each other and are still attached to each other. Tisk 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 tisk, why don't we encounter such a thing? Zhao Haifeng was envious. Sorry, I have it abroad. Lin Feng raised the corners of his mouth slightly and said proudly. When I was a child, I performed a ritual with my master and was pinched on the face. After that, I was afraid of women until I went to a club with you. Zhang Chuchen touched his face and recalled the things that happened when he was a child. Zhun Moshao saw that Zhao Haifeng was devastated and couldn't help but interrupt. I also had countless confidants and young women at that time. Fuck. Zhao Haifeng glanced at the three of them, covering his heart. It seemed that he was the only one who had not encountered such a thing. If Chu Ge was present, he would definitely know the reason. Yang Fan, who was condemned by hundreds of millions of netizens, looked extremely gloomy at this moment. He just browsed the internet and saw nothing but news slandering him. And the police have issued a wanted warrant, and he is now a fugitive. Reward for reporting, 1 million. Tamed Group's additional reward, 100 million. Whoever catches Yang Fan will be rewarded immediately. As soon as the news came out, the entire Chinese alliance and even overseas heard about it, and countless powerful and capable people wanted to get this money. Money can tempt people. 100 million is more than enough for a person to live for a lifetime. Many netizens started an activity to form a team to catch Yang Fan and share the prize money equally. It must be the Tamed Group behind this. He doesn't even dare to show up now. Fortunately, his appearance was ruined, so he was not discovered when he didn't know the news just now. Should he thank the person who ruined his appearance? Yang Fan's eyes were vicious. His current strength had dropped to the initial stage of foundation building. The number of fans on the system panel dropped rapidly, making him a little panicked. If he continues to fall like this, his foundation will be completely destroyed. Destroy his foundation, ruin his future, and ruin his appearance. Chu Ge, I will never give up on you. Yang Fan lowered his baseball cap and was about to leave when he suddenly saw a handsome man and a beautiful woman walking down the street. Ji Yuan had an elegant temperament, holding a small bag on her fingertips, walking beside Chu Ge and looking at him frequently. Mr. Chu, I haven't found a chance to treat you to a meal for such a long time. I must treat you well later. I've been busy lately. I kept your invitation to me in mind, and I came as soon as I had time. By the way, how is your father recently? Is the disease recurring? Quote. Chu Ge's face was as bright as spring breeze, with a faint smile on his face. Ji Yuan was the young woman who was the apprentice of the urban miracle doctor when he met her last time. Her father was the old man who suddenly fell ill. Chapter 247. Today is Valentine's Day. This time he arrived as promised. Chu Ge had no bad intentions. He just wanted to comfort the empty heart of this young woman, Ji Yuan. Since returning to Yadu, my father's condition has completely stabilized. But you have to carry medicine with you at all times to avoid emergencies. Ji Yuan looked at Chu Ge, smiled, and pointed to the store in front and invited, this is the store. It has a very good reputation in our Yadu. Mr. Chu is in the clouds, but he has to have some worldly food occasionally. While speaking, Ji Yuan lifted the hair by her ear and wrapped it behind her ear. Her slender waist swayed with her high heels. The way she looked at Chu Ge was almost dripping with tears, and there seemed to be a smile between her brows. Haha, you're joking. What above the clouds? I'm just like you and everyone else, struggling in this world. The real difference is that I'm about to go ashore. Chu Ge couldn't help but look at the mysterious man with a baseball cap pulled down and a mask on who was sitting at the table near the door. He probed with his spiritual sense and found that this power was very familiar, but the power in the other party's body was a little strange. Isn't this Yang Fan? So here you come. Chu Ge suddenly realized something in his heart. But he did not take any action, so he left this matter to his subordinates. There was no need for him to do it himself. Yang Fan became alert and immediately stood up and walked towards the door. This guy Chu Ge is probably going to be even stronger. He can't even defeat the opponent's men now, and there seems to be a dark power appearing in his body. Dark beliefs, very strange. No, it's not a belief, but a force generated by black fans. Although it also belongs to the branch of faith, the black power and his current power have a disagreement and neither side will give in. He can still hold his ground now, but if this continues, once the two forces cannot be balanced, an explosion will occur. Follow him, he can't find you with his current strength. Chu Ge's mind was sent out, and he asked Xiao Chen and Yifeng to follow Yang Fan. I saw two resentments whoosh away from his fingertips. Every time he goes out there is always a girl next to Chu Ge. Who makes him the boss? A boss who doesn't pay wages at all. Ordering people around is his top priority. Xiao Chen and Yifeng talked to each other in their hearts and left with Yang Fan. After asking the boss for a quiet private room, Ji Yuanyuan attentively moved a stool for Chu Ge. Mr. Chu, please take a seat. She knew that Chu Ge was now the youngest, wealthiest and most powerful representative of the Huameng, without a doubt. The forces under his command are spread throughout the Huameng, and everyone knows about them. His well-known shadow guards are even more omnipresent. No one knows when Chu Ge's ambition will be put to an end. But as long as Chu Ge is still alive, those who know how powerful Chu Ge is will be in awe of him. It is almost impossible to ask Chu Ge out for dinner. Especially as the world's spiritual energy is reviving, the idea that power is supreme has begun to affect people's three outlooks. For someone like her who purchased Tamed Group's potion and became a warrior, if she wants to continue to survive in this world, she still has to rely on the strong. Who knows whether a force more powerful than warriors will appear in the future. She even suspected that Mr. Chu had already come into contact with that power. There is no power in words. Otherwise, at best your foundation will be lost, and at worst you will lose both your wealth and your life. Ji Yuanyuan wants to rely on a big tree like Tamed Group, not to mention that Chu Ge is her benefactor. Mr. Chu, I wonder if there will be people more powerful than warriors in this world in the future. Ji Yuanyuan poured a glass of liquor for Chu Ge, then sat next to Chu Ge and asked curiously. Chu Ge took a sip of liquor and talked with a smile. Actually, there is no need for us to be so polite. Your Jimin Pharmaceutical Group and my group have always had business cooperation. Quote. With the revival of spiritual energy, anything can happen. I can't tell what the future will be like. Chu Ge didn't know what the future would be like, but the only thing he knew was that he would only become stronger and stronger, so strong that no protagonist would be his opponent. Ji Yuanyuan looked at Chu Ge with a gradually serious look in her eyes. Are you not sure even of a big shot like Mr. Chu? How can I be a big shot? The big shots are behind the scenes, Chu Ge said with a smile, hinting at something. In his consciousness, no one can escape the perception of a nascent soul master. I didn't expect Chairman Chu to be so alert. A handsome and dignified man walked into the private room. Chu Ge frowned. He didn't know this person. Yao Feng, why are you here? Ji Yuanyuan frowned, and her face instantly showed displeasure. Yao Feng raised the corner of his mouth, looked at Ji Yuanyuan, and said with a high opinion of himself. Your niece is worried about your safety, so she asked me to protect you from being deceived. Otherwise, do you think I am willing to come? But we are a single man and a single woman, and we are willing. It seems that you don't need my protection. If it weren't for the special physique of Ji Yuanyuan's niece, if he could get her niece, his strength would be further improved. But he couldn't do it openly, because that bastard liked Ji Yuanyuan's niece, and he couldn't act rashly. After all, he is the son of the clan leader, so he has to give face to the powerful clan leader behind that waist. Suddenly, a breath of death that made his soul tremble came over him. Faced with a life and death crisis, Yao Feng wanted to escape. But he was actually locked in by this breath of death. His eyes suddenly fell into despair, and his body's strength was like an ant in front of this force. With a loud bang, Yao Feng was immediately blasted out of the private room. Yao Feng slammed heavily against the wall, which cracked instantly, and blood oozed out of Yao Feng's skin. However, Yao Feng's skin seemed to be breathing, rising and falling, and the blood flowing out slowly stopped. Ji Yuanyuan suddenly looked at Chu Ge. As she was closest to him, she could clearly feel the terrifying aura. She felt her soul trembling, as if it was dancing in celebration of this extremely terrifying power of death. Chu Ge smiled softly and twirled the wine glass. Whose kid came here and made a lot of noise? He really doesn't know what's the danger. The chill in Chu Ge's words seemed to turn the entire space around them into frost, chilling and bone-chilling. I actually disturbed his interest and acted cool in front of him. Don't you even look at the final fate of those pretentious people. Young master. The lackey who was waiting outside hurried over and carefully helped Yao Feng up. Let's go. After receiving the hint from Yao Feng's eyes, these lackeys ran away in a flash. He's not dead. What a weird martial art. Very interesting. Chu Ge noticed Yao Feng's current condition. It seemed that he was on the verge of death, but then he recovered. Who is this guy? Chu Ge asked directly. This is someone from the Yao family. He is very powerful. Even the most powerful master of the spirit transformation stage in Yadu is no match for him. Even the city lord of Yadu dare not provoke him. Ji Yuan said apologetically, I'm so sorry, Mr. Chu, I've disturbed your interest. No problem. By the way, today seems to be Valentine's Day. I wonder if you like it. Chu Ge shook his head slightly. He would talk about the small details later. Then, he snapped his fingers, and a bunch of bright red roses appeared in his hands. Mr. Chu, is this for me? Then I'll be welcome. Ji Yuan's eyes lit up, and she looked at the rose that came out of Mr. Chu's hand with great energy. Just as she was about to take the rose, she saw Chu Ge flick it lightly, and the rose in his hand disappeared instantly. The entire private room was filled with rose petals falling from the sky, twinkling in the light of stars. Roses have thorns, so women should not hold them in their hands. Just appreciate them. Chu Ge said with a slight smile. He has many ways to deal with women, and this one comes to him easily. After all, he came as promised, but he did not come empty-handed. After all, Ji Yuan is an old acquaintance of his. Today happens to be Valentine's Day, so why not create a little surprise for her? Wow, even though Ji Yuan is a 30-year-old woman, she is still a woman after all. No matter what age, she likes romance. Especially in front of the man she admired, Ji Yuan couldn't control her heart. Chapter 248 Valentine's Day Romance. It seems that Mr. Chu is not only powerful and capable of making money, but also has great influence and many subordinates. He is actually a man who can create romance for others. Thank you Mr. Chu, I like it very much. Ji Yuan didn't know how it was done, but now that spiritual energy has revived, anything can happen. She only knew that this was the romance given to her by Mr. Chu. Just like it, just treat it as a magic trick. If you encounter any problems that you can't solve, you can ask the branch manager of Tamed Group in Yadu for help. Chu Ge snapped his fingers again. Under the astonished gaze of the young woman Ji Yuan, the liquor in the glass flowed upstream, as if being manipulated, out of the glass and came in front of her. Rose petals fell tirelessly, forming a water mirror along with the flow of liquor. Wow! Ji Yuan was very surprised. She couldn't believe Mr. Chu's true strength, but she thought he should have broken through the limit of a warrior. She had no idea whether this ability to control water was a result of supernatural powers or magic. Chu Ge didn't know whether Ji Yuan intended to get close to him, but he had already smelled the unique scent of a mature woman. Crash! The water on the mirror surface surged, and suddenly a water phoenix emerged from the water mirror. The water phoenix spread its wings and cried, then flew out from the water mirror with its wings flashing. What is this? A phoenix? Ji Yuan looked at him in amazement. This ability to control the flow of water was something that even the big man in the spirit transformation stage that she knew could not achieve. Ah, open your mouth. Chu Ge saw her stunned look and reminded her with a smile. Ji Yuan subconsciously opened her mouth, and the water phoenix seemed to have found the right direction and flew into Ji Yuan's mouth in an instant. The water phoenix did not disappear, but flew directly into her throat and into her body. Ji Yuan had just closed her mouth, but couldn't help opening it again, and a phoenix cry came out of her mouth. Huh! Ji Yuan widened her eyes, unable to figure out how she had made such a sound just now. How is it? Is it fun? Chu Ge couldn't help but scratch her nose. The moment he scratched, Ji Yuan subconsciously closed her eyes. Her thin red lips looked particularly cute and charming. Ba Ji. Chu Ge never puts himself in a difficult position. If he can't help it, he won't hold it back and just kisses her directly. Gu Yuanyuan didn't expect Mr. Chu to be so sudden. However, Mr. Chu is also a man of temperament, and his way of doing things is definitely different from others. He dares to love and hate, worthy of being Mr. Chu. Remember not to wear lipstick next time, otherwise I'll feel like I've eaten imported poison. Chu Ge wiped off the lipstick on his lips and teased Gu Yuanyuan. Mr. Chu, if you need anything imported next time, you can just tell me. The young woman Gu Yuanyuan recovered immediately, her expression was normal, her red lips moved slightly, without any shyness of a girl. Mr. Chu, I will never forget this Valentine's Day. Gu Yuanyuan knew the gap between herself and Mr. Chu, but she still couldn't let it go. Is this something you will never forget for the rest of your life? Do you want to watch the fireworks? Chu Ge hugged her slowly and whispered in her ear. What kind of fireworks? Gu Yuanyuan's body was a little stiff, but after a moment, she completely nestled in Mr. Chu's arms. So warm and safe. Mr. Chu seemed to have everything she wanted. Snap. Chu Ge snapped his fingers. The two of them disappeared into the private room in an instant. Outside the Blue Star. This was also Chu Ge's first time here. The mysteries of the universe were endless, and no one knew where the end of the universe was. There are countless planets floating in the universe, and there are even fragments of planets moving at the speed of light, that is, meteorites. Gu Yuanyuan was protected by Chu Ge's magic power and floated beside Chu Ge. Mr. Chu, are you an immortal? Gu Yuanyuan was like a landlubber who couldn't swim, swimming in coordinated ly beside Chu Ge. In an instant, she and Mr. Chu arrived in the universe. We won't be photographed by satellites, right? Gu Yuanyuan was still a little worried, afraid that this would cause trouble to Mr. Chu. Don't worry, the satellite can't see us either. I have covered our tracks. After Chu Ge supported her, he comforted her and continued, I will show you a fireworks display that you will never forget in your life. This is the real Valentine's Day. Lover, what is lover? It is a festival for being with your little lover. This is why it's not called Lover's Day. Just kidding, don't take it too seriously. Also, I want to say happy holidays to all the single brothers out there. Where are the fireworks here? Gu Yuanyuan's mind was completely confused. This man's romance was something that not ordinary people could match. But she was really looking forward to it, very much looking forward to it. I hope this man can bring her an unforgettable fireworks display and an unforgettable Valentine's Day. Although the two don't spend much time together and meet very rarely, they have contact information and will greet each other when they have time. Gu Yuanyuan didn't know what she was looking forward to. I am looking forward to an unforgettable night of direct communication with Mr. Chu. Or some other story. Watch carefully. Chu Ge gathered endless magic power in his hands, and the meteorites traveling around at the speed of light seemed to be pulled by it. The meteorites, one after another, seemed to be connected together. Boom. There is no sound in the vacuum of space, but romantic fireworks continue to explode with meteorites, and the dazzling light keeps flashing. The artistic romance created at the moment of the meteorite explosion was reflected in Gu Yuanyuan's glowing eyes. She felt like the happiest woman in the world. Of course, Chu Ge had already prepared gifts for each of his women. Because of the different status in people's hearts, the gifts given will naturally be different. I don't want to spend Valentine's Day with those women. There are too many of them and it's impossible to spend it together. It's better not to live with a woman at all, find a new woman, a woman that no one knows, and live alone. Gu Yuanyuan was enjoying the romantic fireworks, while Chu Ge was creating the romantic fireworks. And those aerospace workers trembled as they watched the meteorites exploding outside. They were afraid that these explosions would drag them into the vast universe and make them unable to return home. Of course Chu Ge controlled his power well and would not implicate these innocent people. On the ground, the Chinese alliance and other countries learned the news of what happened outside Blue Star. It was not spread out, and all countries kept this secret. The explosion was as violent as the artillery fire in the hotels. It is so weird that some countries even believe it is a precursor to alien invasion. Thank you, Mr. Chu. I will never forget this romantic fireworks. In the universe, Gu Yuanyuan was held in Mr. Chu's arms, with a flash in her eyes, proving that she was moved. Chapter 249. We had a lot of fun last night. People often say that the sky is a quilt and the earth is a bed, but Chu Ge and Ji Yuanyuan treat the blue star as a light bulb, the universe is a quilt and the universe is a bed. The universe is pitch black without distinction between day and night. The stars come from billions of light years away. There is no such thing as time here. So, Chu Ge can now be considered a bridegroom every night. Ji Yuanyuan realized what fun and interest are. What is playing mahjong? I played a one-on-one and then regretted it, exclaiming repeatedly. Chu Ge directly played a chicken, but was unexpectedly defeated by Ji Yuanyuan. Chu Ge and Ji Yuanyuan were floating in the universe, doing things, when they suddenly heard a group of meteorites flying towards them at the speed of light in the distance. There was a wonderful meteor shower. Ji Yuanyuan took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and enjoyed Chu Ge's tenderness. There seems to be something wrong with this guy. Is this guy like a demon? Yi Feng and Xiao Chen were observing Yang Fan walking cautiously on the street and felt a little strange. It's possible. There are two forces in the body that are intertwined and incompatible with each other. There's a problem. There must be something wrong with this guy. Hey, there's 100 yuan on the ground. Damn, he picked it up. Did this guy become penniless after being banned? I guess so. Damn it. I haven't seen anyone drop money for a long time. Yang Fan's strength kept declining, and he needed to suppress the restless dark power in his body. This evil force was constantly consuming the pure and gentle power of faith in his body. He had no way of noticing that two vengeful spirits were watching him in secret. Yang Fan suddenly looked at a man who was walking towards him. He wondered why he had an inexplicable feeling about this man. Yao Fan had the same feeling. This guy's appearance seems to be ruined. He is sneaking around and looks like he is avoiding someone. Yao Fan's mind was racing. He didn't stop and passed by Yang Fan directly. The same was true for Yang Fan, the two of them seemed like strangers who met by chance. But they both left a trace in each other's hearts. Who is this man? Why do I have such a weird feeling that won't go away? Both of them asked the same question at the same time. After Chu Ge finished his work, he sent Ji Yuanyuan safely back to her home in Yadu. Ji Yuanyuan lay lazily on the bed, her black lace nightgown falling to her thighs. Although she was a young woman, she still maintained her fair skin and beautiful appearance. She propped up her head and looked at Mr. Chu, who was about to leave, and tried to persuade him to stay. Mr. Chu, can't you really not stay? Looking at the reluctant expression of the young woman Ji Yuanyuan, Chu Ge said without being affected at all. I really can't stay. I have something important to do next. We will meet again. After saying that, Chu Ge didn't even look at Ji Yuanyuan. He turned around and disappeared in the room. Oh, Mr. Chu, how many women will be fascinated by you in the future? Ji Yuanyuan was recalling the romantic Valentine's Day that Mr. Chu gave her tonight, and her red wine-colored nails gently slid across her lips, creating wavy patterns. Chu Ge traveled directly through the void back to Yuncheng, where there were 3 women who needed his comfort. Although he was not serious and did not celebrate the festival with them first, he still had to have the necessary sense of ceremony. Tonight is extra busy. Sometimes having many women is also a physical job. If Chu Ge was not an ordinary person, he really would not be able to withstand the entanglement of these women. It's like a vampire, not a drop is left. The next morning, Chu Ge smiled helplessly. He grabbed Feng Linlin's cute face and kissed her on the sleeping face. I'm leaving first. I'll come to see you after I finish my work. Chu Ge disappeared directly into the quilt. Last night he took care of Feng Linlin, Lu Yanru and Zhao Qing. As for the other women, sorry, Chu Ge didn't take them seriously. Although he is a scumbag, he is very cool. Yadu, a high-end hotel. Did you have fun last night? Chu Ge looked at Zhao Haifeng and the other 3 who were full of energy, and smiled without hesitation. High is high, but not as high as someone else. Jun Moshao crossed his arms and muttered quietly. He was very stubborn, and in order to avoid people thinking that he liked men, he directly selected 3 more women. In the room, several women fainted on the ground. Lying on the bed, he heard Zhao Haifeng and Lin Feng firing around next to him. These 2 are simply the kings of Canaan, they are not human at all. I originally thought that this young Taoist priest Zhang Chuchen would be a pure and simple person like me. Just as he walked to Zhang Chuchen's door and was about to knock, he heard voices coming from inside. There were more voices, and there were no fewer women than the other 2. He couldn't understand why Chu Ge's men loved women so much. This guy asked for a total of 4 women last night, but guess what? Zhao Haifeng secretly glanced at Jun Moshao and whispered in his boss's ear. What's wrong? Chu Ge also became curious. Didn't Jun Moshao dislike women? Could it be that a dog can't stop eating shit? After my fortune telling, I found out that Jun Moshao actually just lay in bed all night for nothing. Huh, Chu Ge couldn't help but narrow his eyes. What kind of vicious words are these? Jun Moshao is so pitiful. As his subordinate, how could he not like women? This is unscientific. This is not good at all. It can easily lead to a bad atmosphere. If word spreads that his employees all like men, then as a boss, he will be in trouble. It's probably the last bit of stubbornness he shows as the abandoned emperor. Zhao Haifeng muttered quietly, suppressing his smile. Anyway, it was Zhang Chuchen who treated us last night, and he didn't pay for it, so it was none of his business how many girls he ordered. Zhao Haifeng didn't continue talking because he saw that Jun Moshao's face had turned dark. Lin Feng and Zhang Chuchen held back their laughter and did not continue to criticize Jun Moshao. After all, we will be colleagues in the future. We will see each other every day. After all, not everyone is Zhao Haifeng. Lin Zan arrived late, her hair was a little wet, and it seemed as if she had just taken a shower and changed into clothes that looked like a girl next door. Everyone present was a thoughtful person and could tell at a glance what Lin Zan had done before. Lin Feng looked at his sister with heartache. Chu Ge was such a bad person. Chu Ge nodded to Lin Zan, asked her to stand next to him, then looked at everyone and said, "Okay, now that everyone is having fun, let's start with the real purpose of our trip. Alchemy. Elixirs are indispensable on the path to becoming immortals. The elixirs I'm making are still lacking a few important herbs. After the revival of spiritual energy, there should be quite a few herbs that have mutated into spiritual medicines, but they haven't been discovered yet. Zhao Haifeng, your fortune telling is your best at finding things. Okay, I'll do it." Zhao Haifeng quickly took out the compass. Chapter 250. When spiritual energy is revived and abundant, medicinal materials are often the first to undergo amazing changes. Some medicinal herbs can turn into rare spiritual plants that can bring the dead back to life, while others can kill immortal cultivators invisibly. However, Chu Ge has already noticed that the monsters in this world have gradually revived, but for some reason, they have not appeared in people's eyes. Maybe he is plotting, or maybe he is afraid of something. Watching Zhao Haifeng carefully searching for clues to the whereabouts of medicinal herbs and spiritual plants on the compass, Chu Ge silently signed in. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. Sign in reward. Spiritual treasure, Longyuan sword. Everyone, listen to the dragon's roar. The sound of a dragon's roar echoed in Chu Ge's mind. The Longyuan sword is stored in the system space and has not been taken out by Chu Ge for the time being. However, after receiving the sign in reward, the Longyuan sword was instantly refined and bound to him. Apart from him, no one else can use the Longyuan sword. The dragon lurks in the abyss, the dragon enters the sea, its power is unfathomable. I got something good from signing in this time. Chu Ge was very satisfied. After all, spiritual treasures were of a higher level than spiritual weapons and were more powerful. While Zhao Haifeng was telling fortunes, he spoke out the information he had calculated. Lin Zan quickly recorded the location information in her notebook. It's all done. I almost didn't have enough brainpower. Fortune telling really requires a lot of brainpower. Half an hour later, Zhao Haifeng put away the compass and stretched himself. Among the pills that the boss was going to refine this time, there was one that attracted him very much, and that was the immortality pill. The effect of this pill is that after taking it, one will immediately enter an immortal state, indestructible to all attacks and able to recover from any injury. After taking the elixir of immortality, my life will be in my own hands. However, the effect of the elixir of immortality only lasts for 1 hour. After 1 hour, my life and death will be in the hands of God. Zhao Haifeng, who fears death the most, is also afraid of a powerful enemy appearing in the future. With the immortal pill, he can live at least 1 more hour to be rescued. Boss is really smart. He was able to find all of them in Yadu. This medicine is worthy of being the capital of Chinese medicinal materials. Zhao Haifeng said with a smile. How is it? Are you okay? Chu Ge laughed and asked with concern. It's okay, boss, let's go quickly. It seems that we're not the only ones who know about that earthly evil fruit. Zhao Haifeng urged the boss, fearing that someone might get there first. Okay, let's go. Chu Ge waved his hand, and everyone disappeared from the spot in an instant. Lin Zan was also taken along by Chu Ge. After all, staying with him was much safer than staying here. He had just instructed Gong Lian to cooperate with Hong Hu to investigate the man who disturbed Jiu Yuan and himself last night. The opponent's origin must be complicated. His skills are very special and can even bring the dead back to life. It seems that after the spiritual energy has revived, the immortal cultivators can't wait to jump out. It's not safe for Lin Zan to stay here. Compared with the deep mountains of Yadu and Yuancheng, the terrain is deeper, steeper and more complex. There are not only artificially cultivated medicinal herbs here, but also rare and precious wild medicinal herbs. Everyone knows that artificially cultivated medicinal herbs are far less effective than wild ones. The gap between the two is as vast as heaven and earth. This earthly evil fruit was not only targeted by Chu Ge and his group, but also coveted by the Yao family. The Yao family is an ancient family of immortal cultivators, but after entering the Dharma ending age, the Yao family simply lived in seclusion in their own secret realm. The secret space is attached to the blue star space. It is a small space that is not big but where spiritual energy still exists. Now the Dharma ending age in the outside world has passed, and the era of spiritual revival has arrived. The Yao family has long been eager to leave the secret realm and reconnect with the outside world. And using its understanding of traditional Chinese medicine, it has entered into cooperation with Jimin Pharmaceutical, but their cooperation is still at a high level. Especially the warrior in the god transformation stage. Nowadays, warriors actually dare to call themselves in the god transformation stage. It is really unreasonable. He couldn't even withstand a single blow from them. If they didn't want to be too conspicuous for the time being, they would have killed that ignorant ant long ago. In the face of such power, Jimin Pharmaceutical can only cooperate with them. The earthly evil fruit is very important to them, as it can be used to refine pills that can increase the speed at which they practice their martial arts. In the secret realm, medicinal materials are already in short supply. If they continue like this, the Yao family will almost run out of medicine to make pills. The earthly evil fruit is a special fruit formed by absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and the evil energy from deep underground. It has a great effect, and the best way to maximize its effectiveness is to use it to refine pills. The earthly evil fruit will be ripe soon, but the master of the family seems to care a lot about it. After all, this earthly evil fruit can help that useless Yao Fan. Yao Feng, who was beaten last night but is still elegant today, mentioned Yao Fan with disdain. His actions last night were not arranged by his family. They were private actions that offended an unknown cultivator. As long as Yao Feng is not stupid, he will definitely not mention it to his family. If the family were to provoke an immortal cultivator of unknown strength for no reason, Yao Feng might lose his current position. And that guy Yao Fan, who relies on being the clan leader's son and having the best resources, is still a waste. He had been unhappy for a long time. We found the Disha fruit with great difficulty. Now it's ripe, but that loser Yao Fan wants to get something for nothing. It's really disgusting. 5 years ago, that guy often looked down on us. Relying on his genius talent, he didn't take us seriously. Now he has become a loser. It's probably God's will. I don't know what kind of things he did behind our backs that made him envy and resentful. Yao Feng is not the only one who is unhappy with Yao Fan. How did Yao Fan treat them when he was in power? Now that Yao Fan has become a waste, they are just returning the favor. Among this group of people, no one had a good impression of Yao Fan. Boy, you recover pretty quickly. Do you still remember me? A trace of divine thought instantly entered Yao Feng's mind, and his voice was full of majesty. Yao Feng looked around in horror. It was the voice of the immortal cultivator of unknown strength from last night. There was no way he could forget it. That one move almost killed him instantly. How could he forget this voice? Senior, I was blind last night. Please don't blame me. If you need anything in the future, just call me and I will be there at your beck and call. Yao Feng quickly conveyed this thought in his mind, with a very respectful attitude, fearing that he would cause dissatisfaction from the senior. As the saying goes, a man of insight is a hero. Yao Feng also wanted to apologize and make friends with this senior of unknown strength. Good boy, you are so aware of the current situation. It's a bit difficult for me to take action against you. Chu Ge and his group were still in the void at this time, just wanting to know who was spying on their disha fruit. Chu Ge didn't expect that it was the young man who had upset him last night. What a coincidence. However, he was somewhat surprised by the other party's respect. I am a junior who is blind and does not recognize a great man. Seniors, please do not bear grudge against me. I am willing to apologize. Please just treat me as a fart and let me go. Yao Feng's heart skipped a beat when he heard this, and he quickly replied. As expected, this senior was planning to attack him, and he was very glad for his performance just now. Chapter 251, Waste Yao Fan, the Ring Grandpa. Hee. After the majestic laughter, Yao Feng no longer received any telepathic communication from his senior in his mind. Has the senior already left? Chu Ge was too lazy to pay attention to this sensible guy. He was just an ant and could be killed with ease. Since the other party is so sensible, it would be prudent to spare his life. Young Master Feng, what's wrong with you? A tribesman noticed Yao Feng's strange expression and asked. No, it's okay. Yao Feng waved his hands repeatedly to show that he was fine. His face gradually returned to calm, but his heart became solemn. It is estimated that the disha fruit cannot be preserved. He is the leader of this trip. How is he going to explain this to his family? If the fact that I provoked that powerful man of unknown strength were to be exposed, would my family think that the disha fruit was lost because of me? At that time, not only will I be punished by the family, but I may also lose my current status and monthly training resources. Thinking of this, Yao Feng's heart sank. The place where the disha fruit grows is guarded by family members. The time for the disha fruit to mature will soon arrive, but if he goes there now, wouldn't he be walking like a sheep into a tiger's mouth, never to return? He had to go, but he had to find a way to get himself out of this situation. It seemed that the senior had no intention of killing him. Yao Feng racked his brains to think, and suddenly saw a figure appear not far away, and his eyes lit up. Yao Fan, why are you here? Yao Feng shouted with joy on his face. Yao Fan frowned when he was called, obviously not wanting to recognize these tribesmen, but he couldn't hide now. It seems that where I appear is not your business. Yao Fan saw the smile on Yao Feng's face and subconsciously felt that something was wrong. This guy always mocks me when we meet, why has he changed so much today? There is a problem. There must be a problem here. When the tribesmen who were in Yao Feng's team saw Yao Fan, their eyes suddenly became disdainful and they couldn't help but ridicule him. Maybe the tribe leader marked the location of the medicinal herbs for him and asked him to get them secretly. Having a good father, even if he is a waste, he still gets the resources, but he has no strength at all. A waste who can't practice, he has eaten up so many resources of the tribe, it's such a waste, if I were him, I would have died long ago. Even though his ears were calloused from hearing these words, the faces and words of these people still made him clench his fists. If I were still the same person I was back then, perhaps they would just be flatterers. This is a family transfer order. Anyone with the blood of the Yao clan, upon encountering the transfer order, must obey the person holding the order. Yao Feng directly took out the transfer order of the Yao clan and ordered Yao Fan to follow him and others. Normally he would not use this family transfer order. He did not need it for clan members who were stronger and more powerful than him. It was easy to offend clan members with stronger strength. But now, it just happens to be useful. Yao Fan had a gloomy look on his face and stared at Yao Feng intently. He actually took out the token and forced himself on Yao Feng for no reason. There is something wrong with this guy. There must be some conspiracy waiting for me. Don't go too far. Yao Fan's eyes turned cold. Yao Feng raised his head and said with disdain, this is the rule. As the son of the clan leader, do you have to obey the family's orders? Or do you, Yao Fan, still think that you are still the genius Yao Fan who was once so high and mighty? Yao Feng said sarcastically. That's right. As the son of the clan leader, you actually disobeyed the family's orders. According to clan rules, you, a waste, should be expelled from the family. A clan member behind Yao Feng who disliked Yao Fan said gloatingly. Yao Fan, you are a waste. Get out of the family and stop bringing shame to the family. You are no longer the genius you once were. You are not even as good as me now. You are a waste and a parasite of the family. You guys. Yao Fan's eyes were red and he looked at those people with murderous eyes. What? You want to attack your own people? Yao Feng snorted coldly, the order in his hand flashing. Yao Fan, listen to the order quickly, the token is here, or do you want to betray the family? Once Yao Fan admits it, the order in his hand will be recorded and become evidence. At that time, even the clan leader will not be able to stop him. Boy, don't be impulsive. In my opinion, they are far inferior to you. Qualification is only one aspect. Your character is the most resolute one I have ever seen in my life. An old man's voice came into the mind of the angry Yao Fan. The furious Yao Fan seemed to be poured with cold water and calmed down instantly. He looked at the black ring on his hand and couldn't help but smile bitterly. This is the culprit who turned his genius into a waste, but now is not the time to hold him accountable. Now he has taken the other party as his master, and now he comes here to find medicinal herbs that can quickly improve his strength and make pills. Your Excellency Yao Fan. Yao Fan exchanged the order token with an expressionless face and bowed. When everyone saw Yao Fan obey the order obediently, they were a little disappointed. It would be great if Yao Fan could be expelled from the family. Haha. Yao Feng smiled proudly. Yao Fan, a waste like you also has its uses. With Yao Fan, the clan leader's son, taking the blame, his responsibility would be much smaller. He was the best at framing others. Chu Ge and his group also found the location of the earthly evil fruit. The Disha fruit grows on a bottomless crack on the edge of a cliff. Only in such a dangerous environment close to evil spirits can the earthly evil fruit grow naturally. The 5 people from the medicine clan fell to the ground, and blood flowed on the ground, seeping into the surface and being absorbed by the roots of the earth evil fruit. It looks like it will be ripe soon. The Disha fruit looks a bit sinister. Zhao Haifeng looked at the grayish-white fruit that was full of evil spirit, and poked the unripe Disha fruit curiously. The scenery here is quite nice. Zhang Chuchen stood on the edge of the cliff, looking at the bottomless abyss below the cliff with a deep gaze. These people must have been practicing for quite some time. It doesn't look like they started practicing during the period of spiritual energy revival. Jun Moshao checked the bones of the corpses of the medicine clan on the ground and found some clues. Exorcism. Chu Ge waved the 10,000 ghosts banner, and Yifeng and Xiao Chen floated up. The souls of the dead on the ground instantly left their bodies and entered the 10,000 ghosts banner. The soul exorcising technique was the reward Chu Ge received for choosing the system, but he had hardly used it. Thinking that knowing the truth was too simple, Chu Ge understood it after the 10,000 ghosts banner refined these souls. Chu Ge told everyone the memories of these people. Only then did everyone realize that this was a family of immortal cultivators who survived in a small space attached to the Blue Star, also known as a secret realm. They are just a bunch of people who are barely surviving. Jun Moshao said with disdain after hearing this. This is called the living as the winner. Zhao Haifeng couldn't help but mutter, it's like you are dead, but your enemy is still alive and well. No one will think you are dumb if you don't speak. Jun Moshao glared at him fiercely. Who are you? How dare you kill people from my Yao clan? After Yao Feng and others arrived, before Yao Feng could say anything, the clan members behind him had already spoken. When Yao Feng saw the handsome man with a smile on his face, his heart stagnated. It wasn't a feeling of being moved, but a feeling of dead heart. Sure enough, this big guy was eyeing the earthly evil fruit. Chapter 252 Chu Ge takes action himself. Boy, you'd better be careful now. I observe that these people are very unusual. The tone of the old man in the black ring became extremely solemn. Why? What's so special about them? Yao Fan was very proud and arrogant. Hearing his teacher speak so highly of these people, he couldn't help but feel a little dissatisfied. The old man laughed and explained it to him patiently. Boy, don't be unconvinced. I have learned some techniques of reading people's fate. Except for the young man they are crowding around, I can see clearly the fate of the rest. These people's fate are actually similar to yours. But the man holding the compass is a little weird. Strange, really strange. The old man's tone became weird. He could see through the fate, but also felt that he couldn't see through it. Almost the same as me. Are they both geniuses? Without a master secretly absorbing his strength, Yao Fan is now able to practice again. He believes that he will be able to surprise his father soon. I can't see through the young man surrounded in the middle. If he doesn't die in the early stage, he will be even more terrifying in the later stage, and can even reach a height that I can't reach. The old man said in amazement. I can't even get such an evaluation from my master. It seems that man's qualifications are even better than mine. Yao Fan looked at the man and couldn't help but smile bitterly. The earthly evil fruit belongs to my Yao family. It is not a good thing to offend my Yao family. The tribesmen were trying their best to kill themselves. Yao Feng, who knew very well that the other party was powerful, was sweating profusely, hoping that this senior would not notice him. Slowly, Yao Feng quietly retreated to a place not far from Yao Fan. Yao Fan looked at Yao Feng warily, always feeling that this guy was hiding something and he had to be careful. The Disha fruit is destined to be with my boss, so you'd better go back to where you came from. The medicine clan. What a shabby family, they're just struggling to survive. Zhao Haifeng laughed coldly. The highest level among these people is only at the great perfection of foundation building. A group of juniors at the foundation building stage dare to shout in front of him who is at the golden elixir stage. Especially the one with the strongest power among the group, he seemed to be very afraid of the boss. Jun Moshao couldn't help but look at Zhao Haifeng. Just now, he said that he was struggling to survive and was criticized by the other party. Now, the other party actually stole his words. How shameless. With the boss's protection, this kid will become even more arrogant in the future. How dare you insult my Yao clan? Someone suddenly shouted this, and Yao Fan was caught off guard and pushed from behind. It was as if he was the one who shouted this, wanting to come out and save face for his family. Yao Feng raised the corner of his mouth slightly. Yao Fan was really too naive. He thought that everything would be fine if he just looked at him. He doesn't have to do anything himself, some of these tribesmen are his people. Yao Fan's eyes turned cold and he turned to look at Yao Feng behind him. I didn't expect that this was the other party's conspiracy, and they actually wanted to kill someone with a borrowed knife. Could it be that he had secretly colluded with the enemy, and this action was a conspiracy deliberately planned by the other party against him alone? It's just that how did the other party know my whereabouts? Chu Ge suddenly looked up at him. No, he was looking at the black ring on the other's finger. There is a trace of residual soul in the black ring. In an instant, Chu Ge noticed the gloating in the eyes of the other members of the medicine clan. A possibility flashed through his mind. Could this guy also be a protagonist? Let me play with it. Lin Feng's fingers made a crackling sound and he tilted his head. Don't act like a loafer. Lin Zan, who was beside Chu Ge, looked at her brother and immediately taught him a lesson. Oh, okay sister, I was wrong. Lin Feng's momentum disappeared in an instant, and he completely turned into a good boy, touching his head and smiling foolishly. Damn it, he actually forgot his sister was right next to him. Normally his sister was not present at such battle scenes, so he subconsciously ignored her. Are you like this all the time? Can you change your bad habits from abroad? Lin Feng is Lin Zan's only biological brother, and her concern is the most sincere and genuine emotion. I was wrong, sister, please give me some face. Lin Feng lowered his head and said in a low voice. Okay, I'll give you face. You must promise me to change it. Lin Zan tidied Lin Feng's clothes and said earnestly. I understand, sister. Lin Feng's heart was filled with warmth. His sister was still the one who treated him well. Haha, let me do it. Jun Moshao laughed and walked straight forward. Wait a minute. Chu Ge stopped him directly. Jun Moshao looked at him in confusion. Let me do it. Chu Ge planned to do it himself this time to see the quality of the protagonist. The selection system was unresponsive and sluggish. I still felt that the rewards given before were too much. Banner of 10,000 Ghosts. Chu Ge directly summoned the banner of 10,000 ghosts, and the situation suddenly changed. On the cliff, there were gusts of cold wind, ghosts crying and wolves howling, and a negative energy rising to the sky. Dark clouds covered the city and the sky suddenly became gloomy. Yi Feng and Xiao Chen instantly put on the warrior's soul armor. The dead people from the medicine clan became the right-hand men of the two. There was a cold wind blowing behind me, like hundreds of ghosts wandering at night. Chu Ge has collected quite a few ghosts, and the lowest level ones are warriors. This is the boss's 10,000 ghosts banner. This is the first time I see the boss so serious. Zhao Haifeng looked at Xiao Chen beside the boss, a hint of satisfaction appearing at the corner of his mouth. Zhang Chuchen and others were now standing on the edge of the cliff, watching their boss take action. Without the boss's order, they dared not intervene. Yao Feng was extremely shocked. The powerful senior he had provoked was definitely not just at the Jindan stage. Ghosts were floating around, like fierce ghosts out of a cage, making sinister laughter. Kill. An indestructible aura burst out from Chu Ge's body. With a bang, the people of the medicine clan watched this scene with pale faces. In the face of absolute power, they were like ants and flew backwards. Many unfortunate people fell directly off the cliff. Those who remain are thankful to be still alive. They had never seen such a horrific scene. Even the Jindan stage doesn't have such a strong aura. Yao Feng fell to the ground early and suffered the least serious injuries. Now that the person who is getting in the way is gone, the soul in your ring can come out. Chu Ge looked at Yao Fan and said lightly. Yao Fan was the calmest of all. Ghost. A ghost cultivator. You can actually find me. You are really extraordinary. Yao Fan's body was already controlled by the teacher at this time. Teacher, this man is too terrifying. I almost couldn't breathe just from the aura he released. Yao Fan felt very heavy in his heart. The old man chuckled and said, he's just a ghost cultivator. In the past, I could easily control this kind of ghost cultivator. But now, even if the other party wants him and his disciple, it is impossible. Kill. Xiao Chen and Yi Feng were filled with resentment, and thousands of ghosts followed them. Chapter 253 Accepting the Baptism of Thunder. It is better for the rest of these troublesome people from the medicine clan not to be left alive. The spiritual energy in this world has just revived, and there is no need for so many cultivators to consume more spiritual energy. Yi Feng and Xiao Chen led their ghost troops and ignored Yao Fan, who was standing in place, and directly attacked the people of the Yao clan behind him. They grow by absorbing essence, and the flesh and blood during the Qi training and foundation building stages are equally delicious. Yi Feng and Xiao Chen devoured their resentment and felt very happy. Following Chu Ge, they lived a life of luxury and wished there were battles to fight every day. Young man, how did you discover me? Ji Yu Chen occupied his disciple's body, with his hands behind his back, his face calm and composed, and said lightly. The voice is no longer that of a young person, but has become mature and experienced, as if it has gone through endless years. I have always been sensitive to the smell of residual souls. Chu Ge tapped his temple lightly with his fingertips, a sneer on his lips. I really want to know who you were and how powerful you were before you died. The 10,000 Ghosts banner in Chu Ge's hand instantly flew to the empty space between the two of them and hovered in the air. The 10,000 Ghosts banner can not only absorb countless evil spirits, but also release its own power to affect the surrounding environment. Chu Ge had already released it once just now. This time, Chu Ge completely released the power of the 10,000 Ghosts banner. The bright place was instantly swallowed up by the dark and violent aura, and the surroundings instantly became pitch black. The gusts of cold wind were accompanied by a hint of chill, like the howling of a violent storm. The sound was extremely creepy. So use all your strength to please me. Chu Ge folded his hands and looked at the other person indifferently, a corner of his windbreaker blown up by the cold wind. Ji Yu Chen squinted his eyes slightly due to the cold wind. He looked at the extremely arrogant young man in front of him with a gloomy face and said in a deep voice. No one has ever dared to speak like this in front of me. I have to say that you are very arrogant. But it also depends on whether you have the capital to be arrogant in front of me. Ji Yu Chen was angered by Chu Ge's words, and his tone was extremely gloomy. Yao Fan also wanted to know how powerful his teacher was. After all, when the teacher taught him, he seemed to know everything. The pure and terrifying soul power instantly ignited Yao Fan's whole body. Ji Yu Chen controlled his disciple, and the bone spirit fire that burned from the depths of his soul instantly ignited in the palm of his hand. The evil energy around him seemed to have encountered its natural enemy. Even many ghosts who wanted to harass or provoke him were instantly scared to death when they were contaminated by the bone spirit fire. Strange flame power. Jun Moshao was knowledgeable and instantly noticed the difference in this flame and quickly reminded. Boss, be careful. This guy's fire seems to be the nemesis of the soul. Jun Moshao is now on the same side as Chu Ge, so he has to prevent Chu Ge from getting into trouble. Chu Ge's eyes narrowed slightly, and a hint of danger flashed across them. Ji Yu Chen laughed and said, this subordinate of yours has quite some experience. What? Boy, I'll let you attack. The clansmen behind him were gradually devoured by Yi Feng and Xiao Chen. Although Yao Fan looked a little unbearable, he did not say anything. After all, I would rather die than have a fellow Taoist die, and none of these tribesmen stood on his side just now, they were all laughing at him. Then you deserve to die. Please, let me go. I just had a very pleasant conversation with the senior. I am willing to be your guide. My Yao clan has a lot of good things. Yao Feng's face was trembling and his words were filled with fear. The vengeful spirit in front of him was not something he could deal with at all. It was so horrible. The wailing of his tribesmen before they died completely broke his heart. He is not a person who would risk his own life. Why would he want to die when he can live? Moreover, the surrounding environment has changed. Everything was done by that young man with terrifying strength. Let him resist. Impossible. I would rather die on my knees than stand. Do you want to keep him? Xiao Chen sneered. Yi Feng snorted, what's the point of keeping him here? I'm very useful, really. I beg you, just give me my family's token. With this token you can enter the secret realm of my medicine clan. Hearing that the other party was unwilling to let him go, Yao Feng's eyes were terrified, but suddenly his eyes lit up, and he quickly took out a token, handed it over, and said coquettishly. Please let me go, sirs. I am willing to lead the way. The value of killing me is not as great as the value of me living. Huh, Yi Feng and Xiao Chen looked at each other. This kid is quite interesting. Over a disagreement, he directly sold out the key to the entire family's door. What a talented person. At this time, Chu Ge saw that the other party was unwilling to tell him about his origins, so he started fighting with him. The other party took out a weapon from the ring that looked like a knife but was not a knife, and had no edge. Flamed Sky Blade. Ji Yu Chen swung the weapon in his hand, and an endless flame turned into a blade light and attacked Chu Ge. I have plenty of time to make you explain everything clearly. Chu Ge snorted coldly and stretched out his hand as if summoning some weapon. Long Yuan sword. Everyone, listen to the dragon's roar. A sword cut through the void, and the power of the void dragon abyss was like a giant dragon with bared fangs and claws, swaying its tail, tearing apart the flames, and instantly breaking Ji Yu Chen's attack. The next second, Chu Ge's body bounced up, and Ji Yu Chen in the air frowned and went straight up to meet him. Clang! The force of the collision between the two weapons seemed to make even the space tremble, and a terrifying suffocating force burst out from the bodies of the two men. Nascent soul stage. Chu Ge was a little surprised. He didn't expect that a remnant soul could have a power that was not weaker than that of the early nascent soul stage. The other party's origin was indeed not simple. Nascent soul stage. I didn't expect that at your age, you could possess the strength of nascent soul stage in this world where spiritual energy has just revived. You are truly extremely talented, but you are young and energetic. You may very likely die prematurely. Ji Yu Chen shouted coldly, swinging the weapon in his hand continuously, and the darkness around him seemed to be dispelled. Chu Ge's Longyuan sword is a spiritual treasure level weapon. When they collided with each other, sparks flew and spiritual energy scattered. I don't know which one is stronger, your current residual soul or the Wanfa lightning. The Longyuan sword moves as the heart wishes, with sword energy running rampant, invulnerable to all kinds of attacks. The sky is clear and thunderclouds are gathering. Chu Ge did not give the opponent any chance to destroy the thundercloud. He directly repelled the opponent with one move. Using the sword energy as a guide, a dragon roar came, and the baptism of thunder came. Except the baptism of thunder, the nemesis of the remnant soul, let's see who is stronger now. Chu Ge gently stroked the sword body filled with thunder and lightning with 2 fingers, as if a dragon was surging on the sword body, and shouted coldly. The thunder turned into thousands of arrows, as if rushing down from the sky and attacking Ji Yu Chen. This boy is so terrifying. Ji Yu Chen discovered that the state of his residual soul actually showed a slight unstable fluctuation. Chapter 254, Get Out of Here. The attack released by Chu Ge instantly caused huge changes in heaven and earth. It was as if a huge hole had collapsed in the sky, and as if the water from the galaxy was coming down from the sky. Faced with such a terrifying powerful attack, Ji Yu Chen did not dare to slack off in the slightest. He was afraid that he would be killed by the attack of this thunder-turned sword. He forcibly suppressed the turmoil in his soul, and swung the edgeless sword continuously, creating flames to resist Chu Ge's attack. The flame that was waved out also became different. It was the flame of the soul and bone spirit, and the temperature of the flame was extremely low and the power was extremely terrifying. Ninefold Thunder Sword, First Fold. Chu Ge rushed forward among the thunder swords with ease. When he was close to the opponent, he instantly used his sword skills. This boy is invincible. Ji Yu Chen's pupils shrank, and the edgeless sword blocked the opponent in an instant. Clang! Ji Yu Chen's figure was constantly repelled by Chu Ge's powerful force. Boom! At this moment, two thunder swords instantly cut through his skin, the lightning entered his body, and a feeling of numbness instantly came over him. Damn it! Ji Yu Chen's heart sank. After just a short fight, this young man had so many tricks up his sleeve. Ha! Ji Yu Chen shouted coldly, adding the power of the edgeless sword in his hand, and bursting out with the strength of the great perfection of the nascent soul. If I continue to hide my strength at this moment, I'm afraid I won't be able to escape. Old man, how long can you maintain this strength? Chu Ge sneered, and the Longyuan sword turned slightly, revealing its sharp edge and a flash of sword light. Clang! Ji Yu Chen's face was covered in cold sweat and he almost failed to block the opponent's sudden attack. This young man's swordsmanship was truly amazing, just one or two moves were enough to overwhelm him. Boom! Chu Ge burst out with all his strength, a power that was pure to the extreme. HMPH. Ji Yu Chen's mouth suddenly sneered. Chu Ge's brows furrowed, and he saw the opponent's light gray flame extending towards him in an instant. Good trick. Chu Ge laughed, and his figure disappeared in an instant. Although the opponent's fire was powerful, it was useless because it could not touch his body. The boss disappeared. Zhang Chuchen said very calmly. It's that move. Lin Feng and others thought of the boss's nearly invincible ability. With the ability to travel through the void, the boss is nearly invincible. Even if the opponent's explosive power is stronger than the boss is already invincible. This person wants to surrender and also gave the key to enter their family's secret realm. You guys can do whatever you want. Yi Feng and Xiao Chen floated over with the surrendered Yao Feng, and the surrounding ghosts automatically returned to the 10,000 Ghosts banner. Zhao Haifeng looked at Yao Feng and rubbed his hands. Leave this guy to me. Where is he? In midair, Ji Yu Chen had an ominous premonition in his heart. I looked around, but found no one there. This person disappeared out of thin air. But his men are still here. Teacher, kill them and remove his wings. Yao Fan suddenly shouted. Cut the grass at its roots. Although he didn't want to provoke this powerful enemy, since the other party would not let them go, he would have to do it completely. Ji Yu Chen was alert, and the feeling in his heart became heavier. The opponent must have been planning to attack me secretly, but unfortunately, he ran too fast just now. Otherwise, if the nascent soul is contaminated by his bone spirit fire, it will have no way out. Bang! Ji Yu Chen, who was about to take action, suddenly fell down and hit the ground. There was a loud bang, and dust and gravel flew all over the sky. Cough cough. Ji Yu Chen almost couldn't breathe. He could still maintain the strength of the nascent soul great perfection. But there is not much time left to maintain this strength. Ji Yu Chen got up and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He had no idea where this guy came from. It's as if it appeared out of nowhere, or it was supposed to be there originally. Chu Ge withdrew his legs calmly. The remaining soul of this old fellow is so powerful, he must have been a powerful figure when he was alive. Bang! Chu Ge saw the other party rushing up directly from the dust. It was so fast that in the blink of an eye, it was already in front of him. The two of them started fighting again in an instant. The battle in the nascent soul stage has already made the space of Blue Star unable to sustain. The battle between the two caused the sky to collapse and the earth to split, tearing through the void. The earth shook and the mountains collapsed. The satellite has been taken over by Red Queen, and the battle here is thought to be an earthquake, which is dozens of kilometers away from here. Even the crowd over there was in the process of emergency evacuation. The peaks and ridges were directly cut into flat land. Lin Feng protected his sister and looked up at the two streams of light in the sky that were entangled with each other. The battle between the two was extremely fierce, fighting from this side to that side. Although Chu Ge is in the early stage of nascent soul, he is not at a disadvantage at all. The power bestowed upon him by the Longyuan sword made him fearless of the opponent's nascent soul great perfection. Bang 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 bang. In an instant, wherever the two men passed, there were continuous explosions and no grass grew. We can't stay here any longer. The earthly evil fruit has been taken by the other party. And the purpose of our trip is not the earthly evil fruit. There is no need to fight the other party head-on. With my strength, I can still hold on for a while. After that time passes, we will be lambs to be slaughtered by the other party. Ji Yu Chen had already seen the other party's men take the earthly evil fruit, and immediately thought of leaving. Teacher, let's go quickly. This guy is too difficult to deal with. Yao Fan felt a little scared. He had just recovered his strength and didn't want to die here. He still has a future, and a bright future in the path of cultivating immortals. Whoosh! Ji Yuchen took the opportunity to fly away. Want to leave? Chu Ge held the Longyuan sword and smiled coldly as he watched the other persons fleeing back. His figure disappeared in the air in an instant. Get out of here! Chu Ge, who appeared in front of Ji Yuchen in an instant, made Ji Yuchen unbelievable. With a bang, Ji Yuchen's figure flew backwards instantly, and Chu Ge's figure disappeared again. When he appeared again, he kicked the other party hard in the stomach. Ji Yuchen almost vomited out the breakfast his disciple had eaten today. The two figures dropped rapidly and fell directly into the abyss. Seal of 10,000 souls. The wind was howling wildly, making a whistling sound in his ears. Chu Ge took the seal of 10,000 souls and smashed it directly into the opponent's face. Ah! The 10,000 souls seal has an extremely restraining effect on the soul. Even Ji Yuchen, who had reached the great perfection of the nascent soul stage, could not resist the power of the 10,000 souls seal. Ji Yuchen let out a scream, his soul and body were in turmoil, and Yao Fan took over his body again in an instant. Teacher, are you okay? Yao Fan hurriedly called out to the teacher. If the teacher doesn't come out at this time, how can he possibly be a match for the opponent? Zhao Haifeng and others on the cliff suddenly heard a loud rumbling sound coming from the abyss. Suddenly, huge rocks rolled down from the surrounding cliffs, and the entire mountain became unstable. They had no idea what was happening below. Chapter 255, There is a great terror beneath the abyss. Under the cliff, at the bottom of the abyss. In the bamboo forest and stream, bamboo leaves are swaying, and a strange ticking sound can be faintly heard from deep inside. The 10,000 souls seal in Chu Ge's hand became extremely huge, directly crushing nearly half of the bamboo forest. This is also the reason why a loud noise was heard on the cliff. I didn't expect that there would be such a beautiful scenery in the depths of this cliff. It's a pity that half of it was destroyed by me. Chu Ge looked around the scenery with an indifferent expression inside in his heart. It does seem like a good place for senior masters to retreat into seclusion. It's just a weird ticking sound, what on earth could it be? Chu Ge's spiritual sense probed into the depths of the bamboo forest, but found that his spiritual sense was strangely isolated and he could not detect what was inside. But for now, let's get rid of this old thing first. Chu Ge directly took back the 10,000 souls seal. The size of the 10,000 souls seal gradually shrank and then returned to Chu Ge's hand. Huh. The person who was supposed to be suppressed under the 10,000 souls seal disappeared mysteriously. The protagonist halo. That's impossible. Ever since he came to this world to deal with the protagonist, he has never encountered the protagonist halo. He always thought that he was someone who could restrain the protagonist's concern. At this time, Yao Fan, who should have been suppressed under the 10,000 souls seal, appeared in the bamboo forest and ran wildly. Teacher, are you okay? How are you? I'm fine. I'm in good condition. The seal of that guy has a very restraining power on my soul. I'm lucky to be able to escape from the opponent's hands this time. Teacher, I'm still a little unwilling to accept this. We must run quickly without stopping or hesitating for a moment. We have plenty of opportunities to take revenge. Now the only thing we can do is to get stronger and stronger until we defeat him. Turn the unwillingness in your heart into motivation to move forward and work hard to become stronger. Disciple, I believe your qualifications are definitely not worse than his. Thank you, teacher. Ji Yuchen, who stayed in the ring, knew that if his disciple wanted to take revenge, the hope was actually very slim. After all, if Yao Fan can become stronger, the other party can also become stronger. As time goes by, the gap in strength between the two sides may become larger and larger. He said that he could take revenge, but he only wanted to give Yao Fan the motivation to move forward. After all, the other party was too terrifying. Unless there is another strong person who can kill the opponent before the opponent really grows up, there will never be another chance in the future. They had no choice but to escape into the depths of the bamboo forest. He could feel that the closer he got, the more he could feel the terrifying power deep in the bamboo forest. There was definitely a terrifying presence. But there is no way, there are wolves in front and tigers behind, so I can only walk in with my head covered. Chu Ge also guessed that the other party must have fled deep into the bamboo forest. The deeper he went, the more he could feel that there seemed to be a terrifying presence inside. The fact that it cannot be detected by divine consciousness already shows the special nature of it. The ticking sound seemed to be getting closer. Chu Ge couldn't help but stop. After all, a gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall, so he walked back. After all, he has his own men, so there is no need to take risks. Even if it meant traveling through the void, Chu Ge would not do it. He had a premonition that if he used the void to travel through time, something bad would happen. At this time, on the cliff, Zhao Haifeng and others who were waiting for the boss to come up, did not see him come up for a long time. Zhang Haifeng paced back and forth anxiously, looking at Yifeng and Xiao Chen from time to time. What's going on? Why hasn't the boss come up for such a long time? Is there some beautiful lady in there that the boss has a romantic encounter with? Lin Zan looked at Zhao Haifeng and thought to herself, what romantic encounter? The boss must have been delayed by something. Everyone was not worried about the boss's safety at this time, because the boss not only had the ability to travel through the void, but also had the ability to instantly notify Yifeng and Xiao Chen. And seeing how Yifeng and Xiao Chen were calm and unhurried, there was definitely nothing to worry about. The boss asked us to go down and accompany him. Xiao Chen suddenly said. Huh. Everyone looked at him, their expressions somewhat strange. What does this mean? What does it mean that the boss asked us to go down and accompany him? It always feels weird. Let's go. Yifeng and Xiao Chen were too lazy to explain anything and just jumped down. After all, the two of them are not the same kind of people as this group of people. Although they all make a living from the boss, there are still differences between them and them. Zhao Haifeng then looked at the other people behind him. These two jumped down without saying a word. It seems that the boss is indeed calling them. Xiaodao goes first. Zhang Chuchen said nothing and flew directly to the bottom of the cliff on his whisk. The thunder cloud sword in Lin Feng's hand was stepped on by Lin Feng. Sister, you stand up and we will go down too. Okay. Lin Zan was also worried about the boss, so she quickly stepped on it. Why are they so cunning? Jun Moshao sneered as if he had seen through everything. Then, Jun Moshao leapt directly into the cliff. After everyone left, Zhao Haifeng looked at Yao Feng. Yao Feng's heart thumped, wondering if this lord disliked him and wanted to kill him. My lord, I swear to follow you to the bottom of the cliff until my death. Yao Feng knelt down again out of habit, crying and shouting with snot and tears. Wipe it clean, I didn't say I would kill you. Zhao Haifeng said with disgust, just follow me down. Yes, sir. Yao Feng hurriedly bowed and stood up, wiped away his tears, and respectfully jumped to the bottom of the cliff with his lord. After seeing everyone coming, Chu Ge pointed inside and said, there is a big terror in here. I plan to send someone in to investigate. And what's that thing called? Having said that, Chu Ge couldn't help but look at the person next to Zhao Haifeng. When Yao Feng saw the adult looking at him, he stepped forward quickly and said respectfully, Senior, my name is Yao Feng, and the person who is against you is called Yao Fan. This Yao Fan was originally a genius, but later I don't know why he became a waste, and now I don't know why he has become so powerful. Yao Feng very tactfully told everything he knew. Yao Fan was so powerful that he was very frightened and feared that Yao Fan would take revenge on him. Chu Ge nodded, looked at everyone and continued, that Yao Fan has a powerful remnant soul helping him, and he has already escaped inside. His spiritual sense cannot be used here. Then, Chu Ge suddenly waved to Yifeng, and the 10,000 Ghosts banner in Yifeng's hand returned to his hand. If you want to search for Yao Fan now, the 10,000 Souls banner can be used right away. Chu Ge directly opened the restriction of the 10,000 Ghosts banner. Suddenly, cold winds blew around and thousands of ghosts gathered. I'll give the 10,000 Ghosts banner to you too. Go inside now, find Yao Fan, and report immediately. Chu Ge threw the 10,000 Ghosts banner to Yifeng and Xiao Chen, his tone full of majesty. Yes, Yifeng and Xiao Chen obeyed quickly. Chu Ge watched Yifeng and Xiao Chen enter with a group of ghosts. What kind of horror is inside this can only be explored by Yifeng and Xiao Chen. Anyway, the two tool souls will not really die, and will continue to be reborn and resurrected, which can be called perfect tool souls. Chapter 256, over 10 meters long iron-eating beast. Boss, this person was just captured by Xiao Chen and Yifeng. This is the secret realm token of this person's family. After the boss stopped talking, Zhao Haifeng handed the token in his hand to the boss. At this moment, Yao Feng looked at the senior very nervously. Whether he could survive or not was just a word from the senior's mouth. Chu Ge looked at the token in his hand. In fact, this token was something like a key. The secret realm is a good thing. Although it is just a small space, Chu Ge is still tempted. The secret realm can be used to cultivate medicinal herbs, train soldiers and horses, and do many other things. There are many benefits to a secret realm, and one can even turn it into a place for training. How many years have you, the medicine clan, lived in this secret realm? The token in Chu Ge's hand flipped and disappeared directly into the void ring. The void ring has an exclusive space for storing items. The items inside are in a state forbidden by time and space. No one can survive in it and will die. Chu Ge has tried it. Yao Feng swallowed subconsciously. Although the senior spoke calmly, he could feel a great deal of pressure and cold sweat ran down his back. Yao Feng hurriedly bowed and said, "Senior, the Yao clan has lived in the secret realm for nearly 5,000 years. According to family historical records, the family entered the secret realm because of a crisis, and then the spiritual energy dissipated. That is, in the Dharma ending age, the dissipation of spiritual energy also caused the secret realm to completely lose contact with the outside world, and the secret realm will not be reopened until the spiritual energy recovers." Jun Moshao couldn't help but ask, "How many secret realms do you have? I don't believe that your Yao clan is the only one. If the other party said so, then there must be quite a few secret realms in this world, and there should be a lot of good things." Jun Moshao was moved. Zhao Haifeng and others who had remained silent also thought of this and were moved. None of Chu Ge's subordinates are hypocritical. "Sir, there are many secret realms. Our Yao clan alone has connections with dozens of families and forces." Yao Feng answered the Lord honestly. "Boss, I think we can make a deal." Zhao Haifeng was very excited and couldn't help but suggest. "I think so too. Those ancient treasures must have been well preserved by those ancient families. I don't want them to waste them." Zhang Chuchen wanted to get some of those ancient books, especially Taoist techniques and ancient secrets. These are extremely helpful in improving his strength. "How come you are all just like bandits? We should value peace over everything. It's too rude to ask them directly for it. We should use courtesy first and then force. If they don't give it to us, we should fight them." Jun Moshao spoke with the tone of an experienced person, thinking that this is what he did in the past. What a pity, after dying once, nothing was left behind except the abandoned heaven record. Chu Ge looked deeply into the depths of the bamboo forest, pondering the token in his hand. There are so many secret realms. The blue planet looks a bit tattered. All the former immortals should have left. If they didn't run away, Blue Star would have collapsed long ago. Chu Ge didn't know whether there were still ancient cultivators alive. He has now started training immortal cultivators from scratch, and after Gong Lian has taught them, he will throw the shadow guards into the time cycle tower. Although the boss didn't say it explicitly, Zhao Haifeng, Lin Feng and others smiled at each other. They still know a little about the boss. The boss is definitely tempted, but now is not the right time. Let's solve the problem at hand first, and then discuss the matter of the secret realm. Yao Feng looked at everyone and wondered whether he should sell the Yao clan more cleanly. "Anyway, I probably can't go back to the medicine clan now, otherwise I will definitely be treated as a traitor. Rather than having the family treated as traitors, it is better to sell the family off as a burden." Yao Feng suddenly felt a lot more relaxed. "Senior, I have something else to report." Yao Feng's eyes flashed with a hint of ruthlessness as he said flatteringly. "What's the matter?" Chu Ge did not look back, but stood with his hands behind his back, showing the demeanor of a master. Yao Fan is the son of the clan leader. The clan leader has always doted on him and never gave up on treating him even when he became such a waste. As long as senior catches Yao Fan, the clan leader will have no choice but to surrender. Even if the clan leader doesn't surrender, he will be restricted and unable to fight against us with all his strength. By then, the Yao clan alone will be completely unable to stop these masters around senior. The clan leader's strength is probably above the middle stage of the nascent soul. Yao Feng smiled flatteringly at Chu Ge, like a dog. When people cannot survive, dogs can live well, and Yao Feng can be the guide. Although he still has elders and parents at home, as long as he performs meritorious service for the senior this time, he believes that the senior will definitely let his parents and elders go. Of course, he would also persuade his parents and elders to work for this senior. When Yao Fan was still a genius, did he never even look at you and simply ignored your existence? Chu Ge couldn't help but look at Yao Feng. This guy was really interesting. Is he planning to sell out the entire family? Is he trying to join him? Yao Feng nodded quickly and said angrily. Senior is right, Yao Fan is a good for nothing. He was a genius back then, but he thinks highly of himself and completely ignores the existence of us, the children of the family. He usually even disdains to play and talk with us. Chu Ge stopped talking. Protagonists like Yao Fan are usually like this. When he was still a genius at first, he simply chose to ignore his fellow tribesmen. He felt that he was different from others and could not tolerate anyone else in his eyes. But when he becomes a loser, everything he did before will be completely reversed. At this time, he will become unhappy and think that his tribesmen are snobbish. Chu Ge was not interested in Yao Fan, but was interested in Yao Fan's golden finger, that is, the grandfather's golden finger. This powerful remnant soul knows too much. However, Yifeng and Xiao Chen encountered a problem. They went deep into the bamboo forest and found that there were 3 roads to choose from. Which way are you going? Yifeng asked directly. You choose first. Xiao Chen chuckled. Yifeng listened to the ghost's report and said anxiously, the scent of that guy can be found on all 3 roads. Xiao Chen sneered. No matter how clever he tries, he can't escape. How about this, let's go together, dividing the troops is a taboo. Yeah, that makes sense. Yifeng and Xiao Chen reached a consensus and went directly to the middle road, leading a large number of ghost soldiers forward. However, the 2 of them also arranged a number of ghost soldiers to go to the other 2 roads. Once you find Yao Fan, just escape and report it immediately. Yao Fan had already arrived deep in the bamboo forest, and saw a more than 10-meter tall iron-eating beast sleeping soundly. 10,000-year-old spiritual milk. Ji Yu Chen exclaimed. Next to the iron-eating beast was a piece of 1,000-year-old spiritual milk, which dripped down from above and flowed into the soil. This strange ticking sound turned out to be this. No wonder the bamboo forest around the iron-eating beast grows so green, lush and abundant. Chapter 257 Ouch. The 10,000 years spiritual milk is a panacea-like ingredient for alchemy. When an elixir is paired with this 10,000 years spiritual milk, the quality of the elixir will be improved to a higher level. At the same time, some people also use it to cultivate and plant rare medicinal materials, which not only can enhance their medicinal effects, but also can make the medicinal materials grow faster and shorten the growth period. It can also be taken directly for cultivation, which can strengthen the body and nourish the soul. Now that Ji Yu Chen's soul is in a residual state, he just needs the 10,000 years spiritual milk to nourish his soul. Teacher, what is the 1,000-year-old spiritual milk? Yao Fan asked in confusion. He had lived in the secret realm for more than 20 years, and he had no idea what the 10,000-year-old spiritual milk was that could have surprised his teacher so much. Haha, kid, you are lucky this time. Ji Yu Chen floated out of Yao Fan's ring directly, appeared beside him, and explained with a smile. The spiritual milk is a gift from nature, created by heaven and earth. It is extremely rare. Even in my world, it is rare, let alone the 1,000-year-old spiritual milk. Then, Ji Yu Chen explained the effect and usage of the 1,000-year-old spiritual milk. Yao Fan's heart began beating faster and faster, and his face showed excitement. Then what are we waiting for, teacher? Let's get a few bottles and go quickly. I don't know when these drops will be finished, we can't stay here any longer. I didn't expect that after being chased here, he could still have such a fortuitous encounter. Ji Yu Chen felt that his disciple's luck was very unusual, no wonder he took a fancy to him and accepted him as his disciple. Don't forget this iron-eating beast. For this iron-eating beast, the 1,000-year-old spiritual milk may be its food. Quote. Ji Yu Chen reminded hurriedly. Once this sleeping iron-eating beast wakes up, not only will they not get the 10,000-year-old spiritual milk, they may not even be able to escape. Moreover, Ji Yu Chen doubted very much whether this iron-eating beast was the Great Terror. Why didn't he feel any great terror now, as if the gloomy shadow in his heart had completely disappeared? What a luxury. Quote. Yao Fan carefully held an empty bottle and began to catch the 1,000-year-old spiritual milk dripping from top to bottom. The 1,000-year-old spiritual milk dripped into the bottle drop by drop, and the iron-eating beast's ears suddenly moved. Stop. Quote. Ji Yu Chen noticed that the iron-eating beast was about to wake up, and hurriedly told his disciple not to take the 10,000-year-old spiritual milk yet. Yao Fan was so scared that his heart almost jumped out, and he quickly withdrew his hand after hearing his teacher's warning. The ticking sound rang out again. Sure enough, the iron-eating beast that was about to wake up heard the ticking sound and continued to sleep soundly. After Yao Fan saw the iron-eating beast continue to sleep soundly, his nervous heart finally settled down and he breathed a sigh of relief. Ji Yu Chen also breathed a sigh of relief. If it woke up, there would be a lot of noise, and the enemies outside might attack directly following the sound. Teacher, is this guy the spiritual beast guarding the 10,000-year-old spiritual milk? Quote. Yao Fan asked in a voice transmission. In my estimation, it should be the spiritual beast guarding the 10,000 years spiritual milk, but I suspect that what it is really guarding is not the 10,000 years spiritual milk. Quote. Ji Yu Chen looked at the iron-eating beast very strangely, recalling the bamboo forest outside, and the even more special bamboo forest here. He always felt that someone had lived here before. Perhaps that person was the great terror he had sensed before. Could there be someone else? Quote. Yao Fan said in surprise. Boy, it took me a long time to find it. Yi Feng and Xiao Chen came with a large army of ghosts. When they saw Yao Fan, they burst into laughter. Damn it! Yao Fan's face changed, and seeing the iron-eating beast's ears fluttering slightly, he knew that the iron-eating beast was about to wake up. Let's go quickly. Quote. Ji Yu Chen once again took over his disciple's body and fled directly to the back of the iron-eating beast. No matter what, the way back had been completely blocked, and there was only a glimmer of hope ahead. Send a flare. Yi Feng glanced at the waking iron-eating beast and couldn't help but say to Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen threw out a cannonball condensed from resentment, which exploded in the air and the light lingered for a long time. Awoo! The iron-eating beast rubbed its eyes and stared blankly at the scene in front of it. Chu Ge, who was waiting outside, saw the signal flare and immediately led everyone inside. Chase after him. Yi Feng commanded the ghosts to continue chasing forward. The iron-eating beast behind us has been chasing us. Is there something it is guarding inside? Quote. Xiao Chen said puzzledly as he looked at the iron-eating beast that was getting closer and closer from behind. Yi Feng glanced at the back and said to Xiao Chen. I don't know. Our mission is to treat Yao Fan. Let the boss handle what the iron-eating beast has to do with us. Quote. If Yao Fan escapes our sight, we won't be able to explain to the boss. Quote. Xiao Chen thought it made sense, so he asked some ghosts to hold back the iron-eating beast for a little while. The angry iron-eating beast looked at the invaders, eating the ghosts blocking the way leisurely. Ah! The iron-eating beast roared, and with a very loud breath, it instantly blew away the ghosts blocking the way. It is its duty to guard this place, and it doesn't know how many years it has been guarding here. Anyway, its mission is to stay here and not allow anything to enter. I didn't expect that just after a simple sleep, so many ghosts would come here. Aren't these toys delivered to me? This is the first time I've met them in so many years, and I can't kill them so easily. Hee hee. I saw this iron-eating beast chasing them from behind as if it was taking a walk. At worst, I'll kill them inside, so that no one will know that I broke the agreement. The iron-eating beast showed a smug smile on its face. Chu Ge, who came quickly, found the source of the ticking sound. Keep chasing. Chu Ge led everyone to continue chasing forward. He couldn't use his void ability now. Once he used it, he had a premonition that the unknown terror would come in an instant. 10,000-year-old spiritual milk. The knowledgeable Jun Moshao stopped and exclaimed in surprise. What a good stuff. Jun Moshao took out an empty bottle from his arms, placed it on the ground, and then the 1,000-year-old spiritual milk dripped down. After taking a look around, Jun Moshao continued to follow and would come back to get it later. Iron-eating beast. Chu Ge frowned slightly as he caught up. He discovered a very large iron-eating beast jogging ahead, and he couldn't even see through its strength. Fuck. Boss, do you want to take this huge iron-eating beast home and raise it? Zhao Haifeng came to the boss and suggested. Awoo. The iron-eating beast in front suddenly stopped, turned around abruptly, roared at Chu Ge and the others, raised its claws high, and grabbed them fiercely. Get out of the way. Chu Ge's face darkened and he kicked Zhao Haifeng away. Boom. The iron-eating beast's claws fell in the blink of an eye. Chapter 258, Foodie, Iron-Eating Beast, Loyalty. Awoo. A hint of disdain for humanity flashed across the huge eyes of the iron-eating beast. What a foolish human being, keeping a noble iron-eating beast as a pet. This really needs to be learned. It's really nonsense. The humans who used to serve it lined up in a queue, but it was too lazy to pay any attention. I wonder if this senior iron-eating beast knows where this place is. Zhang Chuchen looked at the iron-eating beast, walked up slowly and asked. Demonic beasts are full of demonic aura, while spiritual beasts are surrounded by spiritual aura and have gentle personalities. The iron-eating beast did not harm them, which was enough to prove that it had no intention of killing at the moment. Awoo. You are still polite, kid. I am an ancient mythical beast, the iron-eating beast, and this is Bamboo Forest Abyss. The iron-eating beast raised its head and said proudly. Of course it can speak, but it wouldn't have done so if it weren't for the politeness of the little Taoist priest. Iron-eating beast, I'll give you this to eat, and you come with me. Chu Ge took out a bottle of Holy Spirit Spring, threw it in front of the iron-eating beast, and said bluntly. Spiritual beasts are rarely seen, so Chu Ge naturally cannot let it go. What's more, this iron-eating beast is very pleasing to his eye. Huh. The iron-eating beast was about to get angry when it suddenly smelled a different smell in the bottle. The anger on his face faded slightly, and he ate the bottle altogether. Ba-ji, Ba-ji. Chu Ge looked at the iron-eating beast smacking its lips, and then said to it, how is it? How does it taste? The iron-eating beast didn't say anything, but suddenly put its paw into its mouth and smacked it. Snap! The bottle was pulled out from between the teeth by the sharp claws. Chu Ge was suddenly choked up. He really didn't expect that he could still find a way to fill his teeth. What is so small? It's just the right size to fill the gaps between teeth. The iron-eating beast couldn't help but glance at him, complained, and shouted to the boy next to him who had just spoken to him about raising him. Hey, come here and open this bottle. But if there is something delicious, you have to try it, just in case it tastes good. Me. Zhao Haifeng was confused. This iron-eating beast couldn't be so petty. Who else? The iron-eating beast snorted coldly. You ungrateful human, it's your honor to feed me. Okay. Zhao Haifeng was so angry that he laughed. After the boss takes you in as a pet, I will let you know why the flowers are so red. Zhao Haifeng poured the Holy Spirit Spring in the bottle directly into its mouth. Oh my god, what a loud and stimulating tone. Zhao Haifeng frowned and wrote down this little detail in the little notebook in his mind, knowing that he would make it look good sooner or later. Lin Feng on the side laughed secretly. Seeing Zhao Haifeng's aggrieved look, he felt particularly happy. The iron-eating beast tasted it very carefully, and suddenly its eyes lit up. It tasted good, and it even felt some changes taking place in its body. It would be better if there was more, or if I could drink it every day. I'm tired of eating bamboo and spiritual milk every day. I feel like vomiting when I see the 1,000-year-old spiritual milk. I have no appetite at all. Now it's great to have a new flavor. It tastes good, human. Do you have any more? I'll give you a favor and give more to me. Chu Ge smiled slightly. It turned out that the iron-eating beast was a foodie and that could not be changed no matter how strong it was. I have endless supplies. I can give you as much as you want, but you have to follow me. The iron-eating beast's eyes moved, but then he thought of the agreement with that person, so he quickly shook his head and refused directly. No, I promised that man that I would wait here for him to show up. Being a beast requires keeping one's word. If you want to get involved in the underworld, you must be loyal and trustworthy. Chu Ge looked at the iron-eating beast that rejected him so decisively, and smiled. It's okay to reject himself, he has plenty of ways. And from the mouth of this iron-eating beast, an important piece of information was learned. Who exactly was this, he? Why let the iron-eating beast guard here? Is there a very important secret inside that is unknown to outsiders? If even this iron-eating beast can't see through his strength, then how strong was that person back then? We don't even know whether he is dead or not. I admire iron-eating beasts who value loyalty and keep their word. You are the first iron-eating beast that I praise like this. I would like to call you the strongest iron-eating beast. Oh, I'm just an average person. I don't think I'm that great. Being flattered in person, the iron-eating beast was very humble, but the corners of its mouth could not help but curl up. In that case, I won't bother you anymore. Let's go. Chu Ge led everyone and chased directly into the depths, passing the iron-eating beast. The iron-eating beast slowly turned around and followed behind them, swaying as if it was taking a walk. These humans are so dishonest. They want it to turn a blind eye when they give it food. And it has long wanted to know what is inside. Let's go in and take a look first, and then lock them all up on the pretext of trespassing into a restricted area and play with him. Among these people, only the one who gave him food was slightly better in strength, and the most important thing was that he had food to eat. The iron-eating beast raised its mouth corners slightly, looking very proud. You are just a mere ghost soldier, yet you dare to be so presumptuous. Ji Yu Chen used his disciple's body, slashing the ghost soldier in front of him with one blow after another, and the ghost soldier in front of him was annihilated into ashes. Ah! Kill you all! Who knew that Ji Yu Chen suddenly felt such a strong resentment that it directly destroyed his rationality and he rushed directly into the encirclement of the ghosts. Ha ha! You took the bait. Yi Feng and Xiao Chen kept stirring up the resentment in each other's hearts. Instantly magnify the opponent's resentment and keep it growing, causing the opponent to instantly lose his mind, thus achieving the purpose of delaying the opponent. They are not working without putting in any effort. Their mission is to hold him back. If they are eliminated, they don't want to be reborn because they are not strong enough. Boss, we have successfully held him back. How was it? We found him in minutes. Let's take action. 2 of us can take on a group of people. After seeing Chu Ge and others coming over, Yi Feng and Xiao Chen hurriedly floated in front of Chu Ge, asking for credit and reward. As he said this, he did not forget to secretly step on those around Chu Ge. HMPH. Jun Moshao sneered, his figure became blurred, and he instantly rushed into the encirclement of the ghosts. You all come together. The opponent is quite strong. This will give you some combat experience. Chu Ge waved his hand lightly and gave the order. We're on the trail. Sister, I'm going too. Be careful, brother. Look, Master Zhao is here to help you. Zhao Haifeng and others rushed in. Damn it, it actually magnified my resentment. The resentful souls born from heaven and earth are indeed powerful, and there are 2 of them. It's really terrifying. If his disciple hadn't woken him up, Ji Yu Chen would still be in a state of extreme resentment. Just as Ji Yu Chen was still feeling frightened, a sky full of talismans came flying at him at a high speed and exploded right beside him. Boom, boom, boom. Zhang Chuchen threw out the talismans in his hand one after another as if they were free. Boom. Jun Moshao seized the opportunity and hit the opponent's body with the extremely domineering abandoned heaven fist. Ji Yu Chen was caught off guard and was knocked away by a punch. He was horrified. These people seem to be only in the early stage of Jindan, so why are they so powerful when they fight? Chapter 259, The Iron-Eating Beast That Wants to Leave. Except for Zhao Haifeng, who is an extraordinary person, the other 3 are the sons of destiny who are based on the protagonist template. In front of Chu Ge, perhaps their luck was of no use and was always suppressed. But in front of Ji Yu Chen and Yao Fan, their strength skyrocketed, and their luck helped them in some way. Chu Ge saw it clearly, otherwise why would he accept the Son of Fortune? Wasn't it to use him to deal with the Son of Fortune? Under the siege of several people, Ji Yu Chen was unable to withstand it. He even beat his master to death with random punches, and nowadays young people actually challenge him beyond their level. And there is also an enemy with nascent soul strength watching from the side with a covetous look in his eyes. It is obvious that he intends to use him as a sparring partner. How hateful. Lin Feng. Zhao Haifeng suddenly joined the battlefield, with a compass hanging above his head, as if giving himself a buff. Lin Feng's eyes moved slightly. Although he was a little reluctant, it was difficult to refuse since Zhao Haifeng had invited him so many times. Zhang Chuchen. Lin Feng shouted coldly, sword light filled the air, the surrounding space trembled slightly, and a wave was created. Don't laugh. Zhang Chuchen shouted, his Taoist robe fluttering, his whisk condensed magic power, releasing circle after circle of yellow halos. Jun Moshao's mouth was filled with madness, and his hands were gathering powerful magical power. Ha ha ha, this is my strongest attack. Abandoned Heaven Seal. Ji Yu Chen instantly had an ominous premonition. Several people surrounded him with bad intentions. For a moment, he couldn't escape. Those halos kept harassing him, and he didn't dare to be careless. Being locked by the halos would definitely not be a good thing. Teacher, what should we do? Yao Fan shouted anxiously. Don't panic, everything will work out when the time comes. Ji Yu Chen looked at the seal formed in the sky. The mysterious power that was peeling off the laws of nature made Ji Yu Chen feel thrilling. The abandoned heaven seal, filled with repressive power, fell instantly. Ji Chen instantly mobilized all his strength and raised his hands to the sky. Two halos instantly locked onto his wrists and shrank to form bracelets. Damn, this yellow halo is really suppressing my power. Ji Chen's face changed. He couldn't get rid of the halo on his wrist in a short time. He still had to struggle to support the seal on his head from falling. This is the Taoist technique that Zhang Chuchen modified based on the suppressing effect of the abandoned heaven record and the suggestions provided by Zhen Moshao. Come on, teacher. Yao Fan couldn't help, so he could only thank him for his encouragement. If only time would favor him. Maybe he can also become such a strong man. Unfortunately, time was not on his side. Xuanming Divine Palm. Xuanming Divine Palm. The immortality version of Xuanming Divine Palm. The Xuanming energy is heavier, more poisonous and more powerful. Taking advantage of the opportunities created by Zhang Chuchen and Zhen Moshao, Lin Feng and Zhao Haifeng attacked at the same time. Boom! The mysterious dark divine palm instantly imprinted itself on Kan Yaofan's body. Whether it was Yao Fan, the original owner of the body, or Ji Chen, who temporarily controlled the body, they both felt two identical mysterious energies entering their bodies. Damn, it's poisonous. Ji Chen's face suddenly changed and he made up his mind instantly. If I delay any longer, I'm afraid I won't be able to leave, and my disciples' health will be affected because of the failure to detoxify in time. The Xuanming poison, evolved from martial arts to cultivation, its power is not as simple as a 1+1 increase. Boom! Ji Chen's hair was disheveled and power surged out from his body. It is at the peak of the nascent soul stage, and its power has almost reached that of the previous stage, which is extremely terrifying. Yao Fan's body is not like modern people with short hair. Zhao Haifeng and Lin Feng were caught off guard and were directly blown away by the force. With a click, the abandoned heaven seal was like a mirror and was instantly shattered into pieces by the force. The power has become stronger. Zhen Moshao and Zhang Chuchen, who were above, looked serious. This should be his limit. Hold him back. Zhang Chuchen continued, the Xuanming poison is the most proud work of Lin Feng and Zhang Haifeng. Even if I don't treat it in a short time, there will be big problems. Zhen Moshao nodded, his face solemn, but his tone was very confident. I know he can't escape. Trap him, it's up to you. Zhen Moshao directly took the flag thrown by Zhang Chuchen. Just like last time when dealing with Yang Fan, trap the opponent. Hold him. Seeing that the other party wanted to escape, Zhao Haifeng and Lin Feng immediately rushed forward to hold him. But he is at the peak of the nascent soul stage and has already possessed a trace of power above the nascent soul stage. How can he be held back so easily? Yi Feng and Xiao Chen did not send the ghosts to die, but put all the ghosts into the 10,000 ghosts banner. Then, they floated aside and watched the show. After all, their mission had been accomplished. Awoo! Behave yourself. The iron-eating beast slowly appeared beside Chu Ge, and became angry when it saw how they had made a mess of the surrounding environment. If you hit me again, I won't be polite. Zhang Chuchen and others stopped, and Ji Chen didn't dare to do anything rash. No one can fathom the current strength of the iron-eating beast. If the iron-eating beast gets angry, everyone in the city will be in trouble. Swoosh! Ji Chen looked around and continued to escape inside in an instant. Staying here will only lead to death. The only glimmer of hope may be inside. Zhao Haifeng and others were about to chase after them, but... Stop chasing. Chu Ge stopped them immediately. Why? Zhen Moshao came to Chu Ge and asked in confusion. After all, that guy burst out with such powerful strength so suddenly. It will definitely not last longer than before. Chu Ge did not answer Zhen Moshao, but looked at the iron-eating beast next to him. You said this is a dead end. The iron-eating beast rolled its eyes in a humane way. Are you stupid? I've been guarding outside, and you tell me there is an exit, then have I been guarding in vain for all these years? There must be no exit, there can't be a dead end here. But there must be a good treasure. There was a sly flash in the eyes of the iron-eating beast. It didn't know whether there was a treasure or not. It thought about many questions while walking slowly behind. If that person doesn't come back, will it have to keep guarding? Wouldn't that be a big loss? Even if it's just to keep your word, you shouldn't sacrifice its entire life. Although that person gave him a lot of benefits, it has been so many years, at least 5,000 years. Over the years, although it slept for a while, it spent most of its time guarding diligently. The thought of leaving began to emerge with the appearance of these people. Is this true? Don't lie to me. Chu Ge could tell at a glance that it was lying to him and couldn't help but chuckle. Why would I lie to you? There must be treasures out there. Be careful that someone else gets there first. Seeing that he didn't believe it, the iron-eating beast got anxious and immediately pretended to be very confident. You go first. Chu Ge groaned, looked at Jun Moshao and others, and gave the order. Chapter 260 The Secret in the Cave. Afterwards, Chu Ge looked at Yi Feng and Xiao Chen, who were quite steady. You two go too. Remember to capture the other party alive. Although Yi Feng and Xiao Chen were both reluctant to act with Zhao Haifeng and the others, they had no choice but to agree due to their boss's order. Okay, boss. Zhao Haifeng and others took Yao Feng and went first, followed by Yi Feng and Xiao Chen. All the subordinates were sent inside by Chu Ge. In fact, Chu Ge was also very curious about what was inside. Chu Ge was not at all anxious about the old man's role as the protagonist. The other party entered here first, so it is very likely that this is where his opportunity lies. So sending these subordinates of the main character in now is also with the idea of reaping the benefits while sitting back. Once all the benefits are exposed, your subordinates will also be the protagonists, so they will naturally be able to grab them. Although Chu Ge looked down on the things in it, he could still try to get some benefits for his subordinates. There are not many good bosses like him. Is there anything you haven't told me? After watching his subordinates go inside, Chu Ge turned around and looked at this somewhat silly iron-eating beast. What's the matter? I'm not hiding anything from you. The iron-eating beast was really confused. What else could have happened to it? The other party's tone was so certain that it even started to doubt whether it had forgotten something. You want to go out. But you don't want to break the rules, so you want us to go in and destroy it. Then you'll have a reason to leave. Chu Ge laughed. The iron-eating beast stared at him with wide eyes. How could this person say it directly? It instantly became furious. Nonsense, absolute nonsense, how could I be such a beast? You are a very bad human, how can you say that? I always value loyalty and keep my word. After saying that, the beast was worried inside, wondering how this human could see through its little thoughts at a glance. Could it be that the other party has the ability to see through one's thoughts? It was horrible, just like its previous owner. Come with me. In this world, I am also a man who can cover the sky with one hand. Follow me, and you don't have to worry about food, drink, defecation, and urination. I think you will be very tempted by such satisfactory conditions. Chu Ge looked at the iron-eating beast and said seriously. Lin Zan looked at the iron-eating beast with some fear and hid behind her boss. The iron-eating beast glanced at Chu Ge behind her and hesitated. Do you have a lot of women, kid? Its former owner had so many wives that it could not count them all, and it could watch a good show every day. This is also one of its pleasures. Thinking of this, it can't help but recall the old days when it took its master to the battlefield. Unfortunately, the owner is dead. Chu Ge suddenly saw an inexplicable sadness in the eyes of the iron-eating beast. What's wrong? Chu Ge asked directly. Nothing, I just thought about some things in the past. The iron-eating beast shook its big head. Then what about my suggestion? Chu Ge could see that it was sad, and since it didn't say it, even though he was very curious, he didn't force it. That's a good suggestion. Let's go in and take a look. I'm quite curious. We'll talk about it later. The iron-eating beast grunted. Its huge body did not seem bulky at all and it disappeared from Chu Ge's sight in a flash. Actually, it is very attractive, with food and accommodation included, and it was like this in the past. It would be nice to be able to return to my previous life now. The iron-eating beast does not follow people casually. It has encountered people who broke into here before. But it killed them all. Those people looked greedy, as if they wanted to move away its drinking water source, which really made it feel bad. This man is different. It can even feel the very special ambition in this man's eyes. That ambition is exactly the same as that of its former master, which is one of the reasons why it wants to go with the other party. Boss, if you want to keep such a big iron-eating beast, how can we take it out? After the iron-eating beast left, Lin Zan looked at the boss curiously. Little fool, have you forgotten that we are cultivators of immortality? Chu Ge scratched the secretary's nose with some amusement. How could a cultivator of immortality be so stupid? Boss, are you laughing at me for being stupid? Lin Zan pouted and looked at the boss with great grievance. If Raymond Lamb were here, he would be shocked that his usually dignified and serious sister would actually act like a spoiled child. I'm not laughing at you. I just wondered about the origin of this iron-eating beast. I'm very interested in its origin. It's an iron-eating beast with a story. It just so happens that I have wine and it has a story. Come on, I'll take you in to take a look. Yes, boss, please carry me. There's no one around, so you start to act naughty. Boss. Lin Zan threw herself into the boss's arms and said coquettishly. Ha ha ha. Chu Ge laughed loudly and took her directly and flew inside. So many gold, silver and jewelry, it's impossible, it's strange. Yao Fan took over the body again and said to the teacher in his heart. Ji Yu Chen hadn't replied yet, and he had fallen into a deep sleep just now. Teacher. Yao Fan had a bad feeling and continued to shout in his heart. Yao Fan felt very depressed as he had not received any response from the teacher. It seems that this battle has taken too much toll on the teacher. Yao Fan walked straight into the cave. There were gold, silver and jewelry all over the ground outside, and there were no mechanisms inside. The surroundings were suddenly lit up by flames, and I looked forward along the direction of the flames. Yao Fan discovered that there was a skeleton sitting on a stone bench in front of him. The surroundings are simply furnished with chairs and benches. Although they are very worn out, they are still recognizable. Judging from the environment, this is a cave. The skeleton on the stone chair should be the owner of this place. Huh. Yao Fan saw a ring on the white skeleton's finger and immediately went up to pull it off. The scene in front of Yao Fan changed instantly. Boy, you are my destined one. A voice that spanned eternal time and space suddenly appeared in Yao Fan's mind. Oh my god, there are so many gold, silver and jewelry. We will have the money to pick up girls in the future. All this will be ours. Zhao Haifeng's eyes lit up as he looked at the gold, silver and jewelry all over the ground. The other three people regarded money as dirt and stared straight at the cave entrance. Let's go in, Yao Fan should be inside. Zhang Chuchen said, pointing at the cave entrance. Well, this money has to be given to the boss. How much should we get? Let me calculate it. Zhao Haifeng nodded and started to calculate with a compass. Between money that you picked up and your own money, of course the money that you picked up tastes better. I always feel like there's something good in there. Zhun Moshao and Lin Feng said at the same time. Yeah, this is a really great place. Zhao Haifeng followed behind them, nodding as he walked. Chapter 261, The Remains of a Powerful Mahayana Master. Yi Feng and Xiao Chen kept silent, not wanting to get involved in their conversation. They wandered around the cave, carefully observing the situation inside. At this time, Zhun Moshao pointed at the dusty area in front of him with obvious footprints and suddenly said, Huh. Where are the people? Are they missing? How could they be missing? Aren't they all neatly placed outside? Zhao Haifeng put away the compass, and the words came out of his mouth faster than the text information transmitted by his brain. You're still thinking about gold, silver and jewelry, how tacky. Lin Feng's face darkened and he slapped Zhao Haifeng on the back of the head in disappointment. Since coming in, Zhao Haifeng has been talking to them in a different dimension and his words are always irrelevant. Ouch. When did you ever treat me as a guest? Zhao Haifeng was so angry that he jumped up and down, his eyes staring at the footprints that disappeared when he walked to the skeleton. Zhun Moshao walked to the footprints, looked at the enclosed cave environment, and couldn't help but ask. But this footprint either flew away or disappeared out of thin air. Which one do you think is more likely? Upon hearing this, Zhang Chuchen, Lin Feng and Zhao Haifeng said in unison, of course it disappeared out of thin air. Zhun Moshao nodded, looked at everyone and smiled. We just walked in from the entrance of the cave, there's no way he could slip away right under our noses. It's definitely not that his own abilities disappeared out of thin air, otherwise he would have slipped away long ago. And the boss also said that using space travel would cause horrible things, so the boss has never used it. Is this related to this phenomenon? Yi Feng and Xiao Chen ignored them, floated to the side of the stone chair, looked at the skeleton, and examined it over and over again. What did you find? Lin Feng asked. Yi Feng and Xiao Chen looked at each other, and could see each other's doubt and confusion, so they shook their heads. We can't tell, why don't you let Zhun Moshao come? You have more experience. No one present could compare to Zhun Moshao, who was once the abandoned emperor, in terms of experience, especially when it comes to cultivating immortals. Okay, let me take a look. Zhun Moshao nodded and walked to the skeleton. His eyes flashed as if he was scanning the skeleton. A powerful person in the Mahayana period. Jun Moshao exclaimed in surprise. I didn't expect to encounter the remains of a powerful Mahayana master in this simple cave. I am really lucky. Mahayana stage. Can't this world only support the nascent soul stage? Lin Feng's expression changed and he spoke with doubt. Jun Moshao laughed and waved his hands to explain. The spatial rules of this world used to be able to withstand the Mahayana period. Perhaps there were quite a few cultivators at the Mahayana level. Quote. But as the spiritual energy decreased, the spatial rules became weaker and weaker, and the power of the cultivators that could withstand it became smaller and smaller. Perhaps these Mahayana-level powerhouses were waiting to die in sorrow because of the great catastrophe of the end of the law, or they found a new way out and left here. Outside the cave, Chu Ge, who had just arrived here, saw the iron-eating beast lying quietly at the entrance of the cave and did not go in, so he stopped with his arms around Lin Zan. Only Jun Moshao's voice was heard from inside the cave. Look at this guy. Perhaps he couldn't find a new way out due to the catastrophe of the Dharma-ending age, so he tricked the iron-eating beast into guarding his tomb, allowing his cave cemetery to remain safe and sound for so many years. Quote. However, the skeleton of a cultivator in the Mahayana period is also valuable for refining weapons. It is very practical for making offensive magical weapons, hee. Jun Moshao thought of how he had killed his enemies in the past, then extracted their tendons and bones to refine weapons and sell them, slowly making a fortune. So, this is a scam to make the iron-eating beast guard the tomb obediently. It's just a lie that it will never come back. Zhao Haifeng exclaimed in surprise, this Mahayana cultivator is really a ruthless person. The iron-eating beast was so naive that it was deceived. Awoo! Impossible. The iron-eating beast rushed in with an angry face, and everyone quickly made way. How could he be lying to me? No way. The iron-eating beast couldn't believe this fact. He said he would come back, but what was going on with the skeleton in front of him? This cave is indeed his. It had been here once when he was still here, and it went out with him. It is impossible for anyone to come in here. But where did the other person's ring go? When the iron-eating beast saw that there was no ring on the other person's finger, he couldn't help but feel a glimmer of hope in his heart. Perhaps the other person was not lying to him. Did you take this ring? The iron-eating beast couldn't help but look at everyone, fearing that they would answer that they had taken it. What ring? Jun Moshao and others shook their heads, saying that they didn't see any ring. Chu Ge walked in slowly holding Lin Zan and looked at the iron-eating beast. Maybe Yao Fan who just came and took it away. By the way, where are the others? Did they disappear out of thin air? Chu Ge looked around. The only exit was the cave entrance. Yes, the footprints disappeared out of thin air in front of the skeleton. Zhao Haifeng reported quickly, pointing to the footprints that were closest to him. Oh, in that case. Chu Ge couldn't help but walk to the skeleton, stand on the footprint, and reach out his hand towards the valuable hand bones of the skeleton. It seems that it was really taken away by Yao Fan. I smell a hint of spatial fluctuations. Chu Ge slightly activated the void ring. So that's why. No wonder he sensed something was wrong when he walked here. I suspect that this Mahayana cultivator is not dead, but is in a space that no one has explored, and has taken Yao Fan away. Yao Fan is indeed the grandfather version of the Son of Destiny. I didn't expect to meet another one. Chu Ge was very suspicious that Yao Fan had gained the favor of that Mahayana cultivator. Levels of immortal cultivation, Qi training, building foundation, forming elixir, nascent soul, leaving the body, separation of spirit, fusion, Mahayana, overcoming tribulation. Ding dong. Choice 1, unknown Mahayana strongman, life or death unknown, find out whether the other party is dead or alive, reward, Heavenly Tao Refining Equipment Encyclopedia. Choice 2, solve the grandfather version of the Son of Destiny, reward, Gold Finger deprives the opportunity once. Option 3, kill the grandfather behind Yao Fan, the Son of Luck, and reward, 9-turn luck of yin and yang of heaven and earth, a set of immortal cultivation techniques. Chu Ge took a quick look at the 3 options and selected all of them. The complete guide to Tiandao refining equipment was also something he needed, and he only knew a little about refining equipment. The Golden Finger's opportunity to deprive someone of their chance is simply too useful. He still has one chance that he hasn't used, so the last opportunity to deprive him of the Golden Finger can be given to the rich man Zhang Fan. 9 changes of yin and yang of heaven and earth. This immortal cultivation technique was absorbed into Chu Ge's mind. Chapter 262 inches 9 changes of yin and yang in the world. 9 turn qi of yin and yang of heaven and earth. The extraordinary thing about this practice is the qi. This is a cultivation method that is very suitable for Chu Ge to practice. As long as Chu Ge's subordinates have more and more luck, his cultivation speed will become faster, and he will be able to gather the luck of his subordinates into himself. Of course, although the son of luck can't get any benefits in front of him, having luck and not having luck are two completely different things. Moreover, after he acquired this immortal cultivation technique, he could use his qi to refine weapons and elixirs, thus reducing the failure rate. In short, luck has many functions. Chu Ge started out as an ordinary person without any luck to protect him. After he killed the soldier King Yi Feng, he slowly built up such a huge foundation. Although he was not working hard and there were only a few women involved, Chu Ge himself felt that it was not easy for him. With so many sons of luck around him, he will be able to practice this technique more easily and at an astonishing speed. Chu Ge immediately sat cross-legged on the ground, his hands constantly changing gestures, and a mysterious yin and yang power emanated from his body. Chu Ge circulated his Zhou Tian Qi, and the aura of the Qi Tian Lu technique was instantly expelled by Chu Ge. With the immortal cultivation technique of the 9 changes of yin and yang of heaven and earth, his magic power instantly transformed in an instant, and the surrounding spiritual energy poured into his body. Chu Ge took a look at the thin spiritual energy around him and disappeared from everyone's sight. Chu Ge was madly absorbing the rich spiritual energy in the time cycle tower. 1 day, 1 month. 1 man and 1 woman. All things in the world are born from yin and yang, and their cycle continues endlessly. He was unaware of the passing of time and was focused on his cultivation. Ha! Chu Ge shouted coldly, and the speed at which his body absorbed spiritual energy became faster. Somewhere in the dark, he discovered several stars with extremely strong aura, shining brightly and surrounding him. He probed gently and found that these stars were the embodiment of the luck of his subordinates. Yi Feng and Xiao Chen also have it. Although they died, they were resurrected and their luck still did not dissipate. Instead, a completely new destiny was formed, which was extremely evil and strange. After all, they are resentful spirits, and are different from Lin Feng and others. Everyone's luck is different, and it is related to their personality. Hey, strange, why is Zhao Haifeng here too? Zhao Haifeng is the villain in the template of Urban Miracle Doctor. How could he have the same luck as Lin Feng and others? Chu Ge was very puzzled, so he used his spiritual consciousness to go deep into the star of Zhao Haifeng. I see. He understood. It turned out that Zhao Haifeng had killed many people with great fortune, so he also absorbed some of their fortune and condensed it into his own fortune. It can be said that Chu Ge made Zhao Haifeng successful. It was Chu Ge who personally cultivated a son of destiny who had a unique destiny and fought back from a villain. The power of yin and yang turned into several lines that directly bound these stars, allowing them to merge into one with themselves. In an instant, Chu Ge's cultivation skills improved a lot, and his strength increased by more than just several times. It can be completely compared to a small river and the sea, different in Japanese. 1 second, Chu Ge only disappeared for 1 second. Seeing the senior appear again, Yao Feng was extremely shocked. What kind of powerful man was the boss of these people? The aura of this senior seemed to be even stronger than before. When did cultivating immortals become so easy? Just sit cross-legged on the ground casually, change your hand gestures, and then disappear for a second, and you will become stronger. I originally thought that my qualifications were quite good, but now compared with these people, I seem to be far behind. What happened to the boss? Did the boss also get the opportunity? Zhao Haifeng said in a low voice with great curiosity. Jun Moshao looked at Chu Ge and frowned slightly. The aura emanating from this guy was becoming even more terrifying. Does he really have to work under Chu Ge for the rest of his life? When Jun Moshao thought about the possibility of this result in the future, he suddenly felt that his future was dark. Originally, he was thinking that he could surpass Chu Ge 1 day earlier and then leave with a slap in the face. Now he felt his face getting hot. Surpassing Chu Ge now seemed like a joke. Chu Ge suddenly glanced at the crowd and waved his hand. A stream of light was directly and invisibly absorbed into their minds. Lin Feng and the others suddenly felt as if there was a thread holding them together, but they couldn't find it. This feeling appeared and disappeared in an instant, which was very strange. Although Chu Ge had already been bound, he still did it again to let them feel it. From now on, we are a true whole, and no longer individuals that can be dispersed at will. Chu Ge looked at everyone and said, "You all have an unknown luck protecting you. I can feel it, and now my strength has increased a little bit. I have connected my luck with your luck. Not only will I get the benefit, you should be able to feel the benefit as well." However, he took the lion's share, and his subordinates would benefit from it so that they could follow him further, become stronger, and do better work for him. "What does this mean, boss?" everyone asked in unison. Yi Feng and Xiao Chen looked at each other. Their souls were almost connected. Without much explanation, they could understand what the other was thinking. This is a good thing, which means that they are no longer afraid of Chu Ge suddenly turning against them. They knew Chu Ge's insidiousness and cunning, and they died at the hands of Chu Ge. They have the best experience and the most say in speaking about it. Your breath is very wrong. The iron-eating beast looked at Chu Ge with strange eyes and asked, "Where did you go just now?" "This is a secret. I'll tell you later." Chu Ge smiled mysteriously. Chu Ge hugged Lin Zan and looked at everyone, saying, "You can experience the specific benefits yourself, and you will naturally understand what I mean." His current strength has been improved to the nascent soul stage. In one step, he will break through the nascent soul stage and enter the next stage. Hiss. Seeing that he just didn't tell it the reason, the iron-eating beast was tortured to death by curiosity. It scratched its mouth and cheeks, which made Chu Ge laugh. "Ouch! What are you laughing at?" The iron-eating beast immediately became serious. This human actually dared to laugh at him. It was too much. Shish. Chu Ge suddenly made a hushing gesture. He felt the space around him was like a ripple on the calm water. Chu Ge knew that he was no match for the powerful man in the Mahayana period, even if the opponent's physical body was gone. However, space cannot withstand the power of the Mahayana period. If the opponent dies together, the space of the entire world will collapse. Is it him? In a mysterious space, a water curtain appeared. An old man with amazing momentum floated beside Yao Fan and pointed at the water curtain. "That's right, senior. I was chased here by this person, so I rashly broke into your cave. Please forgive me." The imposing old man did not reply, but saw the iron-eating beast, and a trace of anger flashed in his eyes. This iron-eating beast actually deserted his post and allowed so many people to break into his cave. He deserves to die. Chapter 263 Master Hongming, you lied to me. Although he had cheated before, he had already paid the reward in advance, allowing the iron-eating beast to live so long. Not only does he live longer, but his physical strength is also superior. It's not so easy to get his benefits, haha. Although he met a destined person with good qualifications because of the iron-eating beast, what he hated most was people who did not keep their promises. Even if the other party is just an iron-eating beast. Ji Hongming snorted coldly and waved his sleeves. A stream of magic power instantly blasted outward. Ripples appeared in the space, and even the space he was in began to shake. Yao Fan is now very stable and has the support of senior masters, so he is safe now. Snort. Once the senior takes action, even that guy outside will be unable to escape. He even wanted to thank the other party. If the other party had not been chasing him, he would never have been able to come here and be valued by this senior. Now his teacher is still asleep, and he doesn't know how to explain what is happening to him. I believe the teacher should be able to understand me and that I was forced to do so. After all, if he refused the senior's request to be his apprentice, he would inevitably anger the senior and even lose an opportunity. Outside, Chu Ge was sensing the movements in the space. Suddenly, at this moment, he felt a powerful force coming in the space. His expression changed instantly, and with a wave of his sleeves, everyone and he disappeared into the cave. Boom! The entire cave collapsed in an instant, and the surroundings turned into nothingness, without any trace of the cave. Even the surrounding space was only a hair's breadth away from collapse. If Ji Hongming hadn't intentionally held back, the collapse of this space would have only been a matter of seconds. Once the space collapses, irreversible damage will be caused to the gradual recovery of spiritual energy in this world. After all, Ji Hongming still needs to appear in this world and reshape his body, so it is impossible for him to do so. If Chu Ge and others had left a second later, they would have been annihilated by his power. Haha. The spatial ability of this youngster is beyond my expectation. Ji Yu Hongming brought Yao Fan to the outside world, looked at the destroyed ruins, then looked at the several figures floating in the air in the distance and the iron-eating beast, and laughed. If the opponent uses spatial ability early, he will be able to sense it and will be awakened, and his attack will be more covert and more powerful. What a pity that the other party was so cautious that he didn't know until now that the other party had spatial abilities. Chu Ge looked at the other party with a serious expression. He didn't expect that Yao Fan would be associated with this Mahayana cultivator. Who are you and why do you interfere in the feud between him and me? Chu Ge's tone was extremely gloomy, and he said bluntly, you must know that the price you pay for protecting Yao Fan from offending me will be far beyond your imagination. Although I am only in the nascent soul stage, and you are already in the Mahayana stage, strength does not represent an absolute chance of winning. And don't forget, you don't have a physical body now. Even if he is a Mahayana cultivator, so what? Although he cannot beat the other party, it does not mean that he is afraid of the other party. Fortunately, he had not demonstrated his spatial ability before, otherwise the opponent's attack just now would not have been so easy. But now that the opponent is in the light, he can use his spatial ability and no longer hide. Moreover, his 10,000 souls seal has always had an extremely restraining power over souls. Even if he is at the Mahayana stage, he would probably be able to restrain himself to some extent. You are so arrogant, little brat. Ji Yu Hongming shouted coldly, and without saying anything else, another magical power instantly attacked the other party. He was known as Master Hongming back then, but no one had ever dared to speak to him like that. Even his peers of equal strength still had to respect him. The young generation nowadays is ignorant and deserves to be beaten. Jun Moshao instantly appeared in front of Chu Ge and shouted coldly. The record of abandoned heaven instantly appeared, forming a defensive barrier. Since he can no longer escape from Chu Ge, he will help Chu Ge well. Perhaps one day, he will need Chu Ge's help to fight his way to the sky of that world. Kill that couple and avenge the blood feud from my previous life. Boom! Jun Moshao's record of abandoned heaven instantly became shaky, and the barrier collapsed instantly when it encountered this devastating force. At the same time, Chu Ge's most capable subordinates, Zhao Haifeng, Linfeng and Zhang Chuchen all stood in front of Chu Ge. Whisk, Compass, and Thundercloud Sword. The three used their strongest defensive means to form three defensive barriers. The moment Jun Moshao's defensive barrier failed, the three of them instantly took over the defense. Chu Ge's expression changed slightly, and he looked at the Mahayana cultivator, who stood with his hands behind his back without making any movement. Lin Zan stayed beside him obediently. Yao Feng was completely dumbfounded. His head was buzzing after receiving the blow from a powerful Mahayana master. The iron-eating beast stared at the figure blankly. It remembered it clearly. The other person's aura and appearance were exactly the same. It turned out that the other party had never died, and had never left here, and it was just a watchdog. It's ridiculous that it was deceived by the other party for so many years without ever doubting it. Could it be that the benefits given by the other party back then were too many, which made me dizzy? Now it really wants to scold its past self, wondering why it was so stupid and why it believed the other party's words just because the other party gave it benefits. Yao Fan sneered, you are dead this time. Boom. The powerful attack from the Mahayana stage master was so powerful that it was useless even if Lin Feng and the other two tried to resist together. The defensive strength of these three people is like tofu hitting a head in the face of the power of the Mahayana period. The barrier shattered like a mirror, shattering from midair like a mirage in the water. The three of them didn't even have time to dodge, and in the blink of an eye, Chu Ge's figure appeared in front of them. Boom! Chu Ge faced this terrifyingly intense attack without changing his expression. Even if he had resisted it head-on, he would have been seriously injured or even killed. Chu Ge's expression moved slightly, and the void ring flickered slightly. The space in front of him turned into a conveyor belt, and this power disappeared without a trace in front of Chu Ge in an instant. Ji Yu Hongming suddenly pushed Yao Fan, who was beside him, away. Yao Fan, who was blown away, was confused. At the same time, a devastating force emerged from the void and directly hit where Yao Fan was. Ji Yu Hongming waved his sleeves, and a force appeared and instantly offset this force, preventing it from causing huge damage. However, this space cannot withstand the power of the Mahayana period, and Ji Yu Hongming does not dare to act too recklessly. Chu Ge looked at the other party deeply. The other party's power seemed to be well controlled, and the space did not fail to withstand this power. Ji Hongming looked at him calmly. You can use the power of space freely. Could it be that you have inherited it from one of my old colleagues? He racked his brain to imagine, but he couldn't figure out who among his old colleagues was the best at space ability. He could tell the other person's age at a glance. He was just a young man in his early 20s. He didn't believe that possessing the strength of the peak of the nascent soul stage at such a young age was the result of normal training. Ouch. Master Hongming, you actually lied to me. At this time, the iron-eating beast looked at Ji Hongming with anger on its face. Chapter 264. The protagonist is a socialite, and even the old grandfather loves him. Ji Hongming's expression remained normal, without any sense of shame or anger at being exposed. Instead, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth and he said, "Little thing, I asked you to take care of this place back then. Is this the result of your doing so? You didn't tell me a deadline at all. You obviously treated me as a watchdog, guarding this place for you. And the people around you, it seems that you attach great importance to them. If it weren't for me, he wouldn't be able to get in at all." HMPH. The iron-eating beast felt that he was in the wrong and didn't say anything else. He snorted coldly, tilted his head, and stopped looking at him. Chu Ge glanced at the iron-eating beast and didn't expect that this iron-eating beast had a bit of temper. Afterwards, he looked at the powerful Mahayana master who was in the state of soul without a physical body. He thought that this guy Yao Fan had hooked up with him again. He is truly the social butterfly among the protagonists, all the old men love him. You should know that you can't kill me. Chu Ge smiled confidently, even if you are a strong man in the Mahayana period, so what? I believe you have just witnessed my spatial ability. You want to kill me, but you can't do it. Chu Ge looked at the other party with a hint of sarcasm in his eyes. Times have changed, this era is not an era where you remnants of the old era can do whatever you want. Ji Hongming slowly floated to the same position as Chu Ge, looked at him, suddenly let out a low laugh, and then couldn't help laughing. The entire sky seemed to be echoing with Ji Hongming's laughter. Chu Ge raised his eyes slightly, and the space began to tremble. Sure enough, this world is exactly the same as what Jun Moshao described, and can only accommodate the power of cultivators in the nascent soul stage. The power of the Mahayana cultivators is not enough for this world to handle. Hey! Ji Hongming restrained his smile. My Taoist name is Master Hongming. Who are you, youngster? I remain nameless, Chu Ge, who is surrounded by enemies on all sides. Chu Ge looked at Master Hongming and his eyes inevitably swept towards Yao Fan. This guy must die. Even if Master Hongming protects him, a cultivator in the Mahayana stage cannot protect you. Seeing the fearless look on Yao Fan's face and the provocative eyes, Chu Ge sneered in his heart. Very good, the other party has an attitude of seeking death, but he is willing to call the other party the first. Yao Fan's heart suddenly beat fast when Chu Ge stared at him. Damn it! Yao Fan was angry at himself for being scared. If you want to touch my people, I won't agree. No matter what spatial means you use, you will be killed. Ji Hongming couldn't help laughing when he saw this junior ignoring him and even planning to target the people he valued. Hold him back, Yao Fan will die. Chu Ge looked at Zhao Haifeng and the other three and said without any doubt. Now option 1 has been completed and the other party is still alive. The second option is to get rid of Yao Fan. He cannot let him leave here. Once Yao Fan leaves, it will be difficult for him to find his whereabouts without the protection of the powerful Mahayana masters. Choose 3 and kill the old man behind the Sun of Luck. Chu Ge will pick on the weak, and the old man with Yao Fan's ring is the easiest to kill. Everything must be done without the powerful Mahayana master not paying attention. Otherwise, even Chu Ge would be a little tricky. Don't worry, boss. I will hold him for you even if I die. Lin Feng's eyes flashed with determination and he glanced at his sister. But if something goes wrong, you take my sister away. I will die before you. Zhao Haifeng patted Lin Feng's shoulder and said with a smile. Although he is laughing, people who are familiar with him know that he is very serious now. I will try my best. Zhang Chuchen flicked his whisk, and talismans began to rotate around him. These talismans are his last trump cards, and now he has taken them all out. Yi Feng and Xiao Chen remained calm. They were not afraid of death because they could be reborn anyway. This emperor is waiting for your good news. Jun Moshao laughed while holding the abandoned heaven record. Don't resist. Chu Ge looked at Jun Moshao and suddenly smiled. Huh? Jun Moshao looked at him in confusion. Whoosh. Jun Moshao disappeared in front of everyone, and a second later, Jun Moshao came back. When Jun Moshao returned, he felt the power of the golden elixir in his body and he smiled. I see. This is the secret of Chu Ge. He is in the Jindan stage. This means that he was completely recognized by Chu Ge. Don't die. Chu Ge instructed. He had great confidence in the crowd and did not seek to kill them, but only to delay them. It's easy to kill a mere Yao Fan. Everyone stopped talking and looked at Master Hong Ming with a fighting spirit. Except for Zhao Haifeng, the others are all template characters of the protagonist. They are unruly in their hearts and will not submit to anyone except Chu Ge. Even if he is a powerful cultivator in the Mahayana stage, so what? He has only jumped a few levels. Lin Zan looked at everyone with concern, especially about the safety of her brother Lin Feng and her boss. Yao Feng swallowed his saliva and cold sweat ran down his back. In a battle of this level, he felt that the other side would crush his side. Do you want to run? This thought subconsciously came to Yao Feng's mind. No, let's take a look first. But when he saw Senior Chu Ge's indifferent expression, Yao Feng instantly suppressed this idea to the deepest part of his heart. Something is wrong, very wrong. It seems that victory or failure of the battle is still uncertain. Don't be impulsive, don't seek your death. He's just in the Mahayana stage, it won't be a matter of life and death. Jun Moshao had killed countless Mahayana cultivators, but he is just in a state of desolation now. Jun Moshao is experienced in how to hold back a cultivator in the Mahayana stage. Ji Yu Hongming's expression changed slightly, and a hint of doubt flashed in his eyes as he looked at the person who disappeared for a second and reappeared. This feeling seemed familiar. He seemed to have seen it somewhere before, but he just couldn't remember where. But you want to stop me with these mere Jindan stage subordinates. Aren't you looking down on me too much? Ji Yu Hongming snorted coldly. He was just a junior, but he was so shameless. Kill. Jun Moshao took the lead and attacked. Kill. Zhao Haifeng and others followed Jun Moshao and killed the Mahayana cultivator together. Yi Feng and Xiao Chen looked at each other, then followed the crowd to kill. At the same time, Jun Moshao's voice came to his ears. Yi Feng and Xiao Chen looked at him deeply and nodded. Ha ha ha, you ignorant boy. I can destroy you with just a golden elixir and a snap of my fingers. Ji Yu Hongming did not leave Yao Fan's side as he continued to unleash his magic power. Boom, boom, boom. Jun Moshao and the others were unable to avoid Ji Yu Hongming's power. Ji Yu Hongming had suppressed his own power as much as possible to avoid destroying the space. But everyone could clearly see that black cracks appeared in the space. Jun Moshao and the others were in a very miserable state. After just one fight, they were already covered in blood. With just this little strength, you dare to challenge me? Ji Yu Hongming lightly slapped his palm, and the space collapsed faster. Heaven shaking talisman. Heaven abandoning seal. 5 elements and 8 trigrams seal. Thunder cloud sword technique. Boom. Ji Yu Hongming's light palm directly defeated everyone's strength. At this moment, a trace of resentment suddenly flashed in Ji Yu Hongming's eyes, and the resentment in his heart instantly rose to the extreme. Yi Feng and Xiao Chen instantly arrived in front of Ji Yu Hongming. Ji Yu Hongming instantly suppressed the resentment in his heart and raised his palm to blast out. At this moment, Chu Ge's figure instantly appeared behind Yao Fan. He swung the Longyuan sword in his hand, and there was a flash of sword light and a dragon roar. Chapter 265, The Unkillable Children of Destiny. This moment. A gleam of brilliance flashed in Ji Yu Hongming's eyes. Instead of stopping, he directly killed the 2 powerful and special resentful spirits in front of him. Boom. Ji Yu Hongming's attack came in an instant, just a light palm. Yi Feng and Xiao Chen instantly disappeared between heaven and earth. Not only that, Lin Feng and others behind them instantly flew backwards and fell into the distance, their lives or deaths unknown. Yi Feng and Xiao Chen, who were at the front, were killed by Ji Yu Hongming in one blow. This scene did not cause any ripples in Chu Ge's heart. At the same time when Ji Yu Hongming made his move, Yao Fan's head soared into the sky, with a hint of astonishment and confusion in his eyes. Why? Why did he still die even though his senior was right beside him? He has yet to become the pride of his father. He has yet to recapture the treatment that was due to his genius. He lost his life in such an obscure place. Bastard. When Ji Hongming saw this scene, his brows were furious and he instantly turned around and attacked Chu Ge with murderous intent. He had seen the other party repeatedly instructing his subordinates before, and he thought it was impossible for the other party to trade six with him. I didn't expect Chu Ge to be so heartless. Even if all his men died, he would still replace Yao Fan, whom he valued. The other party's ruthless behavior made Ji Hongming lose all face in an instant. He actually underestimated the other party, which was a shame for him. Hee. Chu Ge looked at Master Hongming and laughed. Amidst the mocking laughter, he hid in the void and escaped directly. After all, the opponent's attack can affect the stability of this space, and if you don't run away, you will die. Boom! The Mahayana cultivator struck with murderous intent, and the void in this place instantly formed a space storm and began to vibrate violently. Even if a cultivator in the Mahayana stage was here, he would have died on the spot facing the turbulence caused by the spatial fluctuations. Fortunately, Chu Ge ran fast. In the void, looking at the void strangulation zone not far away, Chu Ge showed a sneer at the corner of his mouth. Master Hongming, that's all. How naive. It's ridiculous that he actually wanted to use his men to make him stop. He believed that as the protagonists, Lin Feng and the others should not die because of their protagonist halo. However, Yi Feng and Xiao Chen were at the forefront and took most of the damage, which he did not expect. Whoosh! Chu Ge, who left the void, appeared beside Lin Feng and others. Chu Ge stood with his hands behind his back, looking at the changeable Master Hongming not far away, with a calm expression and a smile on his face. I told you that you can't protect him, but you still don't believe me. I didn't expect that you would watch these subordinates die in my hands. I underestimated you. Ji Hongming looked at the headless corpse beside him, and then looked at Chu Ge's subordinates who were lying motionless on the ground not far away. In his opinion, the opponent's subordinates had great potential, but the opponent actually forced him to exchange 6 for 1. He doesn't lose. Made a profit. If you find the right person for you, you can just look for him or later. Chu Ge, on the other hand, lost 6 subordinates with great potential in an instant. Thinking of this, Ji Hongming felt much more comfortable. This damn junior, I couldn't hit him, and he ran away like a loach, I couldn't even touch the edge of his clothes. If I reshape my body, the other party will definitely not be my match. It's a pity that in my current state, many of my methods cannot be used at all. Chu Ge looked straight at the other party and said slowly, my business is over. If you want revenge, I'm always here to accompany you. Young man, we'll meet again. Ji Hongming took a deep breath, forced down the anger in his heart, and disappeared from Chu Ge's eyes with a sneer. Since I can't deal with this young man for the time being, I'll wait for him to find the right person and rebuild his body, and then I'll take revenge on him. As the great Master Hongming, he had never suffered such humiliation before. He must avenge himself, otherwise his thoughts would not make sense. After seeing the other party leave, Chu Ge turned around and looked at his subordinates lying motionless on the ground. Lin Zan also came to her brother's side and anxiously helped Lin Feng, who was lying motionless on the ground, up, tears streaming down her face. Brother, you will be fine. Lin Feng's face was pale and his pulse was extremely weak. The same was true for Zhao Haifeng, Zhun Moshao, and Zhang Chuchen. They were the children of destiny. Even though they were at the Mahayana stage and there was such a huge gap between them, they were still able to survive at the hands of their opponents. Yi Feng and Xiao Chen actually faced the challenge head-on and blocked most of the attack power. No one knows whether the luck of Zhang Chuchen and others is at work here. However, Yi Feng and Xiao Chen are also sons of destiny, but no one knows when they can be reborn. The time of rebirth of the 2 resentful souls is not fixed, and Chu Ge plans to observe for a while before leaving. After all, Yi Feng and Xiao Chen are both heroes, and we cannot let them feel disheartened. Cough cough. Zhun Moshao suddenly coughed up blood. His face was pale without a trace of blood, and he opened his eyes in a daze. Hee, I'm still alive. Zhun Moshao suddenly grinned, a trace of relief and gratitude flashed through his heart, and he couldn't help laughing while lying on the ground. The smile of surviving a disaster, just now he almost thought he was going to die. He overestimated himself and did not expect that the other party was not an ordinary Mahayana cultivator. That palm strike almost took his life. Be good, baby. He will be fine. Chu Ge comforted Lin Zan and asked him to place Lin Feng flat on the ground. He'll be fine, right? Lin Zan looked at her boss with anticipation in her eyes. Yes, believe me. Chu Ge touched Lin Zan's face and said very gently. The stars connected in his consciousness did not disappear, which meant that they were not dead. 15 minutes later, Zhang Chuchen woke up and let out a long breath. After taking a look at the boss, it seemed that it was successful. Zhang Chuchen felt relieved, sat cross-legged, and attached several talismans directly to his body to start repairing his injuries. Zhao, you almost scared me, Master Zhao. At this moment, Zhao Haifeng's body suddenly twitched, and he sat up and touched himself around. When he saw that what he should have was still there, he breathed a sigh of relief. Half an hour later, Lin Feng, who was the most seriously injured, slowly opened his eyes. At first glance, I saw my sister crying silently beside me, and I couldn't help but reach out my hand to wipe her tears. Sister. Lin Feng was so weak and in so much pain that he couldn't even lift his hands and could only smile bitterly in silence. The Son of Destiny is extraordinary. Even after suffering such serious injuries, he can still wake up from it. I was scared to death. Time was the most tortuous thing. Even though she believed in her boss, Lin Zan still couldn't help but worry. After seeing her brother wake up, her heart finally settled down. An hour later. Boss, where are Yi Feng and Xiao Chen? Zhun Moshao suddenly asked, why haven't they been resurrected yet? Lin Feng, Zhao Haifeng, and Zhang Chuchen all looked at the boss. The fact that they were able to survive was all thanks to Yi Feng and Xiao Chen. Chapter 266, Food and lodging included, I'll go with you. It seems that you said something to Yi Feng and Xiao Chen, so they went to the front and blocked most of the attack power. Chu Ge couldn't help but look at Zhun Moshao, motioning them to rest assured. They will become extremely weak again after this death, and their rebirth time will probably be very slow. What I can be sure of is that they will not die, but I'm not sure about the time of rebirth. Zhun Moshao smiled bitterly when he heard it. At that time, I thought that the two of them were reborn immortal bodies, so I let them go to the front. I didn't say anything else, it was all up to them voluntarily. Who would have thought that the two of them rushed up without hesitation? It's a pity that I used to have a prejudice against them. He felt a little ashamed and guilty. He was indeed moved when the two rushed up without hesitation. Zhun Moshao's words made Zhao Haifeng and others silent for a moment, especially Zhao Haifeng. After all, Xiao Chen was his enemy who had wiped out his clan. Although I will not forgive him, I can accept him as a part of us. Just because he saved our lives before. Zhao Haifeng suddenly looked at everyone and smiled. No one had any objection. The reason why they subconsciously rejected him was because of Zhao Haifeng. Since Zhao Haifeng had no problem, then they would have no problem either. Recover your wounds where you are, have a good rest, and wait for our great hero to be reborn and return. Chu Ge saw that everyone accepted Yi Feng and Xiao Chen. He had no objection, so he gave an order to everyone. Then he walked up to the iron-eating beast, which had been lying on the ground in silence. The iron-eating beast seemed to have suffered a great mental blow, lying on the ground in a very depressed state, not moving a muscle. It seems that even if a fresh and crisp bamboo shoot is placed in front of it, it will not even look at it. Chu Ge disappeared for a few seconds and reappeared with a bamboo shoot in his hand and handed it to the mouth of the iron-eating beast. Do you want to eat it? The iron-eating beast stared at him with wide eyes. What was he doing? It won't eat it. Then, the iron-eating beast turned its head away with great disgust. Take it away, I don't want to eat it, I'm not in the mood to eat it. Come with me, there will be someone special to feed you in the future, and I will provide you with food and accommodation. Chu Ge laughed and sat directly next to the iron-eating beast. He put fresh bamboo shoots next to its mouth and began to fool it. Don't you want revenge? You have been deceived by the other party for so many years, don't you want to step on him under your feet with your own hands, and then let him work for you like a slave? The iron-eating beast slowly raised its eyelids and looked at him, and said weakly, you are too weak. Chu Ge was so angry that he laughed, and he even despised him for being weak. Although I am weak, he didn't get the upper hand from me. That's true. The iron-eating beast thought about the angry expression of Master Hongming who had just left, and couldn't help laughing. Time is worthless to me. Come with me, and no one in this world will dare to deceive you again. Chu Ge clapped his hands and threw the fresh and tender bamboo shoots directly into the mouth of the grinning iron-eating beast. It's as small as a toothpick. The iron-eating beast behind him took a sip and said dissatisfiedly. To a huge iron-eating beast, a bamboo shoot is just like a toothpick among toothpicks and has no taste at all. Why did Chu Ge always feel that the iron-eating beast didn't mean this? He glanced back at it and felt that he was overthinking. Can you become smaller? Chu Ge was too lazy to care. Otherwise, it would be difficult to pet a panda that was so big. Of course, it's a piece of cake. Then, the ferruginous beast directly changed into the size of a normal panda. It looked cute, and its two big dark circles under its eyes were very adorable. By the way, do you have a name? I can't always call you an iron-eating beast. Chu Ge held it in his arms and spoke while stroking its fur. The iron-eating beast subconsciously squinted its eyes comfortably, then felt something was wrong, and quickly broke free from his arms, looking at him warily. My name is Xiao Ti. It was given to me by someone in the past. Now that I am older than you, you can also call me Lao Ti. Lao Ti, Chu Ge shouted. Huh, the iron-eating beast looked at him with wide eyes. Forget it, I'll give you a new name. From now on, you'll be called Little Bear. Are you serious about naming me this? The iron-eating beast looked at him in disbelief. You taste it carefully. Chu Ge smiled mysteriously. So, the iron-eating beast savored it for a long time, and then slowly nodded. It is indeed tasteful. From now on, I will be called Old Bear. Little Bear always feels weird. I am older than you. I want to be called Old Bear. The iron-eating beast finally insisted on being older than them, with free food and accommodation, and it accepted it. Anyway, it has nowhere to go, so it might as well go to Chu Ge to eat and drink for free, and maybe it can even step on Master Hong Ming. Okay, from now on you will be called Old Bear. Chu Ge was very happy after dealing with the iron-eating beast. Now he was waiting for Yifeng and Xiao Chen to be reborn and return. Chu Ge came to the headless corpse, pulled off the other's ring, and entered the ring with his spiritual consciousness. Seeing the residual soul sleeping in the ring, Chu Ge killed it without hesitation. There's no point in keeping it, it's just an old man, he doesn't want it. He threw the headless corpse and the head into the ring, and then put the ring into the unique storage space of the void ring. After all, he is the protagonist, and even his corpse cannot be thrown away casually. It must be buried in a special mass grave, only then will he feel at ease. After killing Yao Fan, Chu Ge felt that his luck had become much stronger. The luck of the Son of Luck was useless to him and could not affect him, but luck was useful to him. 5 hours later, it was dark. Oh, we have to start all over again. Yifeng and Xiao Chen were finally reborn as expected by everyone. One of them sighed, and the other had a blank expression, indicating that they were used to it. Yifeng, Xiao Chen, would you like something to eat? Zhao Haifeng was very happy to see that the two had been successfully reborn. He walked up to them and handed them 2 skewers of grilled game. Eat it occasionally, the taste is quite unique. Yifeng and Zhao Haifeng did not have any personal grudges. After all, Yifeng had saved Zhao Haifeng and the others, so he sat down and ate without any hesitation. Xiao Chen knew about the grudge between him and Zhao Haifeng. He was stunned when he saw Zhao Haifeng handing him a skewer of roasted game with a smile on his face. Don't just stand there, they are thanking you for rushing forward without hesitation and blocking most of the damage for them. Although you can be reborn, the price of rebirth is also huge, and all your cultivation will be gone. Chu Ge said with a smile when he saw Dragon King Xiao Chen standing there in a daze. Upon hearing this, Dragon King Xiao Chen subconsciously curled up the corners of his mouth, and the classic scene of his crooked mouth made Chu Ge laugh secretly. Even if he becomes a vengeful spirit, the Dragon King is still the Dragon King. Chapter 267 I Want the Mother, 3000 Harems. For Xiao Chen, his only thought now is to live well and live forever. He couldn't get rid of Chu Ge's bondage, but he didn't want to break away from it either. It was better to follow Chu Ge than to struggle on his own. Chu Ge would take into consideration food, drink, helpers, and the ability to improve strength and resources. He was very satisfied. Watching Yifeng and Xiao Chen merge into Zhao Haifeng and the others, Chu Ge looked at Yao Feng who was standing alone. Is there anyone else in your family? Yao Feng didn't expect that senior Chu Ge would ask this question. He quickly bowed and answered respectfully. Senior, I have parents and grandfather and other relatives at home. Chu Ge raised his eyebrows slightly and said in a murderous tone, then except for your relatives, I will kill them all, and you lead the way. You have no objection, right? Yao Feng was startled and shook his head quickly. Senior, you are so kind, I absolutely have no objection. At the same time, the thing that Yao Feng was most worried about was finally put to rest. It's okay as long as the closest relatives are fine. As for the rest of the tribesmen, including the patriarch, let them die. Chu Ge just asked casually, he was acting on his own. Since our great hero has returned, everyone, let's go. Chu Ge said, and without waiting for them to react, he led everyone away and disappeared on the spot. The iron-eating beast had its mouth full of oil and was looking at the modern hotel room with a silly and cute look, full of curiosity. Zhao Haifeng approached the shrunken iron-eating beast and said with a wicked smile. This is a modern human city. You've probably never been here. When I'm free, I'll take you to see the world. Zhao Haifeng acted like a good brother, which made the iron-eating beast a little confused. What do you mean by seeing the world? I have seen a lot more of the world than you. Think about the time when I and. Having said that, the iron-eating beast instantly stopped the topic and snorted twice. Zhao Haifeng only saw the old bear iron-eating beast looking at him with squinted eyes, his eyes full of contempt. Lin Feng quickly shook off his sister's concern, propped himself up and came over, whispering, what he meant by seeing the world as happiness. What happiness? The iron-eating beast hadn't come to his senses yet, and blinked at him, Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked at it with a driving look in his eyes and said directly in voice transmission, looking for female iron-eating beasts. Yes, female ones. I want 3. No, I want a harem of 3,000. The chubby iron-eating beast immediately perked up, raised its chubby fingers, and pried open 3 of them. Zhang Chuchen, Zhun Moshao, Yifeng and Xiao Chen all came over. The topics of conversation among men, apart from world affairs, are women's mothers. A few people were talking about this and that, but to sum it up, they were following the boss, partying every night, and living a happy and carefree life. The iron-eating beast surrounded by everyone had begun to fantasize after hearing everyone's description and let out a pure laugh. Yao Feng cautiously moved behind the crowd, not daring to interrupt or say too much, just laughed along. Chu Ge clapped his hands to draw everyone's attention. If you want to recuperate, I have enough space here for you to recover. We will go to take down the Yao family soon. Divide a group of people to capture Yang Fan for me. It doesn't matter if he's dead or alive, but we must see the corpse. Who will go with me and who will form a team of 2 to capture Yang Fan is up to you guys to decide. After saying that, Chu Ge took Lin Zan out of the room. You must be hungry. I saw you didn't eat anything just now. Chu Ge touched Secretary Lin Zan's head with a very gentle tone. I want to eat xiaolongbao. Lin Zan had no appetite for game, so she had never eaten it before. Although she is now a cultivator and it is difficult for her to feel hungry, but if her boss says she is hungry, then she is hungry. I'll take you to eat. In Chu Ge's opinion, the fun that cultivators lack is being silly and just eating and drinking. He did not think that cultivators had to live in detachment from worldly affairs. He cultivated his own immortality, not an immortality for others. The manager of the Tamed branch in Yadu personally arranged everything, provided special car pickup and drop-off, and took very good care of Chu Ge. The best-tasting dumplings are actually sold in a small alley. It is cheap and affordable, tastes authentic, has a thin skin and lots of fillings, and the skin is neither dry nor doughy but elastic. Chu Ge ate 3 baskets himself and Lin Zan ate 2 baskets. Boss, I saw the news about Yang Fan. Lin Zan handed her mobile phone to the boss and pointed at the news on the screen. Chu Ge took a look and saw that Yang Fan was being hated by everyone. Yang Fan was accidentally identified, and the angry Yang Fan killed the man in the street and fled. This time, not only is the police wanted, the public is outraged, and Yang Fan's value is also skyrocketing. At this moment, Yang Fan's true fans are still leaving him, but he has countless black fans. When the wall falls, everyone pushes it down. It is well known that Yang Fan has committed many evil deeds. But at this moment, Yang Fan felt relieved when he saw the haters on the internet scolding him, and there was not a trace of despair in his heart. He has given up on his legitimate fans and completely abandoned the power these fans provided him, and instead began to absorb and cultivate the power of his black fans. Chu Ge didn't believe that with Yang Fan's strength, he couldn't hide himself and be discovered by ordinary people. I don't know if they have made all the arrangements. Chu Ge couldn't help but think while drinking soy milk. In the hotel, Zhao Haifeng and others all wanted to follow their boss to the secret realm to wipe out the entire family. No one wanted to capture Yang Fan, so they stared at each other for a long time, thinking, you don't say anything, I don't say anything, let's see who can drag it out longer. The iron-eating beast and Yao Feng stared at each other. Go find me a female iron-eating beast. The iron-eating beast ordered. The medicinal wind came from the secret realm. I have just integrated into this society, and I also know that the giant panda is also known as the giant panda, which is a national treasure level protected animal. Is it that necessary? Zhao Haifeng said helplessly. I'm not going. Zhun Moshao said directly. I'm not going either. Zhang Chuchen said quickly. We are weak and cannot go for the time being. Yifeng and Xiao Chen were not worried about going back at all. The two resentful souls that had just been resurrected had no strength at all. It feels like suddenly dropping from the maximum level to level 1, and I feel helpless. Lin Feng was about to say no when he saw Zhang Chuchen and Zhun Moshao looking at him. Okay, Zhao Haifeng and I will go. Lin Feng directly pulled Zhao Haifeng into the water, trying to catch Yang Fan as soon as possible, and also go to the secret realm to have some soup. There must be a lot of good things in the secret realm, although they have no worries about food, drink and resources. But taking it yourself and taking it from your boss are two completely different things. It seems that only the two of us can go. Zhao Haifeng sighed deeply, after all, he was the boss's close subordinate. Okay, let's wait for the boss to come back and do it as soon as we recover from our injuries. Zhao Haifeng said to Lin Feng. No problem. Lin Feng nodded. Everyone was seriously injured this time. I believe that after recovery, their understanding of their own strength will be further improved. Chapter 268, Clingy Ji Yuan Yuan. Everyone was waiting for the boss to come back so that they could reincarnate into the human world to heal their wounds, but the boss never came back. Chu Ge has already booked a new room with Lin Zan, and they are very affectionate and loving. After Chu Ge and Lin Zan finished taking a shower, they looked satisfied and changed their clothes before slowly coming back. Boss. Zhao Haifeng and Lin Feng looked at him with resentment. What's wrong? It's just that he came back a little late, it shouldn't be that serious, so Chu Ge pretended to be ignorant and asked, by the way, have you decided? Already made up your mind? Everyone answered weakly. Whoosh! Several people who were seriously injured disappeared in an instant. The next second they appeared alive and kicking. From their expressions, we can tell that they have gone through countless hardships. The strength of the nascent soul stage is not bad. Chu Ge looked at them. The protagonist was indeed well qualified and had a great opportunity between life and death. Look, he has just recovered from his injuries and his strength has broken through from the Jindan stage to the Yuanying stage. This is the strength of the nascent soul stage. I feel like I can control 100 of myself. Lin Feng said with great excitement on his face. I was lucky enough to make a breakthrough. Zhang Chuchen flicked his whisk. The whisk had become his natal magic weapon. He planned to find good materials to upgrade his whisk. If it weren't for the harsh conditions for advancement to the nascent soul stage, I would have already reached that stage. Zhao Haifeng snorted proudly. Nascent soul is just this. Zhun Moshao said with great disdain, causing the three people who were just excited to look at him speechlessly. What's wrong? What did I say wrong? Zhun Moshao said seriously. Okay. Chu Ge came out to smooth things over. Since you have all broken through the nascent soul stage, I am too lazy to get involved in the operation to destroy the medicine clan. I'll leave it to you. Chu Ge was too lazy to go. It was completely fine to leave this little matter to them. No problem. Everyone nodded and said yes. The young woman was very clingy, and Ji Yuan was reluctant to see Mr. Chu leave Yadu so soon. Mr. Chu, didn't Yuan treat you badly? Ji Yuan looked at Mr. Chu with tears in her eyes and full of affection. She was 10 years older than Chu Ge, but at heart she was still like a little girl, clingy. Chu Ge looked at Ji Yuan with a smile. A man should have great ambitions. This woman is so clingy. It's just a one-time pleasure, but she still wants more. She is so greedy. But he likes it. Then, Chu Ge gently stroked her head. Ji Yuan's pretty face broke into a slight smile, and she squinted her eyes, enjoying it like a kitten. I will miss Mr. Chu. Ji Yuan said reluctantly. Once the idea came to her mind, Ji Yuan found that she could no longer live without Mr. Chu. Although she also knew that Mr. Chu did not belong to her, she was not worthy of owning Mr. Chu for a long time. How much do you miss me? Chu Ge forcefully kissed her and pushed her into the corner. Ji Yuanyuan is indeed a ferocious young woman. She is madly demanding from Mr. Chu and doesn't know how to restrain herself at all. Chu Ge lay on the bed, enjoying Ji Yuanyuan feeding him. Ji Yuanyuan, with a flushed face, was still in the lingering mood. She pinched a grape with her slender fingernails and put it to Chu Ge's mouth. Chu Ge opened his mouth slightly, and Ji Yuanyuan obediently put it into his mouth. I have to say that Ji Yuanyuan's cooking skills are really good. Let Chu Ge enjoy different fun. When will Mr. Chu come back? Ji Yuanyuan slowly put her face against Chu Ge's chest, listening to his heartbeat. Maybe tomorrow, maybe a month, or maybe a year. Chu Ge looked at the disappointed eyes of young woman Ji Yuanyuan, pinched her chin, and said with a wicked smile. Or maybe I'll come when you miss me. Ji Yuanyuan twisted her body when she heard that, and said coquettishly, you're just a liar. You're so sweet-mouthed, I don't know how many women you've deceived. To be honest, it's really unbearable to hear a young woman acting coquettishly, and there's a tingling feeling in my heart. No, I just lied to you. Chu Ge said this without any hesitation. Moreover, Miss Ji Yuanyuan doesn't require him to take responsibility, making her one of the perfect lovers. When Ji Yuanyuan heard Mr. Chu say that he had only deceived her, she felt sweet in her heart and was very happy. Although I knew that Mr. Chu might be trying to make me happy, he was able to lie to me, so he must have her in his heart. While Chu Ge and Ji Yuanyuan were being affectionate with each other, Chu Ge's subordinates Zhao Haifeng and others had already started to take action. Zhao Haifeng and Lin Feng were responsible for dealing with Yang Fan who was on the run. Zhang Chuchen and Zhun Moshao were responsible for dealing with the Yao family in the secret realm, with Yao Feng leading the way. The iron-eating beast was responsible for waiting for everyone to return in the hotel and fell into a deep sleep. In the secret realm of the medicine clan. Since Yao Feng, the traitor to the clan, did not inform the Yao clan still knows nothing about it. The secret realm of the medicine clan is very hidden, located in the southwest of a remote area in Yaodu. The trees here are tall and deep-rooted, and the vegetation is abundant, so poisonous snakes, insects and ants don't even dare to come near them. No wonder no one comes here. The environment here is deliberately created by you, the medicine clan, right? Zhun Moshao played with the venomous snake in his hand that was so scared that it didn't dare to spit out its tongue, and evaluated the environment here. What you said is right, senior. Yao Feng didn't dare to refute and could only nod with a charming smile. Zhang Chuchen looked at the surrounding environment and said with a look of nostalgia. It's a small place, but I like it very much. It reminds me of the time when my master took me to a similar place to train me. This is it. Yao Feng couldn't wait to tell his family about his thoughts. The medicine clan is on the verge of destruction, and joining Senior Chu is the only way to survive. The family's secret realm token allows you to enter and exit the secret realm. Just input the unique magic mark of my medicine clan, and you can enter. But after entering the secret realm, the manager who guards the secret realm will know. As long as we subdue him in an instant, no one else will know. Yao Feng is worthy of being a guide, and he explained all the details clearly. Yao Feng knew that details determined success or failure, which could be seen from the fact that Master Hongming did not run away when Senior Chu and others were fighting. Let's go. Zhun Moshao handed the token that Chu Ge gave him to Yao Feng. As the door to the secret realm opened, Zhun Moshao and Zhang Chuchen disappeared instantly. Before he could even utter a scream, the Jindan stage manager who was in charge of guarding the place was killed by a single blow. After Yao Feng walked in, he felt relieved when he saw that the manager who opened the door was dead. There is not as much spiritual energy in the secret realm as outside, but the spiritual energy is still different from that outside. Zhun Moshao introduced to Zhang Chuchen, the newborn spiritual energy is the best spiritual energy. It's like the contrast between inferior and top-quality spirit stones. Yeah. Zhang Chuchen looked at the empty surroundings and said to Yao Feng. Take us there, kill the main characters first, and remember to point out your relatives, otherwise it's easy to hurt them by mistake. Chapter 269, The White-Clothed Girl in the Medicine Clan. Junior understands. Yao Feng bowed respectfully. One on each side. Zhun Moshao tilted his head and looked at Zhang Chuchen and said. Zhang Chuchen's face was solemn, Why don't you let Xiaodao chant scriptures for them, and you handle it by yourself? You're kidding, I can't do it alone. Zhang Moshao smiled bitterly. In the past, he might have been able to easily wipe out the clan, but now it was still a bit difficult. For example, the patriarch of the medicine clan has strength above the peak of the nascent soul stage. It would take the combined efforts of 2 people to take down the medicine clan leader, especially his abandoned heaven record, which could suppress the opponent. In order to prevent any accidents, it is better for us not to act alone. This was the first time Zhang Chuchen had done such a thing, annihilating an entire clan, which was completely unscrupulous. Zhang Chuchen even felt that he was not disturbed at all. It was all Zhao Haifeng's fault for leading him astray, otherwise he would have been so naive that he wouldn't even touch a woman. He thought women were tigers until he went down the mountain. You're right, we really can't act alone. Zhang Moshao nodded seriously. After all, there were only 2 of them, and Yao Feng couldn't be considered a human being. So, under the leadership of Yao Feng, the 2 of them fought their way to the main living place of the Yao clan in the secret realm before they were discovered. Although Yao Feng was the guide for the first time, he was very experienced and had taken all the details into consideration. Yao Feng, you traitor, you actually betrayed the Yao clan and your own Yao clan bloodline. Are you worthy of our ancestors and the forefathers of the Yao clan? An elder of the Yao clan just shouted in grief and anger when he was strangled by Zhang Chuchen's whisk. His face turned red and veins bulged. He struggled with his hands but to no avail. Die! Zhang Chuchen had an indifferent expression on his face. His whisk turned into a stream of light and instantly took away the life of the medicine clan elder. Fenger, what's going on? Yao Feng's grandfather is the elder of the Yao clan. His parents followed behind him, feeling a little ashamed of the contemptuous and strange looks from their clan members. His own child actually betrayed the family and became a guide for the enemy. Grandpa, there is only a future if we follow these seniors. The Yao clan is doomed. Yao Feng took a deep breath. After all, he couldn't just ignore the strange looks from the clan members present, so he said with grief and anger on his face. Everyone has their own choices. Why can't I choose my own life? The Yao clan is conservative and the clan leader is self-willed. What is the need for such a family to exist? Since you are his grandfather and parents, then this emperor will spare your lives. Yao Feng, where is Yao Fan? A woman in white had long fluttering hair and a pretty oval face. She looked like a fairy, as if she was high up in the sky. Her temperament was completely different from the people of the Yao clan present. Yao Fan. What Yao Fan? Yao Zuner, Yao Fan died a long time ago. Yao Feng didn't know if he wanted to deliberately provoke her, so he picked up the irritable topic and said provocatively. What? Dead? The woman in white obviously could not accept such an answer. A glimmer of noble fire flashed in her eyes, and her anger instantly ignited. How could brother Yao Fan die? Yao Fan told me before he set out that he was going the same way as you and even at the same time, so there was no way you wouldn't have met him. Yao Zuner looked at Yao Feng in disbelief. Besides, brother Yao Fan's strength is not something you can kill with just your strength. Yao Zuner snorted coldly. If it weren't for the respect for brother Yao Fan, she would have thought of sending someone to secretly protect brother Yao Fan long ago. But she didn't do so, because brother Yao Fan was too proud. Once he found out, he would definitely be angry. You talk too much nonsense. I'll start with you. Zhang Moshao snorted coldly and attacked her directly. How could a flock of sheep defeat a tiger? Zhang Moshao was like a tiger descending from the mountain, taking away the lives of dozens of people from the medicine clan in an instant. After living for so many years, the people of the medicine clan have become extremely arrogant. There are almost 10 million people in total. Of course, if the Yao clan had not intentionally controlled the population would have exceeded 1 billion, or even 2 billion long ago. In fact, there is another reason, that is, the secret realm can only support so many people. If there are more, the supply of spiritual energy will also be a problem. After all, a large number of people can provide more talented people. How dare you? You think we have no one in the medicine clan? Kill them. The number of people Zhang Moshao had just killed was instantly filled up. The human wave tactics were temporarily consumed, and then the strong ones made up the kill. You are a bunch of cowardly rats. Today I will massacre the medicine clan. Zhang Moshao was not afraid at all. Looking at the medicine clan members in the Jindan and Yuanyang stages outside watching the show, he sneered silently. The people of the medicine clan are indeed pedantic. But it is true that the people of the Medicine Clan have only cultivated a handful of people in the Jindan and Yuanying stages over the years. But there are many things to do, including those below the foundation building. Little girl, I will give you a ride. Jun Moshao was not a man who would show sympathy to women. He rushed to the white-clothed girl who had just spoken, snatched the weapon of a man from the Medicine Clan, and stood up with his sword. Clang! A mysterious old man in black robe stood directly in front of Jun Moshao and blocked Jun Moshao's attack. Don't hurt the young lady. Oh, you are indeed not an ordinary person. A strange light flashed in Jun Moshao's eyes. Not only him, but also the surrounding Medicine Clan members were very surprised by the sudden appearance of this mysterious old man in black robe. Yao Feng stood with his grandfather and parents. He had successfully convinced them. After all, I am their only close relative and they will definitely listen to my opinions. Moreover, he had already told his grandfather and parents all the information about senior Chu Ge. In fact, Yao Feng's personality is closely related to his grandparents' generation. So when Yao Feng said this, his grandfather and parents immediately chose to betray the Yao clan and join the bright future with unlimited potential. I will kill the evil one. Thunder, help me. Zhang Chuchen floated into the air, and numerous talismans flew out from the long sleeves of his Taoist robe. Among the many talismans, the thunder talisman emitted a dazzling lightning, and thunder and rumbling sounds were heard in the clear sky. The sky suddenly became gloomy, and thunder fell with a loud bang. How bold the demon is! But Zhang Chuchen's next action instantly made the people of the Medicine Clan in the Jindan and Yuanying stages who were watching the show unable to sit still. 4 large flags suddenly appeared from Zhang Chuchen's Taoist robe and flew into the gloomy and rolling thunderclouds. Boom! Suddenly, the sky and the earth changed color. Are you looking down on me? Jun Moshao saw that Zhang Chuchen attracted the attention of those Yuanying stage cultivators after using his ultimate move, so he sneered and came to Zhang Chuchen to help in an instant. Everyone, get out of my way. Ha 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 ha. Jun Moshao was able to fight against 10,000 enemies alone. These nascent soul stage enemies could not interfere with Zhang Chuchen's use of his ultimate move. Chapter 270, The Medicine Clan is finished, surveillance cancelled. Stop him quickly, don't let him release it, this power is too terrifying. This guy is definitely not an ordinary nascent soul stage expert, hurry up. We can't attack at all, we're doomed. Looking at the sky full of dark clouds, these Yao clan nascent soul stage experts looked at the sky with fear in their eyes. I am a small Taoist who kills evil. Thunder helps me. I will eliminate demons and defend my way. With Jun Moshao's help, Zhang Chuchen's Taoist robe rose up without wind, and he flew towards the position close to the thundercloud like a banished celestial being from the sky. Boom! Lightning flashed across the sky, and the earth seemed to be torn apart. A lightning python can take away the people of the Medicine Clan. There are people of the Medicine Clan everywhere. Zhang Chuchen thinks that since he has to take action, he should do it thoroughly. Don't try to hit here and there, as this will only make you indecisive, and indecision is a big taboo in spiritual practice. Zhang Chuchen realized a truth from the silver bottle in the classical book. That is to act decisively, hesitation will only lead to failure. Especially those people from the Medicine Clan who are in the Jindan and Yuanying stages are given special care by Zhang Chuchen. Boom! The nearest person from the Medicine Clan in the nascent soul stage was unable to dodge in time and could only take it head-on. The lightning entered his body, causing his entire body to become paralyzed and convulse. When the others were about to rescue, they found that the thunder was falling instead, and they could only dodge it helplessly. The terrifying destructive power contained in this thunder really made them dare not resist it. HMPH. Zhang Chuchen snorted coldly and flicked his whisk lightly. Under the cover of thunder, talismans rushed in front of them one after another. At this moment, the expressions of these immortal cultivators in the nascent soul and core forming stages changed drastically, and they all offered up the treasures in their hands. Cloud Sail Shield. Wind and Thunder Seal. Golden Bell Body Protection. Snap. Even an indestructible shield, an extremely thick seal, or even a golden bell with good defense could not withstand the explosive force of the talisman and broke apart. Then, before they could make any move, the talismans that followed continued to exert their power, constantly destroying the cracked magic weapons. In the blink of an eye, accompanied by the sound of explosion, the magical instruments like mirror flowers and water moons scattered in the air like shattered mirrors. The magic weapon I carefully refined. I spent hundreds of years and huge amounts of money to forge this magic weapon, and it's gone just like that. My hard work. When they saw their magic weapons shattered and fell to the ground, they were immediately heartbroken. At the same time, Pucci, a blood-red sword tip pierced through the heart of the nascent soul stage warrior who was hit by thunder first. I feel cool all over and my heart is flying. The eyes of this nascent soul stage expert were bloodshot, and his nascent soul wanted to disintegrate. His physical body was destroyed, but he still had his nascent soul to live. This is the advantage of a strong person in the nascent soul stage. Suddenly, his eyes were flooded with blood and turned blood red, and his nascent soul could not disintegrate. I want to destroy your soul and spirit. You want to escape using your nascent soul. Do you think I will let you go? Jun Moshao slowly walked out from behind him with a sneer on his face and an indifferent expression. As soon as he finished speaking, the soul of this nascent soul stage expert was instantly annihilated, and his body disintegrated and disappeared between heaven and earth. It's just for dealing with nascent soul stage. Jun Moshao is also in nascent soul stage now, and he has more methods than before. It's like unlocking something, some things simply cannot be used with this level of ability. It seems that one must reach the level of Zhongqi before one can use this skill. Jun Moshao didn't say anything and attacked these people from the medicine clan who were in the golden core and nascent soul stages. The people of the medicine clan on the ground were also held back by Zhang Chuchen alone. Zhang Chuchen is a Taoist priest, so naturally he wouldn't kill as many people as Jun Moshao, but Zhang Chuchen has killed far more people than Jun Moshao. Not only is it not bloody, it also has a hint of beautiful imagery. He is indeed too powerful. His subordinates are so powerful. The senior Chu Ge you mentioned is definitely more terrifying. He is not as simple as you see. Yao Feng's grandfather was secretly watching this battle in secret. After seeing the strength of Zhang Chuchen and Jun Moshao, he praised Yao Feng. Grandpa, of course, Yao Feng said proudly. You are just lucky, but the other party doesn't value you. You need to work harder, Fenger. Your father is right. You need to work harder, Fenger. Yao Feng's parents said to him earnestly. Zhang Chuchen, come and compete to see who has killed more people. After killing several Jindan stage warriors and one Yuanying stage warrior, Jun Moshao suddenly became inflated and shouted to Zhang Chuchen without knowing his own limitations. I never like fighting. Zhang Chuchen was floating in the air. The enemies around him did not dare to get close to him. Hearing this, he smiled slightly. Boom. Suddenly, there was a sound as if the sky was falling. Jun Moshao kicked a Yuanying away and looked towards the sound. The sky seemed to be pouring out water of thunder, as if it was water from the sky, but in fact it was huge thunder falling to the ground in an instant. The ground was charred black, with a deep pit that stretched as far as the eye could see. There was no one there, and all the visible areas on the ground were scorched earth. Damn it! My son, kill this demon, everyone come together, don't hold back, don't worry about that man, kill the demon first. Kill! A series of strange magical powers mixed with anger instantly attacked Zhang Chuchen. Dust to dust, ashes to ashes. Zhang Chuchen faced these attacks without changing his expression, flicked his whisk and chanted softly. In an instant, those magical powers disappeared in front of him. What the hell? Jun Moshao couldn't even describe how shocked he was. Zhang Chuchen usually looks like a harmless Taoist priest, but his actions are even more ruthless than those of the abandoned emperor. Not only is he cruel, he is also so powerful. This made Jun Moshao's mouth twitch slightly. Well, he was slapped in the face again. It turns out that the most powerful person under Chu Ge is not himself, but Zhang Chuchen, a guy who hides his true power. Miss, we really don't want to help. The mysterious old man in black robe stood respectfully beside Yao Zuner. Yao Zuner looked at the battle in front of her with a sad expression, and then left the scene resolutely. She wanted to check in person whether what Yao Feng said was true. If he's alive, I want to see him in person. If he's dead, I want to see his body. Yao Zuner didn't believe that brother Yao Fan died so easily. She clearly felt that the other party was no ordinary person, and would soar to great heights if given the opportunity. Send a message to the family, telling them that there is no need to monitor the Yao family anymore. After leaving the secret realm through a special secret method, Yao Zuner instructed the old man beside her. Because the medicine clan was simply unable to withstand the attacks of those two people, and now the clan leader was still injured, even if he had reached the out-of-body stage, he felt he could not defeat those two people. Since the medicine clan is gone, there is naturally no need for surveillance. Yes, miss. The mysterious old man in black robe nodded respectfully. Chapter 271, Genocide. After Yao Zuner left the secret realm of the Yao clan turned out to be just as Yao Zuner had expected. Even though the clan leader was in the out-of-body stage, he was no match for Jun Moshao and Zhang Chuchen. Under the suppression of Jun Moshao's abandoned heaven record, the cultivation of the medicine clan chief was directly suppressed, and the power of the abandoned heaven record was once again demonstrated. Zhang Chuchen harassed and assisted from the side, while Jun Moshao rushed forward with his sword in hand, fighting bravely and killing nearly half of the powerful men of the medicine clan. Yao Feng's father and mother are also at the peak of the golden core stage, and his grandfather is at the middle Yuanying stage but not as strong as the late Yuanying stage. The three men's hands were stained with the blood of their clansmen. Now that they had made up their minds, they had to do it to the end. There was no turning back. From the moment their hands were stained with the blood of the first member of the tribe, they had completely cut off their retreat. Yao Chang'an, the head of the Yao clan, looked at the two of them, with a trace of fear and despair in his eyes. Could it be that the last hope of the Yao clan would be extinguished in his hands? He couldn't even use half of his current strength. He looked at the atlas not far away that was emitting a suppressive force, and his heart sank to the bottom. It is this atlas that has been suppressing his own power. Finally, under Jun Moshao's attack, the surrounding mountains collapsed and the earth cracked, and the sound of bombing continued. Some of the people from the medicine clan in the surrounding area were accidentally affected by the aftermath of the battle, and they all moved away from here. What Zhang Chuchen was facing were the last remaining high-level forces of the medicine clan. Zhang Chuchen could deal with these people with ease. After all, thunder was rolling in the sky and all beings were equal. If you are not careful, you may be hit by the thunder. Zhang Chuchen is like a long-range mage, but in close combat he is like an impenetrable meat shield. Talismans reinforced the golden bell shadow on Zhang Chuchen's body, and clang 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 sounds were heard as they continued to attack. At this moment, the medicine clan leader accidentally had his arm chopped off by Jun Moshao. In an instant, the long sword in Jun Moshao's hand stabbed directly into his body, and used a secret method to instantly destroy the opponent's possibility of appearing an orifice. You have no way to retreat. If the King of Hell wants you to die at 3 o'clock in the morning, I dare not keep you alive past 5 o'clock. The chieftain of the medicine clan opened his mouth wide and breathed in the air greedily. Blood flowed down the sword. Pointing at the traitors who were killing his people, he said, "You shall not die well." The death of the chieftain of the medicine clan has put an end to this operation. Zhang Chuchen also successfully dealt with the high-level leaders of the medicine clan. Some of them escaped, while others fought bloody battles. This secret realm is really hard to find. There are so many people, how long will it take to deal with them all? This job is really not easy. I should have given it to Zhao Haifeng earlier. Jun Moshao looked at Zhang Chuchen hesitantly and said, "Actually, I have another way. I can eliminate all the hiding people here at once." Quote. What way? Zhang Chuchen came to the secret realm for the first time, and he believed that he did not have a deep understanding of it as Jun Moshao, a fairy emperor-level figure. Find the most vulnerable point and directly destroy the entire secret realm. Even if you are in the out-of-body stage or even the Mahayana stage, you won't be able to escape unscathed. Jun Moshao said with a wicked grin. Hee, the boss wants the complete secret realm. If you destroy the secret realm for the people of the medicine clan, isn't it just like taking off your pants to fart, a waste of effort? Zhang Chuchen thought it was some kind of method, but he didn't expect it to be such nonsense. Yao Feng brought his grandfather and parents towards the two of them, bowed respectfully and said, "Senior, my grandfather said that maybe he can help you." Quote. What method? Jun Moshao put away his smile, looked at the old man behind Yao Feng, and asked directly. Sir, in order to prevent betrayal or loss, the people of the medicine clan will leave marks on a map of the secret realm in the secret room of the medicine clan. No matter whether it is a newborn or the older generation, as long as they are in the secret realm, a mark will appear. In the only exit of the secret realm, I took my own initiative and completely closed it before. Even if there is a token, the power I left behind can be fed back to me in time. Jun Moshao and Zhang Chuchen did not expect that the medicine clan was so thoughtful and sold everything out. They were indeed a family. Afterwards, Yao Feng's grandfather took the map of the secret place and searched everywhere for people, killing them one by one. Only a small number of tribesmen hid individually, while the rest felt that more strength and more hope meant more, so they stayed together, which also saved Zhang Chuchen and Jun Moshao a lot of time. Zhang Chuchen and Jun Moshao spent a week working day and night and finally cleared out all the medicine clan members in the secret realm. Cloud City. Chu Ge had returned here a week in advance and was living a shameless life with Lu Yanru, Feng Linlin and Zhao King. Zhao Haifeng and Lin Feng came back the fastest. Even if Yang Fan used all the power of black fans, he was still powerless against Zhao Haifeng and Lin Feng. When Zhao Haifeng and Lin Feng came back and learned that Zhang Chuchen and Jun Moshao had not returned yet, they couldn't stop smiling. You two were making excuses, but now you're not as fast as them. It only took Zhao Haifeng and Lin Feng 3 days, but it took Zhang Chuchen and Jun Moshao more than twice as long. How is it? Did things go smoothly? Brother Jun, Brother Chu, thank you for your hard work. This is the welcoming milk tea specially prepared for you. Come and try it. After Zhang Chuchen and Jun Moshao came back, Zhao Haifeng specially bought large cups of milk tea to welcome them. Zhang Chuchen and Zhao Haifeng looked a little tired. Although they didn't feel tired, they were tired in their hearts. Killing is easy, the key is finding him. They have been to so many places that they can't even count how many times they have been there. Give it to me. Thinking that it would be a waste if he didn't drink it, Jun Moshao took the milk tea and started drinking it. I suddenly felt much more relaxed. Could this be the legendary diarrhea-inducing milk tea? After Zhang Chuchen and Jun Moshao got into Zhao Haifeng's car, they found Lin Feng sitting in the back of the car. Hey, where did you two go to play? You just came to pick us up. Jun Moshao said sarcastically. Haha, it has changed. I've only been away for a few days. Everything has changed after I came back. If I had known this would happen, I shouldn't have gone with Zhang Chuchen. Listening to Jun Moshao's weird Chong Yao tone, Lin Feng glanced at Jun Moshao. We are here to pick you up to play, who are you being sarcastic about here? You are really ungrateful. Oh, so that's it. Jun Moshao pointed meaningfully at Du Leishi in the corner of the car. I don't know much about you two. What is that? Zhang Chuchen swept his mind around, then looked deeply at Lin Feng's butt and Zhao Haifeng's butt. Zhang Chuchen quietly moved away from Lin Feng, his mind filled with fear, horror. Are women tired of playing? It is still fashionable to face challenges head-on. Don't get me wrong, damn Zhao Haifeng, can you please stop leaving this thing in your car every day? Lin Feng couldn't help but take a look, then cursed at Zhao Haifeng who was driving. Chapter 272 The World You Yearn For, I feel like vomiting in it. Which one are you talking about? That's prepared for Jun Moshao. Doesn't he like men? By the way, Jun Moshao, there is lubricant in the groove of your car door. I'm afraid the outside one is not clean, so you can use your own. Zhao Haifeng said while driving without turning his head. These guys must have wanted to take his money for free, but he didn't say anything and just endured it silently. Oh, Lin Feng and Zhang Chuchen looked at Jun Moshao meaningfully. Lin Feng took out the lubricant and stuffed it into Jun Moshao's pocket with disgust. So it's for you, Jun Moshao, take it, no need to thank me. Quote. Next time if you need it, just tell me directly, I guarantee the quality and buy the most expensive one for you. Lin Feng said generously. Zhang Chuchen silently stuffed Jun Moshao with a few talismans that he could use. It was a man's favorite thing when he was powerless, and it made the night worry-free and all women praised it. These are all we have. I'm not familiar with the rest of the little tricks, so I can't help you. After Zhang Chuchen finished speaking, he quietly moved away from Jun Moshao and looked out the window, as if he was on guard against Jun Moshao's sudden rampage. A bunch of bastards. Jun Moshao was so angry that he didn't know what to say for a moment. He just opened the car window and threw the lubricant out. When he threw the talisman given by Zhang Chuchen, he hesitated for a moment, then put it silently in his pocket. This talisman can be used when looking for a woman in the future, but now he has a temporary shadow on women. Thinking of this shadow, Jun Moshao looked at the three silent people, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Interesting. Unexpectedly, he found true friendship on this blue planet, instead of the false friendship he had when he was the abandoned emperor in his previous life. He always felt that something was missing in friendship, and it turned out that what was missing was an equal perspective. Those were originally his subordinates, and they should have been his subordinates, but back then he treated them as brothers. It is precisely because of this that the man betrayed himself and hooked up with his woman. Maybe one day, he and his brothers would kill that bastard together. He believed that as long as he asked, Zhao Haifeng and the others would choose to help him. Chu's house. I didn't expect that you would encounter problems every time you go out. Do you think I should pray for you? Yes, let's go pray for him together some other day. Lu Yanru and Feng Linlin said worriedly after listening to Chu Ge's story about the trip to Yadu. It's better to worship me than to worship Buddha. The Buddha in the world is at ease. I am the Buddha. When Chu Ge heard that the two girls were going to worship Buddha and pray for him, he couldn't help but curl his lips and leaned on the railing of the pavilion, feeling the breeze on his face, feeling comfortable and refreshed. But I think what the two sisters said is right. Zhao Qing swam out from the lake under the pavilion, and fully agreed with what the two sisters said. Hearing this, Chu Ge couldn't help but chuckle, and looked at Zhao Qing. Qinger, when did you become so familiar with them? How come I didn't know? Feng Linlin, who was opposite Chu Ge, raised her head and said proudly, you must not know. Sister Zhao Qing is so nice to us. I even saw whales in the deep sea with my own eyes. Go to the deep sea less recently. It's not safe. Chu Ge scratched Feng Linlin's nose and whispered. The spiritual energy that was recovering was becoming more and more intense, and its intensity was almost reaching its limit. Jun Moshao told him that based on Jun Moshao's experience, the recovery of spiritual energy in this world would last for a long time. This means that future enemies will not only be monsters and mutated plants on land, but also the deep sea, a depth that cannot be explored even with current human technology. No one can predict what changes will occur in the unexplored depths of the sea. But it must be unprecedentedly powerful. Chu Ge has already started preparations in this regard and has ordered Li Heru, general manager of Tamed Group, to set up layouts in coastal cities. First, sponsor marine environmental protection organizations and carry out a series of environmental protection activities. Then we use the Marine Environmental Protection Organization to do some research to observe the changes in the deep sea. It is very simple to conceal the truth. The headquarters of Tamed Group has a think tank that specifically serves Li Heru and other senior executives. These think tanks would be the general staff in wartime. They can easily come up with all kinds of conspiracies to deceive the public and be praised by outsiders. I also want to travel around the Huameng. Recently, Secretary Li Lanyan gave me a week off. Feng Linlin pouted. She didn't travel around the Huameng, but Chu Ge said she wanted to go to the deep sea. Xiao Qing directly changed into human form and came to Chu Ge happily. The deep sea has changed a lot recently. I can feel a terrifying existence in the deep sea along the coast. I dare not approach it. Chu Ge looked at Lu Yanru and others, and said slowly, go out less to play recently. Anyway, you should go less. Even if you go, I will take some time to train the shadow guards. Quote. Let the shadow guards protect you when the time comes. In fact, Chu Ge just remembered that the shadow guards have been practicing the complete manual of immortal cultivation given by Jun Moshao. It is to understand the various means and ways of cultivating immortals. This is just like the cultivation of immortals, which has various professions and exclusive skills, and is specially trained according to each person's hobbies and talents. This is the professional work that a shadow guard should do. Then hurry up. After the spiritual energy has revived, there are still many beautiful places that we haven't visited yet. Feng Linlin hugged Chu Ge's arm and acted coquettishly. Lu Yanru stood aside and said gracefully like a woman, just find a time. With your ability, it should only take a second. Linlin has done a lot of things Li Lanyan asked her to do, and this time she has a week's vacation in return. Although Feng Linlin can go to work at any time or not, she still insists on going every day. The purpose is to keep myself busy and appear less lazy. She was very happy that she could help Chu Ge to the best of her ability and felt that her life was fulfilling every day. When will you start your vacation? Chu Ge asked, pinching Linlin's little face. The day after tomorrow. Feng Linlin stared into Chu Ge's eyes and couldn't help but smile with her crescent-shaped eyes. Okay, we'll go together then. Chu Ge, who felt that he owed Feng Linlin something, finally relaxed and decided to compensate Feng Linlin, Lu Yanru and Zhao Qing. Okay, Feng Linlin's eyes lit up instantly, and her crescent-shaped eyes smiled even more. Okay, I happen to be free too. Lu Yanru looked at Chu Ge and smiled. Great, the human world is rich and colorful, and we monsters in the mountains and forests are really yearning for it. But I don't know why you always yearn for our mountains and rivers. Chu Ge touched Zhao Qing's head and smiled. What's the saying? The world you yearn for, I'm already sick of it. Chapter 273 Release the Rich Zhang Fan. What does this mean? I don't understand. Xiao Qing looked at Chu Ge in confusion, and then looked at the two sisters behind him blankly. Lu Yanru seemed to have sensed another meaning and looked at Chu Ge with a smile without saying a word. Chu Ge responded with a provocative look, which instantly gave Lu Yanru a shock. Sister Yanru, do you know what it means? Feng Linlin had never come across such words about driving before, and she couldn't figure it out after thinking about it carefully. It's nothing, Chu Ge is so mean. Lu Yanru glared at Chu Ge coquettishly, causing Chu Ge to laugh. Then I'll leave first. You guys chat first. Chu Ge saw that it was getting late and remembered that Zhao Haifeng was going to treat them to dinner today. Then be careful, we'll wait for you at home. Lu Yanru nodded, without asking what Chu Ge was going to do. After all, it's normal for men to have some problems. Don't ask questions without hesitation. Lu Yanru is also constantly reflecting and learning from the inspirational articles she read online. Chicken soup articles are actually quite good, but Lu Yanru always reads them in reverse. She believes that the only way to avoid being poisoned is to read chicken soup articles in reverse. After the three girls watched Chu Ge leave, they chattered about what to eat and what to wear. For the three women, Chu Ge has plenty of money, status, and strength. Chu Ge has unfathomable strength. Their men are the envy and jealousy of countless people. Before Chu Ge left, he went to the beehive first. He promised someone something, a promise, and he was ready to fulfill it. Taking the elevator, we arrived at the place where the protagonist was imprisoned, and first passed by Yi Chen and Lin Tianyu's rooms. After enjoying the two men's fiancés, Chu Ge still gave them both face and decided to go in and take a look. After opening the door, Yi Chen and Lin Tianyu opened their eyes and looked at him. Chu Ge, a trace of hatred flashed in Yi Chen and Lin Tianyu's eyes. Although they had been imprisoned for some time, Yi Chen and Lin Tianyu had already had their martial arts skills abolished by Chu Ge. Apart from hatred, they no longer have any belief to support them to live. It seems that you have to continue to be detained. Chu Ge's spiritual sense scanned the two people repeatedly, and then, looking at their expressions, he laughed. He kept these two people behind to study whether the protagonist who had lost his martial arts could recover on his own. Even if you are imprisoned by yourself, you will get unknown opportunities and evolve into a cultivator. But now they still look like ordinary people, with no signs of recovery at all. Is he overthinking? The protagonist is abandoned and imprisoned, so he won't have any adventures. But the only thing that puzzled Chu Ge was that after he practiced the 9 revolutions of yin and yang of heaven and earth, he found that Yi Chen and Lin Tianyu's luck had not dissipated. More importantly, instead of dissipating, it became more solid and seemed to be changing again. Chu Ge left immediately and asked people to pay more attention to these two people in the future. Once there is a change, just fix it. When Chu Ge came to the room of the rich man Zhang Fan was not excited at all. Instead, he looked at him and continued playing his favorite standalone game. What's wrong? Are you not surprised to see me? Chu Ge looked at the game screen. He didn't expect that Zhang Fan actually liked to play the large-scale standalone game of maid volleyball. He had quite a good taste. I came here to let you touch your golden finger and fulfill the promise I made to you. So, you can go home. Chu Ge turned to look at Zhang Fan and said lightly. Home? Zhang Fan shook his head. What can I do after I go back? My family has now accepted the fact that I'm not here, but once I appear, and I disappear again one day, I'm afraid they can't bear such a blow. The world outside is no longer a world dominated by money, warriors, even. Zhang Fan put down the game controller and turned to look at Chu Ge. Even cultivators like you, I'm an ordinary person, and it's not as safe outside as it is here. At least with your strength, it won't be possible for others to attack here. So what do you mean? Chu Ge tilted his head and waited for his decision. If you want to leave, you are also welcome to stay here. No, no, no. Zhang Fan shook his head repeatedly. He was not happy to stay here. I want to hang out with you. At least I can get some security. I don't ask for anything else. This is Zhang Fan's real purpose. He heard about the changes in the outside world from Zhao Haifeng. Zhao Haifeng was Chu Ge's subordinate, and every now and then, he would come to chat with him before leaving. Chu Ge looked at him deeply and said, okay. It would only take one more protagonist, and it wouldn't cost much money. It would just be one more mouth to feed. Moreover, according to the observations of the people Zhang Fan arranged, the difference between them and Lin Tianyu and Yi Chen was indeed like heaven and earth. Afterwards, Chu Ge still deprived him of his golden finger, and the cash back from spending money now became Chu Ge's. Ding dong. An unknown object has been detected and is being investigated. Ding dong. It is discovered that the harm caused by unknown things is minimal, so we can choose to coexist. Ding dong. Welcome to the cash back function for spending money into the selection system. Ding dong. After successful check-in, the cashback function will be activated in real time. Please check it yourself. Chu Ge took a casual look and found that the cashback started from 1 yuan. However, Chu Ge no longer needs money, and this function is somewhat useless. Ding dong. Because the host is dissatisfied with the cashback function for spending money, it is being cleaned up. It is being cleaned up. Don't. Chu Ge hurriedly stopped him. Even though he doesn't need it, it doesn't mean he has to clean it up. Ding dong. According to the host system, select the system to start upgrading the cashback function independently. The upgrade time of the cashback function is unknown. Chu Ge was speechless. The upgrade time was unknown. With such a long upgrade time, it seemed that the system didn't know how to upgrade. Afterwards, Chu Ge took Zhang Fan out of the room. The moment Zhang Fan stepped out of the room, tears began to flow silently. He didn't want to wipe away his tears. He felt very good and real now. The tears that flowed meant that all this was not a dream, and he finally came out. Gong Lian, send a few people to protect Zhang Fan. After leaving the hive, Chu Ge called Gong Lian. Thank you. Although Zhang Fan knew that Chu Ge was monitoring him, it was also to protect his safety. You're welcome. Chu Ge looked at Zhang Fan and suddenly smiled. This Zhang Fan is really sensible. He is completely different from the arrogant Zhang Fan I just met. He is like a completely different person. Not long after, several shadow guards took Zhang Fan away. At this time, Chu Ge suddenly remembered that he had forgotten to check on Yang Fan. Forget it, let's wait and see when he comes back. Chu Ge shook his head, got into the car waiting for him, and said to Luo Shu who was in the driver's seat, let's go, we'll go to Zhao Haifeng. Okay, boss. Luo Shu turned the steering wheel and drove away. Chapter 274. Someone is doing the dog-licking task. When Chu Ge arrived at the agreed place, he found that Zhao Haifeng and others were still outside, forming a circle with the crowd to watch the show. Boss. Luo Shu got out of the driver's seat, went to the back seat and opened the door. Chu Ge walked out from the back seat of the car, walked into the crowd, and looked at the man and woman in the center. Watching a play is human nature. No matter whether it is tragedy, comedy or various human dramas, people love to watch them, even at the cost of their own lives, to satisfy their curiosity. This man looks very ordinary, and can even be said to be an ordinary person. But this man knelt down on one knee very confidently, holding a bouquet of flowers, and looked at the beautifully dressed woman with affection in his eyes. I fell deeply in love with you from the first time I saw you. Please be my girlfriend. I will love you deeply, protect you, and even be with you for the rest of my life. Even Chu Ge couldn't help but get goosebumps after hearing what the man said. Oh shit, what is going on? Who are you? I don't know you. Get out of the way. The heavily made-up woman wanted to leave with a look of disgust on her face, but the man wouldn't let her go, making her face look extremely impatient and ugly. Zhao Haifeng gave the boss the best seat and said in a low voice. Boss, this man has confessed his love 3 times today, all in the same place. And the flowers have never been changed. I suspect they are fake. They are still so bright after so many years. Is there anything special about them? Chu Ge asked, looking at the man with an unusually thick skin. What's special about him is his perseverance. He seems to have some unknown purpose in doing this. After all, even the ultimate bootlicker wouldn't be as bootlicking as him. Judging from the way he's dressed, he must be living a very difficult life. This is the first time I've seen such an ultimate bootlicker. Zhao Haifeng didn't notice anything special about the other party, but he always felt that he had some unknown purpose. And every time after being rejected, there is a look of joy on the other person's face. It's like getting some kind of emotional or even other satisfaction, and thus feeling psychologically happy. Zhao Haifeng also said this. After Chu Ge heard it, he couldn't help but look deeply at this ordinary and confident man. If it is true as Zhao Haifeng described, this guy is really weird. Then, Chu Ge saw the woman push him away and squeeze out of the crowd. The man had a satisfied and obscene smile on his face. Chu Ge suddenly laughed, and said to Zhao Haifeng, "Let's go, where is the seat you booked?" "Oh, it was originally a private room, but then I saw how lively it was, so I changed it to a seat by the glass window very close to the door." Zhao Haifeng hurriedly took the boss into the store. The roast duck here also includes hand-shredded duck, duck neck and various duck dishes. The taste is guaranteed to be classic. After Zhao Haifeng moved a chair for the boss, Zhun Moshao and others also took their seats. "Luo Shu, you come sit down too. It's my treat today." Seeing Luo Shu standing very professionally as the boss's bodyguard, Zhao Haifeng couldn't help but hand him a stool and let him sit next to him. "Thank you." After seeing the boss nod, Luo Shu thanked Zhao Haifeng. "We are all brothers, why be polite?" Zhao Haifeng waved his hand and said nonchalantly. Zhang Chuchen had just sat down when he saw the man outside meet another girl, who seemed to be picked randomly on the street. "This guy is really persistent. I admire him." Zhun Moshao took a look and was not very interested. He said casually, "He is probably completing a mission." "A mission?" Chu Ge glanced at Zhun Moshao and a flash of inspiration came to his mind. He seemed to have read similar novels, such as dog-licking novels, in which the degree of licking determines the rewards and how to unlock the favor of women. It seems that Tamed Group has this kind of borderline game. What is it called? Should it be called sexual XXX love? Chu Ge didn't have much impression of him. After all, he was not a bootlicker and he had no shortage of women. However, the man outside seemed to have obtained some kind of golden finger and had to do some kind of dog-licking task to get the reward. Chu Ge did not get to the bottom of the matter. The other party could not escape anyway, so he might as well observe secretly. As the various duck dishes were served, it was really nice to drink beer and eat some peanuts. No one knew that a billionaire with a net worth of more than 1 trillion was eating in an ordinary restaurant and drinking beer, no different from ordinary people. "Miss, from the first moment I saw you, I felt that you were the one destined for me. This is your boyfriend, right? I'll give you a condom so that I can feel involved." Li Yunxiao looked at the progress of the tasks in the dog-licking system and felt very anxious. So without thinking, he just pulled a couple and spoke loudly. This shout instantly attracted the curious eyes of passers-by who were watching the show. "Good man, isn't this guy afraid of being beaten to death in the street? He actually flirted with someone else's girlfriend in front of her boyfriend." Zhao Haifeng laughed loudly, just to watch the fun. "Boy, what are you talking about? Do you want to die?" The boyfriend of the woman's face suddenly turned dark. He pushed Li Yunxiao away and cursed. "Are you sick? You're a psychopath. You didn't check the almanac before going out and met such a psychopath. Fuck you." He was not satisfied with cursing, so he tripped Li Yunxiao to the ground and stepped on him hard a few times. "Stop hitting me, stop hitting me. How about I give you a lipstick? Remember to put it on her when you do it. I feel involved too. Baby, you said you were going to take a shower at night and then you didn't send me any news. Why, my baby?" Li Yunxiao protected his head with both hands, enduring the other party's punches and kicks, while shouting. Because he found that the dog-licking progress bar was rising straight up, which was a rare phenomenon. This meant that what he said was really licking enough. "It's so disgusting." The girl who was being talked about hid behind her boyfriend, feeling nauseous after hearing these words. "You're really not afraid of death. Zhao, I didn't check the almanac today. Let's go, baby." The man couldn't fight anymore and was disgusted by his words, so he just pulled his girlfriend and pushed away the onlookers and left. "Wow, brother, you have great ambitions. I support you. If you lick her to the end, she will definitely be yours. Chase her, come on." An audience member who was also a bootlicker applauded and encouraged him. "Come on, come on, come on." The scene suddenly changed, and the crowd started shouting. Li Yunxiao wiped the blood from his nose and chased after him, ignoring the strange looks from the crowd. "The progress bar is almost full, so now you have to continue looking for this couple and make as much money as possible. It's really interesting, boss. Do you want to send someone to follow him?" Zhao Haifeng said happily while gnawing on the duck head. "No need, as long as he is in Yuncheng, he can't run away." Chu Ge ate a peanut, raised his beer and said to them, Come on, ignore him, let's drink first. Drink this bottle. Woohoo takeoff. Xiaodao can't drink much. Bullshit, you said the same thing last time, but you ended up drinking 2 boxes. Ha ha ha, drink, so cool. As Chu Ge raised the bottle, the atmosphere at the table instantly became hot. Chapter 275, Licking a Dog, Regardless of Gender. Just when Chu Ge and others were drinking enthusiastically, Li Yunxiao finally walked in with satisfaction. He sat down at the dining table next to Chu Ge and others. After all, the dishes on the table were ordered by him, so he felt very sorry. If it wasn't for completing the mission, he wouldn't come here to eat. Wouldn't it be nice to eat instant noodles at home? Congratulations to the host for completing the activation conditions of the dog licking system. The dog licking system has been officially activated. Is there a gift package for beginners? Li Yunxiao's face was overjoyed and he asked quickly in his heart. At this time, Chu Ge couldn't help but look at him while holding the wine glass. The joy on this guy's face was indeed like that. He already knew in his mind that this person was most likely a protagonist. It looks like he is the protagonist who has just started. Should I just kill the other person directly? Chu Ge turned the wine glass, looking at the reflection in the glass with deep eyes, deciding the other person's life or death in his heart. Die now or die later. I just don't know what the other party's golden finger looks like. Is it really a dog licking system, or something else? Now the selection system does not give any prompts. Do you think the opponent is too weak and you are too lazy to move? Jun Moshao and the others also noticed that the boss frequently secretly looked at the man next door who was eating vegetables crazily and looked extremely happy. The boss has been staring at that man. Is he interested in him? Does the boss also like to lick dogs? Zhao Haifeng whispered to a few people through his telepathic consciousness. I'm not sure. I guess the boss feels that there's something special about this guy. Zhang Chuchen secretly looked at the bootlicker man and frowned. Jun Moshao was gnawing on a duck neck and replied nonchalantly, it's none of my business. Even if the boss likes men, I wouldn't be surprised. Fuck, that's awesome. Lin Feng and others secretly gave Jun Moshao a thumbs up. Jun Moshao, are you getting cocky, or am I unable to lift the knife anymore? Chu Ge's telepathic voice suddenly appeared in the chat channel of several people. Zhao Haifeng exits the group chat. Zhang Chuchen exited the group chat. Lin Feng exits the group chat. Luo Shu exits the group chat. Except for the person involved, everyone else stopped talking immediately after hearing the boss's voice and nod on the duck neck in silence. Jun Moshao ate his food as if nothing had happened, as if he had not just complained about Chu Ge. He also looked up at a few people with a very confused and bewildered look. Chu Ge snorted coldly, ate his duck feet, and silently transmitted the message. There's something wrong with this guy, you guys pay attention to him. Don't touch him for now, I want to see his secret. Got it, Zhao Haifeng and the others replied silently in their hearts. At this time, Li Yunxiao, who had just opened the novice gift package from the system, obtained the Licking God Cultivation secret book. As long as you lick enough, you can gain powerful strength, which is not as good as cultivating immortals. And cultivation is like a progress bar. To put it simply, as long as you lick enough, one day you will be able to reach the same level as the heavenly Tao. After obtaining this secret book of cultivating immortals, Li Yunxiao was ecstatic. Now is the heyday of warriors, and he can actually directly skip the warrior level and enter the immortal level. If you think about it this way, what's wrong with being a bootlicker? What to do if you encounter a powerful enemy? Lick him. Just lick enough. One day, you will be able to lick yourself into strength and confidence, and your path as a dog licker will be smooth. Ding dong. The target for licking is Zhao Haifeng, male, success probability, 88%, coordinates, the man in red clothes at the next table. Ding dong. The target for licking is Zhao Haifeng, male, success probability, 88%, coordinates, the man in red clothes at the next table. Ding dong. The target for licking is Zhao Haifeng, male, success probability, 88%, coordinates, the man in red clothes at the next table. Li Yunxiao's face changed. He originally thought that dogs only licked girls, but he didn't expect that men were also included. System, could you please not be so realistic? Gender equality is not what we want women to be given priority. When Chu Ge saw the other party's face change, he couldn't help but wonder if the other party had suddenly been given some kind of task by the Golden Finger, or had encountered some difficulties. Haha, interesting. A hint of interest flashed across Chu Ge's eyes, and he couldn't help but ponder the empty ring on the Sao. Li Yunxiao communicated with the system and found that the system did not know how to use its brain and was very stubborn. The list of people to be licked can only be checked one by one, and cannot be selected. It can only be decided by the system. It cannot be refused. Once it is not executed, it will stay with this person forever and will not appear on the second person until it is completed. In desperation, Li Yunxiao risked being beaten to death and came to Zhao Haifeng in front of Chu Ge and others, full of sincerity. My dear brother, the moment I saw you, I felt that you were the brightest light in the crowd. A hint of depression flashed across his mature face, and the light in his eyes was like a surging river, overflowing without notice. My dear brother, I think you must be a rare talent. Seeing that Zhao Haifeng's complexion was getting worse, Li Yunxiao swallowed subconsciously and said, My dear brother, you are very dignified and you can tell at a glance that he is not an ordinary person. I just wanted to take the liberty to come over and meet you, my dear brother. My dear brother must have a girlfriend. Your girlfriend is so lucky to have a man like you. Li Yunxiao's words became more and more eloquent, but when he saw that the other party's complexion was getting worse, he felt disheartened. Yay, Mom, will this person hit me the next second? Dog system, I licked him so much, why does the other party look so bad? Li Yunxiao felt heartbroken when he saw that his pleasure value did not change at all after being licked. Chu Ge watched silently, trying not to laugh. Lin Feng, Zhang Chuchen, Jun Moshao and Luo Shu drank silently, looking at Zhao Haifeng, gloating in their hearts. Zhao Haifeng, you have finally come to this day, being licked like this by a grown man. If it were them, they would have taken action long ago. The fact that Zhao Haifeng had been able to endure until now made Zhang Chuchen and the others feel deeply moved and admire him. Just imagine, a grown man praises himself in front of you like this, it's so greasy, who can stand it? How could Zhao Haifeng not have an attack? He had been wanting to have an attack for a long time. But the boss stopped him at the moment of the outburst and told him to bear it and go along with the other party's words and let the other party continue the show. Chu Ge really wanted to know what the other party wanted to do and what he wanted to get from Zhao Haifeng. What on earth do you want to do, kid? Zhao Haifeng gritted his teeth in anger, trying hard to suppress the goosebumps all over his body. Li Yunxiao was crying in his heart, but he continued to compliment with a smile on his face. Brother, don't be angry. You are a magnanimous person. You have a big heart. Are you saying that my heart is big? Zhao Haifeng stared at him with a gloomy look. Look at my mouth. Li Yunxiao got angry and slapped himself in the face. Brother, don't be angry. Being angry is bad for your health. Don't get angry. It's all my fault. I'm so presumptuous to disturb your fun. Chu Ge has never seen such a shameless dog licking a grown man. Suddenly I wanted to know if this guy had encountered a mandatory task. Chapter 276 Technician No. 36. Li Yunxiao suddenly remembered his Licking King cultivation secret book and subconsciously practiced it. Then, Li Yunxiao continued to compliment Zhao Haifeng. His words were full of flattery and greasy. However, Chu Ge and others found that Zhao Haifeng's expression seemed to slowly subside from his anger, as if he was enjoying the other party's compliment. After seeing the other party's pleasure level from being licked soaring, Li Yunxiao finally understood the importance of his own skills. This technique is the fundamental way for a bootlicker to become a god. Wake up! The voices of Zhang Chuchen, Jun Moshao, Luo Shu, and Lin Feng rang out in Zhao Haifeng's mind. Zhao Haifeng seemed to come back to his senses, a hint of coldness flashed across his eyes, and he became extremely wary of this ordinary guy. This guy is so weird. Just now, he had unknowingly found the other party's words becoming more and more pleasant to the ear, and even began to enjoy the other party's flattery. When Li Yunxiao saw that his happiness value was about to reach the peak and complete the task, it suddenly dropped again. This made his mood fluctuate all of a sudden, and he instantly fell to the bottom. Do you have to play tricks on me like this? System, are you doing this on purpose? But how did this guy wake up all of a sudden? Li Yunxiao looked at Zhao Haifeng cautiously, unable to understand. Get out of here. Zhao Haifeng couldn't stand it anymore and shouted in a low voice. This guy made him lose face in front of his boss and Lin Feng and others. If his boss hadn't wanted him alive, he would have sunk the man into the sea right now. Don't be angry, I'm going to leave right now, leave quickly. You can make me leave in any way you want if you want me to be happy. This was not a solution. Li Yunxiao could only retreat first and then think of a solution. Anyway, the system has positioning, so there is no need to worry about not being able to find the other party. It's so disgusting. Zhao Haifeng grabbed the duck feet on the table and started eating. Boss, there was a kind of suspicious power at work in the other party's body just now. Jun Moshao said to Chu Ge after the other party left. I have also felt that once this power grows, it will be very terrifying. The most terrifying thing about the power that can bewitch people's minds is that this power can bewitch people's minds in secret and stir up trouble. Do you want me to go and bring him back? Luo Shu looked at his boss and asked. Not for now. Chu Ge waved his hand and said. But I'd better send someone to monitor him. People who are good at bewitching people and simple-minded cannot be sent out, so Chu Ge directly sent Yifeng and Xiao Chen. Yifeng and Xiao Chen have recovered their strength to the peak of the Golden Core stage in the Time Cycle Tower, and even luckily broke through to the Nascent Soul stage. Chu Ge felt relieved only after seeing this terrifying existence become a vengeful spirit at the Nascent Soul stage. Yifeng and Xiao Chen have become Chu Ge's eyes for monitoring the protagonist. There's no way around it, since he can trust these two to do the job. After dinner, Zhao Haifeng suggested that everyone do some exercise together. After all, doing more exercise is good for your health. Zhang Chuchen and others agreed. Lying on the massage bed, with someone massaging his back with feet, Chu Ge held his cell phone and looked at the message sent by Yifeng. Boss, this guy is called Li Yunxiao, he is a stay-at-home, extremely poor, he doesn't go to work, and lives on the accident compensation from his parents. Now he has almost spent all the compensation. The reason is, he is too self-serving, spends too much, and pretends to be a rich man. Boss, Li Yunxiao licked another woman, but this time it was very successful. The woman even invited him to spend the night with her, but he refused. There is nothing unusual for the time being. Boss, that guy went home and was playing on his phone. The list of goddesses is as many as 100. Xiao Chen and I both admire this guy. The sky is endless. Now he seems to be looking through the manual of licking dogs, and how to be a successful licking dog, and how a licking dog can fight a comeback. My goodness, this man is a real bootlicker. Boss, should we continue to monitor him? Chu Ge didn't expect that Li Yunxiao was so hardworking. Even a bootlicker was working hard, so what qualifications did the others have to not work hard? Continue monitoring. After sending the message, Chu Ge threw his phone directly on the bed and said to the waiter who was stepping on his back. Please try harder. Okay, Mr. Chu, is this enough strength? The woman, wearing a service uniform and holding the armrest above her head, said in a very trained manner. That's right. How much money can you make in a month in this line of work? Chu Ge said with enjoyment, squinting his eyes. The market is down, we can barely survive. Mr. Chu, you must come for massage more often in the future, and remember to order technician No. 36. Chu Ge laughed and joked, I just asked you a simple question about your salary, but you asked for a month's salary. Technician number 36 smiled and made a sound like a silver bell. Mr. Chu, you are joking. For a successful person like Mr. Chu, the little money that comes out from between his fingernails can buy us a house for a lifetime. Quote. Rich people also have troubles. If you have never stood on a high place, you don't know how ethereal the height is. If you are not careful, you will fall into the abyss. Then Mr. Chu, will the abyss like mine make Mr. Chu fall? Technician number 36 slowly unzipped his clothes, got off Chu Ge's back, knelt beside Chu Ge as if nothing had happened, and asked softly. Chu Ge turned around and saw more than just the abyss. It turns out that women out there know how to have fun and have many tricks. I don't know if he fell or not, but he might have slipped in accidentally. Chu Ge couldn't help laughing and teased, come and wash my hair. Okay sir, technician number 36 is here to serve you. Technician number 36 is not just a name. Chu Ge enjoyed the feeling of the nails sliding gently on his hair. Not only that, she would also whisper some words in his ear, which helped him relax more effectively. This package is available in ordinary bathing centers, but the quality of technicians needs to be improved. But it's normal. You get what you consume, and it's fair. Generally, such packages are around 300 yuan, but there are also slightly more expensive ones, such as the 1888 package and so on. Boss, this guy is very abnormal. It seems that he is practicing some kind of martial arts. The cell phone rang. Chu Ge picked up the phone and saw the message Yifeng sent him. Continue to monitor and collect his information, send it to the group's think tank, and let them judge what Li Yunxiao is trying to do. Although he did not tell the think tank about the golden finger, the think tank will infer it, and he will make his own judgment based on the golden finger. Boss, please close your eyes, we are about to start flushing. Chapter 277, The Arrogant Japanese. A cool feeling washed down the head, and the nails scratched the scalp, and a special feeling was transmitted from the scalp to the brain. All in all, it is very comfortable and I want to come again and again. It seems that I really need to take care of the business of technician number 36 in the future. Chu Ge closed his eyes and gradually fell asleep. Technician number 36 massaged his head very gently until he fell asleep completely, then he lay down beside him and waited for the guest to wake up. The service is very complete and thoughtful. This must be the result of professional training, so that guests come in satisfied and leave satisfied. When Chu Ge woke up, he was awakened by the noise outside. When technician number 36 saw Chu Ge wake up, he placed his hands on his abdomen with an apologetic look on his face and bowed slightly. Mr. Chu, I'm very sorry to disturb your rest. Quote. There was a noisy incident with guests outside, and the security personnel are on their way to deal with it. Please forgive me, Mr. Chu. But Chu Ge didn't feel something was right, as if this foreigner was looking for trouble. After thinking about it, Chu Ge sent a message to Li Heru, arrange a lawyer to come over. Afterwards, Chu Ge sent a message to Zhao Haifeng and others, come here. Zhao Haifeng and others were doing after-meal exercises next to Chu Ge. When they saw the message from the boss, they shook their heads casually and rushed over to gather with their pants pulled up. They also heard what was happening outside, but were too lazy to pay attention. Judging from the boss's attitude, it seemed that they needed to pay attention to it. Boss, this guy Li Yunxiao seems to be heading in your direction. When Chu Ge picked up the phone and saw the message, his eyes flashed slightly. Is this Li Yunxiao targeting him or Zhao Haifeng? The think tank's initial judgment, 90% of Li Yunxiao's current actions are strongly purposeful, and he will not stop until he achieves a certain level of licking. Judging from Li Yunxiao's current performance, and his behavior of complimenting Zhao Haifeng in front of everyone, including the direction in which you, the boss, are moving. If Zhao Haifeng had not been licked to a certain extent by Li Yunxiao would not have changed his next target. When Chu Ge saw this, he could roughly judge that Li Yunxiao must have encountered a mandatory task and could not complete it, so he could not proceed to a new task. Then Zhao Haifeng is the only way out for the other party. As long as Zhao Haifeng doesn't fall into the trap, the other party can only stay with Zhao Haifeng forever. Thinking of this, Chu Ge couldn't help but smile knowingly. That would be interesting. After seeing Mr. Chu's friend coming in, female technician number 36 knelt silently beside him, smiling professionally, her eyes always on Mr. Chu. After Zhao Haifeng found a seat and sat down, he said, Boss, are you disturbed by the noise outside? He's just a Japanese, but he's so arrogant in my Huameng Yuncheng. What Chu Ge couldn't stand the most were the Japanese, and there was even a bit of angry youth in it. He didn't think there was anything wrong with being an angry young man. Anyway, he would never forget what the Japanese had done to the Chinese alliance. In this world, there is also a history that is too painful to look back on. Outside the door, the Japanese man seemed to become even more arrogant after the security personnel arrived. Yo, the women here are so beautiful, and my wallet is so big, so just come with me to work. Sir, please don't pull or shove in public, it's not a good influence. And this lady is our guest, not our waitress. Please don't act unreasonably, or I will call someone. Ma'am, I'm very sorry for the inconvenience. The manager in charge also rushed over and immediately asked people to separate the Japanese man, and then said apologetically to the lady who was pulled by the Japanese man. Forget it, I'm unlucky today. Duan Yuer obviously didn't want to cause trouble. The international situation is unpredictable now, so it's better to have less trouble than more. She just felt that she was very unlucky today and that encountering such a thing affected her mood. But if the other party really refuses to give in, she can only call her family. Baga, believe it or not, I will inform the embassy and say that you are abusing foreign friends. You all cannot escape responsibility, and this may even cause international disputes." The Japanese man who was stopped and his companions were full of anger, and shouted at the security personnel in a very arrogant tone. Li Yunxiao, who had just rushed back, wanted to wait for Zhao Haifeng to come out and continue licking, but after seeing Duan Yuer, a trace of reminiscence flashed in his eyes. Isn't this his classmate? She was wearing a snow-melt-colored robe coat, her oval face was very cute, her long reddish hair was elegant, and she had an extraordinary temperament. The cost of her outfit is obviously not something an ordinary person can afford. Li Yunxiao had a crush on her before, but due to his family conditions and his inner timidity, he didn't dare to show the slightest bit of admiration. But now, he is different. Just when he was about to come out as a hero to save the beauty, Zhao Haifeng pushed the door and walked out. Seeing Zhao Haifeng coming out of the room, Li Yunxiao's eyes flashed with surprise. The real boss came, and at that moment, Li Yunxiao instantly forgot about Duan Yuer, and his mind was filled with only the man Zhao Haifeng. The corners of Zhao Haifeng's mouth slightly raised, and his fists clenched so hard that they made a crackling sound. "Sir," the security guard saw him coming and was about to step forward to speak, but was pushed away by Zhao Haifeng. "Get out of my way. There are still people in Yuncheng who don't know how to live or die. I'm going to do a good deed today." Standing in front of the Japanese man, Zhao Haifeng looked tall and looked down at him with contempt in his eyes. "Baka, what are you looking at?" Takeda Yudai was furious when he saw the contemptuous look in the eyes of this Huameng man, and he cursed. "Pa!" Zhao Haifeng slapped Takeda Yudai so hard that he became dizzy. The manager and security personnel here were all terrified. Wasn't this guest afraid of causing an international dispute? "I still want to be a hero and save the beauty, no matter what. My boss told you to be quiet, otherwise it won't be as simple as a slap in the face." Zhao Haifeng's casual look scared the other Japanese companion next to him so much that he broke out in a cold sweat and his pupils dilated as if he had seen the most terrifying thing in history. "Ah!" The other person opened his mouth, too scared to speak, his whole body trembling, and his soul shaking. Duan Yuer looked at him with great interest, wondering who the boss this guy was talking about was. "Baga, call the police quickly, report to our Japanese embassy quickly." Takeda Yudai covered his red and swollen face, looked at Zhao Haifeng with viciousness, and said quickly to his companions around him. "Dear customer, please leave here as soon as possible. You are in trouble." After hearing the other party call the police, the manager, also for Zhao Haifeng's own good, hurriedly advised him to leave. "You are so dirty-mouthed. We are in the territory of Huameng and this Yuncheng is the territory of my Tengde group. Call the police. My boss told him to." Zhao Haifeng sneered, put his hands on his hips, and said with disdain. Chapter 278, Li Yunxiao. Are you kidding? Calling the police in Yuncheng to cause trouble for the people from Tengde group is either a screw loose or a fool. In Yuncheng, if you provoke Tengde group, it means that the official will not stand on your side. On the surface, Yuncheng officials and Tengde group have launched in-depth cooperation. In fact, secretly, in Yuncheng, Tengde group is the local tyrant, and it is deeply rooted. People in Yuncheng know it subconsciously. After hearing that this gentleman was from Tengde group, he stopped trying to persuade him to leave. Since he is from Tengde group, it is impossible for this gentleman to have any problems in Yuncheng. Instead, it is this Japanese guy who is probably in trouble. After all, no one who offends Tengde group has a good ending. Baga, you were the first to start. I'm innocent. I won't let go of what happened today. You must apologize to me. After hearing that the other party was from Tengde group, Takeda Yudai spoke in a difficult manner and his attitude was still arrogant. Obviously he had no idea what Tengde group meant to Yuncheng. However, he did have an impression of Tengde group, which was only a group that had been rising for less than a year. The Tengde group is an internet company based, but it has a lot of money and employs many warriors. But in the eyes of the Takeda family, the Tengde group is just a nouveau riche with a lot of money. He was not taken seriously by the Takeda family at all. How could a mere shadow guard compare to the profound foundation of the Takeda family? The Takeda family has a long and continuous history, and the power it has accumulated is little known to the public. If he had not been afraid that taking action in the Huameng would attract the attention of the Huameng's top leaders, he would have taken action long ago. The Takeda family is a ninja family. After the revival of spiritual energy, the Takeda family leapt from a samurai family to a ninja family. The ninjas raised by the thick-skinned and thin-haired Takeda clan are powerful and ruthless, famous for assassinations. Takeda Yudai never thought about why he, as a ninja, couldn't avoid the opponent's slap. He just thought that he was careless. Yo my, you are still working innocently. Zhao Haifeng was so angry that he laughed. He rolled up his sleeves on the spot and decided to teach the other party a lesson today. It would be better to punch the opponent in the flesh than to kill him directly at this time. Otherwise, with his strength, he could easily make the other party disappear from this world without a trace. There are Japanese in my world, too, but they have been wiped out by my own hands. Their entire race has been wiped out. Jun Moshao, who was in the room, folded his arms, listening to the noise outside, and couldn't help but sneer. I don't have a good impression of the Japanese. It's a national hatred and family feud. My master was once a soldier on the battlefield. Zhang Chuchen looked nostalgic, remembering when his master told him about his experiences on the battlefield. My apologies. I'll wait for you to come back some other day and I'll go back with you to pay tribute to the hero. Jun Moshao stood in awe. Although he was once the Emperor of Heaven, in this regard, the other party's master was worthy of his worship. When I was abroad, I also killed a lot of Japanese people. A hint of coldness flashed across Lin Feng's eyes. If they are not of the same kind, they can never work together. Chu Ge is like this, and so are his subordinates. There is no need to worry about not achieving great things. Chu Ge asked the technician number 36 to trim his nails, and then said to everyone, I have asked Li Heru to send a lawyer over. My Huameng, a big country, has always acted like a big country. We must do things in an open and above-board manner and with sufficient reasons. As for the small oriental country, if the other party behaves well, then we don't need to do anything for the time being. Let's wait until we have our hands free. Luo Shu asked impatiently, if the other party doesn't behave, the boss must call me. Then, Luo Shu raised his fist with full of enthusiasm, showing the iron-blooded look of a military special forces soldier. The small Japanese country is still harboring evil intentions. We, the people of the Huameng Alliance, have no choice but to refuse. Technician number 36, who was carefully cutting his nails, was filled with passion and excitement when he heard this. He didn't expect that the Mr. Chu he served was actually the sole chairman of Tengda Group, Chu Ge. The only person in Tengda Group who can call Li Heru by his name and whose surname is Chu is the chairman Chu Ge. Now her mind is full of thoughts that after serving Mr. Chu, she must raise the price of her future services. After all, I have served Mr. Chu before, and there is an absolute difference between me and ordinary technicians. Mr. Chu always says that the work I have done is good. Outside the door, Zhao Haifeng said to the young lady who was harassed, don't be afraid, girl. I will make sure you are worry-free. Duan Yuer smiled and said to him with gratitude, thank you boss for standing up for me. If I have time, I will treat your boss to tea. Zhao Haifeng's words were choked in his throat. It would be enough to thank him. Why should he thank his boss? He originally wanted to pick up a girl, but he didn't expect that the girl was not interested in him and instead set her sights on his boss. Okay, my boss is in there, you can go in. Zhao Haifeng was helpless and pointed at the room behind him speechlessly. Thank you. Duan Yuer opened the door and walked in. When Li Yunxiao saw Duan Yuer enter the room, he didn't think too much about it. Maybe Duan Yuer just wanted to thank the other party's boss. Zhao Haifeng kicked the person who was blocking the other party away and said, get out of my way. You little Japanese, where do you get your confidence from? Zhao Haifeng grabbed the other party's clothes and sneered. You hit me, but I have evidence. The camera over there is working. Takeda Yudai was about to dodge, but found that he couldn't escape the other party's hand. His mind changed and the other party was pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger, so he quickly said. Brother, don't dirty your hands when you beat him. Not only me but everyone else will feel bad. Li Yunxiao rushed over in an instant, grabbed Zhao Haifeng's hand, and said worriedly. Zhao Haifeng's face turned cold, and he suddenly heard his boss's voice in his ears, asking him to pay attention to the other party's licking skills and not to be licked for fun again. Seeing that Zhao Haifeng was not moved, Li Yunxiao shouted to the Japanese man, it is your blessing that my big brother is holding you. Don't be ungrateful for what you have. Do you know how many people want to be held by my big brother, but don't have this blessing? Hurry up and thank my big brother. Li Yunxiao secretly practiced his exclusive skills again. As expected, Zhao Haifeng instantly felt the urge to be licked by someone, and the look in his eyes when he looked at Li Yunxiao became extremely satisfied. Takeda Yudai looked at the man who suddenly appeared in confusion. This guy, what kind of work is this? This was the first time he had seen someone lick like this. Tisk tisk tisk, I feel that Zhao Haifeng is not affected by the technique, but he is really being licked. Jun Moshao watched with his spiritual sense and couldn't help laughing. Chu Ge also nodded, he felt the same way. Chapter 279. It feels like flying beyond the sky and soaring above the clouds. At this time, Zhao Haifeng was not affected by Li Yunxiao's skills, but was willing to be licked. I have to say that the other party's flattery skills touched his heart. At the same time, Li Yunxiao saw the satisfaction value of being licked in his system rising rapidly, and his heart was filled with joy. It's finally done. OMG. God knows how he could say such words to a man. Li Yunxiao swore that he would never lick a man so vigorously again. After a while, Takeda Yudai's lawyer also arrived. Now you are suspected of assaulting my client. I advise you to stop this brutal behavior immediately, otherwise I will take legal action to defend my client's rights. The lawyer is also a member of the Huameng, but he is now serving the Orientals. My client is only defending his rights and protecting his own safety. According to Huameng law, when a person is harmed, he or she may use self-defense to fight back. The lawyer of Tamed Group also arrived and stood in front of the other party's lawyer, speaking righteously. The atmosphere on the scene suddenly became tense, and the two lawyers engaged in a verbal battle. Zhao Haifeng still refused to give in and directly pressed Takeda Yudai to the ground and rubbed him. Do you think that your lawyer can save you? Zhao Haifeng's face showed ferocity. Japan, right, he would have to go there sooner or later. Baga, you rude Huameng people. Although Takeda Yudai was knocked to the ground and couldn't get up, he still didn't give in. Not long after, the police from Yuncheng also arrived. The leader of the team was Chu Ge's old acquaintance Qin Shangqing. After a long separation, Qin Shangqing was still as heroic as ever, his eyes became extremely sharp and full of righteousness. Her figure is particularly unique, especially her upper body, which is more than twice as full as that of a normal woman. This thing is perfect for kicking the ball. Qin Shangqing has now solved many major cases and has been successfully promoted to team leader. Her previous team leader has already retired with honor. Zhao Haifeng, Qin Shangqing had read Zhao Haifeng's information. After all, Zhao Haifeng was one of the survivors of the Zhao family. Huh, isn't this Officer Qin? What a fate. Zhao Haifeng saw an old acquaintance and gave him some face. He let go of the other person with disgust, stood up and clapped his hands. Did he do something to upset you? Qin Shangqing also understood that Zhao Haifeng would not cause trouble without reason, so she asked this. He flirted with a female guest here in public, right outside my boss's room. My boss couldn't stand it, so he asked me to deal with it. Zhao Haifeng kicked the Japanese man who was about to get up from the ground again, directly hitting him in the vitals. Ouch! Baka! Takeda Yudai instantly bent over like a cooked shrimp, his face twisted in pain and pale. Only men can understand the pain a man feels. Officer, you have seen it too. This bad-tempered murderer actually committed the crime right in front of you. I now have sufficient evidence, and I have recorded the video. We will see you in court. Seeing that the other party had ignored him and continued to attack his client, Takeda Yudai's lawyer immediately raised his mobile phone and spoke in an orderly manner. This is self-defense. It's obvious that this Japanese guy wanted to use his penis as a weapon to attack my client. Fortunately, my client dodged it and destroyed it in time, so no disaster happened. On behalf of the Tamed Group, I am now formally filing a complaint against this Japanese guy. The lawyers employed by the Tamed Group are notoriously difficult to deal with. He pushed his glasses and continued, and the people who are doing it are all witnesses. Your video is suspected of being false and filmed in advance. As a lawyer, your professional ethics is very problematic. I will ask the Yuncheng Lawyers Association to revoke your lawyer's license. You, the lawyer, who didn't know what to say for a moment, pointed at him. He snorted in his heart. This was an era that emphasized legal evidence, especially since his client was a Japanese. After the manager, several guests, and the security personnel who were watching the show learned that Zhao Haifeng was from Tamed Group, they immediately took a firm stand on this side. In particular, the manager quickly signaled with his eyes to several security personnel to snatch the mobile phone from the lawyer who was working as a dog for the Japanese. Yes, we can all prove that this Japanese man provoked trouble and bullied others, and Mr. Zhao had no choice but to fight back. And this lackey lawyer was full of lies and even threatened Mr. Zhao in public. We all saw it and we were angry. Quote, Tamed Group is the truth. As people from Yuncheng, they subconsciously feel that standing on the side of Tamed Group is the truth and is right. We have a general understanding of the matter. Let's check the surveillance video here. Quote, Qin Shangqing looked at the manager, who nodded quickly and talked on the intercom. The manager was also an open-minded person. After the call, he immediately picked up his mobile phone in front of everyone, edited a text message, sent it out, and then deleted it. After the surveillance footage was checked, there was only the surveillance footage of Tamed Yudai molesting the female guest. The rest of the footage was not recorded because the surveillance footage was broken. No one would believe such a lame excuse, but there is no evidence. What can you do? With power and influence, Tamed Group is the sky of Yuncheng. No matter what, please come with me and give a statement. Quote, as the person involved, Zhao Haifeng, you come too. Quote, after Qin Shangqing said this to the onlookers, he spoke to Zhao Haifeng. Tamed Yudai had been handcuffed. Today's policemen are all warriors, and the threshold for police officers has also increased with the changing times. This matter can be big or small, and it all depends on whether the parties involved pursue it. The parties involved are now talking to their boss, so Zhao Haifeng opened the door and said to Qin Shangqing. Officer Qin, my boss has missed me for a long time, so why not go in and reminisce about the past? Quote, Qin Shangqing hadn't seen Chu Ge for a long time. After hesitating for a second, he agreed, okay. Quote, Baga, they are actually in the same group. Quote, when Tamed Yudai saw this scene, he was so angry that he vomited blood. He didn't expect that Tamed Group and Yuncheng officials were colluding with each other. How could this be played? Behave yourself. Quote, the policeman who detained him was a warrior in the Ming-Jin period. Although his strength was still weaker than Tamed Yudai did not dare to resist. The lawyer stood there timidly and was also detained. He was not from Yuncheng and did not understand the situation in Yuncheng. He originally thought that the Japanese had a higher status. But from the looks of it, it is the Tamed Group that has the privilege. The lawyer from Tamed Group looked at him with contempt, then followed Zhao Haifeng incautiously. He is the big boss there. No matter how well he does, it will be useless if the chairman is not satisfied. Chairman Chu, remember to come and visit me when you have time. I'll be waiting for you in the royal city. Here is my contact information. Duan Yuer smiled and put the business card in Chu Ge's hand and gently scratched it on his palm. It seems to be scratching the palm of your hand, but in fact it is scratching your heart. Chapter 280 in Cloud City, I need absolute stability. Duan Yuer is a descendant of a noble family from Haicheng in the coastal area, and this time he came to Yuncheng for tourism. The coastal area is very unstable, with huge waves occasionally rushing onto the shore. Therefore, the coastline will be closed from time to time, which has a great impact on the transportation industry. Chu Ge didn't know much about Haicheng, but Tamed Group also opened a branch there. According to Duan Yuer, the Duan family is a martial arts family. They have been doing business all year round and also learning martial arts. But Chu Ge didn't believe it at all, because there seemed to be an extraordinary power sealed in Duan Yuer's body. Seeing how Duan Yuer was helpless when facing that Japanese man, it's no wonder that she didn't know the situation of the seal in her body. Chu Ge had a lot of thoughts in his mind, but with a smile on his face, Miss Duan, I will definitely visit you when I have time. The Duan family seemed to have a secret, and he was very curious. He would definitely go to Haicheng to take a look one day. Duan Yuer left the room, and Qin Shangqing, Zhao Haifeng and the group's lawyers walked in. Duan Yuer smiled politely, nodded to the three of them, and left the room. Outside, the police were waiting for Duan Yuer. After all, Duan Yuer was one of the parties involved. Female technician number 36 didn't dare to speak at all. She was extremely nervous. They are all important people, and she has tried her best to reduce her presence. Long time no see. Congratulations on your promotion. Chu Ge looked at Qin Shangqing. He didn't expect that this woman hadn't even returned to the royal city yet and had managed to get the position of captain. It seems that Qin Shangqing's father contributed a lot behind the scenes. Father's love is like a mountain. Handle official business impartially. Don't think you can enjoy any privileges just because you are handsome. Although you have nothing to do with what happened just now, your men beat someone up. Qin Shangqing didn't say it outside, but he did say it bluntly here. The official cooperation between Tamed Group and Yuncheng is so deep that even the police uniforms and cars are sponsored by Tamed Group. Did he beat him to death? Chu Ge looked at Zhao Haifeng. Zhao Haifeng grinned and said, if the boss wants to beat me to death, I'll go now. He's just a Japanese. He can't cause any big waves. But what I need in Yuncheng is absolute stability. Chu Ge said in a very stern tone. I can't control other places in the Huameng for the time being, but in Yuncheng, like these Japanese people, I don't want to see them again. Chu Ge didn't think anything of it when he hadn't encountered it before, but now that he saw it, it was definitely not this case. I will pass the message to the higher-ups. Qin Shangqing has matured a lot. Perhaps it is because he has seen too much darkness and experienced the baptism of darkness, and has become much more rational. Well, Yuncheng not only belongs to my Tamed Group, but also to everyone in Yuncheng. Chu Ge nodded with satisfaction. The eyes of female technician number 36 were sparkling. What a domineering man, but unfortunately she couldn't get her hands on him. She does have some self-awareness. You've done a good job. The group has not supported you in vain. Chu Ge gave his lawyer an admiring look again. The recognition from the big boss is much more valuable than a salary increase. When he went back and told his colleagues about this, his status would skyrocket. Outside the door, Li Yunxiao, who completed the task, received a reward. It is a pair of phantom eyes that can confuse the enemy and make the enemy fall into an illusion without knowing it. The phantom pupils entered his eyes, and there was no difference at all, they were exactly the same as his original eyes. With Wantong's help, he felt more confident. No matter what kind of warrior I encounter, I can deal with it. Ding dong. The poor person Duan Yuer has been found and the target has been locked. Come on, host. Just as Li Yunxiao was about to leave, a system prompt suddenly rang in his mind. Li Yunxiao couldn't help but look in the direction where the door sound came from, and saw Duan Yuer walking out from inside, and couldn't help but move closer. Duan Yuer, do you still remember me? Li Yunxiao learned his lesson and did not start to flatter others abruptly, as this would easily cause others to be disgusted. Hey, who are you? Duan Yuer looked at the person in front of her and felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. I'm Li Yunxiao, your former classmate. Li Yunxiao introduced. It's you. Duan Yuer finally remembered who the person in front of her was. What a coincidence, you are here too. Do you work here? She knew Li Yunxiao. His family was not well off, so he would not come here to spend money. Ah, I came here to find a friend and just happened to see you. What a coincidence, why don't you leave your contact information? Li Yunxiao held up his mobile phone and motioned for the other party to tell him his number so that he could add him as a friend. Sure, after all, they were classmates, so Duan Yuer still gave him some face. Afterwards, after adding the friend, Duan Yuer didn't want to talk anymore and followed the police directly to the police station. Li Yunxiao looked at the chat interface of the successfully added friend and planned to wait 2 days before licking it. This is what he learned from the book. As for women, no matter how cold they appear, their bodies are still full of passion. Hey, Li Yunxiao couldn't help but smile evilly. 2 days later, Yuncheng began to clean up its dirtiness and chaos, and a large number of foreigners were caught, especially some who were bullying in Yuncheng, who were directly forced to expel from Yuncheng. They were even forced to deport directly. Yuncheng was also one of the most important cities in the Huameng. Even though some foreigners started contacting the embassy and using such tactics, it was ineffective against Yuncheng and Tamed Group. The Huameng naturally also gave face to Yuncheng. These foreigners were far less important than Chu Ge's attitude. Not to mention that Chu Ge had also placed someone in the Elder Council, that was Zhang Tianlin. Zhang Tianlin conveyed Chu Ge's meaning, so the Huameng expelled these foreign garbage very forcefully. After Chu Ge specially sent people to investigate the cleanliness of Yuncheng, he affirmed the actions of the Yuncheng top leaders with satisfaction. Afterwards, Chu Ge focused his attention on Li Yunxiao. Chu Ge still did not choose to take action against Li Yunxiao, and asked Yifeng and Xiao Chen to continue monitoring him. If possible, Li Yunxiao can be recruited for personal use. With a pure mind and no conflicts, one's character can be completely reshaped. With Zhao Haifeng here, the success rate of reshaping is 99.99%. Instead of killing Li Yunxiao, it is better to use Li Yunxiao and squeeze out the opponent's value, which is far better than killing him all at once. And according to Yi Feng and Xiao Chen's observations, Li Yunxiao's eyes seemed to be able to release illusions, making people fall into a fantasy. This is the most accurate information Shadow Guard has personally experienced after many attempts. Of course, Li Yunxiao didn't know either. He just thought that these people were just some small thugs and that they just needed to be taught a lesson. Today, Li Yunxiao began to send messages to Duan Yuer frequently. Have you taken a rest today? Are you busy? There are many things to do when I return to Haicheng. Then you should take care of your health and drink more hot water. Are you free? I feel free when I miss you, because I want to take time to send you a message. In fact, I have liked you since school time, but I just don't know what you think. Thank you for your love, but I don't like your type. Is it because you have no money and no power? No, you are really not suitable for me. You are so nice. I knew you would not look down on me just because I have no money or power. Instead, you comfort me. I am so touched. I'm going to take a shower. Okay, go take a shower. Then Li Yunxiao waited for 3 hours but still did not receive Duan Yuer's reply. This guy is making me laugh to death. That woman obviously doesn't want to pay attention to him. This guy is so shameless, no one can match him. Yi Feng and Xiao Chen laughed frequently while secretly watching Li Yunxiao's chat records. Chapter 281, Hypocritical Ji Yu Hongming. What's going on? Did it really fall into the toilet? Li Yunxiao was puzzled and couldn't help but flipping through the dog-licking books to look for solutions to this kind of problem. Forget it, let's just use U browser. After not finding the answer for a long time, Li Yunxiao gave up the possibility of looking for the answer in books, picked up his mobile phone, opened the browser, and looked for the answer to the question. I would like to ask the almighty netizens, why did the goddess go to take a shower and not reply for 3 hours? After a while, many comments appeared under this post. Daoyu, if you let go of the obsession in your heart, you can fly off the ground. They are probably lying to you. Let her turn on the video. Otherwise, she is not taking a shower. Another bootlicker. Tisk 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 tisk. Don't hang yourself on a tree. Change a goddess and continue to lick her. What if one day the goddess has a brain cramp and agrees? The person above is right. Only by casting a wide net can you catch the big fish. The previous comments opened Li Yunxiao's eyes, and the latter comments made him feel like he had read 10 years of books. Li Yunxiao was originally a stay-at-home guy who seldom interacted with women, so he didn't understand much about these things. But after seeing these comments, he felt that he was okay. Yi Feng and Xiao Chen watched him texting silently in the dark, feeling extremely bored. Baby, I'm going to get an IV today. I'll miss you tonight. After seeing the message was sent successfully, Li Yunxiao nodded with satisfaction and lay on the bed, looking forward to completing the task and getting the reward. Yi Feng and Xiao Chen discussed it secretly and felt that it was a waste of manpower for the two of them to monitor a dog here. So Yi Feng began to send messages to Chu Ge, boss, I don't think we need to continue monitoring Li Yunxiao. This guy is just a bootlicker with unknown purpose. You can make the decision whether to kill him or keep him, respected boss. Yi Feng had to use honorifics later because he didn't want Chu Ge to misunderstand that he was teaching Chu Ge how to do something. Chu Ge looked at the message sent by Yi Feng and typed a reply. Stay, bring him to me. Since he was going to keep it, Chu Ge would have no worries. However, before handing it over to Zhao Haifeng, he would still observe it himself first. As for Li Yunxiao's system, I believe Li Yunxiao would not be so foolish as to tell it out loud. But Chu Ge has plenty of ways to make him speak out. Based on the think tank's inferences and his own ideas, he could roughly determine the other party's golden finger. There is a high possibility that it is a dog-licking system, where rewards are obtained by licking someone designated by the system. Since he has already guessed the other party's golden finger, Chu Ge naturally does not need to incorporate this golden finger into his own system. Dog licker. He can't do it. Since Li Yunxiao has this opportunity, wouldn't it be wonderful to help him and use it for his benefit in the end? Chu Ge put down his phone, picked up the black piece in the chess pot beside him, became the chess player, and slowly placed the piece. With one decisive move, the entire chessboard came alive, forming a siege that swallowed up the vast expanse in an instant. I won this game of chess. Chu Ge couldn't help but raise his eyes and looked at the long-haired old man in front of him with a faint smile. Heroes emerge from youth. This world is indeed never short of people with destiny. Brother Chu, after we parted that day, I found that I was completely out of touch with this world. Order and peace. In my time, they were simply a beautiful luxury and yearning. Ji Yu Hongming looked at the chessboard with a smile in his eyes, touched a wisp of beard, and couldn't help but smile bitterly. After they parted that day, he found that he had nowhere to go. It's damn annoying that I can't even find the one I'm meant to be with. Moreover, if you don't understand this world, you will encounter many inconveniences in doing things. He also cannot kill mortals indiscriminately, otherwise he will be punished by heaven when he reaches the tribulation period. The more powerful a person is, the more likely he is to bear the so-called cause and effect in the sin of killing. So he asked around and came to Yuncheng to look for Chu Ge, and then he was discovered by Chu Ge. I wonder if you need my help when you come to Yuncheng this time. The black spot in Chu Ge's hand lingered back and forth on his fingertips, and he looked at him with deep eyes. The opponent's sudden visit and the fact that he played chess with me in a peaceful and non-aggressive manner. Watching a game of Go is like watching a person. Chu Ge knows a little bit about Go. Chu Ge still knew how much the other party had given into him. Most likely he's here to ask for help. Ji Yu Hongming also knew that the other party was a person who would not release the eagle until he saw the rabbit. If he didn't give any benefits, no matter how much he said, it would be useless. To be honest, I do want your help with something. As far as I know, you are very powerful in the Huameng. It will be easy for you to help me find a destined person with good qualifications. Chu Ge frowned. As far as I know, with your cultivation in the Mahayana period, it would be easy to find a destined person. As long as you go to the Huameng royal city, where the Huameng headquarters is located, with your strength, they will definitely provide for you and meet all your needs. Chu Ge couldn't help but continue curiously, but you came to me, you should know that something unpleasant happened between us. I killed your destined person. Ji Yu Hongming sneered and said, the destined person is just a cover. To tell you the truth, I believe you know that my purpose is not simple. I just want to find a body with good qualifications to take over. Quote. There are too many causes and effects in the power center. I don't like it. I have always been used to being a free and easy person. I would rather find you. Oh, Chu Ge's eyes lit up. If what the other party said was true, then Yao Fan's real grandfather was only the grandfather with the black ring, and this man was just one of the hypocritical villains. No wonder there are two old grandfathers. It turns out there was only one old grandfather from beginning to end. All of a sudden, Chu Ge sorted out a lot of confusing things. He said, how could there be two old grandfathers, such a ridiculous thing. But this guy acted so convincingly that he even fooled him. Surprised, right? Ji Yu Hongming pondered by Z and looked at him. In this world, you can't live long just by being fierce and ruthless. Whether it's before or now, the principle is the same. Only those who can act can live longer. I wonder if little friend Chu can do me a favor. I will help, of course. Chu Ge showed a smile that even made Ji Yu Hongming wary. As for when we can find it, that is not something I can control. Maybe one day, or maybe a year, or 10 years. Chu Ge spread out his hands and squinted his eyes. Don't worry, I will help you find it. He wants me to help him even though there is no benefit in it. Has this old man lived too long and his brain is blocked? Ji Yu Hongming had seen through him a long time ago, and couldn't help but say, I owe you a favor, plus one more full help. Chu Ge raised a finger. One more condition, you have to stay by my side, and I will provide you with food and accommodation. Ji Yu Hongming chewed on this sentence in his heart for a long time, and found that there was no problem, so he nodded and agreed, okay. Chapter 282, 100 million to bribe Li Yunxiao. Anyway, he planned to stay with the other person until the other person helped him find his destined person. Boss, the person is here. At this time, Zhao Haifeng walked in with a teapot in his hand. Since you're here, bring it in. Chu Ge took the teapot and poured some for himself and the other person. Since you still have things to do, I won't disturb you. Ji Yu Hongming's figure sitting there slowly disappeared from Zhao Haifeng's sight. This guy is so elusive, boss. Could he come here to join us? Zhao Haifeng asked curiously. He came to ask us for help. Chu Ge took a sip of tea and said lightly to Zhao Haifeng. Let me in. Yi Feng and Xiao Chen pushed Li Yunxiao, who looked reluctant, in. When Li Yunxiao saw Zhao Haifeng standing aside, his eyes lit up. I recognize you, you are a subordinate of the chairman of Tamed Group. Why did you bring me here? I'm just an ordinary person. Li Yunxiao felt that he had a psychological shadow that would never be erased in his lifetime. Who would have thought that when I took off my pants and lay on the bed, just when I was about to watch an art film, two big men suddenly appeared. He was so frightened that he suddenly felt psychologically traumatized and found these vulgar things boring. It was totally unknown to him that the two grown men dragged him away from the bed directly, and even illusion was useless to them. Fortunately, the other party was still a human being and gave him time to put on his clothes, otherwise he would really be a naked man. You are not an ordinary person. Chu Ge slowly raised his head and smiled faintly at Li Yunxiao. All of you go out. Chu Ge waved his hand, and Zhao Haifeng and others hurriedly left and closed the door. Are you Chairman Chu of Tamed Group? Li Yunxiao is not stupid, as can be seen from Zhao Haifeng's attitude towards Chu Ge. You're very good. Chu Ge's eyes that seemed to see through everything made Li Yunxiao feel uncomfortable. What? I don't understand what you are saying. Li Yunxiao felt that he was seen through by the other party, and his speech instantly became stuttering. You really don't understand what I'm saying. Chu Ge leisurely poured another cup of tea, took a sip, and savored the flavor. The taste of tea is slightly sweet with a hint of bitterness, which is wonderful. Afterwards, Chu Ge continued to drink the drink next to him and drank it happily. Sit down. Chu Ge motioned for him to sit opposite him. Thank you. Li Yunxiao was very nervous. Why would such a big shot come to see him? Could it be that he really discovered his golden finger? It's impossible, absolutely impossible. Thinking of this, Li Yunxiao took a deep breath, relaxed himself, and sat down slowly. But his heartbeat didn't seem to obey his thoughts and kept beating very nervously. I really don't understand. Li Yunxiao looked nervous, stirring his fingers constantly, a little at a loss. The only thing that makes the other party want to let you come over is your own system and your ability to be a bootlicker. Thinking of this, Li Yunxiao's eyes flashed with a cold light. Chu Ge didn't feel like he was being pulled into an illusion at all. Looking at the other party's eyes, he couldn't help but praise, illusionary pupils, a nice ability. You actually knew that. Seeing that his ability was useless against the other party and was also seen through by the other party, he was almost scared to death. He looked around and there was no possibility of escape at all. Don't be nervous, I asked you to come here because I want you to do something for me. All you need to give is your obedience and freedom. I won't interfere with the rest. But you have to run yourself ragged at my word. I value your ability, but I don't ask about it. I just need you to keep getting stronger and then help me. Chu Ge looked at him quietly. A hint of surprise flashed in Li Yunxiao's eyes. I do. Li Yunxiao agreed without hesitation. In Yuncheng, there is no one who does not want to be an employee of Tamed Group, and Li Yunxiao is no exception. However, Tamed Group was once like a giant crocodile in the clouds, high above him and beyond his reach. But now, there is an opportunity in front of me. Even if I have the system, it does not conflict with being able to work in Tamed Group. Moreover, he could not fathom Chairman Chu's strength, as the other party actually ignored his illusion. Obviously much stronger than him. Then it is even more natural to join Tamed Group. Li Yunxiao doesn't have any big ambitions, he just wants to become stronger and stronger until no one looks down on him anymore. Painful. Chu Ge clapped his hands, and Zhao Haifeng and Lin Zan, who had been waiting outside the door, walked in directly. Lin Zan placed the contract she had prepared in advance directly in front of Li Yunxiao. Take a look at the contract and sign him if he's suitable. Chu Ge tapped the table lightly with his knuckles, keeping a smile on his face. If you don't use the protagonist who has no conflict to your advantage at this time, you'd be a fool. And making him an enemy is simply a waste of the protagonist's resources. Li Yunxiao took a quick look at the contract, especially when he saw the 100 million annual salary at the end, his breathing suddenly became heavier. 100 million. As long as he signs his name, the 100 million will be his. What's more, it was clearly written in the contract that all he had to do was to become Chairman Chu's subordinate like Zhao Haifeng and fight for Chairman Chu. It was so easy, he just signed his name. He didn't think that Chairman Chu would lie to a small person like him. It was unnecessary, completely unnecessary. Boss, I've signed it. Li Yunxiao obediently handed the contract to the woman beside him with both hands. Good boy, you called me boss the moment you got the job. You're much better than Zhun Moxiao. After seeing that the other party signed the contract without hesitation, Zhao Haifeng patted Li Yunxiao's shoulder and laughed. In less than 5 minutes, Li Yunxiao found that 100 million yuan had been deposited directly into his bank card, with a dazzling array of zeros. As my subordinate, you will never be treated unfairly. I'll advance you the 100 million yuan. Chu Ge couldn't help but smile when he saw the other party's astonished look. To him, money is just a string of numbers. He would not hesitate to use money to buy the protagonist, let alone 100 million, even if it was 1 billion or 10 billion. Money is only called money when it is converted into resources. If it is kept in the bank, it is just a pile of waste paper. Thank you, boss. I will work hard. Li Yunxiao's hands were shaking with excitement. He kept looking at the text messages on his phone, thinking about how to spend the 100 million yuan. Although he obtained the phantom pupils, he never used them to do bad things, let alone use them to make money. Afterwards, Chu Ge asked Zhao Haifeng and others to leave, as he had something else to talk to Li Yunxiao alone. Can you tell me about your adventure? Chu Ge looked at him and said. Li Yunxiao thought to himself, Chairman Chu really knew about his adventure, no wonder he valued me so much, but the other party couldn't take the system away, so why not tell him about it? The other party trusts me so much and gives me 100 million directly, so I should be more sincere. It is indeed an adventure. I have to lick a person to a certain value, and then I will get a random reward. Li Yunxiao did not say that it was the system, and he kept this fact hidden. After all, if you behave strangely and lick other people's clothes in the future, your boss may misunderstand that you are in Cao's camp but your heart is with Han. I understand. Chu Ge could see that Li Yunxiao was telling the truth and just concealed something about the system. He didn't ask any further questions. After Li Yunxiao became stronger, he would be a good helper. Boss, the Haicheng Tengde Group branch needs support from the headquarters. Just now, a huge tsunami occurred in Haicheng. Countless sea monsters came ashore from the bottom of the sea and killed countless civilians. Zhang Chuchen suddenly walked in from outside and said quickly. How will the top leaders of the Huameng respond? A hint of surprise flashed in Chu Ge's eyes. The siren shouldn't cause such a thing for no reason. The Huameng army has set off. Zhang Chuchen said quickly. Chapter 283 The Siren's Disaster, suspected to be man-made. The army has been dispatched, it seems that things are not simple. Is there any news about Zhang Tianlin? A hint of thought flashed in Chu Ge's cold eyes. Boss, Zhang Tianlin said that the elders, council doesn't know the details either. The incident happened too suddenly, and we were completely caught off guard. The military deployment at present has only dispatched the coastal defense forces around Haicheng. Even the Huameng headquarters has sent a number of capable people to try to communicate with the sea monsters. And I personally think that this is like a conspiracy. Zhang Chuchen's suspicion is not unreasonable. A large number of sea monsters suddenly came ashore to attack humans, which was abnormal no matter how you looked at it. Is a war about to break out? I want to help too. As a member of the Huameng, it is my obligation. Li Yunxiao was very aware and immediately asked to join the war. Chu Ge agreed to his request, and then said, Red Queen, order all the Shadow Guards at the Shadow Guard headquarters to gather and wait for my inspection. The improvement of the Shadow Guards is imperative. It only takes 1 second, and the combat effectiveness of the Shadow Guards will undergo a drastic change. Of course, not everyone can endure wasting time in the Time Cycle Tower. So how long you can stay in there depends entirely on your luck. The stronger your willpower is, the stronger you will become inside. If your willpower is poor, then the shorter the time you stay in there, the less improvement you will make in your strength. After all, not everyone is the protagonist template or someone like Chu Ge. Red Queen, notification completed. Cloud City Shadow Guard headquarters. At present, Tengde Group is able to produce some simple firearms by itself and has formed an industrial chain, which is placed in a relatively hidden place in the Tengde Industrial Park. The coverage area of Tengde headquarters is Tengde Industrial Park, and the people who moved there also received satisfactory relocation compensation. Although the Shadow Guard's fighting power is no longer needed, weapons still have their reasons for existence. For example, the existence of heavy weapons such as artillery can suppress even the attacks of cultivators. Heavy artillery can even kill people in the Foundation establishment stage or even the unlucky Golden Core stage. Therefore, it is impossible for the Shadow Guards to completely abandon the use of thermal weapons. These heavy thermal weapons that could not be produced by the company were naturally secretly provided by Yuncheng or even Huameng. Of course, Tamed Group purchased them with money, as it was very wealthy. Chu Ge briefly reviewed the Shadow Guards, then waved his hand and put them directly into the Time Cycle Tower. And tell them that as long as they can think of it, they can be teleported out immediately. But they only have one chance, and becoming stronger depends entirely on themselves. Those who can enter the Shadow Guard are not ordinary people, and their willpower is naturally much stronger than that of ordinary people. The most prominent one is the wealthy Zhang Fan who lost his golden finger. Zhang Fan went home once, and then continued to train in the Shadow Guard. In 1 second, all the Shadow Guards came out, and the one with the fastest growth in strength was Zhang Fan. After all, he was the protagonist. Zhang Fan instantly became a cultivator at the peak of the Golden Core stage, becoming the second cultivator at the peak of the Golden Core stage among the Shadow Guards besides Gong Lian. As for the cultivation method of immortals, it was naturally created by Chu Ge based on his own method and the abandoned heaven record, which was most suitable for Shadow Guard. I've reached the peak of the Golden Core stage. I can finally help you. Zhang Fan looked at Chu Ge, who was standing in the front, with burning eyes and clenched his fists. It was Chu Ge who gave him a new life and stopped him from being obsessed with money. In Shadow Guard, even a protagonist like Zhang Fan could not stop Gong Lian's brainwashing methods. Although the effect was weakened a lot, it was still effective. Chu Ge also noticed Zhang Fan. As expected, the protagonist's cultivation was much faster than that of normal people. The Shadow Guard headquarters is a group of elite troops selected from among all the Shadow Guards of the Huameng. Now all the Shadow Guards have established their foundation, and even a few lucky ones have managed to break through to the early or even middle stage of Golden Core. Zhang Fan is the only one in the peak stage. Don't underestimate the gap between the midterm and peak stages. The peak stage can easily beat 10 of the midterm stages. Of course, if one's personal talent is stronger, there will be more than 10. There are many people that Chu Ge can show off, but don't forget the 3 protagonists who are still imprisoned in the beehive, Lin Tianyu, Yi Chen, and Yang Fan who just entered. But for these 3 people, life and death all depend on his thoughts. He has plenty of time to wait until their brains improve and they work for him. Come out, I need you to support me. After all, the deep sea is so dangerous that even I dare not be careless. Chu Ge looked up at the sky and said, "Haha, little friend Chu, there are times when you are not careful enough." Ji Yu Hongming made a gloating voice, and then slowly appeared beside Chu Ge. There are many things in this world that I don't know. It's better to be safe than sorry. Chu Ge said with his hands behind his back. He will not think this is shameful. On the contrary, people who have shameful thoughts will not live long. You really see things clearly. Ji Yu Hongming looked at him deeply. At such a young age, he has achieved such success, and he has countless talented subordinates around him, especially the tens of thousands of cultivators in front of him, the worst of whom are at the Foundation establishment stage. If it were him, he would have been inflated to the point of insatiableness. This is exactly what made Ji Yu Hongming feel that Chu Ge had definitely gone further than him. Zhang Chuchen, Zhao Haifeng, Lin Feng, Shu Muyu, Ji Jingming and others set off one after another. Except for Gong Lian and the original team of 10 Shadow Guards who needed to guard Yuncheng, the rest followed Chu Ge and left. Chu Ge's consciousness instantly penetrated into the void ring. Yao Fan's sleeping grandfather had awakened. He was locked in the black ring and could not come out. What? Work for me? Chu Ge's voice came from the outside world. The old man in the ring couldn't help but raise his eyes, and then closed his eyes resignedly. The revenge for killing a disciple should not be taken lightly. You will agree sooner or later. Chu Ge snorted coldly when he saw that the other party was ungrateful. Along the coast of Haicheng, the seawater has been dyed red with blood, and the floating corpses include sea sirens, innocent civilians, and even sacrificed soldiers. The sirens' attack was very fierce. They didn't care about casualties at all and kept pouring onto the shore. These half-human, half-monster sirens who have absorbed spiritual energy and mutated, use simple tridents as weapons. The trident has been sent to relevant departments for inspection, and it was discovered that it was man-made. All of a sudden, the top leaders of the Huameng became angry. The Huameng has stood in the east of the world for decades, and its achievements fought with blood are vivid in people's minds. I didn't expect that there are still people who dare to challenge the Huameng now. Investigate it for me. The Huameng will not tolerate provocation from others. Chu Ge, who had rushed to the Tamed branch in Haicheng using the void ring and was sitting in the office, said in a deep voice with a frosty face after hearing the news. Boss, we're already investigating. Lin Zan stayed obediently beside the boss. The others had already gone to the front line, and the shadow guards were commanded by Luo Shu. After all, although Zhao Haifeng and others are very powerful, in terms of command ability, they are still inferior to Luo Shu, who has learned systematically. Chapter 284. When one side is in trouble, all sides come to its aid. Due to the crazy and massive attacks by the sirens, nearly half of the sea city has been riddled with holes. Countless people were wailing everywhere, but the tide did not subside. Instead, it penetrated deeper into every corner of the sea city. Wherever the siren went, the tide would rise there. Many lucky ones hid themselves, hiding in places in high-rise buildings that were not submerged by the sea water, or in some closed corners where they dared not even breathe. These sea monsters kill anyone they see. Although they look scary, their strength is not very strong, which is equivalent to that of a warrior in the Ming Jin stage to the Hua Jin stage. Warrior levels: Ming Jin, and Jin, Hua Jin, Gang Jin, Bao Dan, Hua Dan, Ning Shen, Hua Shen. Siren soldiers are indeed weak, but siren captains, elite sirens and commander-level sirens are all very strong. The biggest difference between these sirens and warriors is that they can use spells and even control water naturally. Warriors will die if they don't breathe, but sirens won't. Some unlucky and brave warriors were accidentally dragged into the water by sirens and suffocated to death. Luo Shu and others rushed to the front line and found that nearly half of the sea city had been occupied by sea monsters. Countless refugees who had fled here were like drowned rats, squatting in the corner and warming themselves by the fire, still in fear. A vigorous man with several men came hurriedly over after seeing Luo Shu. Captain Luo Shu, you are finally here. Great, the support has finally arrived. My name is Qian Fang, and I am the head of the Haicheng Shadow Guard branch. I am here with all the shadow guards to report to you. Quote. The Haicheng Shadow Guard branch was supposed to have 10,000 people, but the actual number was 8,351. Quote. So many people died. Quote. Luo Shu didn't expect that the Shadow Guard division would lose more than 1,000 people in such a short time. Too bad, our forces were too dispersed and we couldn't concentrate to fight back. Most of the Shadow Guards who were carrying out missions along the coast of Haicheng have lost contact. Quote. Qian Fang looked sad. He knew these people, and more importantly, they should not have died. You go and tell the boss, I will contact the Haicheng military, and then lead the shadow guards I brought with me to launch a counterattack. Quote. The boss is at the Tamed group branch in Haicheng. You and your shadow guard brothers should go to the rear to rest first. Quote. Luo Shu didn't say much, after all, he was not the boss. Thank you. Quote. Qian Fang sighed deeply and left with his men. Luo Shu immediately contacted the military leader here and started cooperating with the military artillery cover. The shadow guards attacked in close combat, forming an elliptical encirclement to form a pincer attack. If the opponent cannot be forced to retreat, then these sea monsters will be completely eaten. Haicheng Tamed group branch. Chu Ge stood with his hands behind his back and looked at the tide outside the floor-to-ceiling window not far from here. If he had come a little later, the Tamed group branch building would probably not have been able to be saved. The Tamed group branch is also about his face and the face of the overall strength of the Tamed group. Lin Zan began to report the news from the branches of the Huameng and the information that the Tamed headquarters wanted to convey to the boss. Boss, the branches of the Huameng in various places have contracted transport planes, and they are transporting donated materials here at a rapid speed. Quote. Now, there is a solemn atmosphere throughout the Huameng and the internet, and people from all walks of life from all over the country are continuously donating various disaster relief supplies. Quote. Even the enthusiasm for joining the army has been set off, and the enthusiasm for learning martial arts has instantly reached its peak. Quote. The hidden sects and families from all over the Huameng are already on their way here, including those powerful warriors who live in seclusion. Quote. Now the Huameng is united in supporting Haicheng with all its strength. This is the first major invasion disaster that the Huameng has faced in decades, and everyone is taking it very seriously. Quote. Lin Zan was also so moved by these words that her blood boiled. She wished she could go to the front line to kill the sea monsters herself. But no matter how much she thought about it, Chu Ge would not let her go. Chu Ge's expression did not change at all, and his eyes were cold as he looked at the tide outside. For us, these sea monsters can be easily killed. Quote. But the most important thing is to find out the source and find out what caused this disaster. Quote. Even if it was man-made, the mastermind must pay the price in blood. How can you bully our Huameng without anyone? Quote. Chu Ge not only wants the people behind the scenes to pay the price, but also wants to let the people behind these sea monsters know what thunderous wrath is. He is the only one who can bully the Huameng, and outsiders cannot. Chairman Chu is here in person, which really makes us feel flattered. Quote. The Lord Mayor of Haicheng, Zhang Bin, who had been silent, said with great emotion. Behind him, the officials were also looking at Chairman Chu with gratitude. A friend. In need is a friend indeed. Only the elders of the Council of Elders can talk to a big man like Chairman Chu on an equal footing. They did not expect that he would come to the front line in person, which really made them feel relieved and emotional. Chu Ge turned around slowly, glanced at him, and said lightly. This is a major event of the Huameng. Regardless of power or status, every man is responsible for the rise and fall of the country. Quote. The higher you are in a position, the more you care about the stability of the Huameng situation. Quote. Chairman Chu's mind is so big that we cannot even begin to grasp it, and his foresight is so far-sighted that we cannot see the end. I am truly ashamed. Quote. Zhang Bin speaks differently to different people. Li Yunxiao should learn from him. Chu Ge couldn't help but smile, haha. Next you should comfort the victims in Haicheng. Quote. Anyone who dares to take advantage of the opportunity to commit a crime will be killed without mercy and can be shot on the spot. Quote. I believe that the relief supplies will arrive soon. Haicheng will be taken over by our Tamed group and will work with the military to restore peace and stability in Haicheng. Quote. Understood, we'll go right away. Zhang Bin respectfully took his officials and left. City Lord, why are you so respectful to Chairman Chu? Quote. An official behind Zhang Bin suddenly said with some dissatisfaction. You have to know that they are officials. No matter how rich the Tamed group is, it is just a businessman. No matter how powerful it is only in Yuncheng, and this is Haicheng. Zhang Bin's eyes instantly turned cold and he turned to look at the person who spoke. His tone seemed to condense into frost, drag them away and disrupt the morale of the troops on the front line. They will be killed without mercy. Quote. Yes. The two officers instantly covered the still confused official and dragged him away. The surrounding officials turned a blind eye and looked ahead, as if nothing had happened. Not long after leaving the Tamed group branch, everyone heard a gunshot and then saw the two officers running back. Report to the city lord, the person who disturbed the morale of the army has been killed. Quote. The two officers said in unison. Okay, let's go and comfort the people. Zhang Bin nodded with satisfaction and led everyone to the resettlement site in the disaster area. Over the coast of Haicheng, Zhao Haifeng and the others kept a distance from each other and used their spiritual sense to continuously scan under the sea surface. They are just some weak sea monsters. We didn't find anything unusual. After everyone gathered again and everyone finished speaking, Zhao Haifeng continued, why don't we go directly to the bottom of the sea to look for them? Humph. Jun Moshao released his nascent soul magic power, and the sea monsters floating on the sea that were alert to them exploded instantly. A bunch of ants. In my opinion, just charge in and kill the person behind the scenes. Jun Moshao hated invaders the most, especially invaders from the Chinese alliance. Without saying a word, he charged directly into the sea. In an instant, the blood on the sea surface became thicker and thicker, and more siren corpses floated out. Chapter 285 I found you. In that case, I'll go ahead. Zhang Chuchen waved the whisk in his hand towards the sea. There were several loud bangs and the sea became turbulent. In an instant, the sea seemed to be cut in half by a sharp knife. Zhang Chuchen turned into a stream of light and instantly entered the seabed, and the sea surface instantly returned to its original state. You're all so pretentious, right? Zhao Haifeng couldn't help but curl his lips when he saw it. Let's search further away. Luo Shu and Shadow Guard in Haicheng are enough to deal with these sea monsters. Lin Feng said lightly, looking into the distance. Okay. Everyone nodded and spread out in a fan-shaped manner, extending outward until they found the person who was in charge of controlling the mermaids in the deep sea. An extremely secret deep sea place. You have offended the Huameng so much, are you sure the Huameng will not make a big move? An extremely huge squid showed 2 huge, bright and ferocious eyes, and its 10 legs were coiled on a huge rock in the deep sea. Don't worry, we have always done things in secret, and the Huameng has not taken any action for decades. Who knows if it is bluffing? Besides, the Huameng is now popular with warriors from all over the country. We can't give them a chance to continue to develop. It's better to let the sleeping dragon continue to sleep. A sinister and cunning man stood in front of the squid, saying with a smug look on his face. Have you brought the boys and girls I need? The squid's eyes revealed greed. Of course. 500 boys and girls have been secretly collected from all over the world, and they will be delivered on time later today. In the man's words, these boys and girls were like objects that he traded with the squid monster. That's good, but my siren's men suffered heavy losses this time, I need to double it. The squid greedily raised its 2 long tentacles, as if threatening the man. It's just a transaction between the two, there's no emotional connection between them. Huh, this is different from what we agreed on. Although doubling the amount was easy for the man, this was not a reason for the squid monster to double it. As you humans often say, the perfection of a plan is no match for the dynamics of events. The squid seemed to have already defeated the other party, and the surrounding sea water was slowly turning black. The man seemed to be very afraid of the squid. Seeing this scene, he immediately let out a sigh of relief. Okay, double it then. The squid monster, who received a satisfactory answer, let out a strange laugh. Huh, there's someone up there, hide quickly. Suddenly, the man saw the unconcealed figure on the sea. The terrifying aura made him frightened instantly. The squid monster seemed to be dead. The darkness around it disappeared instantly, and it seemed to have stopped all life activities. Baka. The man cursed inwardly upon seeing this. On the sea, Zhao Haifeng, who happened to be passing by, suddenly stopped. You know, he is now a great cultivator in the nascent soul stage. He instantly sensed the slight fluctuation just now, and it was a sign of life different from that of ordinary sirens. Is it an illusion? No. Absolutely impossible. Zhao Haifeng himself is a fortune teller, how could he be wrong? So Zhao Haifeng hovered in the sky where the waves appeared, with a compass in his hand, floating directly on the sea. The compass was seen rotating slowly, continuously releasing the power of Bagua, and the power of Bagua slowly seeped into the sea. Zhao Haifeng's hands kept changing, and he formed seals frequently. His eyes flashed with golden light, and lines of Bagua power appeared in front of him, forming a very clear lens, exploring the seabed. The boss has already told us about the horror of the deep sea, and even those in the nascent soul stage must be careful. Zhao Haifeng valued his life the most, so he naturally did not rush in. However, Zhao Haifeng has already sent a message to everyone. If he has noticed correctly just now, then what they are looking for is most likely here. After receiving Zhao Haifeng's message, everyone, including Jun Moshao and Zhang Chuchen, who were still killing sea monsters in the deep sea and trying to force the mastermind behind the scenes, rushed towards Zhao Haifeng. Seal. Zhao Haifeng shouted coldly, and the Bagua seals in his hands fell directly into the sea. The compass spun wildly, becoming the core of the seal. The other party is probably hiding, but it doesn't matter. With Zhao Haifeng and others coming, the mastermind behind the scenes won't be able to escape. It's right here, right? Lin Feng, eager to try, rushed to Zhao Haifeng first, looked at the position of the sea surface where the compass was sealed, and a hint of murderous intent appeared in his eyes. After everyone arrives, let's set off together. This is what the boss told us. The dangers in the deep sea are beyond our imagination. Zhao Haifeng stopped Lin Feng, who wanted to go down alone, and repeated the boss's instructions earnestly. Yeah, Lin Feng didn't say anything else and quietly wiped the thunder cloud sword in his hand. After everyone arrived, Zhao Haifeng took the lead and went directly into the center of the compass's blockade. Oh no, there are so many powerful people, but I can't sense the breath of any one of them. It's horrible. How could so many powerful people come here? The man who traded with the squid monster had an extremely ugly expression on his face, but his breath became weaker. Only when you are within 1 meter of him can you feel his alive breath. The battle to defend the sea city has turned from defense to offense. During the counterattack by the Shadow Guards commanded by Luo Shu and under the cover of military artillery fire, the sea monsters who wanted to hide were eliminated bit by bit. There are signs of life, 3 living people, and 2 sirens. Each search and rescue team is equipped with 2 Shadow Guards, and the rest are weak military warriors. They hold the latest life-saving search and rescue devices developed by Tamed Group. This is a life-saving device that Tamed Group currently only sells to the official Huameng. It can effectively distinguish between humans and animals, and the thermal imaging is displayed very clearly. Even a child can tell whether it is a human or a ghost. After seeing the 2 sea monsters, it attacked them first. It looked extremely terrifying, chewing unknown flesh and blood in its bloody mouth. Leave it to us. The 2 Shadow Guards attacked instantly. The specially made daggers in their hands instantly penetrated into the mermaid's head and stirred it gently, crushing the opponent's brain into pieces. So easy. The other members of the search and rescue team had personally experienced how difficult it was to deal with the sirens. But now, these sirens are so vulnerable in the hands of the Shadow Guards of Tamed Group headquarters. Save people, let's go to the next search and rescue location. The 2 Shadow Guards were ruthless and didn't say much. Killing the siren was their mission, but search and rescue was the mission of the rest of them. The rest of the search and rescue team was also shocked by Shadow Guard's personal strength, which was completely different from theirs. Once the hidden power of Tamed Group is seen by those who are interested, the future of Huameng will probably change dramatically. Found you. Zhang Chuchen smelled the faint scent inside the huge seashell. He waved his whisk lightly, and the seashell opened instantly, revealing the hiding man. You, the man's face suddenly changed. Chapter 286 Chu Ge is angry. Turns out he's a Japanese. Lin Feng and others instantly appeared beside Zhang Chuchen, and the man's aura was locked by the spiritual senses of several powerful men. It felt like my soul was leaving my body, and I almost became stupid. If Lin Feng and the others had not temporarily had the intention of making him stupid, his consciousness would have been scattered long ago. The strength is so weak, it doesn't seem like it. Zhao Haifeng asked everyone to retract their consciousness and said with great doubt. There is no way these sirens would obey the command of a mere human warrior. This is absolutely impossible. Those who are not of my race must have different hearts. This statement is the same no matter what race it is applied to. Jun Moshao took a deep look at him and found that this man had an extremely wretched appearance and his strength was only at the Danhua stage of a warrior. I don't think so either. A mere warrior in the Baodan stage, even if he is a Japanese ninja, cannot cause such a big sea monster disaster. You should know that among these sea monsters, there are sea monster generals with the strength of the Shenhao stage. You are Japanese. Lin Feng said coldly. My great East Ocean Empire will not let you go. The man knew that he would die if he fell into their hands, so he immediately turned into a black shadow and tried to escape. Zhang Chuchen swung his whisk and cast a spell directly at the black shadow. The black shadow instantly let out a scream and turned into a man who fell to the ground and fainted. Let the Shadow Guard investigate. The real mastermind should not have escaped, otherwise this guy would not be hiding here. Zhao Haifeng's eyes flashed with a gleam of light, and with a suction of his palm, the compass that sealed this place on the sea was instantly retracted. The squid monster, which had been trying to escape from here and flee into the deep trench on the seabed far away, finally fell into the trap. The moment the squid monster opened its eyes, Zhao Haifeng and others followed the exposed breath and came directly in front of it. I told you, the sea monster that just advanced to the early stage of Golden Core should be the real commander of the sea monster this time. A cold light flashed in the squid's eyes, and its 2 longest tentacles swung out directly, stirring the sea water to form whirlpools. Powerful whirlpools of sea water are swallowing up passing fish, corals, etc. Zhao Haifeng and the others looked calm as they looked at him quietly, unmoved. You are just in the Jindan stage, yet you dare to be so arrogant. Jun Moshao raised his head slightly with a sneer on his face. Zhao Haifeng stared at the squid monster's constantly wriggling tentacles with some greed. The tentacle of this squid is delicious. When I hand it over to the boss, I will definitely ask him for a leg of the squid sea monster to roast and eat. Shu Muyu had a different idea. I went to Shaoshiba area some time ago and ate it cold, and it tastes better when eaten raw. The others also put forward different suggestions for making delicacies after the body was dismembered. Damn it! The squid monster became instantly angry. When had it been treated like this by humans? Ever since it secretly escaped from the depths of the sea, it has been living freely and all the human warriors it meets worship it. In anger, the squid monster sprayed out black ink that instantly dyed the surrounding seawater black. The temperature of the seawater was normal, but it was boiling strangely. But a wise man never suffers a loss in front of him. Just when everyone thought the squid monster was going to attack, they discovered that this guy actually used black ink to cover his escape. The squid sea monster, which has been able to survive in the terrifying abyss of the deep sea for a long time, naturally would not go head-on into a fight when it knows it can't win. Chase it if you have the guts. The horror in the abyss will help it solve the trouble behind it. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Thundercloud sword. Compass. Abandoned heaven record. Whisk. The innate magical weapons of the four nascent soul stage cultivators turned into streams of light and instantly attacked the squid monster. Ah! The squid monster suddenly let out a dull cry of pain. The 3,000 strands of the whisk instantly grew longer and bound it directly. The more it struggled, the tighter it became. The thundercloud sword instantly stopped its long legs in place. The abandoned heaven record and the compass were hung above its head, suppressing its power and preventing it from moving. The feeling of repressed terror, tension, fear and terror instantly spread in the eyes of the squid monster. Finished. The squid monster felt very regretful in his heart. Why did he listen to that human and do all these things for just 500 boys and girls? This black ink is a bit weird. Jun Moshel looked at the boiling black ink mixed with the sea water around him and snorted coldly. Under the influence of his magic power, the black ink was instantly dispersed by him. But it's not strong enough. If it were strong enough, it might really pose a little obstacle to us. Haha, it's just a small squid sea monster, I didn't expect it to cause such a big disaster. Zhang Chuchen sighed deeply and mourned for the innocent victims. Lin Feng noticed the other party's escape direction. It didn't seem to be chosen randomly, but seemed that he ran towards this side on purpose. Maybe in our eyes, the squid monster is weak, but in the eyes of others, it is a terrifying monster. This is a Jindan stage sea monster. Where did it come from? Looking at the direction it fled, there seems to be a bottomless trench over there. Do you want to go and take a look? Lin Feng was eager to try. Jun Moshao was also somewhat interested, and Zhang Chuchen and the others were also somewhat curious. Don't. Zhao Haifeng hurriedly stopped him, the boss won't let us stay in the deep sea for long. He is often the calmest at this time because he is afraid of death. Even his compass can't calculate what is in that trench. God knows what's in there. If they are allowed to go down, he will have to go down too. If something happens at that time, he doesn't want to be unable to see his boss. Listening to the boss is the policy he has been most determined to implement in such a long time. Don't be so timid, let's go down and take a look and come back soon. Jun Moshao couldn't help but express his curiosity and turned into a stream of light and flew towards the trench. When everyone saw Jun Moshao leaving, the expressions on their faces showed that they wanted to leave. The boss said, "You have to listen to me this time. Do you want to disobey the boss's orders?" Zhao Haifeng saw Jun Moshao leaving and saw that everyone wanted to leave too, so he shouted hurriedly. "I'm back now, so there's no need to use the boss to pressure others." Lu Guang came back in an instant, and Jun Moshao looked at Zhao Haifeng speechlessly. "Let's go. We'll take it back and report to the boss first. As for what happens in the trench, the boss will decide." Zhao Haifeng was very satisfied with everyone's obedience. Although it was a case of taking advantage of the power of others, Zhao Haifeng quickly shook the word out of his mind. When Zhao Haifeng and others returned, they destroyed the sea monster base along the coast at any time. He brought the squid mermaid and the unconscious Japanese man to the boss. Japanese. Chu Ge's face was gloomy, and a trace of anger rose in his heart. "Red Queen, find out who this person is." After a few seconds, Red Queen replied, "According to the information in the Oriental database, this person is called Takeda Tachi." Chapter 287. What is the relationship between the Takeda family and Takeda Udai? Chu Ge instantly thought of the Japanese man he met at the massage center. If he hadn't been involved, then this villain should have been dealt with by Li Yunxiao. Red Queen, it was a slave relationship. Takeda Udai had a high status in the Takeda family. He was the son of the patriarch of the Takeda family, whose name was Takeda Jiro. Didn't I cut off his lifeline at that time? If I had known earlier, I should have killed him directly. Zhao Haifeng had a gloomy face and felt a little guilty, but why didn't he eliminate the trouble directly? He was too arrogant. Even if you kill him directly, the Takeda family will not let it go. Chu Ge comforted Zhao Haifeng and did not blame him this time. What is coming will come sooner or later. This surprise attack can also awaken the combat awareness of the Huameng and the sense of crisis of the people. This is a good thing. Although many innocent people died this time, the benefits outweigh the disadvantages, and more casualties will be reduced in the future. Chu Ge's words made sense, and everyone agreed one after another. This sudden disaster also made civilians in various parts of the Huameng aware of the crisis. So many years of peace have made their sense of crisis settle. The sooner you gain experience in fighting things from the deep, you won't be at a loss in the future, because lack of experience can kill you. The Takeda family, I'm going to destroy them right now. Zhao Haifeng's eyes flashed with coldness. Speaking of the Japanese, everyone can think of the hatred engraved in their bones. Forgetting hatred is equal to forgetting history is equal to forgetting one's own roots and denying one's own existence. If one forgets these, how can one be called a human being? Don't be in a hurry. Let's wait until the disaster in Haicheng is completely over before we talk about other things. Chu Ge's attitude towards Dongyang has always been to cut the weeds and root them out. The blood feud of the previous generation was impossible for him to forget even though he had reached the peak of the nascent soul stage. As a member of the Huameng, Chu Ge has always adhered to the concept that those who are not of our race must have different hearts. Let's go take a look at the giant squid first. Chu Ge looked at everyone and said with a smile. The giant squid was placed by Jun Moshao in the center of the Haicheng Shadow Guard branch and was under strict guard by the Shadow Guards brought by Chu Ge and others. The squid monster has tentacles that are more than 10 meters long, and its head is incredibly large. However, Zhang Chuchen's whisk was binding it, preventing it from breaking free. Even its Jindan stage magic power was suppressed by the compass next to it. For Chu Ge and others, no matter how big this guy is, he is just a plaything of theirs because he has only size but no strength. Let me go. Otherwise the abyss will not let you go. When the squid monster saw them coming, it struggled even more fiercely. Chu Ge's eyes fixed when he heard that, and it seemed that at that moment, his eyes turned into a sharp sword, which scared the squid monster so much that it dared not speak. Oh shit, how could this human being be more terrifying than the people who captured it? The squid monster was instantly frightened and dared not move its tentacles. Even if Li Yunxiao has no mission, he never forgets his nature as a bootlicker. The boss only needs a look to paralyze the squid sea monster we are jointly fighting against. It seems that I still need to practice more, and strive to cultivate 20% or 30% of the power of the boss's eyes. Chu Ge couldn't help laughing. This Li Yunxiao is really sweet-mouthed. Although he doesn't like flattery, he likes others to flatter him. What a flatterer. Zhao Haifeng muttered with some tears in his eyes when he saw Li Yunxiao snatching his job and flattering him even more than he did. Li Yunxiao naturally heard it, but he just gave Zhao Haifeng a coquettish smile. Since you have just arrived, it is better not to offend too many people. But you have to lick the boss, otherwise it would be a waste of your basic abilities. What is the abyss you are talking about? Chu Ge looked at the squid monster and said lightly. The squid monster didn't dare to act rashly and confessed everything honestly, fearing that the other party would kill him the next second. It hasn't lived enough yet, and maybe this human needs its strength. By then, it can eat and drink to increase its strength and will not lack anything. The abyss is a trench in the deep sea. The bottom of this trench is very deep, and there are countless terrifying creatures inside. If the fish outside want to go in, they will be crushed by the water pressure. But because of this, once you enter the abyss, you will gain powerful strength. Speaking of this, the squid monster seemed extremely proud, and his words were not exaggerated at all. If it's so scary, why don't they come out? Lin Feng asked curiously. The squid monster snorted coldly and looked at him with squinted eyes. It's not that they don't want to come out, but there is a restriction in the abyss, and those above the nascent soul stage cannot come out. Those old monsters are attacking the restriction seal all the time. The squid monster didn't seem to be lying, so if it said so, there seemed to be a lot of old monsters above the nascent soul stage in there. Then why haven't we seen anyone in the nascent soul stage? Li Yunxiao asked curiously. The question he asked is also the question that everyone wants to know. HMPH, those Yuanying stage monsters are afraid of death and are afraid that you humans have some unknown trump cards. That's why they have been hiding in various places in the deep sea to recruit troops and wait for the opportunity. Only I, the Squid King, am brave and resourceful enough to confront you humans head-on. The squid sea monster looked at these humans who were stronger than it with regret, and muttered to itself, however, what those Yuanying stage monsters said makes sense. If it had known that what those Yuanying stage monsters said was true, it would never have been bewitched by that human to do such a suicidal thing. Chu Ge was very interested in the abyss, but he had to deal with the Eastern Takeda family first. Red Queen, order Luo Shu to arrange for the Shadow Guards to go to Dongyang Island. I want the Takeda family to be annihilated. You have to do it quickly and cleanly, and leave the reputation of Shadow Guards behind. The Shadow Guards shouldn't keep hanging around the Huameng. It's time to go out for a stroll. Red Queen, understood, all notifications have been made. Everyone became extremely excited. The boss's words also meant that they would go abroad to play in the future. Lin Feng, in particular, couldn't help but think of his mercenary brothers. For so long, he had never forgotten them and had been contacting them by phone. Chu Ge looked at the squid monster and asked one last question: what benefit did that Japanese man give you to make you start a war against Haicheng? The squid monster was a little afraid to speak and immediately kept silent. It was afraid that after saying it, it would lose its life. Tell me what's going on and I won't kill you. Chu Ge's eyes flashed with coldness. Really? The squid monster suddenly asked for confirmation. Yes, really. Chu Ge nodded. Then I told you, it was 500 boys and girls, but I doubled the number temporarily, and then you caught them. He didn't catch the squid or the sea monster, and almost lost his life. Kill him. Chu Ge turned and left, leaving behind these words. Chapter 288, Building Momentum. The squid monster was dumbfounded. Didn't you say you wouldn't kill it? The squid monster hurriedly shouted at the human who was gradually getting farther away. You human are despicable and shameless. You don't keep your word. Didn't you say you won't kill us? Hee hee. Zhao Haifeng grinned. The boss said he won't kill you, but that doesn't mean we won't kill you. The boy and girl directly violated the taboo. Although Chu Ge and others did not consider themselves to be good people, it did not mean that someone would break their bottom line in front of them. In novels and TV shows, cannibalism is portrayed as evil monsters, not to mention the even more cruel boys and girls. Even Zhun Moshao and Lin Feng looked cold, and so were Shu Muyu, Li Yunxiao and the others. Eat people and still want to live. Dream. You humans are despicable and shameless. The squid monster struggled in panic. The whisk was getting tighter and tighter, and the squid's head was getting bigger and bigger. Let it speak. It spoke, and now kill it. Humans are fickle. They are indeed a race that even the big men in the abyss fear. Phew. Lin Feng's thunder cloud sword fell directly on the squid's head and pierced directly into its head, instantly destroying the opponent's life system. Let me make it clear first, I want one of the legs to be eaten raw with cold salad. Shu Muyu took the initiative to speak to everyone alertly. I want a leg. Me too. Give me one. Don't take the whole head, cut it into pieces and share them together. After a while, the squid monster was torn into pieces by Zhao Haifeng and others. It's really miserable, but the squid meat is really delicious. Braised, barbecue, Orleans, deep-fried squid coated in bread crumbs. Eat raw or cold. Chu Ge looked at the squid feast on the desk and twitched the corners of his mouth. These subordinates never forget to bring a portion of food for their boss. Flattery is temporary, but these everyday details will also warm the boss's heart. When did Zhao Haifeng and others evolve into foodies? Chu Ge picked up a piece of cold mixed squid foot and tasted it, his eyes instantly lit up. It's really not a poke. Chu Ge tasted the other flavors one by one. You have one too. Chu Ge picked up a piece of cold and raw squid foot and gave it to Lin Zan who was standing beside him. I don't want to eat this. Lin Zan felt a little disgusted, and even refused to eat the braised squid feet that his younger brother secretly gave him. Okay, Chu Ge also knew that Lin Zan felt uncomfortable. After all, squids are alive and have intelligence. But Chu Ge didn't care about these and even ate with gusto. Chu Ge's thoughts couldn't help but drift to the shrimps and crabs in the deep sea. If the meat was from the nascent soul stage, would it taste better? The powerful monsters in the abyss couldn't help but shudder. For some reason, I have a bad feeling. A huge killer whale made a dull sound. The huge lobster raised its claws, looked at the restriction above, and sighed deeply. When can we break through this restriction and leave this damn place? I don't know how many years I have been here. There is no time in the deep sea. The battle in the past and my father's words are still fresh in my mind. We are losers, but we are still alive. Those human strongmen have long left this world. It's the end of the law. Although we are sealed here, we have survived until now. The spiritual energy has revived, which is a blessing in disguise. The rest of the monsters in their original forms continued to attack the seal. As the spiritual energy revived, their strength has gradually recovered, and the seal restriction has become weaker and weaker. The time required to break through the restriction will only get shorter and shorter as they continue to attack. Then they can go out. When there is no tiger in the mountain, the monkey will be king. Those powerful humans who once imprisoned them are no longer here. Once they get out, they will exact revenge and plunge the human world into chaos. Killing all humans is their only thought, formed by the resentment accumulated over countless years. Oriental Island. Here you can find the world's most classic scenes of the tram tragedy and the tragedy of women. The plots played out here are beyond your imagination and are deeply loved by men all over the world. Although Zhang Fan lost his golden finger, he was reborn. This time, he took the initiative to ask to come to Dongyang Island, just to make Chu Ge look at him differently. He was at the peak of the Jindan stage and came here with dozens of shadow guards with only one purpose, to eliminate the Takeda family and leave the banner of the shadow guards. This matter must be made public and known to everyone, so that Shadow Guard will become famous all over the world in an instant. This is not a simple matter, so Zhang Fan did not destroy the Takeda family immediately. Instead, he began to communicate with the Takeda family and even paid major media outlets on the East Asian island to report on the matter. This post is called Yama Post. What kind of person is the king of hell? Every Japanese knows it. After all, the Japanese admire the Chinese culture the most. Takeda Jiro, the patriarch of the Takeda family, looked at the Yama letter in his hand with an extremely gloomy expression. The damn Huameng people are so arrogant that they simply don't take the Takeda family seriously. Zhang Fan is about to start building momentum. The shadow guards of the Huameng Tengde group deliberately crossed the ocean to come to Dongyang Island. The Takeda family secretly colluded with the sea monsters to cause chaos in the Huameng Haicheng. The price paid by the Takeda family was just the interest. The greater price is that even Dongyang Island will have to pay the price. No eggs remain intact when the nest is overturned. All the long-standing families on Toyo Island and even the nominal emperor of Toyo Island were shocked. With the huge amount of money spent on hype by the Dongyang Island media, the entire Dongyang Island was in an uproar in just 10 hours. The Japanese embassy in the Chinese alliance launched a strong protest and asked the Chinese alliance to impose sanctions on the ignorant Tengde group. In this regard, Huameng officials said they were unaware of it and have always defended Tengde group, saying that Tengde group's approach is the same as Huameng's. The news that the murderer of Haicheng was a Japanese was officially announced by the headquarters of Huameng Group. Coupled with the thumbs up from the official media of the China Alliance, its credibility is very high. The people of Huameng were filled with anger, and the petition written in blood instantly exceeded 10 million people, with the number of words still increasing. It has been published on the official website of Huameng. The Japanese have never given up their desire to destroy us. How dare the children of the Chinese Alliance forget this? Especially those who lost their loved ones in Haicheng. Regardless of gender, age or status, they directly joined the army just to be able to exchange one for one when fighting against the Japanese. Zhang Fan has done a good job. Once this hype is released, the world's attention will be focused on the Shadow Guard's genocide operation. Chu Ge, who returned to Yuncheng, was very satisfied with Zhang Fan's approach and praised it highly. That's how it should be. The Shadow Guards shouldn't hide in the dark. Their terrifying deterrent power will soon be shown to the world. Gong Lian said respectfully, "Boss, is there anyone deliberately trying to stop the Shadow Guard's actions? What are you afraid of? Even if it's the Japanese man's father who ends up like this, it won't work." Chu Ge said nonchalantly. Chapter 289 Big Scene, Global Live Broadcast. Not to mention how powerful the Shadow Guard's overall strength is, Chu Ge is completely relieved. Zhang Fan is indeed a smart person, and it seems that he has undergone a baptism-like transformation, which has temporarily caught his eye. The protagonist is worthy of being the protagonist. Even if he loses his golden finger, he can still get up again somewhere else. Zhang Fan on Dongyang Island was extremely satisfied when he saw the grand scene he had created. The Takeda family is now in a desperate situation, but they can't find anyone to bite. Haha, I really didn't expect that the Takeda family could call on so many samurai and ninja families at once to support him. Zhang Fan also noticed the current movements of the Takeda family. Although it was a bit unexpected, it was just a few more people added to the list of people who would be buried with the Takeda family. Now a day has passed, and there are still 10 hours until the demise of the Takeda family. Of course, the Takeda family also wanted to transfer some of their members away from the family first, but without exception, their heads were chopped off and thrown back to the clan. As the leader of the Takeda clan, Jiro Takeda clenched his fists when he saw his clan members die with their eyes open, but he dared not say a word. There are still 10 hours left before the Shadow Guard takes action. Those who supported the Takeda family felt a chill in their hearts, and always felt that they came at the wrong time. The top leaders of the East also attached great importance to the safety of the Takeda family because the Takeda family was a royalist party. The military even sent troops to heavily protect the Takeda family, but it seemed to be of no use, as they were still able to come and go freely. Anyone who left the Takeda family would only die. Either escape from the Takeda family and die immediately, or wait for the 10-hour countdown and die slowly. Feelings of despair and panic instantly spread throughout the Takeda clan's territory. Especially Takeda Yudai didn't dare to say a word, for fear of being discovered. This time, he was the only one who tricked the squid sea monster into causing the shipwreck and entering the coast of Huameng. But he didn't dare to say it, for fear of being handed over by his tribesmen. After being insulted and driven back from the Huameng, Takeda Yudai has been holding a grudge, especially against that girl Duan Yuer, who is in Haicheng. He was originally waiting for Haicheng to give up, and then he would secretly contact Duan Yuer and force her to submit to him. Unfortunately, the plan was ruined by the people from Tengda Group. 10 hours seemed very short to the Takeda family, as if it passed in the blink of an eye. Countless Japanese media outlets used drones to float over the Takeda family, and the military had already ambushed them nearby, ready for battle. Zhang Fan secretly watched these ridiculous ambushes without changing his expression. The blood feud between the Huameng and the Takeda family began with them. It was a perfect night, the moon was bright, 10 hours passed quietly, and the full moon hung high in the sky. Dark clouds slowly moved towards the full moon, as if trying to cover the moon from the bloody crime that was about to happen below. Kill. No one will be left alive tonight, and only one person will be left to record this crushing Shadow Guard demeanor. A trace of murderous intent flashed across Zhang Fan's face. Killing people, it only took him 3 days to go from not daring to kill chickens to being able to kill people as easily as killing chickens. Yes, the Shadow Guard behind him was hidden in a dark robe, with a mask exclusive to Shadow Guards on his face, and a cold look in his eyes. Killing is an art for Shadow Guards. It was also a brilliant performance. Zhang Fan didn't even take part in the battle himself. Although the Japanese troops on the periphery fired back, they couldn't hurt the Shadow Guard at all. In just 1 minute, the sounds of artillery fire and gunfire had completely disappeared. When the Takeda family heard the gunfire stop, their faces subconsciously lit up with joy. Great, we are saved. The Shadow Guards are nothing, it's just a farce in my opinion. In my opinion, after this, we must put pressure on the Huameng and ask them to hand over the Tengda Group. That's right. Everyone immediately began to take advantage of the situation to attack the Tengda Group. Only Takeda Yudai noticed something was wrong, and at this moment, the door exploded. Boom! Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The Shadow Guard appeared instantly. Baga, Shajiji, Takeda Jiro, together with his clansmen and retainers, rushed towards the Shadow Guards with samurai swords in their hands. However, something happened that surprised Takeda Yudai. One of the Shadow Guards just gave a look, and the blast of energy from his body instantly blew away Takeda Jiro and others. Takeda Yudai's face changed drastically and he quickly ran to the back. Those who wanted to cheer looked at each other and rushed forward with knives. Some people fired at the Shadow Guards with submachine guns. 10,000 blades spin. A Shadow Guard took out his own magical weapon, and a curved blade instantly turned into countless curved blades and attacked them. In an instant, countless heads were flying in the sky. Those headless bodies seemed unaware that their heads had flown away and rushed forward out of habit. After a few seconds, these headless corpses fell to the ground one after another, spraying blood like rain, and instantly the blood flowed into a river. The gaze of a shadow guard seemed to turn into a sharp sword, and a drone instantly emitted black smoke and fell directly to the ground, destroyed. These scenes were recorded by drones from many countries and media hovering in the sky. The overwhelming power of the shadow guards was instantly exposed to the eyes of various national powers and officials, and some of them were even broadcast live to people all over the world. You have to know that the Takeda family is quite powerful, and the hot weapons and equipment of the Oriental Army are all the latest models from Godfather. The netizens in Huameng who watched the live broadcast shouted that the big scene was coming and it was really exciting to watch. Well done. Tamed Group is really powerful, worthy of being the only domestic group in Huameng. Supporting domestic products starts with me. From today on, I will only use products from Tamed Group. Awesome. 6,666 inches. Who is the strongest in Huameng? Shadow Guard is invincible. Is this the Shadow Guard? I heard that the official Shadow Guard can place assassination orders, which reminds me of my cuckolded girlfriend. Fuck, the above person is awesome. I feel that Huameng will not dare to cheat anymore. Such an unprecedented grand scene was not even banned. It was simply the official tacit live broadcast. Since there is no gift-giving function, all netizens in Huameng who want to support Tamed Group voluntarily pay out of their own pockets to purchase the products of Tamed Group they need. However, foreign netizens other than Huameng are a bit worried. The shadow guards under the Tamed Group within Huameng are so strong, so what about Huameng? Uninformed foreign netizens mistakenly believed that the official Huameng was stronger than the Tamed Group, and suddenly some groups licking Huameng appeared. Only when you are strong will people lick you. This is a historical necessity, and this is the reality that strength is respected. In particular, the United States, the godfather of the East Asian country, has also restrained some of its secret actions. The tip of the iceberg of Shadow Guard's power was exposed, shocking people's hearts and suppressing the undercurrent. Chapter 290. Chinese Alliance Headquarters, Elders Meeting Hall. The elders acquiesced to Tamed Group's actions. They were very pleased to see that the Huameng was united. It is also time to let the world see some of the power within the Huameng. Tamed Group also belongs to the Huameng and can be regarded as one of the forces within the Huameng. After seeing the Tamed Group's Shadow Guard become famous in one battle, all the major forces can't wait to go out and stir up some trouble. But I suppressed it. Being too rigid will lead to failure. We, the Hua Alliance, cannot make enemies everywhere. The Tamed Group has finally won a victory for my Hua Alliance. It's a pity that the Hua Alliance cannot act rashly, otherwise the consequences will be disastrous. Cheer up. Cheer up. Quote, I have witnessed the Tamed Group grow from weak to strong. Zhang Tianlin was extremely proud. Although he was Chu Ge's spokesperson in the Elder Council, Chu Ge also helped him fulfill his dream of entering the Elder Council. He has always been grateful to Chu Ge for giving him this opportunity. The stronger the Tamed Group is, the more influence he will have in the Elders' Council. Now, no one in the entire Presbyterian Church dares to ignore his existence. In the royal city, those forces that were the first to make friends with Tamed Group were filled with joy. Especially the Qin family. Qin Wanwei from the Qin family was eaten by Chu Ge and has been living in Yuncheng. For the Qin family, this news proves their high vision, especially Qin Wanwei's vision and luck, which are enviable. However, there are also some people who are proud of their status and unwilling to condescend to make friends with Tamed Group, and they are full of regret. This is true for the capital of the Huameng, the royal city, and even more so for the other cities. The branches of Tamed Group in various parts of Huameng were suddenly crowded with people, and the branches of Tamed Group became popular, and were suddenly comparable to Huameng coins. Making friends with Tamed Group means making friends with the future. Yuncheng, Chu's residence. After watching the live broadcast, Lu Yanru, Feng Linlin and Zhao Qing's pride in Shadow Guard was evident on their faces. At the same time, I also feel deeply proud of my man. Lu Yanru picked up her phone and said, I'm placing an order on the Tengde Moyu app to buy some fresh vegetables and meat. I plan to cook to celebrate. I'll help in the kitchen. Feng Linlin raised her hand with a smile. Xiao Qing hesitated for a moment, then happily shouted, I'll try it, hee hee. For a man who is used to relying on his man's abilities are getting stronger and stronger, and this is the most proud thing. Although they are capable women themselves, they don't like fighting and prefer to chat about family matters. Perhaps this is the day that an ordinary yet extraordinary woman wants most. The address of the rebuilt Feng family in Yuncheng. When Feng Linlin's father Feng Lijian saw the news, a smile appeared on his face. This is his son-in-law, so he naturally feels proud. Although the current Feng family is not as strong as before, their life is much easier than before. He no longer had to worry about the Feng family being murdered, nor did he have to worry about the safety of his daughter Feng Linlin. He now plays chess with his old friends every day and his life is not too easy. The family property has been divided up, and each family takes care of its own affairs. The Feng family is still the Feng family, but it is no longer the Feng family. In an entertainment club in Yuncheng. After Zhao Haifeng and others had nothing to do, they asked Li Yunxiao to pay for their meal. Li Yunxiao was very happy about this. He wanted to quickly integrate into the group. Spending some money didn't matter. After joining Tamed group, he would have no shortage of anything except money. Li Yunxiao, who was used to being poor, also started to spend lavishly, and treating people to a meal was no big deal. I watched Zhang Fan go in and come out. Luo Shu couldn't help but laugh as he watched Zhang Fan on TV warning the world about the power of the shadow guards and the consequences of daring to provoke the Chinese alliance, and this was just the beginning. I don't know about that. Zhao Haifeng couldn't help but look at Luo Feng. Everyone was also curious about how Zhang Fan, who was just an ordinary person at the time, could have offended the boss. Afterwards, Luo Shu told him everything except Zhang Fan's adventure. Everyone then realized that the man had brought his childhood sweetheart with him to show off, and then the boss fell in love with the man's childhood sweetheart. Finally, Zhang Fan went in and took the childhood sweetheart into his bed. Hee, the boss is good at this. We must learn from him. Zhao Haifeng raised his glass to everyone and smiled with a wink. Ha 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 ha. Everyone laughed and raised their glasses. Haicheng has returned to peace, but the damage caused to the people of Haicheng by this disaster will take time to heal. Relief supplies from all parts of the Huameng have arrived one after another, and the Huameng is also responsible for all funds spent on post-disaster reconstruction. Haicheng, Duan family. Do you really know Chu Ge, the chairman of Tamed Group? The patriarch of the Duan family looked at Duan Yuer with surprise and confirmed repeatedly. Duan Yuer's beautiful mouth corners slightly upturned, her eyebrows slightly narrowed, and she raised her head and said, "Of course, it was Chairman Chu who personally sent his men to rescue me last time." Say it again, is it true? The head of the Duan family looked at his daughter and confirmed again. Father, everything I said is true. Duan Yuer pouted in displeasure. Contact Chairman Chu more often. As long as my Duan family can rely on Tamed Group, there will be no worries in the future. That's right, Yuer, you have to make great contributions to the family this time. The glory of my Duan family depends on you. The elders around her kept talking to each other, which made Duan Yuer very disgusted. The future of the family actually depends on a weak woman like her. Can such a family really have glory? The head of the Duan family looked at Duan Yuer deeply without interrupting. I guess only a big shot like Chairman Chu of Tamed Group can reveal the secret of Yuer. Yuer's mother, Patriarch Duan, sighed deeply in her heart. I don't know if she is okay. There has been no news for so many years. Although the Duan family is also a family of immortal cultivators, the difference between the Duan family and the forces behind Yuer's mother is like heaven and earth. The head of the Duan family secretly clenched his fists, feeling powerless and very aggrieved. All right, Yuer has her own considerations, let's not talk about it anymore. After Patriarch Duan spoke, the elders stopped talking about this topic with a sense of unfulfilled desire. HMPH, Duan Yuer snorted coldly, went back to her room and locked herself up. Lying on the soft bedding, Duan Yuer's mind flashed with the figure of a man. Her face flushed and her whole body felt hot. It's so embarrassing. How could I let my imagination run wild? Duan Yuer covered herself in the quilt and rolled around. Zhang Fan's actions are not over yet, but the Takeda family has been wiped out, and big bloody words are engraved on the ground. Anyone who violates Arwa alliance will be punished no matter how far away they are. Chapter 291, The Secret Behind the Deep Sea Ban. The Japanese were instantly furious, and the Japanese high-level officials planned to teach the Shadow Guards a lesson and completely eliminate the Shadow Guards in Japanese territory. Especially after the Takeda family was destroyed, the remaining forces on the East Asian island became united and planned to teach the Tamed Group a big lesson. Bakayaro. This group of shadow guards are too presumptuous. We must give them a severe blow. Our great East Asian empire will never let it go after being provoked like this in our own home. We must retaliate severely to let people know how powerful our East Asian island is. Should we ask for our godfather's opinion? The godfather of the beautiful country has given us great support. The East Asian top brass was even more so. They held a meeting to discuss how to retaliate against Tamed group and even the Huameng. Some even went to their godfather to cry. Summoning a godfather when you can't win has always been the custom of the Dongyang Island. But he didn't know that his godfather in Dongyang Island is also very busy. Oh, my god, what's going on? Why did our network collapse? We are the world's #1 superpower, oh shit. Hurry up and fix our network system, oh my god. Our missile system has been hacked. Oh, damn it. Hurry up and find the hackers' traces, they dare to challenge the great American empire. In the secret base of the United States, many American officers and officials were sweating anxiously, and the rest of the staff were urgently trying to take back their systems. Originally, they were planning to put pressure on Huameng and even impose sanctions on Tamed Group. However, they found that few of Tamed Group's products were sold overseas and had always been marketed within Huameng. This is so unpalatable. The mastermind behind all this was naturally Chu Ge, but the one who actually took action was the artificial intelligence Red Queen. For the Red Queen, the internet is like a no man's land. For Red Queen, it is too easy to create some trouble instead of running away. You chase me and I hide, you attack and I defend, you are tired and I chase you. The Red Queen is having a lot of fun on the internet in the United States. The entire US network seems to have been infected with the same virus. In the computer screen, a little girl in a red dress is walking silently on the street. This animated picture makes people feel cold. With the Red Queen making trouble here, most of the United States energy has been tied up. This farce could set back the United States economy by 10 or even 20 years. The internet did not work, which directly affected the stock market and various other commercial and military operations. Chu Ge had no intention of dealing with the United States for the time being, because he found that things in the deep sea were more attractive. Boss, that kid Li Yunxiao is acting like a bootlicker again. Zhao Haifeng looked at his boss and couldn't help but complain. The boy's acting like a bootlicker had a direct impact on him. Walking on the street with Li Yunxiao, Zhao Haifeng even felt that some people were looking at him strangely. Yesterday, Zhao Haifeng almost turned from a socially compulsive person into a socially anxious person. Chu Ge couldn't help but burst out laughing. Li Yunxiao's golden finger was indeed weird, but it enhanced many abilities. Becoming a bootlicker in order to become stronger is different from actually being a bootlicker. Chu Ge felt that Li Yunxiao was a bootlicker, so this golden finger was used on him. Forget it, just bear with it. His situation is rather special. Chu Ge looked at Zhao Haifeng, who had an unpleasant expression, and held back his smile. Okay, I'll endure it a little longer. But he can't go out with me anymore, it's too embarrassing. Since the boss said so, Zhao Haifeng could only endure it a little longer, but refused to go out with him. Who could have thought that when he went out on the street with me yesterday, he knelt down and licked a woman in her 40s in front of me. Oh shit, and take him with you. Damn it, what were you doing on the street? Lin Feng discovered that they didn't call him yesterday. Jun Moshao, Zhang Chuchen, and Ji Yubai couldn't help but look at Zhao Haifeng. They were not called either, so it seemed that they were the only ones left. Cough cough, Zhao Haifeng couldn't bear the pressure of these people's gazes, so he coughed a few times and changed the subject. Boss, what do you think are in the deep sea? Are they all sea monsters? Was that restriction set up by the immortal cultivators of our human race back then? Then, during the catastrophe of the last law, most of the immortal cultivators left this world. Chu Ge didn't know the answer to Zhao Haifeng's question, but someone knew it, so they said, don't hide behind the scenes anymore, come out. Tell me about it, you should know some of the truth. Ji Yu Hongming's figure slowly appeared among the crowd, letting out a weird laugh. Don't think that I won't fight you just because you are in the Mahayana stage. Jun Moshao snorted coldly. In the past, this Mahayana stage player was just a junior. Ji Yu Hongming was not angry. He glanced at him nonchalantly and said lightly, the Mahayana period is not something you can reach, you shameless boy. Okay, hurry up and tell me. From the looks of you, you should know a lot of truth. Chu Ge urged. Afterwards, under the expectant gazes of everyone, Jiyu Hongming gradually told everyone some of the truths he knew back then. Half an hour later, Chu Ge and others looked at him with interest, as if they were listening to a story. This is all I know. If you want to know the whole truth, you naturally have to go to the sea. Jiyu Hongming shook his head when he saw the expressions of the people who wanted him to continue. Chu Ge withdrew his gaze with some regret. So that's how it was. Those powerful humans back then also experienced a flood disaster. It started in the era of Dao's flood control. Although the sea monsters were defeated at that time, they still had the power to make a comeback. It was not until the Shang dynasty that these unwilling and terrifying deep-sea creatures wanted to stand ashore and rule as kings. How could those arrogant cultivators at that time agree to it? However, due to internal and external troubles, the terrifying monsters in the deep sea actually formed an alliance with the monsters in the Huameng land and launched a war against the Shang dynasty. The immortal cultivators fought bloody battles, and some sects even fought to the last man, trying to hold the line. The battle was so fierce that both humans and demons suffered countless casualties. Only the deep-sea monsters are not afraid of these costs. After all, there are too many things in the deep sea, and the constant flow of cannon fodder coming ashore consumes most of the Shang dynasty's power. In the end, humans suppressed the demons first, and then they had time to pay a huge price to seal these deep-sea monsters in the abyss of the deep-sea trench. Jiyu Hongming's expression suddenly became extremely conflicted, and a hint of regret flashed across his eyes. This matter had always been a knot in his heart. Actually, I also participated in the battle, but my master died on the battlefield fighting the deep-sea creatures in order to protect me. I was scared at the time, so I ran back and became a deserter. You have done what you should do. Chu Ge looked at him and said slowly. Chapter 292 2 million sets of top-quality magical instruments. Zhao Haifeng and others could not make any comment on Jiyu Hongming's desertion. It can be said that I am not qualified to judge. Although they had no respect for Jiyu Hongming, they were full of respect for his courage in going to the battlefield. Everyone would be afraid, and Zhao Haifeng was no exception. Moreover, Jiyu Hongming did go to the battlefield, and it was a war of genocide for the Huameng people. No one can say what he did. Zhang Chuchen, you and Jun Moshao go and see if the seal there is still strong. Chu Ge suddenly ordered the two. As you wish. Zhang Chuchen and Jun Moshao stood up at the same time, nodded respectfully to their boss, and then disappeared into the office. Chu Ge was not worried that the deep-sea monsters in the trench would come out and cause trouble, but he was worried that they would interfere with his plans. He has now arranged for people to build the secret realm of the Medicine Clan with all their strength as a secret base for the Tamed group. A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows, let alone a heroic figure like Chu Ge. This secret base is the most suitable place to station troops. Moreover, the secret realm of the Huameng is not just the secret realm of the Medicine Clan. There are many other secret realms waiting for Chu Ge to take into his possession. As for the people inside, they either submit to him or die. Chu Ge had no extra mercy or kindness in his heart. All he had was the ambition to set the whole field on fire. His plan was simple, which was to take all the remaining secret realms of the Huameng into his possession. Even if the world is in chaos by then, his Tamed group will still be invincible, still deeply rooted in the land of Huameng. Yuncheng, as his base camp, is the most fundamental existence. The secret realm of the Huameng is equivalent to Chu Ge's spies and guards, scattered throughout the Huameng, which helps him to control the turbulent situation at the first time. Only in this way, no matter what powerful enemy Chu Ge encounters in the future, he will be able to advance and retreat freely and play with the enemy in the palm of his hand. Lin Zan suddenly walked in from outside and put her laptop on the table. Boss, Gong Lian has sent a message that the shadow guards in major cities of the Huameng are ready and are waiting for you to come over. Chu Ge's plan is to improve the strength of the shadow guards as a whole. The personnel of the shadow guards at the Yuncheng headquarters have all been upgraded. The remaining shadow guards have gathered and are waiting for Chu Ge's visit. After all, if you want to capture major cities and the surrounding secret places, you will definitely need a lot of manpower and material resources. Especially the strong ones, so Chu Ge will take extra care of the shadow guards with stronger talents. He didn't make many pills to improve his strength by himself, mainly because he didn't have enough materials. But the effect is very good, and some unnecessary pills can be given away as rewards. In the future, whoever has made contributions can exchange their merits for rewards, creating a virtuous cycle. That's great. You wait a minute, I'll be back soon. After Chu Ge gave instructions to everyone, he used the void ring to disappear from the spot. Chu Ge visited all the Shadow Guard branches in Huacheng, Yuancheng, Haicheng and other places of the Huameng. Now all the Shadow Guards in the Huameng have successfully evolved into immortal cultivators. The heads of the Shadow Guard branch in each city are also at the peak of the Golden Core stage. Of course, these alone are not enough, magical weapons are also needed. Chu Ge has the complete collection of Tiandao refining equipment. The dragon vein that was rewarded by the system had been placed by Chu Ge under the Chu residence, and its radiation even covered the entire Tamed Group industrial park. Refining materials are not a problem at all. Materials from all over the Huameng group are continuously gathered in the hive. Chu Ge was refining in the time cycle tower. Every second he went in and out would consume a large amount of refining materials. This time, Chu Ge was refining them in batches. Naturally they were offensive and defensive weapons, totaling 2 million sets. This was a big deal, and it directly shocked Ji Hongming. Your boss has so many secrets. Ji Hongming looked at these long swords and shields, all of which were exquisite and top-grade magical weapons, and couldn't help but smile bitterly. My boss is very powerful and has a solid foundation. He will have a promising future if he joins our Tengde group, and he will be close to the tribulation period. Zhao Haifeng couldn't help muttering beside him. Although Ji Hongming knew that the other party was trying to trick him into joining Tengde group, he still couldn't help but be moved. The facts are right in front of us, and nothing is more shocking than seeing it happen right before our eyes. In his time, geniuses emerged one after another, but there was definitely no one like Chu Ge, a rare prodigy who was hard to come by in 1,000 years. This way of refining equipment can also ensure the quality of the equipment, and the speed is even more amazing. It is simply not something that normal people can aspire to. Isn't the tribulation period what you have always been looking forward to? Follow my boss and you will have a promising future. Zhao Haifeng's words were like a devil whispering in his ear, penetrating into Ji Hongming's heart and causing his expression to change. This guy is weird. Ji Hongming looked at Zhao Haifeng deeply, and a trace of fear arose in his heart. According to his understanding, those who followed Chu Ge all turned bad following Zhao Haifeng. It's really terrifying that Zhao Haifeng can make people enter into his words without realizing it. According to his observation, almost all of these people were blessed with good fortune, yet they were unable to resist the temptation of this boy. This kid is really terrifying. The magical weapons made by Chu Ge have been shipped in batches to the Shadow Guard branches across the Huameng. Chu Ge's refining techniques became more and more proficient, and some of his magic weapons even surpassed the level of top-grade magic weapons and were put aside separately. Chu Ge's heart was calm. He looked at the magic weapon in front of him very calmly, feeling a great sense of accomplishment. Who can refine 2 million sets of top-grade magical instruments in such a short period of time? I think there must be no one before and no one after. Chu Ge couldn't help but laugh. He was also obsessed with appearances. This could also be used as a comparison. Chu Ge appeared in front of Zhao Haifeng and others, looked at everyone and said, all the magic weapons have been refined. Lin Zan. Chu Ge shouted. Boss. Lin Zan hurried forward. Chu Ge said quickly to Lin Zan. Send the coordinates of the secret realm found by Zhao Haifeng to Gong Lian. She will be in full command of this full-scale attack on the secret realm. Those who submit will live, and those who stand in my way will die. Any expenses required and the supply of the logistics troops will be the responsibility of Li Heru and Li Lanyan at the Tengde Group headquarters. Understood. Lin Zan quickly sent the order to Gong Lian. Ji Hongming looked at Chu Ge with great fear. This guy had only just let him know about the plan. Is this guy crazy? He knew about the secret realm of Huameng. Not only did it contain family and sect forces, but it also contained a paradise for powerful immortal cultivators. He actually wanted to annihilate them all in one fell swoop and occupy all the secret realms for himself. This guy is either crazy or too arrogant. I advise you not to act rashly. There are countless strong men inside. It is better to defeat them one by one instead of attacking them all at once. Ji Hongming didn't want Chu Ge to die here, so he couldn't help but persuade him. Chapter 293 is about to begin. Unexpectedly, Chu Ge shook his head and said disdainfully, a bunch of barely surviving people, are they worthy of my attack one by one? The shadow guards and my subordinates are enough to deal with all problems. Under the current situation, I don't think anyone will fight against a rock with an egg. Chu Ge looked at Ji Yu Hongming meaningfully, and I still have you, a powerful senior in the Mahayana period. Ji Yu Hongming couldn't help feeling a bitter taste in his heart when he heard this. He always felt that he had agreed too straightforwardly and it was like he had fallen into a deep pit. If he didn't help, he really didn't know anyone who could find the right person more easily than Chu Ge. Of course, the top leaders of the Huameng are an exception, but he personally believes that the top leaders of the Huameng are not as strong as Chu Ge. Chu Ge's power expanded so rapidly that even a powerful man like him in the Mahayana stage was very wary of him. How can a bunch of cowards who are greedy for life and afraid of death be our opponents? Zhao Haifeng snorted coldly, somewhat dissatisfied with Ji Yu Hongming's cowardly mentality. Although he is afraid of death, he cannot lose in momentum. If there is any problem, we will rush to the scene to provide support as soon as possible, and there will be no mistakes at all. Lin Feng also nodded in agreement with Zhao Haifeng's point of view. It's up to you. Don't blame me for not reminding you. Some old monsters may be stronger than me. Seeing that Chu Ge and others did not appreciate it, Ji Yu Hongming could not help but sneer. Old monsters who are stronger than you, maybe they don't have to die. Join Tamed group and they will have everything they want, with the same status as the previous guest officials. Chu Ge is not a stubborn person. Naturally, he will not fight against an enemy stronger than Ji Yu Hongming for no reason. It is entirely possible to lure them with benefits, as everyone in the world is after benefits. I think these strong men hiding in the secret realm must have paid a huge price. It is hard to say who will be strong and who will be weak by then. Let's do this. Let's implement this plan after we have explored the situation behind the deep-sea trench. Chu Ge despised the enemy strategically, but was still very cautious in his actions and would not allow any mistakes in the details. Yes, Zhao Haifeng and others said hurriedly. The deep-sea trench is bottomless and the pressure inside is very high, but for Zhang Chuchen and Jun Moshao, it is still a little lacking. We found it. It's deep enough. It's at least 100,000 meters deep. It's indeed a depth that current human technology cannot reach. Not even 10,000 meters. The two went deep into it, and finally sensed the existence of a seal in the dark deep sea. Zhang Chuchen looked slightly solemn as he sensed the forbidden seal that was being attacked. Jun Moshao on the side said cheerfully. These deep-sea monsters really won't give in. We can tell from the fact that they keep attacking the seal. Zhang Chuchen, we made the right decision to come this time. I guess the next time we come, this seal will no longer exist. Zhang Chuchen took a deep breath. Even though he was in the nascent soul stage, he still felt a little uncomfortable staying here. We have to reinforce the seal, otherwise it will be broken before we can complete the secret realm operation. Looking at the Jindan stage sea monsters coming and going around, Zhang Chuchen knew that the news of his arrival must have been known to the old monster inside. But we don't know how to do this seal, let alone how to strengthen it. Although Jun Moshao understood the art of sealing, he did not specialize in the art of sealing formations. Although he knew a thing or two about this method, he was unable to strengthen the restriction. Report to the giant shark king, 2 powerful humans have come outside, and their strength is greater than ours. It seems that they are here to observe the seal. Damn humans, king, why don't I take all the brothers in the Jindan stage to surround and kill them? After receiving the news outside the seal from the younger brother, the horrible beasts inside communicated with each other through their spiritual consciousness. Forget it. This seal can't be reinforced just like that. Breaking the seal is just around the corner. Let's work together and make greater efforts. After breaking the seal, I must capture 5,000 boys and girls. Ha ha ha, only pregnant women have delicate skin and tender flesh. Humans. Although the seal for countless years is just a slight ripple in our lives, it is our strength and will that are being consumed here. That's right. Breaking the seal is the top priority. Zhang Chuchen and Jun Moshao had no idea what was going on inside. At this moment, the two of them were using their greatest strength to forcibly reinforce the seal. Although they were only in the nascent soul stage, the two of them reinforced it for 3 days and 3 nights and found that the forbidden seal had indeed been strengthened a little bit. Some of the sealing power was even consumed by the sea monsters that were still attacking inside. It was of no use. The two of them felt extremely helpless at the moment. The efficiency is too slow. I think we should go back first. Jun Moshao waved his hand and killed several Jindan stage sea monsters around. These sea monsters must be monitoring them. I think it's a good idea. For now, we can only report this to the boss and let him decide. Zhang Chuchen looked at the seal with some regret and nodded. Then, he left here with Jun Moshao. Tamed Group Headquarters, Chairman's Office. So, you two have only strengthened it a little bit in 3 days and 3 nights. Chu Ge turned the tip of the pen and looked at the two people who had rushed back from the deep sea. Zhang Chuchen said with a look of regret on his face. That's true. My strength is still too weak. And I even suspect that there are quite a few Jindan stage sea monsters in there. They are extremely terrifying. Quote. With our current strength, I'm afraid we can't stop those deep sea monsters from breaking the seal. Quote. Zhang Chuchen was filled with worries. Once a drastic change happened, wouldn't the world be overturned by the things in the deep sea? What would happen to the Tengde group then? Would it abandon humanity? He believed that the boss wouldn't do that. Jun Moshao nodded beside him and didn't continue talking. Anyway, everything had been explained clearly, and it was up to the boss to decide what to do specifically. Chu Ge thought for a moment and said, then let's forget about it for now. The plan to clean up the secret realm will officially begin in a week. Quote. I will inform Gong Lian now. Lin Zan said quickly. Gong Lian was full of excitement when she received the message from Lin Zan. It was finally about to begin. Although the shadow guards would sacrifice many people, after this baptism of blood, the overall strength of the shadow guards would be improved. Did the boss send a message that it was about to begin? Zhang Fan looked at Team Gong curiously and asked. Zhang Fan had completed the mission and returned. High-level officials in the east disappeared en masse, volcanoes occurred frequently, and tsunamis occurred from time to time. Dongyang is already unable to take care of itself and is in chaos. The major forces on the island of Dongyang are trying to seize power and have already started fighting openly. And all this was done by Zhang Fan and his shadow guards. For this reason, Zhang Fan gained Gong Lian's attention and was decided to be brought along with her to accompany her on this operation. Notify everyone and order the shadow guards of each unit of the Huameng to be ready to go. The operation will officially begin in a week. Yes, Zhang Fan said respectfully with excitement in his heart. Chapter 294 Shadow Guards Large-Scale Action, Wansheng. A week later, Chu Ge's plan was officially launched. Chu Ge did not even inform the Huameng Elders Council about this matter. Because this is an important step for him to take control of the situation in the Chinese alliance in the future. It's about to begin. This female knight seems to smell the blood and gore in the wind. Shu Muyu held her natal sword in her hand, looking heroic, with her long hair tied in a hairband, and her mouth was full of a middle school tone. I smell your period, Zhao Haifeng said in a very annoying manner. You, Shu Muyu, whose atmosphere was ruined, glared at Zhao Haifeng angrily. Hee hee. A very annoying laugh came out of Zhao Haifeng's mouth. What a perverted laugh. Lin Feng couldn't help but make a clicking sound. Zhang Chuchen, Jun Moshao and others stood aside silently and laughed. This is the headquarters of the Shadow Guards. Chu Ge has also come here. Chu Ge attaches great importance to this operation, so on the first day, he wants to personally supervise the efficiency of the Shadow Guards. How are your preparations? Don't make any mistakes. Chu Ge looked at the Shadow Guard troops gathered in the center of the square, ready to go. Except for the hundreds of people who stayed behind on a daily basis, all the others participated in the battle. Each person has a set of thermal weapons, offensive magic tools, defensive magic tools, healing potions, etc. It's so luxurious. Ji Yu Hongming stared at the equipment of the Shadow Guards in amazement. Even on the battlefield back then, they didn't have such luxurious equipment. Considering that all parts of the Huameng were equipped with such equipment, Ji Yu Hongming's fear of Chu Ge grew deeper and deeper, and it took root in his heart. Don't worry, boss. There will be absolutely no mistakes. Gong Lian assured. Yeah, Chu Ge nodded calmly, then let's start. After receiving the order, Gong Lian ran forward and shouted loudly to the Shadow Guard troops. Everyone, get on the bus. The Shadow Guards, who were originally as tough as a pine tree, sprang into action instantly. Their large numbers but seemingly orderly, allowed everyone to get on the bus. Tongue-splitting victory. Tongue-splitting victory. Tongue-splitting victory. The faith in victory uttered by the shadow guards was as loud as thunder and as powerful as a rainbow. They looked at Chu Ge like fanatical believers, and all their strength was given by their boss. In their hearts, their beliefs are very pure. They have no choice but to fight for their boss, even if it means their death. Chu Ge waved his hands and shouted to them, "Victory!" These were his troops, his team, and he hoped that most of them could return safely. Victory! The shadow guards looked towards Chu Ge, their eyes filled with fanaticism, and they shouted in their hearts. Ji Yu Hongming looked at the shadow guard corps with a serious gaze, and in his heart he could not help but mourn for a few seconds for the people in the secret realm. Chu Ge's troops are loyal to Chu Ge, especially those talented subordinates who are very lucky and obey Chu Ge's orders. Could it be that Chu Ge is the true son of destiny of this era? Ji Yu Hongming couldn't help but have doubts in his mind, which lingered in his heart and could not be shaken off. At the same time, the shadow guards from the shadow guard branches across the Huameng boarded the transport vehicles one after another. This operation was matched with countless bombs with huge range. Even those at the Jindan stage cannot withstand the blanket bombardment. Of course, if it was stopped and didn't explode, that would be a different matter. In Yuancheng, the Huang family in the secret realm felt that the secret realm was opened by someone. Just as we were about to arrange for someone to investigate the problem, the ground shook continuously and explosions continued. Boom, boom. It was as if the heaven and earth were collapsing, the secret realm seemed to be shaking, and a blanket bombardment blasted into the secret realm from the outside. The head of the Huang family led his clansmen into the air. With anger on their faces, they headed towards the secret realm to speak. Fire! The surface-to-air locking missile instantly spewed flames towards the Huang family head and others in the sky. HMPH, a mere trifle. The Huang family patriarch snorted coldly and used all his magical powers. Heaven and earth changed color, thunder condensed, and the pressure was overwhelming. Explode! A shadow guard pressed the button, and before the head of the Huang family could intercept the shells, countless shells exploded in the air instantly. The devastating heat wave and powerful force generated by the bombing instantly blew away and swallowed everyone except the head of the Huang family. Keep going. Countless artillery fire continued to bombard the head of the Huang family and some of the Huang family members, but the power of the explosion could continuously consume their magic power. 3 hours of non-stop bombardment directly depleted most of the magic power of the Huang family's patriarch and others. Kill. Boss wins. Roar. Kill them all. GNND, brothers, kill, the time has come to make achievements. Under the command of the person in charge of Yuancheng, the shadow guard's eyes were full of faith in the boss and were extremely enthusiastic. The extremely sharp magic weapon and the extremely defensive shield bring great enhancement to the shadow guard. Their hearts were filled with murderous intent. They killed anyone they saw, sparing no one, young or old, male or female. They were extremely cold-blooded and ruthless. The head of the Huang family was in great despair. He was now besieged by more than a dozen Jindan stage cultivators, including an immortal cultivator. He simply couldn't free his hands. These people's shields were like turtle shells. Although he was at the peak of the nascent soul stage, he had consumed countless mana from the previous artillery shells, and he was extremely weak and even suffered internal injuries. In the past, he could have dealt with it easily, but now he could no longer take care of his people. The Huang family was just one of the families that suffered. There is not only this one secret realm in Yuancheng. The strongest people in some of these secret realms even have reached the out-of-body stage above the nascent soul stage. After encountering these strong men, the Shadow Guard communicator immediately notified the headquarters, and Chu Ge instantly sent Zhao Haifeng and others to the place where they were seeking help. However, I have not encountered any cultivators after the out-of-body stage, as most of these people have left this world. The few who stayed behind could not survive the great catastrophe of the end of the Dharma. Some secret realms did not even have a trace of spiritual energy. After entering, they found that they were all ordinary people. Immortal cultivators have become extinct, and in some secret realms a small society has formed, relying solely on the power of warriors. The secret realm is not omnipotent. For those who are strong enough to reach the out-of-body stage, the spiritual energy of the secret realm is simply not enough to support such strong people. Moreover, the secret realms vary in size and the concentration of spiritual energy is also different. All this information was sent to Chu Ge one by one after the Shadow Guards conquered the secret realm and sorted it out. Among the forces that led their families and clans to surrender, there were also some hardcore people who were willing to fight to the end. Chu Ge just smiled when he saw this. He no longer cared about life and death. To him, these were just some cold words. The Huameng royal city already has a shadow guard branch, and the Huameng senior elders are questioning Zhang Tianlin. What is Tamed group going to do? You should know that some secret realms have reached friendly agreements with our Huameng. An elder angrily knocked on the table at Zhang Tianlin. Zhang Tianlin pursed his lips and smiled. I know you are doing this for the good of the Huameng, but my boss's action is the best way for the Huameng. Those friendly agreements are just a pile of waste paper, and we in the Huameng have paid a huge amount of resources. They are a bunch of vampires. They are crazy blood-sucking termites attached to our Huameng. Zhang Tianlin shouted the last sentence angrily, his veins bulging with anger. He has endured it for a long time. Chapter 295 The Secret Realm that made the Shadow Guard lost news. Instead of relying on others, it is better to rely on ourselves. Have you forgotten the great changes that happened decades ago? I have never forgotten that Chu Ge is our one, and those people in the secret realm have been separated from us for hundreds or even thousands of years. Even if all the people in the Huameng alliance die, we are just a number to them. After Zhang Tianlin roared this sentence, he sat back in his seat with a red face full of anger. All the elders fell silent. Zhang Tianlin's words seemed to be a wake-up call that made them recall what happened decades ago. Order the nearby troops to support the Shadow Guard troops. As members of the Huameng, we must stand on the same front. Order the arms department to take out the hot weapons that have been shelved for a long time. Since we are going to do it, then do it thoroughly. The elders successively expressed their determination and actions to support Chu Ge. After seeing this scene, Zhang Tianlin thought to himself that he had finally lived up to Chu Ge's cultivation of him. He was finally able to help Chu Ge a little, although compared to what Chu Ge had done to help him, what he was doing now was insignificant. Such a big commotion was so terrifying that the forces within the Huameng turned pale and did not dare to provoke Tamed group at all. The families and sects within the Huameng that are affiliated with the Tamed group were assigned to the logistics department, responsible for ensuring the smooth arrival of supplies. The Huameng is actually not clean inside, and there are many spies secretly trained from outside. After receiving orders from their superiors, these spies wanted to disrupt the transportation channels for supplies and arms. However, the Tamed group luxuriously used warriors who defected to them to escort supplies, so these spies only fired a few shots and were then killed. It is precisely because of this that the logistics and transportation issues of the Tamed group are guaranteed to be the safest, providing the most advantageous support to the Shadow Guard troops fighting in the front. A day passed and news of victory continued to come. 2 days passed and the news of casualties gradually came in. After 3 days, 4 days, and 5 days, when they conquered a huge secret realm, the Shadow Guard troops responsible for attacking this secret realm completely lost contact. Still haven't contacted him? Gong Lian asked calmly. Examen Kwang, a capable general under Gong Lian, shook his head and said, Captain Gong, there is still no news. Ding ling ling. Gong Lian's cell phone rang. Boss, Gong Lian answered the phone respectfully. I heard that a team of shadow guards went missing, Chu Ge's voice came from the phone. Yes, boss. Gong Lian said, I suspect they are not dead, but captured alive. The life signal we gave is still green, which means most of them are still alive. It's just that we can't contact them, and our people can no longer open the entrance to the secret realm. I'll go there in person. After Chu Ge hung up the phone, he looked at the people in front of him. Let's go over and take a look this time. The scene of emergency rescue no longer exists. The secret realm was opened almost at the same time, and the secret realm with strong people had been cleaned up in the first time. Under the general trend, as time went by, more and more people surrendered. As one person gains, the other loses. The number of people attacking the secret realm also increases as the number of people surrendering increases. The pressure on the shadow guards was greatly reduced, giving Zhao Haifeng and the others some time to catch their breath. They had not rested for the entire day and were putting out fires all the time. The battle also improved their strength and combat experience. Chu Ge and others found that the secret realm that had defeated the shadow guards could not be opened. Chu Ge looked at the puzzled expressions of the crowd and couldn't help but explain, this secret realm is very strange. In the past few days, this Shadow Guard unit has been attacking very smoothly. Until a few days ago, they began to mysteriously disappear and there was no contact at all, but it has been confirmed that they are still alive. In fact, everyone knew the news, but Chu Ge still had to say the polite words. The shadow guards are also his men. Anyone who dares to touch his people will pay the price in blood. Although he was the one who attacked the opponent's secret realm, the truth lies in the words of the powerful, and Chu Ge likes to speak with his fists. Fuck. Ji Hongming couldn't help but shout out a modern word in his heart. He always felt that this secret place was somewhat familiar. Last second, a picture flashed through his mind, and the familiar picture made him instantly remember whose secret place this was. What's wrong? Jun Moshao noticed that Ji Hongming's expression suddenly changed and asked. I am very familiar with this secret realm. After Ji Hongming finished speaking, he kept silent with a complicated expression. Zhao Haifeng was just about to hear the second half of the sentence, but the old fellow Ji Hongming stopped talking halfway through, and he immediately became unhappy. Tell me the second half of your sentence, I'm waiting to hear it. Zhang Chuchen and others also looked at Ji Hongming. Chu Ge understood something from Ji Hongming's expression, so he said, since you don't want to say it now, then don't say it later. Ji Hongming looked at Chu Ge with an unspeakable secret, full of speechlessness. He understood what Chu Ge said. What it means is that if you don't tell them, then if the people who go in are your relatives or friends, they won't listen and will kill them anyway. Now, there is still a glimmer of hope. So, Ji Hongming didn't plan to say anything. He hoped that the guy inside would be killed by Chu Ge. It looks like he's your old friend. It looks like you don't have a good relationship with him. Does he want to kill someone with a borrowed knife? Even if Ji Hongming didn't say it, Chu Ge had already guessed it. Zhao Haifeng and the others were not fools, so they naturally guessed something. Ji Hongming showed a hint of smile on his face, but he didn't say anything, as if leaving you to guess. What a bastard. Zhao Haifeng looked at him and muttered in his heart. Open it, I believe you have a way. Chu Ge looked at Ji Hongming deeply. Yes. Ji Hongming's power in the Mahayana period was revealed in an instant, with a howling wind and supreme pressure following. The seals kept changing, and mysterious power continued to invade the secret realm, and a hole slowly opened with the passage of time. Let's go. Chu Ge entered first, followed by Zhao Haifeng and others. Ji Hongming put away his magic power, and when he saw everyone going in, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. You bastard, you ambushed me and snatched the secret realm from me back then. Did you ever think that this day would come? Ji Hongming laughed with satisfaction and flew directly into the secret realm. He was the first to discover this secret realm. Every secret realm has a unique switch, so he, as the first one to enter the secret realm, would naturally know it. But who knew that he was not as skilled as others and was attacked from the outside, forcing him to hand over the method of entering the secret realm. Fortunately, he was smart at that time, otherwise he would not be alive today. It was also because of this that he escaped with serious injuries and mistakenly entered a mysterious place. He also obtained the secret method of abandoning the physical body to avoid the great catastrophe of the end of the law, and then tricked an iron-eating beast into guarding the door for him. Chapter 296, Former Enemy, Yunzong Yunlei. Boss, the spiritual energy here is much richer than the secret realm that Zhao Haifeng and I visited before. The environment here gives me a feeling of being in a paradise on earth with outstanding people and beautiful scenery. After entering the secret realm, Li Yunxiao took a deep breath of spiritual energy, exhaled heavily, and spoke slowly. It's really weird. Logically speaking, this secret realm should have existed for a very long time. Chu Ge couldn't help but look at Ji Hongming, who was walking at the end, and fell into deep thought. This guy must know something, otherwise he would never pretend to be dumb. Ji Hongming was no longer silent at this time. He wished that Chu Ge knew more, and quickly told his story to everyone. After listening to his story, everyone looked at him with pity and sympathy. Good man, it turns out you had such a miserable experience, but you didn't tell us about it earlier and let us have some fun. Zhao Haifeng, how miserable. Zhang Chuchen, how sad. Jun Moshao, avenge you. Lin Feng, catch him. Li Yunxiao, I can't stand it. I must avenge myself. Even Jesus can't stop me. There were 5 people and 1 soul who came with Chu Ge. Chu Ge looked at the surroundings and said, it's really unlucky. If you occupy this secret realm, I feel you can go further. That's right. Ji Hongming now only thought that before that guy died, he could tell him about what happened back then. I don't have any other ideas, just one word, cool. Even Ji Hongming, who was in the Mahayana stage, was no exception when it came to speaking blunt words in front of his former enemy. It doesn't matter, this secret realm is ours now. Chu Ge looked around. The moment he came in, this place had already been renamed Chu. You are such a braggart. Arrogant and ignorant. A vague and intimidating voice came from midair. Chu Ge couldn't help but look up and found a white-haired old man appearing in the air. I saw that the other person was neatly dressed, with sharp eyebrows and cold eyes. He was wearing a white robe and holding a white sword handle. He seemed to have some misophobia. Where did you come from, old man? Come down and talk. Someone was scolding the boss. Zhao Haifeng, who was responsible for the task, immediately looked at Li Yunxiao, who was about to speak, and hurriedly stood up and shouted. Li Yunxiao was overtaken and closed his mouth in disappointment. After seeing Li Yunxiao's expression, Zhao Haifeng felt much better. Just kidding, if you get ahead of me again, my position will be in jeopardy. Li Yunxiao, who is a natural bootlicker, is Zhao Haifeng's lifelong enemy. No matter how hard he tries, he cannot defeat the gifted bootlicker. How dare you? You actually dare to look directly at ancestor Yunlei. A cultivator in the out-of-body stage appeared in the air and shouted loudly at Chu Ge and others. Yunlei. Ji Hongming was furious when he saw his former enemy. Yunlei couldn't help but look at him, his eyes lost in memories, and then suddenly teased, I thought you were someone else, it turns out you're a deserter. It's been so long, I thought you were seriously injured and escaped to some deep forest and died alone, I didn't expect you to survive as a soul. It seems that you encountered a fortuitous encounter that year. Hand over the secret method and I will spare your life. He was very surprised and astonished that Ji Hongming, who was besieged by the sect's people arranged by him that year, was still alive. Those who live in shameful ways are not worthy of being barked at by dogs. Jun Moshao looked down upon such people the most and laughed out loud at them on the spot. HMPH. A cold snort came from Yunlei's mouth. Jun Moshao's expression suddenly changed. Invisible pressure came towards him. His knees softened instantly and he knelt on the ground. Chu Ge's figure instantly appeared beside Jun Moshao, withstanding the pressure from the opponent and supporting Jun Moshao. You have good aptitude, young man. If you join my Yun sect, I will give you the position of Holy Son. Yunlei retracted his power and looked at Chu Ge with admiration. Chu Ge and Jun Moshao instantly felt that the terrifying pressure disappeared. Ji Hongming stood up, roared, and attacked him. Yunlei, how dare you ignore me? You are just an opportunist. You are not worthy of letting Chu Ge join your Yun sect. I am just a defeated general. How dare you be so presumptuous? Yunlei's face was gloomy. It was really hateful to have his true colors exposed. He was furious on the spot and immediately drew his sword. Bear the anger of mine for many years, you coward Yunlei. You, the defeated general, actually dared to come to my door. Today, I will make you die. The two Mahayana forces collided with each other in an instant, and the explosive force was so powerful that even sect leader Yun, who was in the out-of-body stage, had to dodge far away. Boom boom boom. Two figures, one black and one white, intersected in the sky, and the power was so great that even the space itself trembled. Fortunately, this secret realm is solid, otherwise it would not be able to withstand the strength of the two people and would collapse. It actually cut through the void. Zhao Haifeng couldn't help but gasp when he saw the crack in the air. Chu Ge's eyes were solemn. The strong men in the Mahayana stage were indeed so terrifying. Unfortunately, if the nascent soul wanted to advance to the out-of-body stage, one more condition was needed. That is the out-of-body elixir. He was still lacking one medicinal ingredient for refining the out-of-body pill, which was easy to collect in ancient times. There is a high chance that it can be found in the secret realm, but to Chu Ge's disappointment, he still hasn't found this medicinal ingredient. The atlas of medicinal materials has been drawn by Ji Hongming. If it exists, it will be impossible not to find it. Hope to find it here. Chu Ge wants to break through the nascent soul stage and become a powerful person in the out-of-body stage. Even though there are two Mahayana stage cultivators in front of him, the out-of-body stage cultivators seem insignificant. After all, there are only a few strong Mahayana masters. He becomes stronger step by step, even though he is powerless to resist the Mahayana masters in front of him. But don't even think about hurting him in the Mahayana stage, because his void ring gives him the ability of the void, and even the tribulation crossing stage after the Mahayana stage is not enough to take his life. When enemies meet, they kill each other immediately. Ji Yu Hongming and Yun Lei fought fiercely, and it was hard to stop them, and lines of void were torn apart. I'll go help, you guys go deal with the out-of-body cultivator, and have Gong Lian arrange for the shadow guards who are resting nearby to come and attack here. Those missing shadow guards must have been detained. After saying that, Chu Ge disappeared in an instant and entered the void. Although their power could cut through the void, they could not find Chu Ge who could move freely in the void. It actually disappeared. The cultivator in the out-of-body stage couldn't help but flash a hint of surprise when he saw Chu Ge disappear in front of his eyes. Boom! Chu Ge hit the out-of-body stage cultivator on the back with a loud bang, and the out-of-body stage cultivator flew backwards instantly. Zhao Haifeng and others who had been notified instantly attacked the out-of-body cultivator from the ground. Disciples of the Yun sect, come and meet the enemy. Disciples of the Yun sect, come and form a formation. Elders, support the sect master. Long swords were like rainbows, and Yun sect monks in white robes came flying on their swords. More than a dozen disciples who were good at formations formed a formation in an instant. The Yun sect's destruction formation. The long sword was majestic, sword energy was rippling, and more than a dozen Yun sect disciples moved in unison. A vortex appeared in the sky, and a flashing thunder prison appeared. Chapter 297, People from the old times don't have sails to carry you. The Yun sect's destruction formation is the Yun sect's protective formation. Spirit stones that have never been activated have been buried around it. The strength of these disciples who activated the formation is only at the peak of the foundation building stage. However, the fact that it can activate a large formation that can harm cultivators below the Mahayana stage shows that this formation is truly extraordinary. Thunderclouds surged, and the vortex in the sky gradually expanded, as if doomsday was approaching. An invisible force seemed to fall heavily from the sky in an instant, and even Chu Ge felt that his own strength was being suppressed. Boom! A sword light cut through the void, and the power of nothingness flowed out from the space. Ji Yu Hongming groaned, the pain of his soul being torn apart almost caused his magic power to collapse for a moment. Damn it! Ji Yu Hongming's expression turned extremely ugly. The suppressing force instantly reminded him of how he was caught off guard and severely injured by the opponent in the past. Ha 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 ha. Ji Yu Hongming, you fell twice in the same place. I allow you to commit suicide and give you a place to be burial. Yun Lei stood in midair, looking at him with sarcasm in his eyes and a sneer on his lips. Whoosh! The Longyuan sword let out a dragon roar, and a trace of blood splashed out instantly. A hint of regret flashed across Chu Ge's eyes. The power of the Mahayana period was indeed extraordinary. He was able to dodge his sneak attack. A devastating palm print came from behind him, and Chu Ge's figure disappeared instantly into the void. The palm print fell on a distant mountain, and the mountain was instantly destroyed by the power. Looking from above, a huge palm print was left there. Yun Lei looked at the blood on the torn clothes around his waist and the sword marks left by the opponent's sword with an angry face. Junior, you have succeeded in irritating me. I used to admire you very much, but now it seems that your talent is one thing, but your brain is a little bit useless. A lowly ant at the peak of the nascent soul stage dares to attack a strong man at the peak of the Mahayana stage. He is simply seeking death. Yun Lei, who has a misophobia, suddenly felt uncomfortable all over. With a flash of his figure, he put on a brand new set of clothes and the bleeding of his wound stopped. Chu Ge appeared beside Ji Yu Hongming, looked at Yun Lei and several elders around him, and laughed. The people of the old era no longer have the old era sails to carry you, and I am only responsible for sending you away. You have lived here for so long, and devoured so much spiritual energy from the heaven and earth. In my opinion, it's time for you to return to heaven and earth. Chu Ge couldn't help but sneer and looked at the other party, with a cold light flashing in his eyes. Although I am only at the peak of the nascent soul stage, I have a heart that is willing to kill people above my level. Thinking of dealing with Yun Lei, the main force still has to be Ji Yu Hongming. Fortunately, he had the foresight to keep Ji Yu Hongming by his side. This is the strongest force he has ever encountered. These elders are all powerful people in the out-of-body stage. The Yun sect is indeed extraordinary. Thinking of this, Chu Ge became even more determined to seize this secret realm. This secret realm definitely has some secrets, otherwise it would not have existed for so long, especially to support so many powerful people and have such rich spiritual energy. Incredible, really incredible. I originally wanted to wait for the time when the spiritual energy outside revived and there was chaos, and then come out to suppress it. I didn't expect your appearance to disrupt my plan. But it doesn't matter. I have been in seclusion for so many years. Now I just came out and met an old friend. How can I not treat him well? Let me play with you guys. Ji Yu Hongming, if your master knew you were so embarrassed now, would he still save you back then? Yun Lei's laughter resounded in the sky, and the elders around him also laughed along with the sect master. Ji Yu Hongming's face was extremely gloomy, with murderous intent rising from his body, and the power of the Mahayana period was exerted to the extreme. Yun Lei, you can insult me, but you can't insult my master, you will regret it. The angry Ji Yu Hongming immediately sent a message to Chu Ge through his spiritual consciousness, that formation must be broken, otherwise our chances of winning are extremely low. I'm going to fight, even if I can't win in the end, I will find a way to seriously injure him. The final result depends on you, kid. Don't let me down. Ji Yu Hongming let out a long roar, and his soul state turned into a black light, and rushed up instantly. Chu Ge watched as Ji Yu Hongming and Yun Lei fought again. The out-of-body stage elders around them harassed Ji Yu Hongming from time to time. Coupled with the Yun sect's formation above his head, Ji Yu Hongming had no chance of gaining the upper hand. He was constantly suppressed by the Yun Lei and was unable to do anything alone. Chu Ge's figure disappeared in an instant. With a thunderous dragon roar, an elder in the out-of-body stage was ambushed by Chu Ge and was seriously injured. Just when Chu Ge was about to kill the other party, another elder blocked his fatal blow and saved the seriously injured elder's life. Chu Ge was as silky as Dove chocolate, and his figure kept appearing and disappearing in the void. These elders no longer had the time to join forces to deal with Ji Yu Hongming, and were focused on guarding against Chu Ge's sneak attack from behind. Damn it! Yun Lei saw his elder being attacked and was about to turn around to deal with Chu Ge, but he found that Ji Yu Hongming blocked him at the risk of his life. Asshole, is a nascent soul kid worth your life? Yun Lei cursed and swung his sword at him, with a long rainbow and blazing sun, and beacon fire illuminating the sky. Ji Yu Hongming grinned, his soul once again in turmoil as if it was damaged, and the tearing pain had numbed his heart. He was not fighting for Chu Ge, he was fighting for the guilt that had been buried in his heart for a long time. Master, I was a deserter back then and brought shame upon you. But now, I won't run away. Ah! Ji Yu Hongming let out a painful howl, and an unfamiliar force surged out of his body, shaking away the clouds and thunder. What is this? Yun Lei's face suddenly changed after feeling this power. How is it possible to have the strength of your master? A trace of fear flashed in Yun Lei's eyes. Back then, Ji Yu Hongming's master was very famous, and his terrifying strength had even reached the tribulation crossing stage. The power of the tribulation period actually erupted from Ji Yu Hongming's body. How could he not feel fear? Li Yunxiao, come here. Use your illusion and dog-licking power to influence Yun Lei. Li Yunxiao followed Zhao Haifeng and others in a bloody battle. He was extremely excited. Suddenly, a voice sounded in his mind. Li Yunxiao remained calm and without saying a word he left the battle line and flew towards the boss. Throwing beans and making soldiers. Zhang Chuchen filled the position instantly, and palm-sized paper figures flew out from his robe and filled Li Yunxiao's position. The paper man instantly turned into the size of a normal person, and was shining with golden light, making him invulnerable to swords and guns like a little golden man. The strength of these paper figures are all at the foundation building stage and can be barely used. The only drawback is that they consume a lot of mana. 10,000 thunder talismans. Zhang Chuchen's face showed a cold expression, and his whisk turned into silver threads that pierced through the heart meridians of each of the Yun sect disciples. The little Taoist priest who used to uphold justice now remains calm and kills people as easily as stepping on an ant. Chapter 298 The Success of the Dog-Licking Tactics. Zhang Chuchen's strength lies not in himself, but in the mysteriousness of his methods. The making of talismans is unique. Zhang Chuchen is a Taoist genius. One after another, divine thunders appeared without warning, carrying away batches of Yun sect disciples, clearing out an uninhabited area in an instant. Zhao Haifeng, awesome. Lin Feng, 6666. Jun Moshao, Taoists still have more tricks. Give me a few to play with. A trace of heartache flashed in Zhang Chuchen's eyes. Although the talisman was simple to refine, the process was extremely complicated. Refining one is almost as long as going to the club with Zhao Haifeng. The more he thought about it, the more he felt at a disadvantage. Zhang Chuchen couldn't help but send a message to Zhao Haifeng, "After this is done, please invite me to the club." Zhao Haifeng couldn't help but look back at Zhang Chuchen deeply, and said without hesitation, "No problem, absolutely no problem. Take out all your best stuff. The boss just sent a message to me that we must destroy those who maintain the formation. Quote. Otherwise our winning rate will be very low, let alone going to the club, it's hard to say whether we can even leave here. There are a lot of talismans, you take them, I can hold off the opponent for 10 minutes by myself." Zhang Chuchen threw most of the talismans on his body to them without hesitation, "Just transfer the mana and throw them out. I leave it to you here." Zhao Haifeng and others took the talismans and rushed directly towards the Yun sect disciples who were maintaining the formation. Although these people are extremely weak, they are protected by several nascent soul cultivators. Go and provide support. A Yun sect outer sect elder in the nascent soul stage saw the direction Zhao Haifeng and the other two were leaving, and immediately ordered his disciples to go and provide support. Your opponent is me. Zhang Chuchen floated in the air, and paper figures flew out from his robe. Dozens, hundreds, even thousands of paper figures at the peak of the foundation establishment stage appeared, and working together, they temporarily blocked the Yun sect disciples who wanted to go and provide support. Zhang Chuchen stopped several cultivators at the peak of the nascent soul stage, and more than 20 at the golden core stage. The power of the Yun sect is indeed strong, but no matter how strong it is, it can only turn into dry bones in this secret realm. Zhang Chuchen looked indifferent, thinking secretly in his heart. He had confidence in his boss and in his companions, and he firmly believed in his heart that victory was on his side. Kill him, we can't let him destroy the formation. An outer sect elder in the nascent soul stage attacked Zhang Chuchen with a magic weapon in his hand. The rest of the Yun sect warriors wanted to disperse and go to support, but how could Zhang Chuchen let them do so? One chi becomes 3 pure ones. Zhang Chuchen performed the magic seal without changing his expression. Rays of light and shadows flew out from his body, directly blocking everyone who wanted to go to support. This is the secret method he learned from ancient books, and it is also the supreme secret method of Taoism. What kind of ability is this? A cultivator in the nascent soul stage was dumbfounded when he saw the light and shadow in front of him that could fight with him in a short period of time. Well done. Zhao Haifeng and the others took a worried look, but they felt relieved after seeing Zhang Chuchen's transformation into 3 pure ones. Cloud and mist palm. Sunset strangulation. Take my hammer. After Zhao Haifeng and the other two approached, the Yuanying stage warriors looked at each other and attacked one after another. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Zhao Haifeng and his two companions threw out talismans one after another with strange techniques. The next second, the three of them instantly held down these nascent soul stage warriors. The talismans turned into laser beams and directly bombarded the Yun sect disciples who were maintaining the formation. Oh no! The 4 nascent soul cultivators watched helplessly as the talisman bypassed them and attacked the sect's disciples directly, their faces changed drastically. These sect disciples turned into a wisp of green smoke and died without a complete body, turning into ashes. Boom boom boom. The only remaining talisman directly bombarded the center of the formation, causing raging fires and continuous explosions. The moment the formation disappeared silently, Chu Ge seized the opportunity and appeared instantly from the void. The sword roars like a dragon and shines like the sun. An elder in the out-of-body stage had just kicked Li Yunxiao away when Chu Ge pierced through his body and crushed his heart. His internal organs were shattered in an instant, and the extremely strong body of the out-of-body stage was actually destroyed by the Longyuan sword. The soul in the out-of-body state appears instantly. At the same time, the 10,000 soul seal in Chu Ge's hand instantly suppressed the opponent's soul and smashed it to pieces. 5th Elder. The other elders looked at the scene in astonishment. In the blink of an eye, an elder in the out-of-body stage was completely killed by Chu Ge. It seems that I underestimated you. After losing an elder in the out-of-body stage, Yunlei's heart was filled with tremendous anger, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent towards Chu Ge. Sir, if you want to kill him, I am willing to turn from evil to good. Li Yunxiao seized the opportunity and used all his strength to use his dog-licking ability on Yunlei. At the moment when Yunlei lost consciousness, Ji Yu Hongming grasped the few powers left by his master and dealt a heavy blow to Yunlei's chest. Pucci. Yunlei was unable to defend against the power of the tribulation crossing period at all, and a mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth. In the blink of an eye, Chu Ge's sword pierced Yunlei's body fiercely. The next second, Chu Ge disappeared from everyone's sight again. Master! The elders shouted in shock. The pain made Yunlei sober up instantly. Thinking of what the other party had just said, a trace of fear suddenly rose in his heart. Although this person is very weak, his ability can strangely affect him. Moreover, he did not expect that even the seriously injured Ji Yu Hongming did not use this power to deal with him, and it has remained until now. And the sword in the young man's hand just now could actually pierce his body directly. A trace of greed flashed in Yunlei's eyes. It must be a treasure. My fellow elders, come with me and perform the Yun sect sword formation. The seriously injured Yunlei did not hesitate. He pointed his sword to the sky and issued an order. Yes, sir. The elders came to the side of the clan leader in an instant, standing in a very strange position with their swords pointing to the sky. Chu Ge could no longer find an opportunity to launch a sneak attack and could only appear next to Ji Yu Hongming. Well done. Ji Yu Hongming looked at Li Yunxiao who was flying to his side, and a trace of fear flashed through his heart. This guy's ability can actually affect Yunlei, who is at the peak of the Mahayana stage. Even if there is only a slight distraction, in a battle between powerful beings of the same level, life and death will be decided in a matter of seconds. Senior, you think too highly of me. Li Yunxiao raised his head humbly. Is this a sword formation? Chu Ge asked in a deep voice as he looked at the rain of swords condensing in the sky. Don't panic about Yun Zong's sword formation. My master told me that the sword formation has a fatal weakness. Yun Zong himself doesn't know, but I do. Ji Yu Hongming secretly transmitted a message to Chu Ge and said calmly. No wonder you are so calm. Chu Ge observed Ji Yu Hongming's current condition, which seemed not much better than Yunlei's. Chapter 299, Chu Ge's Fatal Blow. At this time, Yunlei was looking at the battle on the other side and felt heartbroken. These were the cornerstones of his Yun sect's future. Now he has suffered such a huge loss in the secret realm. His Yun sect has suffered heavy losses in this battle, and it's all thanks to him. Yunlei looked at Chu Ge. It was obvious that Ji Yu Hongming had followed Chu Ge in, and the other party was the mastermind behind all this. A junior at the nascent soul stage could deal with him relying on the sword and spatial ability. He will definitely be a serious threat to the Yun sect in the future. We must never let him leave and allow him to grow. Ji Yu Hongming, no one can walk out of my Yun sect sword formation alive. You are dead this time. Yunlei stared at Ji Yu Hongming coldly and shouted loudly. He wanted to see despair in Ji Yu Hongming's eyes, but unfortunately he was disappointed. There was only sarcasm in Ji Yu Hongming's eyes. Damn it! Yunlei snorted coldly, his words were tough and his skin was hard. Condense. The Yun sect sword formation condensed in an instant and brought everyone directly into a world filled with sword energy. It's so terrifying. Li Yunxiao's eyes opened wide. The flowing air seemed to be extremely sharp, and his face felt like it was pricked by needles all the time. Ji Yu Hongming stood there fearlessly, looking at the formation with sword energy echoing in the sky. At this time, they were already deeply trapped in it. The solution is very simple, just watch me carefully. Ji Yu Hongming's words seemed to be saying, just watch me carefully, I'm going to start showing off. There are phantoms that keep appearing with sword energy in the sword formation. Is this the Yun sect sword formation? Chu Ge looked at the dark world around him with great curiosity, but there was a light blue phantom carrying a long sword condensed with sword energy attacking them. Ji Yu Hongming dodged a sword shadow and explained to Chu Ge. The Yun sect sword formation is not about its power. Its most powerful feature is to trap us and use these things to consume our strength. As long as there is endless spiritual energy outside, the sword formation will not stop and phantoms will continue to appear. The power of this sword formation mainly depends on the strength of the person who presides over the center of the sword formation. So it is impossible for us to leave this sword formation if we don't have the strength of the tribulation period. Then according to you, how should we get out? Chu Ge said curiously. As the saying goes, the person who tied the bell must be the one to untie it. Ji Yu Hongming told the two men not to kill the phantom, and to hide if they could. With their strength, it would be no problem for them to avoid it. Outside the sword formation, Yunlei looked at the people inside the sword formation with confidence. Seeing them constantly dodging and not attacking, he couldn't help but feel a little confused. Time passed and half an hour passed. The shadows released by Yunlei were increasing, and the spiritual energy outside was constantly gathering in the sword formation. That should be enough. Ji Yu Hongming looked at the tens of thousands of phantoms holding swords and laughed. The person who tied the bell must be the one to untie it. Yunlei, how can a mere sword formation stop me? Ji Yu Hongming suddenly laughed out loud. The phantom was directly shattered by Ji Yu Hongming's power, but he forcibly condensed the tens of thousands of sword energies into one sword energy. He didn't know what the other party was going to do, but when he heard Ji Yu Hongming's laughter, Yunlei always had an ominous premonition in his heart. What are you going to do? Yunlei's voice sounded in the sword formation, obviously a little flustered. Although Yunlei didn't think that the other party had the ability to break the sword formation, the other party's laughter was too weird. When the sword energy is unified, it can break everything. Yunlei, the old leader of the Yun sect, probably never told you about the biggest drawback of the sword formation. Yunlei naturally used despicable means to obtain the position of the Yun sect leader. Ji Yu Hongming is the only one who knows the inside story. Hearing this, Yunlei's heart was immediately filled with waves of shock. Damn it, could it be that the sword formation had some drawbacks that he didn't know about? Ji Yu Hongming controlled the huge condensed sword energy and directly pierced through the rock-solid sword formation. It was like poking a piece of thin paper, breaking easily, and the sword formation collapsed in an instant. Puff! Yunlei and several elders who were maintaining the formation suddenly vomited blood. Yunlei, who was already suffering from internal injuries, was now shaky in midair and almost fell down. At this moment, a long sword pierced through Yunlei's body. Ooh! The dragon roars. A golden five-clawed dragon grabbed Yunlei's heart with its sharp claws, flew into the sky, and put it into its mouth to chew. Stunned, horrified, confused, the divine light in Yunlei's eyes gradually faded, and his body exploded. Chu Ge, the instigator, could not let go of the soul of a powerful Mahayana master, so he directly smashed it with the 10,000 soul seal. Boom! It was like thousands of mountains pressing down on top of the head, and the 10,000 soul seal turned into a giant mountain and directly suppressed Yunlei, who had just left his body. The seal of 10,000 souls is the nemesis of the soul. The moment Ji Yu Hongming saw the seal of 10,000 souls appear, his whole body trembled. Li Yunxiao noticed something strange about Ji Yu Hongming, and kept switching between the 10,000 soul seal and Ji Yu Hongming, not knowing what he was thinking. Sect Master. Hurry up and save the sect master. When the elders saw that the invincible sect master was suppressed by a junior, a trace of panic flashed across their faces and they quickly attacked Chu Ge. The heavens are vigorous and my teachings are flourishing. The universe has yin and yang, and the heaven and earth usher in a new year. An extremely pretentious voice suddenly sounded, and the voice was so shocking that everyone's eyes were cast over. Zhang Chuchen had arrived at Chu Ge's side at some point without anyone noticing. He was full of magical powers and acted in a natural way, just like a Taoist master appearing in the world, filled with Taoist light. Such a posture frightened the elders in the out-of-body stage so much that they stopped immediately and looked at him in surprise and suspicion. The boss has run away. I can't pretend anymore. Just when Chu Ge thought that Zhang Chuchen was going to use his ultimate move, Zhang Chuchen said helplessly through voice transmission. Seeing that the boss was taking no action, he thought that the boss was injured and couldn't use the void ability, so he used all his strength. Boss, we are here. Zhao Haifeng and others rushed to Chu Ge's side, and Li Yunxiao and Ji Yu Hongming also hurried over. Well done, Master of Pretense. I would like to call you the best. Zhao Haifeng couldn't help but give Zhang Chuchen a thumbs up, as he had just believed it. Awesome. Lin Feng, Zhun Moshao and others all gave a thumbs up. Our Yun sect, which is so great, is gone just like that. Puff. Our Yun sect has been passed down until now, but now the inheritance will be completely cut off here. Only then did the elders notice that the ground was littered with corpses. After the bloody battle, no one from the Yun sect survived. Several elders who were so angry that they vomited blood looked at Chu Ge and others. Chu Ge looked at these elders and couldn't help but chuckle. What? Are you going to fight to the death? Damn it. Fight with them. Kill him. Avenge the Yun sect. These elders were filled with righteous indignation and looked like they were ready to fight to the death. Just as Chu Ge saw them rushing up and was about to attack, the three elders bowed to Chu Ge very respectfully. We have turned from darkness to light and are willing to serve you wholeheartedly. You guys. The only stubborn one among the four elders looked at the three of them in shock. Chapter 300. The stubborn elder becomes a token of allegiance. We agreed to fight together and fight to avenge our leader and our sect. What's the result? In the end, they all agreed to surrender together, but they didn't tell him. The friendship can be broken at any time. It's not that they don't talk to him, but there's always someone who wants to be the scapegoat. Even if everyone surrenders, the other party will probably not easily agree or believe. But if one person does not surrender, then the three of them will have a ready-made guarantee. Why would you three join this enemy whose hands are stained with the blood of my Yun sect? He didn't understand, he really didn't understand. Have they forgotten that it was the Yun sect that trained them? Have they forgotten that they were once orphans and only got the chance to cultivate immortality because they were adopted by the Yun sect? Have they forgotten what conscience is? The three people who were accused looked righteous, glared at him, and spoke one by one. It is the duty of cultivators like us to abandon darkness and join the light to uphold justice. Why bother with the deep blood feud? Yun Lei was extremely rebellious and went against the will of heaven, so he ended up like this. You are stubborn and don't blame us for being ruthless and eliminating evil in the world. Zhao Haifeng and others were dumbfounded. They didn't expect these three people to be so shameless. This guy is as shameless as me, Zhao Haifeng and Li Yunxiao thought at the same time. Chu Ge looked at the three people with great interest. The voluntary surrender of the three powerful out-of-body stage masters surprised him greatly. It's not that the three people in the out-of-body stage were timid, but Yun Lei in the Mahayana stage was killed by Chu Ge's attack, and now he is trapped underneath and unable to get out. This is not just an ordinary nascent soul stage, he is simply a child of destiny. Moreover, Jiyu Hongming, a powerful Mahayana master, is still alive, so they have no chance of winning at all. That's why they excluded the elder who didn't have a good relationship with them, and the three of them surrendered together. Except them. Seeing that Chu Ge had not made any movement for a long time, Jiyu Hongming could not help but send a message anxiously. These are three cultivators in the out-of-body stage. They will be a powerful force under your command. Chu Ge's expression moved slightly, and he slowly spoke under the expectation of the three people. In that case, let me see your sincerity. After he said this, he looked at the three people meaningfully. Chu Ge saw through the behavior of the three men at a glance. They were very cunning and smart. Not bad, they were good subordinates. As for loyalty, with Zhao Haifeng around, there's no need to worry about not being loyal enough. I just hope the three of them don't get too stuck in the club. Thank you for your help, sir. I will definitely give you a satisfactory sincerity. After Chu Ge agreed, the three of them were delighted at the same time. They bowed respectfully and said in unison. How shameless. The three inner sect elders of Yun sect are actually three traitors who are colluding with the enemy. The stubborn elder was so angry that he was shaking all over. He saw the three traitors looking at him with murderous eyes, and his heart sank suddenly. Are you planning to use me as a token of your allegiance? What a good plan. After realizing the true purpose of the three men, the stubborn elder quickly ran away. He may be stubborn, but that doesn't mean he is stupid. Given the current situation, he can only run away first and make plans later. The Yun sect was already destroyed, and the sect leader was being held down, his life or death unknown. The huge Yun sect was tragically wiped out in such a short time. He was disheartened because the possibility of revenge was almost zero. Want to run? Have you asked us? The man who just chose to surrender showed a fierce look on his face and immediately attacked the stubborn elder. People who attack each other are the most ruthless because they know each other best. Boss, do these three people really want to stay? Zhao Haifeng asked. If the boss can keep these three people in the out-of-body stage, it will be of great help to us in the short term. Zhang Chuchen felt that keeping these three people would be of great significance to them now. After all, none of their own people have reached the out-of-body stage. Even the boss hasn't reached that level, but the boss's strength cannot be summarized by the mere nascent soul level of immortal cultivation. The Yun sect's leader Yun Lei just now is a powerful Mahayana stage expert like Jiyu Hongming. Although the other party is seriously injured, the fact is the fact. If the boss can defeat a Mahayana stage cultivator, it means that the boss's overall strength has reached the Mahayana stage. Chu Ge nodded, looked at everyone and said. Leave the three of them here for now, and let them follow you in the future. Just help me monitor them until you are sure of their true thoughts, and then give up the surveillance. Although the other party was sincere in surrendering, they still had to be monitored. I understand. Leave it to us, Zhao Haifeng said confidently. Lin Feng and the others also nodded. They were only in the out-of-body stage. Although they were only in the nascent soul stage, they were not afraid and each had their own pride. After a while, the stubborn elder was brought back by the three men. Where are my people being held by you? Chu Ge finally remembered that some of his shadow guards were suffering and being held captive. Your Excellency, these shadow guard warriors are currently imprisoned. I am here to rescue them. An elder quickly knelt on one knee on the ground, feeling a little nervous. Yeah, Chu Ge replied indifferently. Although it was just a plain word, it made the elder's face full of joy. He felt relieved and went back to the sect to release the person. You are a bunch of running dogs, you will not die well. The stubborn elder seemed to know that he would die, so he was being very tough and would curse as much as he could, otherwise he would not have a chance to speak again. Pa, shut up. The stubborn elder was slapped by a surrendered elder. Puchi. Another surrendered elder chopped off the head of the iron-headed elder in front of Chu Ge, and destroyed his soul. Very good, I have seen your sincerity. Chu Ge couldn't help but applaud and laughed. From now on, you follow them. Chu Ge pointed at Zhao Haifeng and others and said to the two out-of-body cultivators who surrendered. As you command. The two looked delighted. After respectfully saluting Chu Ge, they looked at Zhao Haifeng and the others and said, please take care of us in the future. Sure, sure. Zhao Haifeng and others also bowed and greeted them. The head of the Shadow Guard force, who arrived belatedly for support, rushed to Chu Ge. I am late, please punish me, boss. The head of the Shadow Guard was sweating profusely, but he was still late. Fortunately, the boss was fine. What crime are you punishing? You should clean up this secret realm immediately. Chu Ge waved his hand nonchalantly and told them to clean up this secret realm quickly. There was blood flowing like a river. This would be his territory in the future. I obey your command. Seeing that his boss did not punish him, the head of the Shadow Guards blamed himself secretly and quickly took people to clean up the secret place. What does cleaning up mean? It means getting rid of all the people and corpses that don't belong to them. The Yun sect was destroyed, but there are still many mortal families and towns around it. These people either attack by surprise or die. Chu Ge never indulges anyone. He treats mortals and cultivators equally. This is like heaven and earth treat all things as straw dogs. What it actually means is that heaven and earth treat all things equally, and in the eyes of heaven and earth, there is no difference between the two. Chapter 301, The Story of an Ordinary Boy and His 7 Sisters. The detained Shadow Guards were treated by the Shadow Guards medical team who arrived late, and they were all out of danger. If you have the guts, let me go, boy. As long as I'm alive, I will come out sooner or later. Yun Lei did not die, but was imprisoned in the 10,000 soul seal by Chu Ge. When Chu Ge entered the late nascent soul stage, he discovered that many of the restrictions of the 10,000 soul seal had not been refined. With the 10,000 soul seal today, even if the soul of a powerful Mahayana master wanted to escape, it would be wishful thinking. Do you want it? Then go ahead and try it. I'm looking forward to you running away. Chu Ge held the 10,000 soul seal in his heart, and his spiritual consciousness entered it. Looking at Yun Lei who was sitting cross-legged inside, he smiled coldly. Yun Lei closed his eyes and said nothing, not wanting to pay attention to him. He admitted defeat this time, but it was not so easy for the other party to kill him. At this time, he didn't know that the Yun sect had been destroyed, and that his most trusted elder, Tujudai, had been used as a stepping stone by the other elders. In his heart, he still fantasized about the iron-headed elder leading the disciples of the Yun sect to escape from here and rebuild the sect. Cleaning up the secret realm was the job of the Shadow Guards. Chu Ge led everyone back to Yuncheng, the headquarters of Tengde Group, and the chairman's office. When they left, there were 5 people with 1 soul, and when they came back, there were 8 people with 2 souls. The Yunlei in the 10,000 soul seal was also counted. The 3 elders, who were like country bumpkins entering the city, were amazed at how much the world had changed. It turns out that the outside world has changed so much. The boss has achieved such success at such a young age. It is extremely rare even in ancient times. Such a young talent, no wonder there is a voice in my heart telling me to follow the boss. Now I finally understand. Yes, yes, me too. MD, you can lick better than me. Should I learn from you? Li Yunxiao fell into deep thought after listening to what the three said. Ha ha ha, you guys chat first. Chu Ge smiled and disappeared in the office. With nothing to do, he went to the Shadow Guard headquarters in person. The secret realm cleanup plan was still in progress. It's just that things went very smoothly. Even if the real strong ones hid in the secret realm, they would eventually die because of the problem of the secret realm's spiritual energy. The huge secret realm discovered so far, that is, the secret realm where Yunzong is located, the secrets inside will be explored later. Haha, I don't know what to call you three. After the boss left, Zhao Haifeng looked at the three old men and asked curiously. My name is Yun Yi. My name is Yun My name is Yun San. The three of them were orphans adopted by the Yun sect in the past, so their names were very simple. 1, 2, 3, next is the welcome ceremony for you. I hope you like it. Zhao Haifeng smiled secretly in his heart. 1, 2, 3 is a good name, so easy to remember. Welcome ceremony. The three of them couldn't help but look at each other. They thought it should be a tradition of bullying newcomers. It existed in the Yun sect, so they were very familiar with it. Although the three of them are stronger than these people, they dare not act rashly and directly put their status below that of the other party. Sorry to bother you all. Yun Yi bowed and said with a smile. Being bullied won't hurt them, and integrating into the group as soon as possible is what they want to do most right now. The three of them knew without thinking that the consequences of not being able to blend in would not be a happy ending. But what the three did not expect was that the so-called welcome ceremony turned out to be a world of debauchery and drunkenness. Boom boom boom. The DJ dance music that was so exciting was soul-stirring, and young ladies of all ages were dancing to the hormones of youth in short skirts. Woo woo woo. Oh 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 oh. They enjoy their daytime sleeping routine, and night is when they look for bosses to work for them. Even though they are ancient out-of-body cultivators, they have played with more women than Zhao Haifeng and others combined. However, the girls in these modern clothes have a youthful and active fancy look that makes them feel like they are rejuvenated. At the moment when I am old but still strong, I feel that I can still work like an ox and plow a few acres of good farmland. Drink, drink, drink. From now on, you will all be the boss's right-hand men. Li Yunxiao was also a little drunk. He shouted loudly and drank a bottle of wine. As for drinking, whoever uses magic power is looking down on others. After all, if you are not drunk, what is the point of drinking? He looked at the goddess-like woman in front of him, nestling in his arms as obedient as a kitten, and felt extremely happy. Under normal circumstances, even bar girls would look down on him for being the nerd he used to be. Now that he has joined the Tamed group, he has power and influence, and has hundreds of thousands of monks under his command. As long as he opens his mouth, there will be people willing to work for him. Just because he has the support of Tamed group, power alone is not enough in this world. Just look at Yunzong and you will know, you have to follow the right people. How come you have time to come here? Chu Ge looked at Olishan and asked curiously. This private detective who initially dealt with Yi Fengbingwang, usually spends his time outside collecting intelligence to help the Shadow Guard. Boss, I have to come. Olishan kept the secret, looking mysterious. Did you find a strange person? The task Chu Ge assigned to Olishan was to find the person who was destined to be the protagonist. Judging from Olishan's appearance, it seems that he has found it. The system has not responded recently. Is it because the enemy is not strong enough? Boss, you're right. After so much trouble, I finally found it. Olishan felt that it was not easy for him. After so long, he finally found someone who was similar to what the boss described. Let me see his information. Boss, this is his information. After a lot of effort and half a month of research, I finally got some information. The strangest thing is that he actually has 7 sisters, and they are not blood relatives. These 7 sisters are extremely doting on him. Especially these 7 sisters are different, and they are leaders in different fields. Olishan spoke quickly on the side. Chu Ge did not speak, but looked at the information quietly. Yi Yan is what Olishan calls the son of luck, and his 7 sisters are the ceilings in various fields. There is a queen of a small country, a businesswoman selling arms, a wanted killer, and so on. There were 7 of them in total, but they didn't know why Yi Yan was so attractive to them and why they doted on him so much. This is too unscientific. The more unscientific the period, the easier it is to be the protagonist. If this wasn't the treatment of a protagonist, Chu Ge really wouldn't believe it. Ding dong. Option 1. Investigate the true relationship between Yi Yan and his 7 sisters. Reward: 100 out-of-body pills. Option 2. Capture Yi Yan and lure out the 7 beauties. Reward: 100 spirit distraction pills. Option 3. Taste the differences among Yi Yan's 7 sisters. Reward: 100 fusion pills. Speak of the devil and he will appear. The system gave such a generous reward without any warning, which temporarily solved Chu Ge's worries. If you choose 1, 2, 3, you will get all the rewards. The differences between the 7 sisters can only be known by tasting them yourself. Chapter 302 Tianzun Palace, Yi Yan's memory is restored. The treatment received by the 7 sisters is much more generous than that received by all the previous protagonists. This sister is not even her biological sister, she is definitely a harem. 7 concubines in the harem, given away at the start. TMD. This boy is really lucky with women. I don't believe he is an ordinary person. He hides it quite well. But now that he knows about it, there is no way he will let this kid go. The blessing is too great and the water is too deep. This kid can't handle it. Let's leave it to him. Order Yi Feng and Xiao Chen to get close to this kid. Chu Ge threw the information aside and said to Gong Lian. Yes, sir. Gong Lian immediately contacted Yi Feng and Xiao Chen who were out on vacation. Afterwards, Chu Ge looked at Olishan, who was looking at him expectantly, and couldn't help but smile. You will benefit from it. Then, Chu Ge directly threw a bottle of pill to Olishan. This pill can strengthen your body and enhance your aptitude. This pill was refined from the Holy Spirit spring. Although the effect was a little worse, not everyone was worthy of drinking the Holy Spirit spring directly. Good things should not be given directly to subordinates. Getting too much for nothing is not good for the future. Only exchanging merit for reward is the long-term solution. Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss. Olishan was a small man. The immediate benefits made him smile and express his gratitude to his boss respectfully. Yi Feng and Xiao Chen, who were on vacation, received a message from Gong Lian. Yi Feng put away his phone helplessly. There's another mission. It's only been a few days since I got my leave. I have to talk to my boss and save the unused days. Xiao Chen swallowed up the resentment of everyone around him and said to Yi Feng. I heard that Zhao Haifeng and others killed a strong man in the out-of-body stage. If we don't work hard, we will be left behind. Unexpectedly, Yi Feng snorted coldly. Left behind? How is that possible? We are the boss's capable generals. How could the boss be willing to leave us behind? Changing the subject, Yi Feng continued, but you are right, we have to work hard to practice. Xiao Chen smiled and said, we have a body of resentment, which is unique. Our natural inheritance leaves us with no worries. As long as we work hard to practice, sooner or later, we will be the most useful subordinates around the boss. That's right, let's first monitor this unlucky guy according to the information given by Gong Lian. Yi Feng nodded in agreement. Xiao Chen smiled crookedly. Once you're targeted by the boss, you're probably finished. You're just an unlucky guy. Ha ha ha. Yi Feng and Xiao Chen couldn't help but burst into laughter, with a hint of bitterness in their laughter. They couldn't help but think of their own experiences in their hearts, but they decided not to think about it and just look forward. Yi Yan has a huge secret that he has never told anyone. However, he only learned this huge secret in the last 6 months, and his memory gradually recovered. It turned out that he was the master of Tianzun Temple in his previous life. He was a powerful figure who was about to ascend to heaven. However, when he was about to ascend, he was killed in a surprise attack by a group of people led by a man. That guy deserves to die. But he could never remember the guy's name, and his face was blurry, as if he had lost his memory. But now he seems to have recovered that missing memory. I didn't expect it was him. The only one who is a threat to this world is him, who in his previous life acted harmless. He has always been known as a good entrepreneur in the Huameng. Although his shadow guards are extremely overbearing, he has always contributed to maintaining the stability of the Huameng. He didn't take it seriously at the time, but he didn't expect the other party to show his fangs when he ascended. It's a pity for his female confidants. I don't know if they will think of me after I die, and I don't know if Chu Ge will do anything to them. Chu Ge, I want you to die. Yi Yan clenched his fists, his face twisted with hatred. Huh, Yi Feng and Xiao Chen had just arrived and heard that this guy Yi Yan actually wanted their boss to die. A contribution has been made. The credit has been earned. Yi Feng and Xiao Chen thought at the same time. This man had a grudge against the boss, and all of a sudden they both became excited. It's good to have hatred. They even hope that the other party is stronger so that they can make greater contributions. More credit equals more vacation time. Yi Yan thought of the 7 sisters who were the best and most caring to him. For some reason, he always felt a little familiar. It feels like the taste of a close female friend back then. Pa! Yi Yan slapped himself hard. I am such a beast. My sister is so good to me, but I actually associated her with my confidant. What a beast. Now that his strength has recovered to the Mahayana stage, he doesn't know how strong Chu Ge is now. He didn't dare to act rashly because he had 7 sisters, who were a bond and also his weak spot. He was afraid that if he couldn't deal with Chu Ge, his sister would be retaliated by Chu Ge. This guy Chu Ge is hiding too well, but it doesn't matter, his Tianzun temple has already been built. The purpose of establishing this force is to take revenge after recalling this memory. Just like in his previous life, it was called Tianzun Hall, and everyone inside trusted him extremely. He was extremely talented, and with his help, they became extremely powerful. Tianyi. Yi Yan stood with his hands behind his back. Your Majesty. Tianyi emerged from the shadows and knelt on one knee in front of Yi Yan. Tianyi is his celestial messenger, and seeing Tianyi is like seeing himself. Order the people from Tianzun Palace to investigate Tamed group, and by the way, help me check the subordinates around Chu Ge. Yes sir. Tianyi disappeared after receiving the order. Yi Yan has not forgotten how his men slaughtered the people from Tianzun Palace when Chu Ge besieged him in his previous life. Since he was not sure about Chu Ge, he could start by secretly attacking the people around Chu Ge. First eliminate its wings, and then deal with Chu Ge, who is alone. Yi Feng and Xiao Chen seemed to have eaten a big melon. This guy actually has some power, and the other 2 of them didn't even notice this Tianyi guy. Judging from their strength, they are only at the peak of the golden core stage, but the 2 of them cannot detect each other. It is obvious that their skills are special. Let's report to the boss now. Yi Feng said to Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen shook his head. Doesn't he have a sister? We haven't seen his sister yet, let's report back later. Yi Feng nodded. Okay. Yi Yan pushed open the window and couldn't help but sneer as he looked outside. In this life, with the care of his sisters, his heart is extremely warm. Before I recovered my memory, you were the ones who took care of me. Now that I have recovered my memory, it's my turn to take care of you. Hello, second sister, are you busy? Yi Yan called one of the sisters. Chapter 303, The Daily Resurrection of the Tool Man. Dear brother, how come you have time to call your sister? A lazy female voice came from the phone. Yi Yan smiled knowingly, of course I miss my sister. Although he was only investigating the subordinates around Chu Ge, just in case, he still planned to arrange people in the Tianzun Palace to protect them. After all, they are the people he cares about most in this world. Afterwards, Yi Yan chatted with his second sister about family matters for a while, then hung up the phone and called his other 6 sisters. We just chatted about family matters and didn't talk about anything else. Yi Feng and Xiao Chen had been secretly observing Yi Yan's every move. Everything Yi Yan does now is recorded by Yi Feng and Xiao Chen as evidence to be presented to the boss. Yi Yan didn't expect that someone was watching him. Although he was a powerful man in the Mahayana period, the peculiarities of Yi Feng and Xiao Chen made him unable to detect them. Okay, let's go. After seeing Yi Yan fall asleep, Yi Feng and Xiao Chen gave up and disappeared together. Tamed Group Headquarters, Chairman's Office. Tianzun Temple. Chu Ge couldn't help but wonder, and then his eyes looked towards Ji Hongming. The oldest person here knows a lot of things that they don't know. However, Ji Hongming was completely confused. He had never heard of the Tianzun Palace. That's impossible. If it really existed in my time, there is no way I haven't heard of it. It's obviously an organization that has just developed recently. Hearing this, Chu Ge became thoughtful. Since Ji Hongming didn't know about it, then it was obviously not an ancient organization from the past. Hong Hu, can you find any clues about Tianzun Temple? Chu Ge asked directly. Red Queen. Boss, please wait a moment. Red Queen's penetration capability has been verified countless times and has never been wrong. As long as traces are left on the internet, they will be captured by Red Queen. Boss, do you want us to take over this Tianzun temple? Zhao Haifeng made a gesture of wiping his neck, and a fierce look flashed in his eyes. What the hell is this Tianzun temple? He has never even heard of it. Fortunately, the other party was not in Yuncheng, otherwise he would have uncovered the other party's lair right now. Lin Feng had heard of this Tianzun temple, and couldn't help but said, I have heard of this Tianzun temple. Oh, Chu Ge couldn't help but look at Lin Feng, is it abroad? Yes. Lin Feng nodded, it is abroad. Zhao Haifeng and others flashed a trace of surprise. They actually appeared abroad. Could it be that the other party's Tianzun temple's foundation is not in the Huameng at all? Lin Feng continued, when I was a mercenary, I heard that Tianzun temple was recruiting soldiers. But I didn't go at that time. I looked down on the so-called Tianzun temple. I even secretly killed a warrior from Tianzun temple. The other party doesn't know it was me. When he said this, Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh. I think the headquarters of the Tianzun palace is abroad and definitely not in the Huameng, otherwise we would have known about it long ago. That makes sense. Zhang Chuchen said thoughtfully, except for being abroad, the rest is nonsense. What a bullshit Tianzun palace, anyone dares to call himself Tianzun, a frog in the well. Zhun Moshao snorted coldly. Ji Yu Hongming had some ideas, didn't the previous intelligence say that Yi Yan seemed to have a great hatred towards Chu Ge? Yi Feng and Xiao Chen nodded, yes, his face was distorted with hatred at that time. This is not ordinary hatred, it's like the hatred that I felt when I was reborn after being killed by my boss. Yi Feng suddenly said this at this time, which made Chu Ge's eyes light up. Reborn hatred. Chu Ge didn't think of this for a moment, but Yi Feng reminded him. Could it be that Yi Yan's hatred comes from the fact that if he kills the other person in the future, the other person will come to seek revenge on him? But the only question is, when did he come back to life, what is his current strength, and what is his golden finger? Chu Ge knew nothing about this. But there is one thing Chu Ge knows, that is, the opponent must be very strong in the future, otherwise he would not take action against him. Moreover, if the other party wanted to monitor his subordinates, it also meant that he brought these subordinates with him to besiege the other party. Yi Feng and Xiao Chen, you two go and test each other. Find a way to find out the other party's true current strength. Chu Ge couldn't help but look at the toolman Yi Feng and the toolman Xiao Chen. Anyway, both of them are born resentful souls, and it is common for them to come back to life. Even if they die and lose their strength, he can help them recover quickly. If we don't use this kind of toolman, do we have to use Zhao Haifeng and other disposable subordinates? Yi Feng and Xiao Chen looked a little confused. Why were they the two again? Zhao Haifeng said, what? Come back to the Young Model Club, all inclusive for a month. Zhang Chuchen handed 2 talismans to the two and explained, these are talismans that can withstand a blow from a peak nascent soul stage expert. Yi Feng and Xiao Chen took them at the same time, and continued, what if the other party is above the nascent soul stage? Zhang Chuchen said, as a matter of course, if he is above the nascent soul stage, then you are on your own. We will go over to protect you and wait for your resurrection. Zhun Moshao couldn't help but interrupt and said, it's best if you die in a remote place. Don't die in the other party's base or home. Li Yunxiao flattered them and said, the two of you who have come back from the dead are simply the favorites of God. With 2 generals taking action, we will surely succeed. You are blessed by nature. No wonder the boss chose to use you instead of us. Alas, it's a pity that I am not you. After speaking, Li Yunxiao sighed deeply. You are more pleasant to hear. Yi Feng and Xiao Chen looked at Li Yunxiao with admiration. Among so many people, only Li Yunxiao said a few pleasing words. Facts, just facts. Li Yunxiao shook his head and smiled faintly. Okay, stop chatting about family matters and get it done. Chu Ge urged with a smile on his face. Yi Yan, Tianzun Palace. He wanted to see what abilities the other party had that could compare with his. Zhao Haifeng and others left Tengde headquarters one after another, but there was always a strange feeling coming from behind them. Do you feel it? Zhao Haifeng transmitted the message to everyone. Zhang Chuchen, you have it too. Zhun Moshao, don't tell me you have it too. Lin Feng, we are being followed. You rat. Zhun Moshao, who cared a lot about his reputation, snorted coldly, and the record of abandoned heaven appeared instantly. This is also part of the industrial park of Tengde Group. It is off work time and everyone has gone home. There are only a few people working overtime and guards. Get out here. Lin Feng's ears moved slightly and his fist punched out instantly. Chapter 304 The Joy of Electrotherapy, even if you are tough. A Jindan stage warrior from Tianzun Palace was instantly knocked out from the darkness by Lin Feng's fist. Ah! This Jindan stage expert is the guardian of the Tianzun Palace, and there are many people from the Tianzun Palace around him. After seeing the guardian being ambushed by the enemy, the rest of the people hiding in the dark in the Tianzun Hall appeared one after another, holding scimitars in their hands. A bunch of ants. Jun Moshao's eyes flashed with a hint of fierceness, and the abandoned heaven record was taken back by him. These people are not worthy of him using the abandoned heaven record, it is a loss of face for him. Who are you? Zhao Haifeng asked in a deep voice. No need to ask, they should be people from Tianzun Palace. I recognize their clothes. Lin Feng flashed to the side of Zhao Haifeng, looked at the Jindan stage cultivator who was knocked to the ground by his punch, and said lightly. Zhang Chuchen flicked his whisk lightly, and a gust of wind with absolute power blew away those people from the Tianzun Palace who were ready to go. With such power, it really doesn't deserve our serious treatment. Zhang Chuchen said with some disappointment. It was easy, he could handle it easily, let alone the others. Let Gong Lian send someone to detain him. There's no need to waste time here. Zhao Haifeng walked to the front, stepped directly on the body of the Jindan stage cultivator, turned around and said to Lin Feng. Okay. Lin Feng immediately informed Gong Lian. Needless to say, Gong Lian has already brought people here in person. Someone took action in the Tengda Group Industrial Park, which is simply challenging the bottom line of the Tengda Group. Take them all away. Gong Lian waved his hand and ordered his men to tie them up one by one using special chains and take them away. Then I'll leave first. I owe you a favor this time. Gong Lian thanked Zhao Haifeng and others and left. Wow, this woman actually said she owed us a favor. We must make good use of this favor. Zhao Haifeng said with a click of the tongue, very exaggeratedly. The favor of pillow talk is a good thing. A faint smile appeared on the corner of Zhang Chuchen's mouth. Jun Moshao nodded, it was indeed a good thing. Only Lin Feng was dismissive and ignored it. Pillow talk. He doesn't need it. His own sister is the boss's woman. He lacks everything except pillow talk. Chu Ge stood at the floor-to-ceiling window in the office, looking into the distance, with a hint of coldness in his eyes. This guy was so unscrupulous. I thought he would be cautious, but he actually came directly to the industrial park to monitor us. Red Queen. Boss, we have already found out. The Tianzun Palace is currently in a small place in the elemental country. The coordinates have been located. Chu Ge picked up his phone and looked at the map location marked for him by Red Queen. It turns out that he is in a country where people fight every day on the periodic table. He is really good at hiding. He usually doesn't cast his eyes here. It's not a question of whether it's remote or not, but that he simply looks down on this place. Send it to the Shadow Guard, take down his lair for me. Let Yun 1, Yun 2, and Yun 3 follow the Shadow Guard. Red Queen, understood. Knock knock knock, come in. Lin Zan pushed the door open and walked in with the crisp sound of high heels. Boss, this is the report that Gong Lian asked me to hand over to you personally. Most of the secret realms of the Huameng are already under our control. Congratulations, boss. Lin Zan congratulated sweetly. Chu Ge took the report and threw it aside, then hugged Lin Zan and teased, then what are you going to use to congratulate us? The boss is so annoying. Lin Zan said coquettishly. Chu Ge grinned wickedly, you hate it now, but I'll make you like it soon. After that, he picked up Lin Zan and carried her into the secret door room next to him in a princess carry. The level of luxury inside is comparable to that of a high-star hotel suite. Boss, how do you want us to celebrate? Lin Zan gently shook off her black high-heeled boots with red soles, put her arms around the boss's neck, and seduced him with a dreamy look. Chu Ge really enjoyed the way Lin Zan looked at him, and he touched her nose with his nose affectionately. Of course I will pamper you and let your brother work hard for me. The boss is so annoying, my brother will definitely work hard for the boss. Lin Zan betrayed her brother Lin Feng without hesitation, looking like she was ready to be picked. Chu Ge is certainly not Lu Xiaowei, and he has done this kind of thing more than once or twice, so he is very familiar with it. Afterwards, Chu Ge took out the elixir chosen by the system as a reward and went directly into the time cycle tower. With the elixir that can break through the bottleneck, Chu Ge naturally wants to improve his strength. After receiving the order, Gong Lian immediately arranged for shadow guards, and Zhang Fan personally led tens of thousands of shadow guards to go directly to the elemental kingdom. At this time, the Jindan stage guardian who had been captured was being tortured by the shadow guards using special means. Tell me, what is your purpose? How do your palace master and his sister interact with each other, and how is their relationship? When did your palace master build the Tianzun palace? Bah, I won't tell you even if you kill me. Tianzun will avenge me sooner or later. Someone, give him electric therapy. The shadow guard in charge of the interrogation snorted coldly and ordered the people around him. The so-called electrotherapy is a kind of thunder-like sensation created by special instruments, which causes piercing pain. Even drown him in water and start the second step of electrotherapy. The phone flashed in the water, and this stubborn protector seemed to be spiraling into heaven. The tiny viruses and bacteria in the water penetrated directly into his skin and seeped into his blood. It even began to corrode his bones and soul, as if he was being torn apart by thousands of insects at that moment, causing him unbearable pain. Ah, have mercy on me, speak or not. I'll tell you, I really will, I can't stand it anymore. The stubborn protector finally spoke, and the electric therapy during the interrogation of the shadow guard was not in vain. The other minions had already revealed some information, but they didn't know much, so they were sent to the hive as test subjects. Yi Yan paced back and forth at home, looking a little anxious. Tian Yi was kneeling on one knee on the ground in front of him, full of guilt. Palace Master, I deserve to die. I underestimated the opponent's strength. There was no news from the protector, and he couldn't even get in touch with him. Yi Yan also knew in his heart that the protector must have fallen into the hands of the other party. No, we can't just sit here and wait to die. We have to leave immediately. Yi Yan was not clear about Chu Ge's strength. After all, there was only about a year between now and his death in the future. Then the opponent's strength is most likely the same as his own, which should be the strength of the tribulation crossing stage. In order to avoid being exposed here, Yi Yan planned to go back to his old nest. But his second sister and seventh sister are both in the Huameng. If he leaves the Huameng, he must take them with him, otherwise he will not feel at ease. Where are you going? Yi Feng and Xiao Chen blocked Yi Yan's way in the wilderness, like robbers blocking the road. Chapter 305 Airport Interception, Second Sister Lu Qiao. It turns out it's you too. Yi Yan spoke subconsciously when he saw Yi Feng and Xiao Chen. The two of us, Yi Feng and Xiao Chen, couldn't help but feel puzzled. According to common sense, this was the first time that the two of them met Yi Yan, and now they were even more certain that the other party was a reborn person. Otherwise, why would he say such words just when we met? A hint of murderous intent flashed across Yi Yan's eyes, then disappeared in an instant. He knew these two, and they had the ability to be reborn that others envied. However, after killing once, the opponent will become extremely weak, like a newborn baby. He didn't know how many times he had killed the other party in his previous life. After his resurrection, he disappeared for a second and then regained his strength. This was something that puzzled him. He remembered that Tianyi was killed by one of these two people. Who are you? Why are you blocking my way? I don't remember having any grudges against you. Yi Yan didn't want to attack Chu Ge for the time being, thus arousing Chu Ge's vigilance. But what he didn't expect was that Chu Ge had already had feelings for him, he just didn't know it yet. Yi Feng smiled coldly, we don't know about any grudges, we just don't like you. Xiao Chen's mouth curled up slightly, and he smiled crookedly, I heard that you have 7 sisters, why don't you introduce them to each other? The 7 sisters are Yi Yan's weak spot. Hearing that the other party actually used his own sisters to threaten him, it seems that this cannot end well. Palace Master, I will hold them back, you go first. Tianyi was afraid that the other party had a backup plan, so he whispered quickly. Don't panic, I haven't fallen to the point where I need you to cover for me. Yi Yan took a deep breath and looked at Yi Feng and Xiao Chen with an extremely gloomy expression. You don't know whether to live or die. The power in Yi Yan's body leaked out directly, and his figure suddenly disappeared on the spot. Bang! Yi Yan punched Yi Feng and sent him flying. Then, he stretched out his long legs like a whip in an instant, and Xiao Chen followed Yi Feng and was kicked flying. You are just in the nascent soul stage, yet you dare to be so arrogant in front of me and try to block my way. Yi Yan walked towards Yi Feng step by step, stood in front of him, and stepped on him to the opposite side. The ground collapsed instantly and cracks spread in all directions. Yi Feng was firmly embedded in the concrete. Yi Yan didn't take it too seriously. He lowered his head and looked at the other person. He found that the other person was looking at him with a smile on his face, which made him feel a little angry. Don't think I don't know your purpose. It was Chu Ge who asked you to come. Yi Yan kicked Yi Feng again, and Yi Feng was killed on the spot. The whole person seemed to turn into pieces and disappeared between heaven and earth. Hey, gone again. Xiao Chen climbed up with difficulty, looked at Yi Yan, rushed up, and attacked with all his strength in the nascent soul stage. How dare you be so presumptuous, you ant? Yi Yan thought of the scene when he was beaten up in his previous life, and threw another punch directly at the opponent. Boom! The powerful force instantly shattered Xiao Chen's body, and instantly killed him in the nascent soul stage. Rebirth, huh? I want to see if you can be reborn infinitely. Yi Yan asked Tianyi to pick up his two sisters. He didn't know if it was because of him that Chu Ge dealt with him in advance. My rebirth means I have 7 more sisters. Has everything changed because of my rebirth? Now Yi Yan is waiting here. He will kill every time a reborn enemy appears. Yi Feng and Xiao Chen were reborn twice within just 1 hour, but were both killed by Yi Yan. But this was not a solution, so Yi Yan thought of a way. Chu Ge was the first to learn about the deaths of Yi Feng and Xiao Chen, so he asked Zhao Haifeng and others to provide support. Using the ability of void travel, he arrived at the city where Yi Yan was, but he was still a little late. After arriving in this city, Zhao Haifeng and others had a meal before rushing to the scene. Are you here? Yi Yan slowly opened his eyes and looked at the familiar person in front of him. Yi Yan didn't think about leaving, he also wanted to divert Chu Ge's attention so that his sisters could leave Huameng safely. These are all Chu Ge's subordinates, none of them are strangers. Yi Yan knew almost all of them. During the fight, the other party even called out their names, and he could remember them clearly. It was these people who destroyed his Tianzun temple and slaughtered everyone in the Tianzun temple. These were the people who besieged him at that time. Die. At this moment, Yi Yan's strength in the Mahayana stage was instantly exposed. Zhao Haifeng looked surprised. At the same time, Zhang Chuchen threw out several talismans to delay time, and several people fled in one direction in an instant. This is not because he is afraid of Yi Yan, but to make room for Yi Feng and Xiao Chen to be resurrected. A few of them also wanted to find a remote area to have a good time with Yi Yan. Although there is a huge gap between them and the powerful immortal cultivators in the Mahayana stage, they are not necessarily invincible. Seeing that the other party actually wanted to run over, Yi Yan snorted coldly, directly destroyed the other party's talisman, and suddenly chased after him. Now that you are here, don't go back. If Chu Ge's subordinates were all killed by him, Chu Ge would probably feel heartbroken. A sneer appeared on Yi Yan's lips. It was right to feel distressed. He wanted the other party to become a lonely person. At this time, Chu Ge was listening to Hong Hu's report. It turned out that Yi Yan's two sisters had been escorted to the relevant airports by the people from Tianzun Palace, preparing to leave Huameng. What is Huameng? Tengde Group has spies all over Huameng, and even has close relations with Huameng's top leaders. If the Shadow Guard branch or the Tengde Group branch wanted to get some help, the city lords would still give them face and choose to cooperate. Lu Qiao is Yi Yan's second sister. She is a famous female billionaire in Huacheng with a net worth of hundreds of billions, but secretly she is a scientist who likes to study biology. Where is Xiao Yanzi now? Why doesn't he go with me? Lu Qiao asked the people from Tianzun Palace. The palace master is holding back the enemy. Our mission is to escort you two out of the Huameng. A Jindan stage guardian from the Tianzun Palace said respectfully. If Lu Qiao wasn't the palace master's sister, he would have wanted to knock her out and take her away long ago. Why were there so many questions along the way? Suddenly, a group of people came in a black mass, and another group of people surrounded them from behind. Here are the relevant documents. Please cooperate with our inspection. We suspect that your company has evaded taxes. Please come with us. An official handed the document directly to Lu Qiao and said quickly. The guns around were loaded, and they were all armed troops holding elite weapons. The Jindan stage guardian was about to take action but was stopped by Lu Qiao. Who gave you the order? My company has always been a major taxpayer in Huacheng. Every year, my company ranks first in tax payment and is the most active one. Lu Qiao frowned and said solemnly, I want to see the city lord. Chapter 306A Game, 2 choices. Lu Qiao wore a pair of cool white glasses, had face-length hair, a gentle face yet elegant temperament, and a popular trench coat with a white base and black edges. I have to leave Huacheng now. If you have any questions, you can talk to my manager. This is his business card. Lu Qiao didn't want to take action in Huameng. Once she did, her trillion-dollar company would be disintegrated in an instant. And the research she cares about most will come to a standstill due to the lack of funding. No room for negotiation. The official had a cold expression on his face, not moved at all. Please cooperate, otherwise don't blame us for being rude. Ms. Lu, are you in such a hurry to leave Huacheng because you are guilty? Tax evasion is a serious crime. Are you thinking of leaving Huameng? This official was also acting in accordance with the instructions of his superiors, and he had no idea of the rest. You can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. Lu Qiao's face turned cold and her tone was frosty. The guardian was a little anxious. Although Lu Qiao had a private plane, it had to take off at the airport. This was the rule in Huacheng. Now that he was delayed by someone, he couldn't afford to be blamed by the palace master. Kill. The protector had no choice but to board the plane by force, otherwise he would fall into the enemy's trick of delaying time. You guys. Lu Qiao was about to stop them, but found that they would not obey her orders. Most of the other people in the Tianzun Palace are in the foundation establishment stage, and some are even in the qi refining stage. Just as they were controlling their magic weapons to attack those who blocked their way, those who were holding weapons couldn't help but sneer. Boom. Boom. A golden barrier appeared instantly. It was a golden barrier with extremely strong defensive power. The weapons in the hands of the people in Tianzun Hall were blocked outside by the golden barrier, making crisp sounds and even emitting sparks. Actively attacking law enforcement officers, according to the laws of the Huameng, should be reported to the entire Huameng immediately and identified as a wanted criminal. I think there should be no problem. An ordinary person walked out from behind the official and patted the official who was frightened pale. No problem. The official quickly hid behind him and quickly called the city lord. Tear. A piece of human skin was torn off the face of this ordinary person on the spot, and Chu Ge's handsome face was instantly revealed. Boss. The people around knelt on one knee and shouted respectfully. In fact, the people around were all shadow guards in disguise. Only when they saw this face did they realize that the commander of this operation was actually the boss. It is an honor, an immense honor, to be able to work with the boss, which is the highest honor in the hearts of all shadow guards. In the hearts of the shadow guards, Chu Ge has always been the god in their hearts, supporting their beliefs. Chu Ge. Chu Ge, the chairman of Tamed Group. Lu Qiao looked at him in disbelief. Everyone, get up. Chu Ge raised his hand slightly towards everyone. Yes, sir. The shadow guards seemed more energetic than before. Many of them even secretly straightened their wrinkled clothes, fearing that they would give a bad impression to the boss. Lu Qiao didn't expect that the person who stopped her from leaving was the chairman of Tamed Group, a well-known figure in Huameng. Whether it is the lower-class people, the middle class or the upper class, everyone knows it. Chu Ge achieved such an accomplishment at the age of 21, and his deeds have long been well-known. Strength, power, money, beauty. Chu Ge had obtained everything that people pursue in life at the age of 21. Lu Qiao also started from scratch. Now she is worth hundreds of billions. At the age of 28, she is hailed as the queen of business by some people in Huacheng and Huameng. But it is still not even close to the tip of the iceberg of Chu Ge. The self-made business queen, how about we have a drink together? Chu Ge looked at the woman. He was not attracted by her beauty, nor did he act like a bootlicker who had never seen a woman before. His tone was very calm. No. Lu Qiao frowned and refused. I have to go find my brother. Chairman Chu, please get out of the way. What happened to her brother? He actually offended the chairman of Tamed Group. This matter is a bit difficult to handle. She couldn't help but worry about her brother's safety. Having offended Chu Ge, it would probably be impossible to make peace with him. If money can solve the problem, she won't blink an eye even if it's tens of billions. Unfortunately, for a big shot like Chu Ge, hundreds of billions may just be a dime on the street, and he is too lazy to even look at it. Brother, there was a hint of coldness on Chu Ge's lips. Why don't you have a drink first? Your brother probably can't wait any longer. What do you mean? Lu Qiao's face changed drastically, and she asked quickly, what did my brother do to offend you? Why do you have to kill him? No, 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 Chu Ge shook his index finger gently. It's your brother who is hostile to me, not me. You have to understand this. Chu Ge couldn't help but step forward, scaring Lu Qiao so much that her face changed drastically and she took a step back. The guardian looked ashen, and the other people from Tianzun Palace had no idea how strong Chu Ge was, and they looked like they would resist to the end. He had just been promoted to Dharma Protector because the previous Dharma Protector was captured by Chu Ge's men and no news had been heard of him since. With such powerful subordinates, one can imagine how powerful Chu Ge is. All flights at the entire airport were temporarily cancelled and all passengers within the airport were evacuated. Capture them all alive and send them to the Hive laboratory. Chu Ge looked at these annoying people and slowly decided their fate. Quote. Yes, sir. The shadow guards shouted respectfully. Whoosh! Chu Ge and Lu Qiao disappeared from the spot in an instant. Where is the person? The protector only felt his eyes blurry, and the person he was supposed to escort disappeared. Kill. The wolf-like and tiger-like shadow guard took action instantly. A cafe inside the airport. Chu Ge looked at Lu Qiao quietly, while the waiter beside him served him carefully. He was frightened by the sudden appearance of two people. But he knew Lu Qiao, who was a famous business queen in Huacheng, and most people in Huacheng knew her. Why did you bring me here? Lu Qiao was shocked. The other party's methods were too mysterious. Teleport. Although she knew that her brother was no ordinary person, there was no way he could possibly be a match for such a person. I just want to know how important you are to your brother. Chu Ge said lightly and took a sip of coffee. Lu Qiao took a sip of coffee and kept silent. She just hoped that her brother would not fall into the trap and must escape. At this time, Yi Yan's seventh sister was also being held by the shadow guards in the local shadow guard branch prison. Ding ding ding. Hello. Who is this? My boss asked me to tell you, as a guest, how can you leave Huameng easily? So my boss is going to play a game with you. Your second sister is currently with the boss, and your seventh sister is being held in the local shadow guard branch prison. So the game my boss is playing with you is an extreme choice between two. Do you want your second sister or your seventh sister? Only one can survive. Beep beep beep. Yi Yan, who was being stubbornly held back by Zhao Haifeng and others, looked at the hung-up phone with a gloomy face and a chill in his heart. Chapter 307. The game is not over yet, who do you choose? Fight, why don't you fight anymore? Zhao Haifeng shouted at Yi Yan with a sarcastic look on his face. Yi Yan's face was extremely gloomy, and if the murderous intent in his eyes could kill people, Zhao Haifeng would have been killed billions of times. You've entered the game rules set by my boss for you, kid. I'm looking forward to your next performance. Zhao Haifeng raised his head slightly, smiled, and looked at Yi Yan with anticipation. At this time, Lin Feng was repositioning his arm, and he was also given a healing pill. You pig-brained guy, you're the only one who lost an arm in the fight. Lin Feng mocked Zhao Haifeng. Zhao Haifeng snorted coldly, how can you be called a real man if he doesn't get hurt a little? In this operation, I have endured much more than you. This injury is the evidence. Zhao Haifeng smiled proudly, then the boss will surely know how much effort I have put into this operation. But this trick of the boss is really good. Why didn't I think of this game? Zhun Moshao felt a little regretful. If he encountered such a thing in the past, when he was still the abandoned emperor, he had not thought of this little game. Although it's a bit despicable, the boss once told me that what the winner says is always right. Quote. Even if you are right, but you are the loser, you will always be wrong. Zhang Chuchen floated beside, with the whisk on his arm, looking at Yi Yan calmly. They were not deaf, and as cultivators in the nascent soul stage, they could naturally hear what the other party was saying on the phone. Damn it! Yi Yan felt extremely desperate and conflicted at this moment, and even had a feeling of frustration. The thought of giving up on myself can't help but arise, otherwise, just surrender. No. As soon as this idea came up, he killed it instantly. How could he surrender? Based on his understanding of Chu Ge, even if he surrendered, Chu Ge would never let him go. But his second sister and seventh sister are now in Chu Ge's hands. How should I choose? Bang! Yi Yan slapped himself hard. This was not a multiple-choice question at all, it was simply a heartbreaking one. He hits himself. He's quite a ruthless person. Lin Feng exclaimed in surprise. Yi Yan looked at Zhao Haifeng and the others with hatred. He couldn't kill them, and it was impossible to capture them alive in a short time. These subordinates that Chu Ge found were so young that they were able to work together to withstand his attacks at the Mahayana stage. Although he was always in the upper hand, he just couldn't kill these people, like an indestructible cockroach. Whoosh. The only solution now is to go find my second sister. Chu Ge is there. Maybe I can compromise a little to make Chu Ge give in. After seeing Yi Yan leave, Zhao Haifeng and others also rushed in the direction of the boss. You are despicable and shameless. Lu Qiao was so angry that her gums were trembling. She actually treated her own life and her seventh sister's life as a game. What made her even more disappointed was that her beloved brother was the only player of this game. Despicable, Chu Ge seemed to hear a funny word. I'm just an official player who loves playing games. How can I be despicable? Lu Qiao widened her eyes. You call this playing games? Yes, the game is divided into plot and players. Players play the plot and I play the players. Isn't that right? Chu Ge looked at Lu Qiao in surprise. Chairman Chu, this is not funny at all. Can it be that the laws of the Huameng can no longer restrain Chairman Chu? Lu Qiao said in a deep voice with a solemn expression. The laws of the Huameng can certainly restrain everyone. Chu Ge nodded and said affirmatively. Then what you are doing now is kidnapping. Lu Qiao slammed the table and shouted loudly. The aura of the Queen of Business was revealed, and an ordinary person would have been frightened out of his wits. But Chu Ge was a very capable person. He glanced at her and drank his tea. It is people who are constrained, but I am a god. Gods cannot be constrained. Chu Ge teased, if you could sit in my arms right now, maybe. He didn't finish his words, but Lu Qiao already understood what he meant. As far as I know, Chairman Chu doesn't seem to be a drunkard or a womanizer. Lu Qiao frowned. I'm just teasing you, is that not okay? Chu Ge tilted his head. With a smile on his lips. At this time, a red dot on Chu Ge's mobile phone map was approaching him. This red dot was Yi Yan, and it was moving very fast. Is Yi Yan planning to choose the second sister and abandon the seventh sister? Chu Ge felt that it was not that simple, and something interesting might happen next. I'll give you 3 seconds, or you'll know what will happen. Chu Ge patted his thigh and glanced at Lu Qiao. She is worthy of being the protagonist's sister, she has both good looks and a great figure. Lu Qiao only had 3 seconds to think. After taking a deep breath, her face turned red and confused, and she sat directly in Chu Ge's arms. Chu Ge hugged him habitually and pulled him into his arms. Chu Ge felt that even as a cultivator in the fusion stage, he was about to suffocate. Lu Qiao blushed and tried to push him away, but found that she couldn't. Chu Ge also grabbed both wrists with one hand. Don't you like to study things in private? Why don't you study me? Chu Ge beckoned her with his other hand. Lu Qiao's face turned red, she never thought that Chu Ge would be so impatient. At this time, the outside was surrounded and protected by shadow guards, and those people from Tianzun Palace had been sent away. Second sister. Yi Yan rushed to the scene at this moment. Seeing his sister being molested by Chu Ge, he was so angry that he rushed over to kill her. The shadow guard had been informed in advance, so when he saw Yi Yan, there was no need to stop him and he just let him in. Boom! Ji Yu Hongming grabbed Yi Yan's fist with one hand and said lightly, you have the strength of the Mahayana period, boy, who are you? Brother. Lu Qiao was instantly surprised when she saw her brother coming. What about the seventh sister, brother? The next second, Lu Qiao turned pale, and thought of her seventh sister who was captured, and asked hurriedly. Yi Yan quickly retracted his fist and said harmlessly, Chu Ge, we have no grudge against each other recently, why are you picking on me? Just let my second sister and seventh sister go, and I will let you do whatever you want. My second sister and seventh sister are ordinary people, why do you have to pick on an ordinary person? Yi Yan suppressed his anger in his heart. Now his weak spot is in the other party's hands, and he can't let his temper run wild. Moreover, his second sister was held tightly in Chu Ge's arms, and he had taken all the advantages he could have, which made him feel heartbroken. If it wasn't for me, my second sister wouldn't have been humiliated by Chu Ge like this. Why should I listen to you? If you want me to let him go, I have to. Chu Ge is not a villain whose intelligence has been reduced. After being provoked by the protagonist, the villain immediately fell into the trap and let the man go. And the game isn't over yet. Tell me, in the extreme two-choice game, who do you choose? Chu Ge looked at Yi Yan, looking forward to his choice. Chapter 308. The price of the cat and mouse game. This game is unfair. I have both of them. Yi Yan didn't want to give up either sister. This was his bottom line and he would never agree to it. Adults don't choose, they want both. You're ambitious. Chu Ge couldn't help but give Yi Yan a thumbs up. Let me show you something. I hope you can continue to say such ambitious words. Chu Ge looked at the puzzled Yi Yan and clapped his hands. A vortex of water slowly emerged from the ground. Yi Yan frowned, wondering what Chu Ge meant. A shadow guard took out a tablet computer from the water vortex and bowed his head respectfully in the direction of Chu Ge. Show my friend how his sister is warmly entertained by us. Chu Ge said with a faint smile. Yes, sir. The shadow guard obediently connected to the video on the other side, and Yi Yan's seventh sister appeared in the video. Yi Yan's seventh sister was seen tied up in a large and soft coffin, with the coffin lid half covered. Yi Yan's seventh sister had her mouth blocked and she kept shaking her head and whimpering at the camera. A lowly face, twin ponytails, a queen-like figure, wearing a 2D mini-skirt, white stockings and black shoes. At this moment, the coffin lid is slowly moving upwards, and it is expected to completely cover the inside of the coffin in about 3 minutes. Give me 3 minutes to think about who you choose. Chu Ge showed a devilish smile. He didn't expect that Yi Yan was actually a cultivator in the Mahayana stage. But it doesn't matter. So what if he is in the Mahayana stage? The lonely ghost next to him is in the Mahayana stage. 3 minutes, Yi Yan's eyes widened. He was so angry that he wanted to kill Chu Ge immediately. It was not until he saw Chu Ge in person that he realized Chu Ge was at the peak of the fusion stage. If he had known that the other party was only this weak, he should have assassinated Chu Ge single-handedly, and these subsequent events would not have happened. Knowing this in advance is priceless. Yi Yan couldn't help but feel a bit bitter in his heart. If he had known this, he should not have hesitated, as hesitation would only lead to failure. What a pity, there is actually a Mahayana soul cultivator by the other party's side. It's really terrifying. It is illogical that a Mahayana stage person should listen to the words of a peak fusion stage person. Could it be that Chu Ge is the saint of some reclusive sect? At this time, Ji Yu Hongming looked at Yi Yan with a burning gaze in his eyes. Chu Ge said before that a destined person has appeared and is coming without stopping. He didn't believe it at first, but now he finally believes it. Chu Ge and his subordinates are all destined people, but he doesn't dare to reveal any of his thoughts. He now feels that Chu Ge has the physique to attract people with whom he is destined to be attracted, and that this young man Yi Yan has really good qualifications. He was attracted by it, and as long as he succeeded in taking over the body, he would be able to exert the original strength of the Mahayana period without having to start over. 2 more minutes. Chu Ge kindly reminded Yi Yan when he saw that he remained silent. Xiao Yanzi, go save seventh sister, don't worry about me. Seeing Yi Yan still hesitating and struggling, Lu Qiao felt a little warm in her heart. Having this intention was enough. She was ready to make sacrifices, but it was a pity that she would not be able to see her brother get married and have children. No. Yi Yan clenched his fists until they creaked, and rejected his second sister's choice without hesitation. Xiao Yanzi, my love for you is not in vain. I am grateful for your kindness. Lu Qiao smiled bitterly and shook her head. Go and save your seventh sister. Do you want to watch her suffocate to death in the coffin? Yi Yan looked at the video on the tablet and saw that the seventh sister's face was full of tears. She watched the coffin lid move upwards with eyes full of fear and despair. Yi Yan couldn't bear it and closed his eyes, shedding tears. Second sister, I will not give up on you. Don't worry, I will find a way to rescue you. Xiao Yanzi, be obedient. Lu Qiao was already thinking about sacrificing herself. 1 more minute. Chu Ge looked at the brother and sister who kept being sentimental in front of him and couldn't help but remind them. No. Yi Yan shouted loudly, somewhat collapsed. Even though he was in the Mahayana stage, he had never imagined that he would be in such a situation now, so powerless and so desperate. He was faced with an unsolvable situation. Please, let them go. Yi Yan knelt down, looked at Chu Ge, and begged him. The moment he knelt down, something in his heart, without him noticing, was beginning to crack. Xiao Yanzi. Lu Qiao closed her eyes sadly. She knew her brother's character. He was such a proud man, but for her and her seventh sister, he would rather give up his pride of 20 years and kneel before his enemy. Oh, Chu Ge was a little surprised. He thought the other party would rather die than surrender. Unexpectedly, I knelt down in front of him and begged him for mercy. It was the first time that a protagonist knelt in front of him and begged him. Zhao Haifeng and others also arrived at the scene at this time. Fuck, this guy is on his knees. I came too late and missed the foreplay. No. When Zhao Haifeng saw this scene, he immediately hugged his head and made a pose with snowflakes fluttering in the background. You drama queen, you are hopeless. Lin Feng said in a stern voice. Zhun Moshao and Zhang Chuchen both curled their lips at the same time, feeling a little embarrassed. Yi Feng and Xiao Chen silently floated to the left and right sides of Chu Ge. Chu Ge took a look and waved his hand, and the two of them disappeared in front of everyone. In 1 second, their strength was instantly restored. When Yi Yan saw this scene, he knew it would be like this. Even though he knew the result, he was still very shocked. Just as the coffin was about to close, Lu Qiao closed her eyes in despair, not wanting to see what was to come. Yi Yan cried out with a broken heart, "No. Okay, I'll give you a chance," Chu Ge suddenly said. Chu Ge ordered his men to stop, and the coffin that was about to close stopped instantly. Call. Yi Yan breathed a sigh of relief, then gasped anxiously. Lu Qiao quickly opened her eyes. It was so stimulating that she fainted. Chu Ge put her on the chair, slowly stood up, walked in front of Yi Yan, and looked down at him. What opportunity? Tell me. Yi Yan knew that the danger was only temporarily lifted, which did not mean that his sisters were completely safe. Chu Ge squatted down and looked at Yi Yan with contempt. You have 7 sisters, and I want to play a game of cat and mouse. Now the game has begun. I have caught 2 mice, and there are 5 mice left. You have 5 chances. Every day, I will only catch 1 mouse. This game can be played for 5 days. But as the price for your 7th sister to survive, you must let go of your mind and let him enter your body. Chu Ge then pointed at the excited Ji Yu Hongming and said to Yi Yan. Possessing someone else's body always has a price. Ji Yu Hongming is very useful to Chu Ge and is also very sensible, so Chu Ge decides to help Ji Yu Hongming. Otherwise, with the strength of both of them being in the same Mahayana stage, it would obviously be difficult for Ji Yu Hongming to take over another body. Yi Yan looked at the old man Chu Ge pointed at thoughtfully, his heart sank. Did he want his body? Okay. For the safety of his 7th sister, Yi Yan had no choice but to agree. Just relax your mind, you never know who will take over whose body. Chapter 309 shows that his subordinates are all stronger. The game of cat and mouse is about to begin. Yi Yan still has 10 hours left to prepare. As soon as the next day's time comes, Chu Ge's people will take action immediately. There are 5 older sisters, and I don't know which one will be the first to be killed. Yi Yan didn't know that although he was madly trying to escape from the Huameng, he still had 5 sisters abroad waiting for him to protect them. I'm sorry, 2nd sister, 7th sister, and Xiao Yanzi are incompetent and have to inconvenience you temporarily. Yi Yan said sorry to his 2 sisters in his heart, his expression instantly turned cold, and his speed doubled again. Chu Ge, you will regret it. At this time, Yi Yan had no idea that the Tianzun Temple headquarters, which was secretly hidden abroad, was being attacked frantically by the shadow guards led by Zhang Fan. I don't know whether Chu Ge will regret it or not, but I know you will regret it. Ji Yu Hongming is now in Yi Yan's body. Unless Yi Yan devours